Well, for example, Wang Hao asked with a smile, how much are you planning to offer for an advertisement spot? Zheng Qitian pondered for a moment before answering. Considering the current popularity, my idea is 300,000 per spot. You see, Wang Hao said with a smile, if I agree to that price, you might feel you're offering too much. If I don't agree, you might think, how much is too much? Right? So what I'm saying is, don't rush. We're not short of a day or two anyway. Lu Qixing was listening on the side, pinching his thigh until it was swollen. 300,000 per spot. That's 16.5 million a year for a 55-week year. And that's for only one episode a week. If we could air 2 episodes every weekend, that would be 33 million a year. That makes some sense. Zheng Qitian thought about it again and nodded. Indeed, since Brother Hao isn't in a rush, then it's no problem for me to wait another day or two. Seeing an opportunity, Wei Ming's eyes lit up as he quickly said, Mr. Zheng, don't rush, please don't rush. I can talk to our leadership and do my best to get you an even lower price. What do you think? As he spoke, he went to make a phone call without any hesitation, starting the discussion right there in the living room. Boss, here's the situation. Mr. Zheng wants to know if our price can go any lower. Yes, for a year. Yes, my intent is to make sure Mr. Zheng works with us. Yes, okay. Soon after hanging up, Wei Ming smiled and said, our leadership says that since you're a returning customer, they can offer a further discount. 100,000 per spot. Look at our sincerity, Mr. Zheng. That's the real attitude for cooperation. Lu Qixing covered his face with his hand. Brother Hao, if you don't agree, the duck is really going to fly away. A price of 100,000 per spot is indeed tempting. Zheng Qitian indeed felt tempted by the offer from Mr. Wei. He thought for a moment, then looked at Wang Hao and said, Brother Hao, how about this? I can offer 400,000 per spot. How about that? Lu Qixing, holy shit, is that even possible? Wei Ming was also dumbfounded. I'm desperately trying to lower the price for you, and you're actually raising the offer for the other party. I still think it's better to wait until after the show airs, Wang Hao said with a smile. You know, such a big cooperation surely won't hurt over a day or half, right? Wei Ming, damn, you're still not agreeing. Am I dreaming today? Teacher Wang Hao, do you have a grudge against money? He hurriedly took out his phone, continuing to study. Station manager, Mr. Zheng, is also a bit hesitant. What do you think? That's great. Excellent. I'll talk to Mr. Zheng right away. Okay, understood. Mr. Zheng, good news. Great news. Wei Ming exclaimed excitedly. Our station manager said, there's an advertising slot expiring soon between 6 and 8 p.m. during the prime time. He can move your ad to this slot, with the price unchanged, still 100,000 per spot. This time Zheng Qitian was visibly tempted. He pondered carefully before asking. This offer does indeed seem very cost-effective. By the way, which ad is about to expire? Wei Ming said with excitement. It's the flowing shampoo ad. Just as Lu Qixing was about to speak, someone pushed the door open and entered, asking as soon as they came in, what's wrong with our company's shampoo? Everyone in the room gaped simultaneously. The person who had just arrived was none other than the president of Flowing Company, Su Inkai. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Wei Ming was completely flabbergasted. He had never dreamed that he would encounter Su Inkai here today. Yes, it's me. Su Inkai snubbed him, walking straight in and asking, may I know which one of you is teacher Wang Hao? Wang Hao, all smiles, replied, that would be me. Hello. Su Inkai was the first to extend his hand. I am the president of the Flowing Group, Su Inkai. He shook Wang Hao's hand firmly and then said, my secretary happened to watch your show today and was blown away. He recorded the entire scene on his phone and sent it to me via WeChat's small video feature. After I watched it, I felt it was really good. This show is going to be a hit. So without a second thought, I came straight over, planning to talk to Mr. Wang Hao about a potential collaboration. Wei Ming, just because the show is good, you don't have to rush over here like this, right? What can you do? When it's just one person, it's fine. It's just a matter between the two of you. But when another person joins in, it's a different story. Everyone fears competition, and once someone enters the fray, the nature of the situation changes completely. Mr. Su, sitting to the side. Zhang Qitian clearly showed some dissatisfaction, speaking, I was here first after all. There should be some consideration for who came first, right? These two were presidents of listed companies and had seen each other occasionally. Their relationship wasn't particularly good, but at least they knew each other. Hee, Mr. Zhang. I've always believed one phrase in business, Su Inkai chuckled. The quick get and the slow miss out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have immediately driven over, don't you think? A fine phrase, the quick get and the slow miss out, Zhang Qitian, without another word, made an offer. 500,000. Su Inkai matched him tit for tat, 520,000. After all, this show airs weekly, equating to 55 episodes a year. His extra 2,000 might not seem like much, but that amounts to an additional 110,000 in total costs, a not insignificant sum. Zhang Qitian, 540,000. Su Inkai, 560,000. Wei Ming hurriedly interjected. Gentlemen, the primetime ad slots at our station are 100,000 per spot. Maybe you should consider this carefully. It's a rare discount. Zhang Qitian, 580,000. Su Inkai, 600,000. Wei Ming, can you please not treat me like I'm invisible? Chapter 261. Lu Qixing watched from the side, his heart pounding with fear. In just a short while, the bid had already risen to 660,000 yuan per spot. 55 weeks in a year. That's 33 million yuan, my God. Zhang Qitian, 620,000. Su Inkai, 640,000. Wei Ming, you guys are really killing me. Can't I just stay silent and not get involved? I'm just going to sit here and watch you squander your fortunes. Zhang Qitian, 660,000. Su Inkai, 680,000. As the two of them continued their increasingly fierce bidding war, about to break the 700,000 yuan mark, Wang Hao, who had been sitting to the side, finally spoke up. Aren't you two a bit too hasty? I haven't even mentioned how I plan to add in the ads for the program. Zhang Qitian, Su Inkai, Wei Ming, Lu Qixing. So, what do you have in mind, Teacher Wang Hao? Zhang Qitian asked with a smile. Lu Qixing prayed desperately. Brother Hao, it's almost there now, 700,000 yuan per spot. It's just advertising. You couldn't possibly think that's too little, right? If it were me, nearly 40 million yuan a year in ad revenue from a single program would have me waking up laughing from my dreams. Wei Ming looked at Wang Hao with a dejected expression on his face. Just name your price already. Today is an eye-opener for me. Then Wang Hao finally spoke up. Actually, I wasn't really planning on selling today because the TV program hasn't aired yet. I'm not clear on what the actual ratings will be. Moreover, the most important thing is, I haven't even decided on the ad format yet. Otherwise, if you two finished bidding now, how would I insert the ads when we record the next episode? Just saying this program is sponsored by the two gentlemen's companies wouldn't be satisfactory for you, right? After he had finished speaking, Wei Ming was utterly stunned. Brother Hao, you must have a grudge against money, definitely. Such a great opportunity would be suicide to miss for me. Wei Ming hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su, how about this? Our TV station's primetime ad spots, 100,000 yuan per 15 seconds. That's the biggest discount we can offer. What do you think? Zhang Qitian. Since Teacher Wang Hao has put it that way, it would be wrong for me not to agree. How about this? You share your plan with us, so I can give it some careful consideration, okay? Su Inkai also said, yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'll be staying in Zhonghong for the next couple of days. Teacher Wang Hao, feel free to contact me anytime you have an idea. Is that all right? Looks like he came straight from the highway. Wei Ming, was I speaking too softly just now? Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su, Wei Ming's voice was clearly several decibels higher this time. Our TV station's primetime ad spots, 100,000 yuan per spot, just 100,000 yuan for 15 seconds. Wang Hao stroked his chin pondering for a moment, then smiled and said, how about this? I'll give each of you a spot. Tomorrow night, once the ratings are out, I'll hold a small auction with a limit of only 8 bidders, including the two of you. That means that there will only be 8 people involved in the bidding. In the meantime, this will give me the chance to think about how to fit in the commercial spots. I'm planning to have at most 4 ad slots, ensuring that both of you get your money's worth. How does that sound? Otherwise, if we finish the bidding today and the ratings aren't good tomorrow, I think both of you would feel uncomfortable, right? Great. Zheng Qitian was the first to clap his hands. Teacher Wang Hao is a straightforward person. Mr. Su and I were indeed a bit too anxious earlier. Mr. Su nodded as well. I'm really looking forward to the advertising methods Teacher Wang Hao will arrange. Let's settle on that. Wei Ming, am I just like air to you guys? The least you could do is acknowledge me. All right, no problem. Wang Hao stood up jovially, reaching out his hand. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Definitely. Definitely. Soon, everyone left the meeting room, leaving only Wei Ming standing there. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting a few strands of his hair. Do I really have such little presence? Wei Ming's face was the color of ashes, nearly in tears. Not only did I fail to close the deal with Mr. Zhang, but it also looks like I'm in hot water with Mr. Su too. After leaving the reception room and seeing off Zheng Qitian and Su Yingkai, Lu Qixing grabbed Wang Hao's arm and shook it fiercely. Brother Hao, I am seriously down on my knees for you. An advertising fee of 700,000 per spot, almost 40 million a year, and you still didn't agree. You even told them to come for the auction tomorrow. Oh my God, what in the world were you thinking? Hee, just relax, Wang Hao said with a mysterious smile. I promise I won't let you down. The next day was Saturday, and as the editor worked on the footage, they kept exclaiming, "This show is amazing. There are so many great shots, I don't want to cut any of them." As a result, the first episode of If You Are the One wasn't finished editing until after 6 in the evening. After reviewing it himself and deeming there to be no issues, Wang Hao sent the edited footage to the broadcasting team. In the meantime, Lu Qixing was also full of energy. Throughout the day, he had contacted nearly 22 company CEOs and sent them a few clips. Many CEOs said that if they had time in the evening, they'd come to see the ratings of the show, and if it was good, they'd immediately participate in the advertising auction. Meanwhile, the promotional activity was in full swing. Jinan TV, our channel's newest major lifestyle and dating show, If You Are the One, exclusively planned by the famous screenwriter and music producer Mr. Wang Hao, will air its first episode tonight at 10 o'clock. We look forward to our viewers tuning in. Online, many video websites, forums, and entertainment sites also featured promotions for If You Are the One. After all, this could be considered the TV station's battle to turn things around, so Lu Qixing spared no effort in the publicity. And Wang Hao was certainly not just sitting around idle. On Weibo, Yang Yunfei v. The If You Are the One show exclusively planned by Mr. Wang Hao will be broadcast on time tonight at 10 o'clock. Everyone is welcome to watch. Domestic Agent benefited from many constructive suggestions from Mr. Wang Hao. It definitely won't disappoint. Clicks 134,8752. Reposts 12541. Comments 8542. Zhang Muqing v. I hope everyone can give a lot of support to Mr. Wang Hao. And if you are the one, yeah. Clicks 974541. Reposts 9521. Comments 7,452. Everything was ready to go. All of the industry insiders were now focusing their attention on the ratings of the show's broadcast tonight. At the Jinan TV building, aside from those who were recording shows, everyone else at the TV station, including Zheng Qitian, Su Yingkai, and the CEOs from various major companies who had heard the news and rushed over to watch the excitement, all gathered in the If You Are the One studio hall. Because station manager Lu Qixing had not only set up a large screen here for live broadcasting, but the equipment for rating statistics was also moved into this hall for live statistics. All those who arrived, including the host Meng Fei, who had become Wang Hao's junior brother, were sitting straight and dignified, as the program's ratings were of paramount interest to everyone there. Before the show even started, people below were already discussing. I've heard today's show is pretty good. I wonder what the ratings will be like. Who knows? Quite a few big Weibo influencers have helped promote it, so the ratings should start off high. But how much it retains afterwards is unpredictable. Yeah, it'd be embarrassing if it starts off with ratings of over 3 or 4%, then drops to less than 2% after the broadcast. Indeed, it's easy for a show to generate topics of conversation, but retaining viewers is what's most important. Meng Fei, listening to the discussions around him, felt very nervous. For this show, he had shaved his head and recognized Wang Hao as his boss. If the end result turned out to be a grim one, his face would be completely lost. For him, it was a high-stakes gamble. Triumph, and he would reach the pinnacle of life. Fail, and he would be left with nothing. Obviously, the TV station hoped for the highest ratings possible for the show, while the 20 or so CEOs sitting in the front row appeared visibly more relaxed. They were also whispering to each other from time to time. Chapter 262. Mr. Wang Hao, are you bragging? Mr. Su, Mr. Zheng, you two were quite bold yesterday. A man in his 40s dressed in a casual suit chuckled at Su Yingkai and Zheng Qitian. A show that hasn't even premiered, and you've placed such a big bet on it, fighting for a spot at 700,000 each. You're not unaware of the current cable TV ratings. Even if the company isn't short on money, you can't just throw it away like that. The speaker was Li Mingnan, the vice president of Minghai Group, primarily responsible for their company's capital investments. Therefore, he had a mix of admiration and anticipation for the spectacle, considering Su Yingkai and Zheng Qitian were willing to spend such a large amount on advertising. In his assessment, the highest price for a commercial in current television programs was only about 150,000. Haha, everyone needs to be impulsive once in a while. Su Yingkai leaned back in his chair, leisurely sipping tea, and said, I think Wang Hao's program is quite good. Mr. Liu must have shown you the live recording, right? How intense was the scene? After watching programs for so many years, have you encountered anything hotter? Yes, exactly. Zheng Qitian also laughed and added, Mr. Su is right. He who acts quickly gets, he who is slow misses out. Opportunities often come and go in the blink of an eye, and time is often the most valuable. It's just a pity I couldn't secure the deal yesterday. This Wang Hao is quite something. Keeping his cool at such a price is not easy. What does a youngster know? Li Mingnan said dismissively. Cable TV ratings have been declining over the past 2 years, and the market's tastes are becoming more and more complex. Who knows if this program can really take off? Sure, the scenes on site are explosive, but it's another matter whether the viewers in front of the TV will buy it. You're just too worried. Su Yingkai took a sip of tea and said calmly, My money hasn't been spent yet, and the contract hasn't been signed. When the time comes, won't we know once we look at the ratings? Let's look at the ratings. Li Mingnan nodded and said, Talking more is useless. Ratings are the foundation of everything. While the group was discussing, a young man suddenly burst into the studio, ran up to Jinan TV's director Liu Qixing, panting, and said anxiously, Mr. Liu, there's trouble. Our station has been surrounded by journalists. Over 100 of them. The security couldn't hold them back, and now those journalists have rushed up here. What did you say? Hearing this, Liu Qixing was immediately shocked and anxiously asked, What's going on? I didn't invite any journalists. Today we're just tallying the ratings. What on earth do those journalists want? Before he could finish speaking, the studio door had already been burst open. Then a massive swarm of journalists carrying cameras and microphones rushed in. There were at least 200 or more journalists. It was clear the young man had underestimated the number. As it goes with journalists, they tend to hold back when few in number. But once they multiply, their boldness knows no bounds. As the journalists rushed in, they didn't give Liu Qixing a chance to react. They immediately set up their cameras and microphones, directing all lenses towards the central ratings board in the hall. Considering tonight was the official premiere of If You Are the One, the first day's ratings were extremely important and would serve as a fundamental reference for the future impact of the program. Thus, Liu Qixing had invited everyone from the station and the present executives to come and see the ratings for themselves. After all, however much he could invite people over, that was considered internal information, and those present weren't the ones to leak secrets. But the presence of journalists changed everything. They would report it directly. You all, why have you come? Liu Qixing rushed over, sweating profusely. He intended to ask the journalists to pack up and leave, but contrary to his wishes, a group of journalists immediately thrust their microphones in his face. Mr. Liu, we've received news that tonight's If You Are the One will have a live broadcast of the ratings. What are your expectations for the ratings? Mr. Liu, is Mr. Wang Hao here? We'd like to interview him to see what his expectations are for the program he's planned. Mr. Liu, Do you believe that this program's ratings can break 2%? The crowd barraged him with questions, which bewildered Lu Qixing. No, this wasn't right. He intended to have them leave, but they had started interviewing already? Looking at the cameras and microphones of the journalists present, Lu Qixing gulped nervously. Brother Hao, I did my best. Lu Qixing tried to keep everyone's expectations as low as possible, because if he set them too high and they weren't met, wouldn't that be embarrassing? So he slowly said, Firstly, I'd like to thank all the journalists for coming. Our program does indeed have expectations. My personal goal is for it to reach 1.5%, which would be good. If we're lucky enough to hit 2%, of course, that would be even better. 1.5%, the requirement should be achievable, right? A reporter asked. I'm not afraid of the probable, but of the improbable. What if the viewers don't buy in? What if, for example, the ratings don't even reach 1%? Well, Lu Qixing broke out in a sweat, trying to think of how to answer, when suddenly he saw Wang Hao with his agent Xia Sueki burst through the door, and he rushed over without a second thought. Wang Hao is here. If you have any questions, ask him. Whoosh. As soon as the reporters heard Lu Qixing's words, they swarmed over, microphones almost shoved into Wang Hao's mouth. Mr. Wang Hao, what are your expectations for your program? What do you think the ratings for your program will be? Mr. Wang Hao, do you think your program will be a hit? Oh, for the love of Pete, what's going on here? Wang Hao stared dumbfounded at the reporters and asked in surprise, What's happening? Where did you all pop up from? He actually dared to say we reporters popped up out of nowhere. Thumbs down. A group of reporters gave a thumbs down first, then continued to ask, Mr. Wang Hao, what do you think the ratings for your program will be? A modest 2.5% should do. Wang Hao pondered. Well, in his previous life this program's ratings were always around 3%. Entertainment isn't as developed in this world, so this figure should be attainable. His response was already quite understated, but to his surprise, as soon as this figure left his mouth, the entire room was in an uproar. All the reporters were stunned. 2.5%. The highest rating for a program in this time slot has only been around 2.7%. Where does your confidence come from? Yeah, there was one episode that featured 4 major stars as guests that just barely broke 3% in ratings. Do you think your program can rate that high? Mr. Wang Hao, are you just bragging? Mr. Lu, the station head at the side, instantly broke out into a sweat, with beads the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead. My dear brother, I'd even feel nervous claiming 1.5%. You just went straight for 2.5%. This could take years off my life. If it doesn't reach that, the resulting situation could be hilarious. At that moment, he wished he could tear off the face of every reporter present. Of course, the first face he'd want to tear off had to be that of the third gunner who brought the reporters. Sitting in a corner, Wei Ming looked at the incredulous faces of the reporters and almost laughed himself into a stomachache. Ha! 2.5%. Can you be any more confident? I can't wait to see how you'll handle it when your program fails to hit that number. Mr. Zheng and Mr. Su definitely won't be able to save face. I'm at least 80% sure they'll choose to work with our TV station instead. Ha! You must be joking, right? A reporter stepped forward. Everyone present who had interacted with him knew that this reporter was a sharp-tongued journalist from the Eastern Times named Lu Gang. Lu Gang asked, Do you know how low the ratings for the previous program were? Do you know what the peak was for the first episode of the new show? Wang Hao was cluelessly bewildered. I have no idea. What's up? The reporters immediately burst into laughter. Total outsider. Write this down. We've got a headline for tomorrow. Lu Gang snorted and continued to press. Have you ever worked on a variety show before? No. Wang Hao shook his head. But is 2.5% really that high? Chapter 263. What's happening? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, the reporters suddenly exclaimed, Holy shit, that's wild. Quick, get it all on camera. It's been such a long time since we've had such big news. He doesn't even know the ratings of other stations and dares claim his show will have a 2.5% viewership rating. Lu Qixing broke into a sweat as the entire program team was flabbergasted. For goodness sake, we never spotted this habit of bragging before. If we had known, we would never have let you meet the reporters. Oh heavens. The reporters wanted to continue questioning, but at that moment, the bell tolled 10 times, and the show, If You Are the One, which had grabbed countless people's attention, or rather, had been eagerly anticipated, finally premiered. At the same time, Lu Gang smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Wang Hao, the show has started. Remember, I am Lu Gang, a reporter from Eastern Times. I'd like to have an exclusive interview with you after the program ends." Wang Hao replied, "No problem. It's starting. It's starting." Finally, it was time. Everyone quieted down to watch the show. Meanwhile, on the big screen of the ratings monitoring equipment located at the very front of the broadcasting hall, a row of data appeared. Dream Home Makeover, Zhonghu TV, start time 21:45, end time 23:45, ratings 2.231%. Open Sesame, Eastern TV, start time 21:16, end time 23:18, ratings 2.093%. Eastern Melodrama, Tianjin TV, start time 20:58, end time 23:16, ratings 1.862%. Humor Observer, Liaobei TV, start time 20:36, end time 22:32, ratings 1.635%. Transforming Star Residence, Dongnan TV, start time 21:05, end time 22:51, ratings 1.358%. Culinary Quest for Truth, If You Are the One, Jinan TV, start time 22:02, end time 23:56, ratings 0%. What's going on? Many reporters were confused by the situation. Glancing at the numbers on the monitoring equipment, they whispered to the TV station staff present, "The show's rating can't actually be 0, right?" "Ratings are calculated every 10 minutes, answered a staff member, looking at them as if they were aliens. "What did you think? That it's calculated every second? Do you realize how much data that would involve? Those numbers are the ratings for programs from various stations at the same time, which can serve as a reference." "Oh, I see." The reporters nodded, swiftly positioning their cameras. As the show had officially begun, the music started playing, and everyone's eyes were drawn to the large screen broadcasting live. When the 24 female guests made their entrance, people in the audience exclaimed, "The quality of these female guests is really high." The reporters were also very surprised since this was their first time seeing the If You Are the One program. In a blink, 10 minutes passed, and the numbers on the monitoring equipment finally changed. Dream Home Makeover, ratings 2.314%. Open Sesame, ratings 2.075%. Eastern Melodrama, ratings 1.851%. Humor Observer, ratings 1.603%. Transforming Star Residence, ratings 1.321%. If You Are the One, ratings 0.635%. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The ratings for If You Are the One in its first 10 minutes were only 0.635%, putting it in just the 68th place. Meng Fei, sitting among the crowd, covered his face. It was over. This was a complete disaster. After a brief silence, all the reporters burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, a 0.635% viewership rating. Just a moment ago he said a 2.5% would do fine, but it looks like that was talking big. No kidding. Wow, the bragging really blew up this time, huh? 0.635%. Ranked 68th. Such a pain to even look for it." Wei Ming was also in the corner, holding his stomach and laughing uproariously, laughing and slapping his thigh. "Huh? A rating of 0.635. Now that's truly astonishing. Looks like these two bosses won't be able to escape this time." All the TV station members had exceptionally grim faces, with quite a few staff burying their heads outright. Today really was a monumental embarrassment. Lu Qixing was neither sitting nor standing comfortably as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Stealthily, he found an employee and asked, "Where's Wang Hao? What's he doing?" Those journalists are about to die laughing. At that moment, the journalists also started looking for him, wanting to see Wang Hao's expression. That's when Lu Gang called out loudly, "Wang Hao is here." The reporters all followed the direction, and then the entire studio suddenly fell silent. From nowhere came the faint sound of Wang Hao snoring. Hoo-hoo. The guy was actually resting his head on his agent Xia Sueki's thigh. This time Lu Qixing completely lost it. This. Suddenly, all the journalists burst into hysterical laughter, many unable to even straighten their waists, and the entire studio echoed with almost sky-splitting laughter. Ha! The executives at the front were also smiling ear to ear. Li Mingnan chuckled. Zhang, looks like you can be blindsided too, huh? The executives beside him also laughed. Yeah, luckily you didn't seal the deal yesterday. Otherwise you'd have suffered a huge loss. Wang Hao hoo-hoo. Lu Qixing. It's over. He had already mentally prepared himself that after this show ended, the journalists would definitely hound him to death. The program continued, and soon the ratings for the second 10-minute segment were being tallied. The numbers on the ratings tracking device began to change. Dream Renovators. Rating, 2.264%. Open Sesame. Rating, 2.023%. Eastern TV Drama Watch. Rating, 1.765%. If You Are the One. Rating, 0.762%. Ranked 52nd. Everybody's eyes bulged, and the staff at Jinan TV station exclaimed in surprise. The rating is actually rising. Up to 52nd place. Just 10 minutes, and it's already risen by 0.13 percentage points. Haha. Awesome. After all, they were the show's staff, and naturally they were thrilled about the rising rating. But hearing their cheers, Lu Gang let out a snide chuckle. A 0.13-point increase in 10 minutes. Heh, that's slow going. The journalists also quickly aimed their cameras at the screen, laughing while filming. Oh, it's gone up. Gotta congratulate them, haha. Yeah, up by 0.13 points. Well, I estimate by 11 it might reach 1%. Wei Ming also laughed uproariously. Haha, ranking first is still our TV station, 2.26%. Look at our data. Wang Hao lay on Xia Sweki's thigh, sleeping ever so sweetly. Hoo-hoo. As time ticked by, before long, the third 10-minute ratings count came out. If You Are the One. Rating, 0.996%, ranked 28th. If before people were just a bit surprised, this time they were absolutely delighted. Damn, keep it up. Nearly breaking through 1%. This 10 minutes it actually went up by 0.23 points. Amazing. Such an impressive increase. The staff at Jinan TV grew even more expectant, while Lu Gang was beaming. At 10:30, the ratings were less than 1%. Ha! Many audience members are getting ready for bed by this time. Next count, I'll give a generous estimate, 1.1%, and that'll be it. Lu Qixing kept wiping his sweat, praying ceaselessly in his heart. It has to break 1%. It has to break 1%. Soon, the fourth 10 minutes passed, and this time the rating statistics had everyone dumbstruck. If You Are the One. Rating, 1.366%, ranked 12th. When the number came out, the entire place went quiet in an instant. What's going on? Isn't this the time when everyone should be getting ready for bed? But why are the ratings starting to soar? Chapter 264. All confused. Many in the audience asked with confusion, what's going on here? The ratings are actually starting to accelerate at this time slot. So strange. I've never seen this happen before. Yeah, look at the earlier programs. Their ratings were all slowly dropping. The journalists were all dumbfounded, unable to make heads or tails of it. Weird. Is there something wrong with the ratings calculation? They're accelerating during this time slot. It obviously doesn't seem right. Lu Gang frowned and said, what's happening? Are the ratings messing with us? As everyone was questioning, someone with sharp eyes pointed at the big screen and shouted, it's because the humor show on Liao Bei TV just finished broadcasting. That program ended at 10:32. After these words came out, the entire venue exploded. So that's why. Yeah, it looks like the audience from that program has started to shift over here. Awesome, that's a shift of 0.4 points right there. Insane. With this momentum, breaking 1.5 should be no problem. Lu Qixing stared in disbelief. We're talking about 1.5 points here. If it really breaks through. I can rest easy now. At this moment, the reporters in the venue finally began to get serious, and Lu Gang's expression turned grave. Wei Ming, who was sitting in the corner, gaped. Could this really be happening? A shift of 0.4 points from one program directly to another? Soon, the venue quieted down, and as the fifth 10-minute period passed, the ratings data updated again. Dream Home Makeover. Ratings, 2.114%. Open Sesame. Ratings, 1.925%. Eastern TV watches drama. Ratings, 1.761%. If You Are the One. Ratings, 1.692%. Ranking, 4th place. The entire venue went wild, and all the members of Jinan TV station cheered. Ha ha. We broke through 1.5 points. Ranked 4th. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The rating shot up a whole point. Simply mind-blowing. Today is just unbelievable. Truly an eye-opener. Ratings nearing 1.7 at 11 p.m., ranked 4th. Liu Gang sat bolt upright, staring at the big screen with disbelief in his eyes. How could ratings soar like this in the middle of the night? Directly pulling nearly half of the audience from the just-ended program 2 hours. This can't be possible. Wei Ming, sitting in the corner, almost had his eyes popping out. What's happening? At this late hour, they've climbed 0.33 percentage points in just 10 minutes. Damn, this must be cheating, right? This has to be cheating. Lying across Xia Sueki's thighs, Wang Hao breathed softly. Huff, huff. By this time, everyone below was speechless. When the next ratings data came, it would be 11 p.m., a time slot belonging to the midnight show when most people choose to sleep. Could the program's ratings continue to rise? At this moment, everyone fell silent. Now the program was no longer important. What mattered was whether the ratings would go up or down in the next 10 minutes. Liu Gang sat in his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the big screen showing the statistical data, thinking to himself, the program should have peaked by now. After all, it's 11 p.m., and the ratings can only go down from here, not up. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the bell tolled for 11 p.m., and the numbers on the big screen changed once more. If You Are the One. Ratings, 2.154%. Dream Home Makeover. Ratings, 2.073%. Open Sesame. Ratings, 1.742%. Everyone sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. They broke 2. They actually breached 2 points in ratings at 11 p.m. on their first day of broadcasting. And during the same time slot, they ranked first in ratings. Heaven, the ratings just broke 2%. Now that's impressive. Yeah, it's really not easy to have such an incredible debut nowadays. It's so freaking awesome that the ratings didn't just hold steady, they actually went up. We're number 1, haha. We're number 1. Sitting amidst the crowd, Meng Fei clenched his fists in excitement. 2%. Ha ha ha, 2%. Meng Fei, finally have a program that broke 2%. Brother Hao, from now on, you are my god, ha ha. Wang Hao huff huff. When the results came in this time, everyone was utterly shocked. After the shock subsided, the mood of the crowd was distinctly different. With a rating of 2% at this time slot, I'm not sure what the retention rate is, but it better not get lower. It must hold steady. It really has to hold steady. As long as the next batch of ratings doesn't fall below 2%, we'll have succeeded. Even the senior executives in the front were discussing. A 2% start is impressive. Let's see the follow-up. Li Mingnan's eyes bulged with disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my god, the ratings have broken 2% at this time slot. Hee. Let's see what the retention rate is," Zheng Qitian said with a smile. The retention rate of the program is what's most important because it indicates how many die-hard fans there are. Generally, only die-hard fans are most willing to buy advertising products. How about that? I told you this show was good, Su Yingkai boasted proudly at that moment. I ran over here the first thing after I saw it live. That's what they call the early bird gets the worm. Sitting not far away, Liu Gang was also full of disbelief. How is this possible? During this time slot, all other programs' ratings are falling, yet his program is actually rising. Wei Ming's face turned ashen. Eastern TV's Transforming Star Residence has ended, and he snatched away another 0.4 points. We're done for. By this time, many programs had begun to end their broadcast, officially entering the late-night slot where ratings plummet. Soon, the next set of ratings was released. If You Are the One. Ratings, 2.617%. In an instant, the whole place went silent. Achieving a rating of above 2% at 11 o'clock at night was already a remarkable achievement, but unexpectedly, at this time slot, the The ratings for If You Are the One actually began to climb rapidly. It had risen 0.45% in just 10 minutes, reaching a rating of 2.6%. After a brief silence, the entire studio burst into chaos. It's the retention rate. Such a high retention rate. Dear Lord, it was 2.1% at 11 o'clock, and it's gone up to 2.6% in just 10 minutes. It's the late-night slot. This is the late-night slot. Will it continue to rise? The ratings are climbing like this, which means most of the audience must be stopping at this channel and not switching away. It's simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Nobody expected the program to start a counterattack at 11 o'clock at night. By this stage, no one cared what the program was actually about anymore. All eyes were glued to the data on the big screen. As people chatted and watched the TV, 5 minutes whisked by, and soon, the numbers on the ratings monitoring equipment changed again. If You Are the One. Ratings, 3.117%. Everyone in the place was dumbfounded. By 11:20 at night, the overall rating had actually broken 3. Am I dreaming, or what? The ratings for this time slot have broken 3%. Yeah, it's now 11:20, and the ratings have actually broken 3% and are still rising rapidly. Meng Fei was also stunned. Originally, he thought that a rating of 2.5% would be more than enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. But now that number told him that 2.5% wasn't the peak, but merely the beginning, just the beginning. Goodness me, this is the pace to obliterate all other entertainment shows. The late-night slot with a rating of 3.1%. The program continued, and another 10 minutes passed, and the numbers changed yet again. If You Are the One. Ratings, 3.824%. Chapter 265 broke the record. Everyone gasped deeply. The ratings didn't just stabilize, they were actually skyrocketing. Holy cow, how is that even possible? To so effortlessly break through the 3% barrier and start heading towards 4%. That's 4%. One of the highest acknowledged rating steps within the industry. In the Heavenly People's Republic, for any show, ratings below 4% and above 4% are absolutely two different concepts. Damn, why didn't I secure the advertisement spot yesterday? Su Inkai said, fiercely slapping his thigh. I should have offered $1 million. Just secure the ad spot at a 3.3% rating. Indeed, the quick ones get it, the slow ones miss it. Zhang Qitian subconsciously glanced around at the other executives, seeing their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves. He knew today's event was huge. Lu Gang was completely dumbfounded. 3.8% ratings at 11:30 in the middle of the night. Time continued. Quickly another 10 minutes passed. The numbers kept changing. If You Are the One. Ratings, 4.915%. The ratings were still climbing. Now everyone was finding it hard to believe their own eyes. What's happening? Breaking through the 4% threshold was one thing, but it's still rising. And the rise was a whole percentage point. This was freakishly unbelievable. At this point, everyone present didn't know what to say, and the reporters present were utterly stunned. Damn, this is really... Everyone didn't know what to say anymore. At 11:40 at midnight, the ratings soared to 4.9%. It's terrifying. This is just too terrifying. Total ratings reaching 4.9%. Good heavens, what can I say? The executives present began to get restless. We must secure this program's advertising slots. A few, who didn't have much say in their companies, immediately went outside to make phone calls. Hello, boss, it's me. Yes, If You Are the One reached 4.9% ratings. Boss, you have to come over quickly. The ratings are almost breaking 5. As they made calls outside, the ratings continued to climb. If You Are the One. Ratings, 5.787%. Still rising. Not only did it comfortably exceed 5% ratings, it actually kept climbing, up to 5.8%. It was already 11:50 at midnight. Achieving 1% ratings in this time slot was already impressive since many people were preparing to sleep, but this, If You Are the One. At this point, people had forgotten to watch the actual program. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ratings numbers. 5.78. 5.78. Go. About to break 6%. We're close, so close. Can we witness history? This is defying the heavens. 11:50 at midnight. Ratings about to break 6%. Meng Fei was dumbstruck. His hosted show was having a day where it broke 5% ratings. All journalists were flabbergasted. Damn, this is going to set a new ratings record. These entertainment journalists remembered very clearly one previous program that invited Ice Princess Bai Yining as a guest achieved an incredible 6.39% ratings for that episode. But that was the prime time slot from 8 to 10 p.m., and they had been publicizing it for over half a month. Yet now, Wei Ming had completely lost it. This is absolutely cheating. Does this show really deserve such high ratings? It's over. It's really over now. Mr. Zheng and Mr. Su will definitely not choose our station anymore. Lu Gang was utterly dumbfounded. This. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and the figures on the big screen changed for the last time. If you are the one. Ratings, 6.588%. Everyone fell silent, and after a brief moment of quiet, the whole crowd burst into cheers. Ha! Ratings of 6.588. A record for the Heavenly People's Republic. Awesome. Totally awesome. Brother Hao is invincible. He broke the record. And during this time slot too. This is just, am I dreaming right now? Meanwhile, another piece of data that had just been calculated finally appeared on the big screen. Overall viewer retention rate, 84.687%. Wang Hao huff. A retention rate of 84%. Holy shit. This is too awesome. Now that's what I call a massive success. It means that out of 100 people who watch, 84 didn't change the channel. Holy shit. What does retention rate mean? It shows just how many diehard fans the show really has. After all, when people watch TV, they tend to channel surf, watching a bit of one channel, then switching if they're not satisfied, and then switching again if the next one doesn't satisfy. But with If You Are the One, the viewer retention rate was an astonishing 84%. Am I dreaming? Lu Qixing was totally dumbstruck. Such terrifying ratings, especially considering it was now midnight. A program at this time slot achieving a rating of 6.6 and a retention rate of 84%. This is simply an out-of-this-world achievement. And it didn't stop there. It even broke the previous national record. All the reporters were astounded. Lu Gang was completely bewildered. He didn't even know what to say anymore. Earlier, when Wang Hao mentioned a rating of 2.5, he hadn't stopped mocking him. But now, after a moment of stunned silence, the explosion of excitement followed. All the reporters rushed to the corner where Wang Hao was sleeping, and when they saw him, they were instantly dumbstruck. Too awesome, so composed. To think he could still sleep at a time like this. Of course, sleep was now impossible. With a crowd of microphones all pointing at Wang Hao and cameras all trained on him, those at the back started moving stools over. Some even brought poles, surrounding him with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. What's with all this chaos? Unable to sleep with all this commotion, Wang Hao sat up, looked around, and asked, "What are you all crowding around me for?" Xia Sueki nudged him and whispered, "Brother Hao, the show's finished broadcasting. The ratings hit 6.6%. They want to interview you." "Oh, ratings of 6.6%? That's not bad." Wang Hao chuckled and said, "Didn't I tell you earlier? 2.5 is quite high. Isn't it quite impressive? 6.6% in ratings. Dude, do you even understand the concept of 6.6? Just not bad?" The reporters instantly boiled over. "Mr. Wang Hao, what are your thoughts on your show achieving such high ratings?" "Mr. Wang Hao, wake up. Your show has finished broadcasting. With ratings of 6.6%, could you please?" Mr. Wang Hao, please accept our exclusive interview." The crowd buzzed anxiously, everyone talking at once, turning the whole scene into a noisy uproar. Chapter 266. The whole world has gone mad. Slow down, one at a time. Who do I even answer with all this? Chaos. When the subject of interviews came up, Wang Hao remembered something and looked around. Where's Lu Gang? Didn't he just say he was going to give me an exclusive interview? Lu Gang. All the reporters started shouting loudly. "Lu Gang. Brother Hao is calling for you to give him the exclusive interview." But despite their calls, there was no answer for a while. The journalists began searching as a group, and soon they heard Wang Hao say, "Hey, that one walking towards the exit, that's you, right? Lu Gang." Hearing Wang Hao's call, Lu Gang, who was sneaking towards the door, was completely embarrassed. This time, he was in real trouble. He had no choice. He had mocked Wang Hao in front of so many people, and now that the ratings were out, he was the one who had been slapped in the face the hardest. Now, he had become the laughingstock of the journalist community. How could he still have the face to conduct an exclusive interview for Wang Hao with so many reporters around? They would laugh him to death. Lu Gang grabbed his stomach, bursting into sweat as he ran outside. My stomach hurts. You all interview first. I'm going to the restroom. He really couldn't face anyone this time. Ha ha ha. Scared him off. Everyone at the scene laughed together, with the program crew members laughing the loudest. They couldn't help it. Lu Gang had been far too aggressive before. Hey, don't run. Wang Hao continued to shout. Are you still giving me the exclusive interview, or not? If you're not, I'm going back to sleep. Seriously, can't even keep your word. He stood up and started walking out, yawning as he went. I'm going back to sleep then. If you've got anything, ask my agent. I'm so sleepy, Xia Sweki. Brother Hao, don't go. These reporters are going to devour me. She really wanted to follow Wang Hao's steps, but she had no choice. She was paid to work, and if she, as his agent, didn't step up now, what use would she be? Miss Agent, how are you feeling at this moment? Miss Agent, would you agree to an exclusive interview with our website? Miss Agent. Faced with at least 200 reporters, Xia Sweki was completely dazed. Is there any chance I'm getting sleep tonight? Meanwhile, Zheng Qitian was happily waving a card to Li Mingnan, saying, I'm really sorry, Mr. Li, but I already have a spot for the If You Are the One auction tomorrow. I'm going to head off to bed. If you want to participate in the auction, you'd better move fast. Wang Hao did say there were only 8 spots. Su Yingkai also laughed. I have 1 spot, too. So, that means there are only 6 spots left. Wow, an audience retention rate of 84%. This show is great. Li Mingnan was dazed for a good while, then suddenly yanked off his tie and charged towards Xia Sweki. Miss Agent, you must secure an advertising auction spot for me. Miss Agent. With him taking the lead, the other company executives finally caught on, and they all rushed forward. Miss Agent, our company is willing to bid high for the advertising. Miss Agent, please ensure we get a spot for our company. Watching the practically riotous studio, Wei Ming was utterly defeated. It's over. It's really over now. Not only will the ad be impossible to get, but all the other ads on our TV station might be blown too. His repeated efforts previously had now turned out to be futile in the face of Wang Hao's tactics. Director Lu. On the other side, a young man rushed in, shouting, There's trouble. The phone lines for If You Are the One on our TV station are about to explode. Lu Qixing was sweating profusely, but this time he was ecstatic. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. What's happening? It's from the audience, the young man said excitedly. Many viewers have said they started watching the show halfway through and want to know when it will be replayed. They're saying they haven't seen enough, and they're disappointed they missed the first part. Replay, we must replay, Lu Qixing said urgently. Tomorrow night. No, it's already Sunday, isn't it? Then tonight. Tonight's program will be pulled to replay, If You Are the One. Go quickly. Okay, I'm on it. The whole world's gone mad. For the entire morning, people at Jinan TV station were ridiculously busy. That bunch of reporters would grab any employee from the TV station and bombard them with a deluge of questions about If You Are the One. Even the cleaning lady who swept the toilets was caught by a reporter and pulled into a corner. She nearly cried harassment before she realized they were asking about the show. She expressed her total bewilderment and was then interviewed very politely, with the reporter being as courteous as can be. Meng Fei was also swamped that day. As the host of If You Are the One, he'd become the main target of the reporters. Since he'd been at Jinan TV station, he had never faced so many flashing lights. He was so excited that he was trembling and almost couldn't speak properly. The reporters present said they could understand. Anyone would be excited in his shoes. What could he do, knowing his former net worth? Invited by friends to host a wedding, he'd make just 2,000 yuan and would have to comply with all kinds of demands. Making money was no easy task. But now, just that morning, he'd received at least 30 phone calls, all from various wealthy folk. The lowest bid was 30,000. a 15-fold increase in his rates. Excited, his eyes were sparkling like he was on drugs, as bright as 200-watt light bulbs. His bald head, sleek and shiny, had become the darling of the reporters. It was too iconic to resist. In the station director's office, an assistant was reporting the day's developments to Lu Qixing. Lu Qixing hadn't closed his eyes all night, but even so, he was brimming with energy as he listened to his assistant's report. He couldn't be blamed. Anyone would feel the same. "Mr. Lu, I have great news, the assistant exclaimed excitedly. The ratings for our other programs have significantly increased. The program Focus Guide, which previously had a viewership of only 0.8%, now has a rating of 1.6%. Ha. Excellent. Lu Qixing slapped his thigh hard. Good. I knew my decision was brilliant and heroic. Is there more? Yes, the assistant said. A lot of viewers said they missed the beginning and are really looking forward to tonight's replay. Also, we've received 5,300 emails, all resumes wanting to be on the show, and over 300 phone calls. There's no helping it since the calls have to come one by one. The customer service staff at our station are overwhelmed. The customer service department has already started telling employees to buy more SIM cards and prepare for a total mobilization. A total mobilization to answer calls. That must be a first in the history of the Heavenly People's Republic. Buy them. We must buy them. Lu Qixing ordered fiercely. Prepare a spare phone for everyone, dedicated to taking calls from the viewers. Assistant, got it, I'm on this. On the streets of Zhonghong City, reporters from every major newspaper, magazine, and website seemed to have emerged from the woodwork. They would stop passers-by and ask, "Hello, did you watch If You Are the One Foot last night?" If the passerby answered yes, they would immediately be bombarded with questions by the reporters. But if they said no, the reporters would look at them with disdain. "You're so low if you didn't watch a show that had a midnight viewership of 6.6%, and then they would leave the confused pedestrian behind to interview the next person. Inside Baidu Tieba, a forum for If You Are the One was created, and, in less than 2 hours, the number of followers had already surpassed 30,000, with many people coming in to discuss. And that wasn't all. Topics related to If You Are the One were emerging all over the internet. On Weibo, the topic of the first episode of If You Are the One shot up to be the hottest topic of the day, with over 12 million clicks. Oh man, that was a good sleep. After a nice sleep, then getting up, washing up, getting dressed. But the moment Wang Hao saw Xia Sueki, he was stunned. Holy shit, what happened? At that time, Xia Sueki looked a mess. Hair everywhere, dark circles under her eyes, sitting there looking as if she had just been listless and dejected. Chapter 267, 1 million. Brother Hao, you must have slept so comfortably, Xia Sueki, like she was sleepwalking, complained miserably. I didn't sleep at all last night. Do you have any idea how many calls I received last night and this morning? Wang Hao widened his eyes. How many? A full 206. Xia Sueki's expression was on the verge of tears. The phone never stopped ringing. Countless people asking if there were any spots left for today's auction. And of course, there were those causing trouble and even threatening me. Wang Hao, damn. Thankfully I found an agent back then. Otherwise, answering all these calls would have killed me. So now, Wang Hao glanced at Xia Sueki's phone in her hand. No more calls. Yeah, Xia Sueki's body swayed as she spoke. Phone's battery died. So of course, no more calls. Wang Hao, look at this poor thing. Don't worry, after the ad auction, I'll give you a raise. That certainly was needed. And speaking of which, this girl's character is quite good, deserving a bit of extra care. Why don't you take a nap now? Sleep? What sleep? Xia Sueki staggered into the restroom. The ad auction is about to start. I'm going to put on makeup now, and after the auction, I'll report the work of this period to you before I sleep. I'm all in today. You could tell she was really worked up. The fact she used the term, I'm all in today, says it all. Wang Hao. That's terrifying, really terrifying. Half an hour later, inside the grand conference room of the Jinan TV building. By then, the room had already gathered more than 40 people, almost all of whom were CEOs and vice presidents of large companies, including various executives, coming for one purpose only, the If You Are the One ad spot auction. Haha, Li, you made it? Zheng Qitian greeted Li Mingnan, who seemed downcast, with a laugh. So, did you manage to grab an auction spot yesterday? Don't even mention it. I didn't. Li Mingnan felt utterly defeated and said dejectedly. I was just too slow. Some of the executives sneakily got in first. Yeah, we should definitely criticize that. Su Inkai said with a beaming smile. I told you so. You snooze, you lose. You didn't act quickly, and now you've missed a great opportunity. You'll have to wait at least another year. Inevitably, the phenomenal retention rate of if you are the one drew in executives who, if they were interested in buying ad spots, would definitely apply for auction slots as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Li Mingnan had previously mocked the show for not being good enough. Now he was slapped in the face, figuratively speaking. Enough talk. Let's go inside, Zheng Qitian said with a smile, walking towards one of the 8 frontmost seats where executives like him, holding auction slots, were seated. As for Li Mingnan, he would probably have to just watch the excitement from the back. Soon, the clock struck 10 in the morning, and the If You Are the One small-scale ad spot auction officially began. Since this was more of an internal auction, there were no journalists present. The venue was quite simple, just 2 rows of chairs with a display stand at the front, and of course, a big screen. Xia Sueki gracefully walked onto the stage. After careful makeup, she looked much more normal. After glancing at the executives present, Xia Sueki smiled and said, Welcome everyone to the If You Are the One ad spot auction. I am Xia Sueki, agent for teacher Wang Hao. The executives in attendance responded with enthusiastic applause, as Li Mingnan hung his head dejectedly. I'm not part of this. Since this is a small-scale auction, and everyone here was also present yesterday, I won't say much, Xia Sueki continued to smile. So now, let's start the auction. With a pause, she resumed with a smile. We have only 4 premium spots for auction, listed in order from smallest to largest. There is 1 episode per week, which means there are 52 episodes per year. Of course, the Retian Group's official website has now launched, and If You Are the One will be rebroadcast there, so the advertising effect is quite impressive. With her introduction complete, the executives present were already quite excited. After all, this was the record-breaking show that could still reach a 6.6% viewership rating at midnight. And now almost all the entertainment news was about If You Are the One's ratings, believed to rise even further in the future. Advertising during such a show would naturally have great effects. We all understand, Duobao Group's president, Zheng Qitian, said with a smile. Miss Xia, please start. It's clear you're quite tired too. I heard you haven't slept since yesterday. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Zheng, Xia Sueki smiled, then turned on the big screen, which displayed the live If You Are the One set, with the camera angles focusing more on the surrounding walls. Xia Sueki explained, the first ad spot, banner posters on the walls. This spot will get 8 shots per episode. Starting bid is 110,000 per episode, with increments of 5,000. Please place your bids. I must say, the first ad spot at the opening of the auction was hugely attractive to the people present, but it was actually the smallest. All the executives in the back who didn't qualify to participate in the auction swallowed their saliva like crazy. The effectiveness of such an ad spot was beyond doubt, and whoever snagged it would make a fortune. Damn. Li Mingnan, I'm not in it. Mr. Zheng, this ad spot is pretty good, Su Inkai said with a smile. Do you have any thoughts on it? Let's pass on this one. Zheng Qitian shook his head. This spot is nice, but I'm more interested in the ads later on. Yeah, I'll wait and see too, said Su Inkai. No rush. At this moment, the bidding among the guests had already started. 105,000, 110,000, 120,000, 160,000, 180,000. After all, this was just a warm-up act. In the end, the ad spot sold for 230,000 per episode for a year. Next up is the second ad spot, Xia Sueki. Continued with the introduction of the second position, which was situated above the lights on the podium in front of the 24 female guests. 24 podium lights, each bearing the same word, suitable for displaying a company's name in the ad. The camera lingers on it for about 20 to 30 times per episode. The starting bid is 150,000 per episode, with increments of 5,000. Please place your bids. This spot was indeed much stronger than the first, and several of the executives below immediately began a fierce competition. 155,000, 170,000, 190,000, 240,000, 260,000. To be honest, Zhang Qitian was also tempted by this position, but after thinking it over, he shook his head again. This was only the second one. What sort of spots would be coming up next? The ad spot finally sold for 350,000 per episode. Li Mingnan, still not my share. After the first two spots were sold, the main event finally arrived. The third ad spot, Xia Sueki tapped the big screen, and this time the third ad spot finally appears. An icon in the bottom right corner of the screen, continuous throughout the entire show until the end. The starting bid is 300,000, with increments of 20,000. Please place your bids. As soon as this ad spot came out, the whole venue first fell silent, and then it exploded. God, this ad spot is definitely the most powerful one. Yes, this position is incredibly potent. That viewership, and it's continuous throughout. Arg, I don't have a slot. This time, Li Mingnan's saliva was practically dripping. This spot is just, damn, still not my share, Seeing this ad spot, all the remaining 6 qualified executives got excited. The effectiveness of this ad. An executive didn't hesitate to start the bidding. 320,000. The others followed suit quickly. 340,000. 400,000. The crowd kept raising the stakes, and in the blink of an eye, the price was jacked up to 700,000. And at this juncture, Su Yingkai decisively raised his bidding sign. 1 million. Silence. Everyone in the place fell silent. For this ad spot, Mr. Su Yingkai, actually offered 1 million. 52 episodes a year. That's 50 million. 50 million. Spending 50 million in a year on advertising. Oh God. Faced with this number, the few executives at the venue were stunned. They simply couldn't afford to top this price. Chapter 268. Indeed, receiving cash is the most gratifying. After all, although there were quite a few CEOs of listed companies present today, the few people who had bidding rights were a bit less powerful. An annual advertising expenditure of 60 million yuan was indeed high for them. Mr. Su bids 1 million yuan, any higher offers. Xia Sueki surveyed the crowd, and, seeing no one else speaking up, immediately brought down the hammer. Sold. Ha ha. That's what you call the early bird catches the worm, Su Yingkai said with squinted eyes. You have to be decisive for the good stuff. He didn't sell when we bid 700,000 before. This guy is really sly. Congratulations, congratulations, Zhang Qitian smiled. 1 million is a bargain for you. I can only wait for the last one. Hee hee, I'll take it for now. Su Yingkai was extremely satisfied with his acquisition today. This was a godsend with a viewership of 6.6%, and there were 2 episodes every week. The advertising impact of such a show, definitely worth 50 million. With the third advertisement slot sold, everyone was even more curious about the last advertising slot and where it would be. After all, the third slot could already be considered the most conspicuous with the longest duration. Could there be an even better spot in this show? The last one now, I wonder where it could be. Yeah, I'm really curious about this spot. Can it be better than the third? I estimate the fourth spot is 100% Mr. Zhang's, just don't know where it is. Everyone was very curious. Of course, by this time, the others were basically just there for show. It was all about what price Zhang Qitian would offer. The fourth advertising spot, Xia Sueki pointed at the big screen, smiling. The Love Consultants table. The starting bid is 300,000 yuan, with each increase of 20,000 yuan. It's actually there. All the people present were stunned. That spot. How much could it sell for? Then, just as everyone was curious, Zhang Qitian, who had been silent before, finally raised his paddle. 1 million. 1 million. Zhang Qitian actually started the bid at 1 million. This price immediately shocked everyone present. That was just a spot next to Wang Hao's table. Was it worth 1 million? Mr. Zheng bids 1 million, Xia Sueki asked. Any higher? 1 million once. 1 million twice. Sold. Old Zheng, you've got taste. As soon as Xia Sueki sold, left her mouth, Su Yingkai immediately gave Zhang Qitian a thumbs up. Just place your company's beverage there, and get a few shots in. It'll be hot. Hee hee, that's what I was thinking, Zhang Qitian nodded and smiled. This spot is the best advertising space for me. The auction thus concluded. The whole process was incredibly simple, but the gains Wang Hao made from this auction were enormous. In a lounge at the Jinan TV building, specially prepared for Wang Hao. Brother Hao. After the auction concluded, Xia Sueki came to report the final results to Wang Hao. All 4 advertising spots have been sold, totaling 2.58 million yuan per episode. Calculated at 8 episodes a month, that's 20.64 million yuan a month. 10% is 2.064 million yuan, minus 45%, as income tax leaves 1.1355 million yuan a month. Waha am. I now a tall, rich, and handsome man with a monthly income of over 1 million? Not bad, well done. Wang Hao smiled and said, when the first batch of advertising fees comes in, I'll give you a big red envelope. This agent turned out to be quite a bargain. The last thing brother wanted was trouble. Thank you, Brother Hao. Instantly, Xia Sueki felt it was worth being so tired. Her whole body was filled with energy. That's when Lu Qixing also came over. The old fellow was as excited as if he'd just drunk 2 kilograms of sorghum liquor. As soon as he entered, he shoved a card into Wang Hao's hand. Brother Hao, I won't say much. This is the hard work fee of 1 million we agreed upon before. Please make sure to accept it. Indeed, nothing beats the thrill of receiving cash. Wang Hao didn't hesitate to take the card, then smiled and said, I've set the tone with the first episode. The rest is up to your own operations. By the way, have you found the love consultant? Found them. Lu Qixing nodded vigorously. I contacted over a dozen consultants yesterday, planning to choose one from among them. Brother Hao, do you have any suggestions? He said this while handing a notebook to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took a look and one person immediately caught his eye. Lu Jia, male, 32 years old, psychological consultant, known for his poisonous tongue. That actually wasn't the most important thing. The truly critical point was, this guy was also bald. Waha, the combination of Meng Fei and Lu Jia will be fantastic. This is the one. Wang Hao made a decisive decision. I believe he'll have no problems working with Meng Fei. Okay, now Lu Qixing simply took Wang Hao's word as absolute, nodding immediately. Then it's him. Soon after Lu Qixing left, Xia Sueki sighed. Brother Hao, you are really incredible. A single word of yours could determine the life and death of a hit show. So many consultants, and yet it all depends on your word. What's that? That's called having an eye for talent. Wang Hao leaned back on the sofa, laughing. Learn from it. After a brief celebration, it was time for Xia Sueki to report the news summarized over this period. Brother Hao, in addition to the more than 200 phone calls regarding advertisements these past days, I've summarized 5 pieces of useful news for your review. Wang Hao nodded. Go ahead, let's hear it. Xia Sueki began to report. Singer Wang Tianming would like to request Brother Hao to write 2 songs. Wang Hao. No time. We'll see how I feel later. Zhonghu TV station wants Brother Hao to do a special interview about the domestic agent's view count. Wang Hao. I won't go. The hosts, they're just like making things difficult. All right. Xia Sueki looked at her notebook again, then said, the editor-in-chief Zheng Wenhui from Cool Song Music brought his friend Mr. Luo Xiwan, requesting to meet with you in detail. They've been waiting outside for over an hour. They're already here? Hearing this, Wang Hao immediately stroked his chin. If it were someone else, he would have put them off, but he had to give face to Mr. Zheng Wenhui, especially since he'd been of great help when Wang was starting out. Wang Hao nodded and said, call him in, then you go take a rest. Okay, Brother Hao. Hearing she could finally rest, Xia Sueki was nearly overjoyed, quickly heading off to get some sleep. Soon, Zheng Wenhui came in with a bald man. As soon as they saw Wang Hao, the bald man's eyes lit up as brightly as his bald head, and he hurried over, reaching out his hand first. Mr. Wang Hao, nice to meet you. I am Luo Xiwan, a good friend of Mr. Zheng. Hello. Hello. Wang Hao shook hands with him smilingly and said, I wonder, Mr. Luo, how may I help you? Chapter 269, Big Star Lan Zihuang. It's like this. Zheng Wenhui hurriedly introduced their relationship to Wang Hao. Luo is a good friend of mine who is now working as a music editor on a drama crew. Little brother, You know how important a theme song is for a TV series. It just so happens that the show Luo is working on still lacks a theme song, so he came to me for help. I thought for sure you'd be perfect for the job, so I brought him over. Actually, he did already reach out to you, but you've been busy, and we ended up dragging this until now. Ah, I see. Hello? Hello? Wang Hao finally understood and laughed. What's the big deal, I thought? Which drama needs a theme song? I'll explain. Luo Xuan sat down, took a deep breath, and sighed. When I heard the song Jiang Feng sang, it honestly sounded so good. Our crew is shooting a martial arts drama, and just happens to lack a theme song. Teacher Wang Hao, you also have this experience, so I thought about asking for your help. You've been rather busy these days, so this matter has dragged on until now. Actually, if it were just a theme song, it would still be manageable, but the troubling thing is, it's now more than just the theme song problem. It's not a problem with the theme song. Then what is it? What's really going on? Wang Hao asked curiously. What's bothering you so much? No choice, Luo Xuan replied bitterly. Our crew has hired a big star, named Lan Zihuang. She's very popular, although not as much as Miss Ice Princess, but still has a very high status among female actors. Wang Hao asked, then what? Well, Luo Xuan, feeling helpless, shook his head. Then she filmed half of the movie, complained that the script was too boring, and absolutely refused to resume work. She's now constantly staying in a 5-star hotel, and our crew has to keep her well fed and happy. Our scriptwriters have tried numerous solutions, changing the script no less than 10 times, but she's still not satisfied. I was thinking of asking teacher Wang Hao, since your programs on script and music are very popular, I felt you could definitely help us solve this trouble. This star is such a diva. Wang Hao listened, dumbstruck, complaints about the script stopping work, needing to stay in a 5-star hotel every day, and the crew still has to cater to her. That's incredible. Yes, Luo Xuan sighed deeply. Speaking of which, she has a lot of fans who are very loyal. For the sake of ratings, this project alone cost us 30 million to hire her, but now she complains about the script and won't work. There's really nothing we can do. Dealing with a diva starlet sure isn't easy, but after all, considering Zheng Wenhui's face, let's go take a look. Wang Hao nodded and said, all right, then I'll go take a look tomorrow. By the way, where is your crew filming? Is it far? Really? Hearing that Wang Hao actually agreed, Luo Xuan was overjoyed. Not far. Not far at all. It's in Hunglong Film and Television City in Jinhua, just about an hour and a half drive from Zhonghong City. Less than 200 kilometers in total. That's indeed not far. All right, then it's settled. Wang Hao laughed. I'll go take a look tomorrow and find out what this diva starlet is like. Trying to act high and mighty? No one could be a bigger diva than our ice princess. After Zheng Wenhui and Luo Xuan left, Wang Hao took out his phone and took a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's the end of the month. It's about time for Break the Heavens to be launched. Today was already the last day of the month, and by midnight, it would be time for Break the Heavens to go live. Sure enough, as soon as he logged into QQ, he saw the launch notification message from the editor, Wen Song. Wen Song, are you there? It goes live at midnight today. Do you still have manuscripts? A manuscript was definitely needed. Without one, what's the point of mixing? Wang Ritian. Yes, of course. Editor-in-chief, how many chapters should I release when it first goes live? After all, since this was his first book going live, it was better to ask. Wen Song, it's good you have manuscripts. When launching, see how it goes, but I suggest 4 to 6 chapters, then explode again the next day, and then update steadily after that. After all, web literature depends on stability. If you use up all your manuscripts in one go and something comes up like a headache or family issue without manuscripts, it'd be trouble. Wang Ritian. All right, no problem. I'm getting ready then. Wen Song. Okay, wish you big success. Closing the editor's chat window, Wang Hao soon saw messages from Long Yi and the others. Long Yi. Brother Hao, congratulations on the launch. All the members of the alliance are ready. Just waiting for midnight. Xiangwei. Brother Hao, good luck. Your book will definitely be a hit. Make them see. Divine Envoy. Dodo. I've pulled in a few more rich fans, said the book looks great, ready to serve when it launches. Near Hunglong Film and Television City, Room 5888, 5-star, Kaiwa Hotel. Jinhua. Lan Zihuang was lying on the bed, sighing deeply and feeling quite troubled. During this period, she was really conflicted. When the martial arts drama had first started, the plot seemed okay, but as filming continued, it became increasingly boring. By the latter part, she couldn't even understand what the scriptwriters were thinking. The story was a mess and could really drive a person insane. She was a popular female star herself with over 30 million followers on Weibo. She had accepted this film after seeing the initial script, which wasn't bad. But could anyone watch the latter part? Such a trashy movie would only deplete her popularity and serve no other purpose. A bunch of losers. Lan Zihuang cursed in frustration. The garbage they write can't even be filmed. Yet they say I'm acting like a diva. Humph. She ranted for a while. But since the contract was already signed, there was no way out. She just had to stay put. Forget it, I won't bother with those losers anymore. Lan Zihuang grabbed her phone, opened the QQ group, which made her feel a bit better. The stuff these scriptwriters come up with can't even compare to Break the Heavens. Upon entering the VIP group for Break the Heavens, Lan Zihuang immediately sent a message. Purple Phoenix. Today is the day Break the Heavens goes live. It's a monthly ticket battle. Everyone do your best. Long E. Oh, our Alliance Hierarch Phoenix is here? Today's the day Break the Heavens is released. Are you ready? Purple Phoenix. Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm going full Alliance Hierarch. I've prepared 1,000,000 alliances. Xiangwei. Sister Phoenix has prepared 1,000,000 alliances. Amazing. Jiao Miao. Kneeling down to the rich and beautiful sister. Divine Envoy. I only managed to prepare 1 Alliance Hierarch. Guess I'll go draw circles in the corner. Blood Donor. I can only offer 1 sect leader. It hurts. Spoken in Pig Latin. Same here. Rin Xing. Let's see whose 1,000,000 alliance comes out faster. Purple Phoenix. You dare compete with me? Humph. Make it 10,000,000 then. Rin Xing. Everyone. 10,000,000 alliances. Kneeling down to Sister Bai Jin. Purple Phoenix. Rise, my beloved concubines. Everyone was laughing and chatting when suddenly, Divine Envoy shouted, Holy shit, the guys at Dragon Mountain have started a betting pool. Group members, where? Definitely going to check it out. Dragon Mountain Forum. Break the Heavens launches at midnight today. Betting starts now. Break the Heavens currently has 160,000 favorites. How many first orders do you think it will get? I'd say at least 8,000. I think it can break 10,000. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'll keep reporting the latest subscription details. This is the rhythm of Supreme God making its debut. Damn, 160,000 favorites on launch. Lan Zihuang, lying in bed playing with her phone, was immediately furious when they said Break the Heavens first orders would be just 8,000. Purple Phoenix, such a good book only getting 8,000 first orders. Are you all blind? At least 20,000. One day is one day. 8,000 is already a lot. In the history of Fenyun Chinese Network, only Supreme God, Ask Dao, had 9,000 first orders on its launch day. We're already being generous, saying 8,000. Purple Phoenix. Can Ask Dao that trash book even compare with Break the Heavens? Died in comfort. Big sis, since you support Break the Heavens so much, how much are you planning to donate on its launch? Purple Phoenix. 10,000,000 alliances are already prepared. Break the Heavens must be first in monthly tickets. Everyone, holy crap. For real? Anyone can brag. I'll go with 1,000,000,000 alliances. Exactly, coming here to boast, haha. Lan Zihuang, lying on her bed, was immensely angry. These despicable people dare to underestimate me. Chapter 270, simply overwhelming. Of course, since no one knew she was the big star Lan Zihuang, she got a bit upset and closed the Dragon Mountain Forum and sent a message directly to Wang Hao. Purple Phoenix. Dodo, it's already 11:30 at night. In half an hour, Break the Heavens will officially be released. Wang Ritian. Thanks for your concern. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Purple Phoenix. Could you, maybe, update a bit more? I really love reading your book. Wang Ritian, huh? Update more? I'm afraid that's not going to work. The editor told me that bursting out 4 to 6 chapters on the first day is about right. So I'm planning to release 6 chapters since everyone is supporting me so much. Purple Phoenix. That's so few. Dodo, my dear Dodo. It's release day, couldn't you post more? How about 8 chapters? Wang Ritian. That's going to be tough. Stingy. Lan Zihuang said, pouting, her teeth itching with annoyance. 2 chapters a day is simply not enough. But as angry as she was, Lan Zihuang continued to act coquettishly. Purple Phoenix. Good Dodo, please update 2 more chapters. Look at this 10 million alliance I've prepared. A golden alliance, oh. No one on the Heavenly People's Republic's literary site has this. You're the only one. Wang Ritian, well, I'm worried about running out of chapters in store if something happens to me. Purple Phoenix. Just 1 chapter. Just 1 more chapter, and I'll agree to one of your requests. You know what I mean. Wang Ritian. I really can't do this, don't rush. How about I see later, okay? Purple Phoenix. Yes, you must update 1 more chapter. I'll definitely satisfy one of your requests then, hee. You little thing, are you intrigued now? Lan Zihuang smirked, hardly believing this couldn't lure him. Wang Ritian. Sweat, I'll try. Soon, the clock struck midnight and Lan Zihuang cheered. It's on the shelves. Go refresh and check out the new updates, she said as she began refreshing. But since there was a delay in uploading chapters, she casually asked, Purple Phoenix, by the way, have you written the release statement? Wang Ritian, I forgot the release statement. I'll go write it now. Purple Phoenix, good heavens. Can you even forget that? Go write it. Across the computer, Wang Hao, it's just a release statement, a piece of cake for me, right? He immediately uploaded 3 chapters and scheduled the remaining 3 for 6 in the evening. Afterwards, Wang Hao tapped on the keyboard and wrote what could be considered the simplest release statement in the history of Heavenly People's Republic's web novels. Title, released. Content, request for subscriptions, request for monthly tickets. 8 characters in total when combining the book name and content, plus 3 punctuation marks. Off to bed. Upon seeing the release statement Wang Hao had written, Lan Zihuang cried and fainted in the bathroom. This jerk. Who writes a release statement like that? Never mind, reading the book is what's important right now. Lan Zihuang hurriedly started reading the updated chapters. After reading them all, Lan Zihuang smacked her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to tip. Those chapters were so addictive. Golden Alliance, here I come. She then returned to the Break the Heavens page, only to be stunned. The entire comment section was filled with highlighted posts from Alliance. Hierarchs. Tipped sky-high praise, moved to tears, a gentleman's talent deserves this reward. Long E tipped 100,000 wind and cloud coins. This book is written so well, rewarding you hoping for more brilliance. Tipped sky-high praise, moved to tears, a gentleman's talent deserves this reward. Xiangwei tipped 100,000 wind and cloud coins. Oh, this book is written so well, rewarding you hoping for more brilliance. Seeing such tips covered the whole page, and then the tips from the Silver Alliance appeared right below. Tipped. Overwhelmingly thrilled. Wish we had met sooner. 1 million is huge, yet hardly expresses my delight. Ren Xing tipped 1 million wind and cloud coins. The story is amazing. My friends and I are all shocked. Here's my million. Keep up the great work. Darn, these guys are too quick. Lan Zihuang smacked her forehead. Lucky I thought of the Golden Alliance. Definitely no one can snatch that, humph. With that thought, she immediately clicked on the tip page. Tip. Poignant. Overwhelmed with emotions, 1,000 gold splendid pen, lending elegance to Mr. Wang's pen and ink. Purple Phoenix tipped 10 million heavenly coins to break the heavens, and I am utterly stunned at this moment. This book is so amazing that I'm at a loss for words. Bro, you rock. Once the tipping message was sent out, Dragon Mountain Forum exploded in an instant. Damn, look at Break the Heavens. It's reached the Golden Alliance. Terrifying, a Golden Alliance. 100,000 RMB. Damn, is anyone keeping track of how many subscriptions Break the Heavens has now? The writers of Dragon Mountain went completely wild. Purple Phoenix. Hee hee. Who was it that just mentioned aiming for 1 billion? Don't hesitate. Join in now. I'll match whatever you tip. Crowd at Dragon Mountain. Phoenix Boss is mighty. This bunch. Purple Phoenix chuckled and logged out of the forum, then directly joined their group chat. Purple Phoenix. My minions, the Golden Alliance is here. Come out and greet us. Long E. Phoenix Boss is mighty. Xiangwei, Phoenix boss, you are incredible. It's really the Golden Alliance. Rinxing, I'm on my knees. Laughing heavenly envoy. Feeling quite hurt here. Purple Phoenix, my dear subjects, rise. Where are your monthly tickets? Cast them quickly. I've already cast 1,000. Long E. Yes, indeed. We must take first place in monthly tickets this month. With Lan Zihuang rallying the Golden Alliance, the monthly tickets for Break the Heavens ran wild like unleashed dogs, leaving the writers and readers of Dragon Mountain dumbfounded. Break the Heavens is so cool. Every refresh brings in dozens of tips. The monthly tickets are coming down like snow. We're first in the overall monthly ticket ranking, twice as much as the second place. Damn, how many initial subscriptions does this make? Speaking of book subscriptions, someone quickly posted a thread. Break the Heavens, 6,000 subscriptions. Within the first hour of launch. This post shocked the entire forum. 6,000 subscriptions in 1 hour, what does that imply? Generally speaking, the 24-hour subscriptions are roughly 4 times the first hour. So does this mean Break the Heavens could reach 24,000 initial subscriptions in 24 hours? Guys, no more words needed. Let's start cranking out the good-for-nothing old grandpa divorce plot. Anyone else following this trend? Jump on the trend early. Start now, and at least you'll get a sip of the soup. Cut it out. You're too weak. I started following the trend 10 days ago. Now I've already posted over 60,000 words, and my collection has surpassed 3,000. Why didn't I think of following the trend earlier? I'm crying. Inside the VIP reader group of Break the Heavens. Purple Phoenix. Keep it up. Keep it up. Continue, everybody. Don't hold back on those monthly tickets. We must establish the biggest lead right away. Long E. Absolutely. I'm going in with another alliance hierarch. Rinxing. Here goes another million alliance. The crowd. We kneel before the big spenders. On the launch day of Break the Heavens, Lan Zihuang fought a whole night through. It wasn't until 7 a.m. that she finally stretched lazily. Today's battle was just too exhilarating, utterly overwhelming. Just as she was feeling proud, a knock on the door was followed by a woman's voice. Miss Lan, Director Zhou would like you to discuss the script further. Lan. Zihuang flung a pillow that way. I'm sleeping. Tell him to figure it out himself. Don't bother me with everything. Seeing that Lan Zihuang had not agreed again, Director Zhou and a few others standing near the door exchanged looks and shook their heads. There were 4 people here today to invite Lan Zihuang to discuss the script. One was the assistant director of the crew, Zhou Guangrong, a hefty man dressed in a suit full of pockets, nicknamed Zhou Mandu. Another was the screenwriter Ho Yu, a burly man standing at 185 centimeters with a full beard. The remaining 2 were just ordinary gophers, with basically no chance to voice their opinions. Director Zhou, the bearded burly man Ho Yu said despondently as they walked. I've been a screenwriter for a good while now, but this is the first time I've encountered someone so diva-like. This sure is an eye-opener. Chapter 271. What good is he even here for? Hell, yes. Ho Yu nodded and said, breakfast has to be a special one that costs 388 per person, lunch is 688, and dinner is a 588 set of Western food. Just feeding the crew will set us back about 1,007 or 800 daily. Even the water she drinks is imported mineral water that's 118 a bottle. It's like we've hired Wu Zetian for the film. Damn it. So what do we do if she's never satisfied with the script? As they entered the elevator, Zhou Guangrong sighed. Why don't you guys go over the script again? I mean, she's got no past grievances with us. What's the point of all this? This had troubled the film crew for quite some time now. Speaking of which, Lan Zihuang often had issues with the scripts before, but it was never as extreme as this. It was like no matter how they changed it, it was never to her liking. They even had no clue what kind of script she wanted. Redo it, my ass. Ho Yu bluntly shook his head. In our crew, Mr. Meng Zenon is a top screenwriter of the same caliber as Li Fei, the screenwriter of Domestic Agent. He could sell any script for over 2 million, and yet, they still weren't satisfied with his revisions. That's true, sigh. Zhou Guangrong let out a long sigh and walked into a small meeting room with Ho Yu. They pushed the door open and entered, finding 3 or 4 people already there. Among them was a middle-aged man around 50 years old with grayish long hair tied into a small ponytail and wearing round glasses. Quite the personality, Mr. Meng Zenon himself. What? She didn't agree again. Meng Zenon saw that Lan Zihuang hadn't come down and said furiously, "What on earth does she want?" Zhou Guangrong shook his head. "There's nothing we can do, brother-in-law. We're out of options." She even said she wanted to sleep at this time of the day. "Yeah, Ho Yu agreed. Everyone on the set is ready, just waiting for her. What are we supposed to do? What about old Yang?" Meng. Zenon frowned. "Didn't Director Yang say anything?" "Director Yang did." Zhou Guangrong sat down with a flop and took a few bites of his breakfast. He already sent Luo Shuan to ask for domestic agent's screenwriter assistant, Wang Hao. PSH, such a young kid in his early 20s, what good will he do? Exactly. Ho Yu nodded. He's just an assistant screenwriter. Although teacher Li Fei values him highly, that's of no use. I heard he's only 24 this year. Isn't this just playing around? At this point, someone in the room whispered, "But I've heard that this Wang Hao does have some skills. The variety show he hosts, If You Are the One, has a rating of 6.6%. It's all over the news these days. Variety shows are variety shows. TV dramas are TV dramas," Meng Zenon said dismissively. A variety show might catch a lucky break with a clever idea for high ratings. But TV dramas are all about the overall plot. Every single episode has to connect perfectly. This is a completely different concept from variety shows. What use could he possibly be? Right? Zhou Guangrong snorted coldly. "I don't know what Director Yang is thinking." Well, at this point, a dead horse has to be a living horse doctor. Anyway, it's Lan Zihuang he'll have to deal with, not us. Everyone nodded in agreement. Right, right, right. All we need to do is sit back and enjoy the show. Yes, that's true. Meng Zenon thought for a moment, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. "When he gets here, let's all prop him up, the higher the better. Then let's see what he can do when he can't handle Lan Zihuang." "Exactly, let's do that." Gosh, that was a refreshing sleep. After so many busy days, I can finally get a good night's rest. Feels pretty good, although I just can't seem to get used to the pillows in this hotel. My neck is sore and achy. Nothing to do this morning. Might as well check on my novel. I logged into the author backend first thing and checked the subscriptions. Holy shit. Even Wang Hao, who had witnessed Break the Heavens become a huge hit in his original world, was stunned at the numbers. 16,000 subscriptions? It's only 9 in the morning, and the subscriptions have already reached 15,000. The power of Break the Heavens is indeed extraordinary. I opened QQ, and Wang Hao's inbox was flooded with messages. Purple Phoenix. "Hey, I donated to the Golden Alliance, hee. You're going to update for me today, right?" Long E. "Brother Hao is awesome. Your book is top of the monthly ticket leaderboard. I've sponsored an Alliance Hierarch, hee. Xiangwei. Go Brother Ritian. Alliance Hierarch coming your way. Divine Envoy. Brother Do is awesome. Your book is freaking fierce. Here's an Alliance Hierarch from me. Please accept this small token. Ren Xing. I've thrown in 1,000,000 for the Alliance. Go Brother Hao." Most of the messages that followed were congratulations from readers. Wang Hao dealt with some messages from his readers. Then he contacted the author of Devouring the Stars to discuss the subsequent plot development. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and by the time Wang Hao had finished explaining things to both parties, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. It was then that the chief editor, Wen Song, sent a congratulatory message. Wen Song. "Haha, the new book is defying the heavens. It's freaking awesome. Subscriptions have hit 17,000. Keep it up. I reckon if nothing unexpected happens, this book's average subscription could soar to above 30,000 this month. This is simply the highest subscription average in the history of our website. Wang Ritian. That's all thanks to your great support, Wen Song. Wen Song. It's the quality of the book that's most important. Oh, and there's another piece of good news. There's someone interested in buying the game rights to your book." Now, that was indeed great news. Wang Ritian. "Someone wants to buy the game rights? How much are they offering?" Wen Song. "The starting offer is 1 million, but I estimate that with some negotiating, we could probably get around 1.5 million. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Hao was stunned. How much? 1.5 million for Break the Heavens game rights? What kind of international joke was this? Instinctively, Wang Hao wanted to ask Wen Song what the deal was, knowing that this book could easily break 30 to 40,000 in average subscriptions, and they were selling the game rights for just this much? But just as his hands were about to type out the questions, Wang Hao suddenly stopped. No, no. Wang Hao burst out laughing. Ha! This is an empiricist mistake. I thought that with the success of Break the Heavens, the rights would sell for tens of millions at the very least, but I forgot that the entertainment industry in this world is very far behind. He had forgotten the most important thing. Though the timeline matched that of his original world, the entertainment industry in this world was quite backward, so it wasn't hard to understand why the rights for Break the Heavens were being offered at such a low price. There was great potential in this. Wang Ritian, Wen Song, about that. I feel the starting price for the rights is a bit low. I don't plan on selling just yet. Wen Song, that's true. Compared to your subscription numbers, selling these rights isn't that significant. Wang Ritian, then let's not sell for now, hee. I'm going to get back to writing. Wen Song, okay, go ahead. Closing the chat window with Wen Song, Wang Hao finally began to think seriously. Based on the current situation, the value of novels was definitely greater than what Wang Hao had anticipated. In fact, from his past life knowledge about novels, reaching this level of success would allow for a contract with a major god, or even a platinum contract. However, Wang Hao did not bring this up at the moment. The reason was quite simple. He was afraid of startling the snake in the grass. There would definitely be huge benefits to a major god contract or a platinum contract. But the issue was that he didn't have enough confidence yet. If he pushed for these contracts now, he might not be able to secure the rights back. Currently, the world's IP had not yet taken off, and just by chance, Wang Hao knew why IPs had become so popular in his previous life. That was something most people didn't know. Ha. Knowing more about this stuff does have its benefits. Wang Hao stretched contentedly and laughed. Break the Heavens is such a hit, and Devouring the Stars is already on the right track. Not bad at all. I love this world. Thump, thump, thump. After transmitting his book, there was a knock at the door. Xia Sweki called from outside. Brother Hao, are you up yet? Let's go out to eat. Coming. Wang Hao got dressed and opened the door. Let's go. Let's grab something to eat. And then we have to head over to Hunglong Film and Television City. To be honest, I'm really curious about what that prima donna star is like. Chapter 272. Are those few coins in your pocket enough? Hunglong Film and Television City, in a room at the Kaiwa Hotel. Brother-in-law, this Wang Hao seems like he's no ordinary guy. Zhou Guangrong held a tablet and was looking up information on Wang Hao. The more he found, the more surprised he became, and he said to Meng Zenan, he's done a lot of stuff, and every single thing's been a huge hit. Oh, Meng Zenan sat on the sofa, twirling a Baoding ball in his hand, and said, let's hear it. Brother-in-law, take a look. Zhou Guangrong pointed at the tablet screen and said, he's written a few songs, and each one's been a huge hit. He even made some suggestions for Domestic Agent, which boosted its popularity. The show he hosts, If You Are the One, has a rating of 6.6, and the Sunday rerun ratings even broke 7%. You can't underestimate that. When all is said and done, it's just that same old stuff. Meng Zenan scoffed and said, I can't speak for the other things I don't understand, but as far as screenwriting is concerned, I have the final word. Even his teacher Li Fei has to respectfully call me senior when he sees me. So what does that make him? I'm only giving director Yang some face by asking him to come out and strut his stuff. That makes sense. Zhou Guangrong finally felt relieved after hearing Meng Zenan's words and laughed. It's true what they say, brother-in-law, you sure talk tough. I mean, how capable can a kid barely in his 20s be? I guess I was too worried earlier. You always think about all this crazy stuff. Meng Zenan snorted coldly. Writing scripts isn't like the other things he's involved in. This is very professional. How many people slog away for over a decade just to get a glimpse of the threshold? How old is he? Domestic Agent being a hit only shows he's got good luck. What of it? Zhou Guangrong nodded. Yes, you're absolutely right. Meng Zenan twirled the Baoding ball for a while longer, then asked, where is he now? The latest news from Luo Shiwan's side, Zhou Guangrong replied. They've already hit the Jinhang Highway. Probably another hour or so before they arrive. What do you think we should do? Of course, we should knock him down a peg first. Meng Zinan immediately pulled out a set of car keys and said, Little Ho, you asked Dong Xiaoyan to take my car and go to the highway exit to pick him up. Ho Yu immediately agreed. All right, I'm on it. Upon leaving the room, Ho Yu looked at the car keys in his hand and heaved a sigh. Damn, such a good opportunity, and they don't ask me to go. That Land Cruiser, I've always wanted to take it for a spin, never got the chance, it's driving me mad. Dong Xiaoyan had been waiting at the highway exit for around 20 minutes. As the personal assistant to the grand screenwriter Meng Zinan, Dong Xiaoyan was quite proud. After all, Mr. Meng is a top screenwriter in the industry, raking in millions a year. Even the general celebrities must be very respectful when they meet him. And yet today, she had been asked to pick up this young man named Wang Hao, which Dong Xiaoyan found quite baffling at first. Usually, even when some second-tier celebrities see her, don't they all have to put on a smiling face? But this Wang Hao, even with the sky-high claims, was just someone who made a few suggestions for a domestic agent. It really seemed like he had just stumbled into good fortune, and yet Mr. Ming sent her out to pick him up personally. What's the world coming to? Of course, she wasn't happy about it in her heart, but the job still had to be done. Dong Xiaoyan parked the car well, and then got out, standing by the roadside waiting. Director Luo said he's about to come out. It should be any minute now. Thinking of this, Dong Xiaoyan carefully adjusted her outfit and touched up her makeup. After all, being quite a beautiful woman who'd rate herself a good 70 or 80 points, Dong Xiaoyan cared a great deal about her image. Soon, Dong Xiaoyan saw a white Maserati Quattroporte driving out of the toll booth, especially the dazzling license plate AS6666. She was completely taken aback. Whose amazing car is this? So fierce. I love the Maserati, and that license plate. Oh my God, what kind of person could own such a ride? Just as she was pondering this, she saw that very car heading straight for her. What's going on here? Dong Xiaoyan's face turned bright red, her heart brimming with all kinds of anticipation. Was he about to ask her for directions? What should she say in response? Then she was disappointed because she saw that the driver was a girl. But very soon, Dong Xiaoyan thought that these few seconds were nothing short of miraculous. Her emotions had flipped from disappointment to shock, because Luo Xiwan had gotten out of the car. Director Luo? Dong Xiaoyan stared at Luo Xiwan, dumbfounded. Who's in the car? Of course, it's teacher Wang Hao and his agent. Luo Xiwan looked at her as if she was an idiot. Who else did you think it would be? I. Dong Xiaoyan immediately turned beet red. This was quite a blow. She had thought she was just picking up a junior scriptwriter. But who could have imagined that this scriptwriter would be driving a Maserati President with a AS6666 license plate? After the initial shock, came outright disbelief. A rookie scriptwriter, who had just started out, and he's already switched to such a nice car. And with such an impressive license plate too. Dong Xiaoyan mused to herself, this has to be a fake, for sure. If a junior scriptwriter could drive such a car, I'd livestream myself eating a tire. Definitely a kept man. Of course, just because she thought so didn't mean she was going to say it aloud. At this point, Wang Hao and Xia Sueki got out of the car, and Dong Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward to shake hands first, smiling. You must be teacher Wang Hao, right? Hello, I am the personal assistant to scriptwriter Meng Zinan, Dong Xiaoyan. Hello. Wang Hao extended his hand to shake hers, and then Dong Xiaoyan turned to Xia Sueki. Hello. May I ask who you are? I am Brother Hao's agent, Xia Sueki. Xia Sueki said with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, sister. I hope you'll look after me. Of course, Dong Xiaoyan said, scrutinizing Xia Sueki, and immediately felt an immense blow to her self-esteem. What the hell? Such a young agent. She looks even younger than me by several years. My life is basically gone to the dogs. Miss Dong, where's the best shopping street around here? Wang Hao looked around before speaking. We came in quite a rush this time and might need to stay for a few days, so we need to buy some basic daily necessities. Oh right, and also 2 sets of clothes to change into, and perhaps get a haircut as well. Dong Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment. But since they weren't in a big rush and Wang Hao's request was reasonable, after all, if someone arrived in a hurry and didn't bring replacement clothes, they certainly needed to buy a couple of sets. Dong Xiaoyan promptly replied. All right, then I'll take you to the commercial street right now. The group set off. Soon, they arrived at Jinhua's largest shopping plaza, the first department store Jiangbei branch. Dong Xiaoyan parked the car, and, once everyone had gotten out, she smiled and introduced Wang Hao to the area. Mr. Wang, this is Jinhua's best shopping street, featuring a range of fashionable boutiques, including various well-known luxury brands, primarily targeting the middle and high-income demographic. Wang Hao looked around, expressing great satisfaction with the surroundings. Yes, very good. Let's go here. Knowing the area better, Dong Xiaoyan was ready to lead Wang Hao and Xia Sueki to the outlets. Mr. Wang, if you plan to buy some better quality clothes, I recommend the outlets. They have various world-renowned luxury brands. Actually, she had thought the outlets would suffice because they sold brands with recognizable names. However, Wang Hao didn't even consider it and immediately declined. No, not there. The outlets sell stock and discount items, essentially just a place for big brands to clear inventory. The quality is too low. Dong Xiaoyan was speechless. What kind of posturing is this? You, a junior scriptwriter, are too good for the outlets? Do the few coins in your pocket even suffice? Chapter 273, Really Fucking Pretentious. Dong Xiaoyan decisively kept her mouth shut, then took out her phone and went straight into the WeChat group. Assistant Miss Dong, Mr. Ming. I'm with Wang Hao at the first department store Jiangbei branch. He said he wants to buy some clothes and other items. Meng Zenon, why did you two go there? Does he plan to buy luxury goods? Assistant Miss Dong. Yeah, so cool. Driving a Maserati President with the license plate AS6666, and now he's shopping. He even said that outlets only sell stock and discounted items. Not classy enough. Ho you. Damn, how pretentious can he be? Meng Zenon. A small-time screenwriter putting on such grand airs. Is he trying to start a revolt? Fine, just go along with his act. I want to see how long he can keep this up. Assistant Miss Dong. Who knows? Mr. Meng, they went into the Armani store. I'm going to take a look. Meng Zenon, Armani. Damn, even I can't afford those clothes. Each piece costs tens of thousands. Why is he showing off over there? Inside the Armani boutique. There's a saying that money is just a string of numbers if you don't spend it, and now I'm also someone who makes $5 million a month, so I definitely need to take my outfit seriously. Especially because I'm meeting that big star later. If you dress too shabbily, they might not even take a proper look at you. This is called maintaining appearances, and sometimes it's really necessary for negotiations. Good afternoon, sir, greeted the salesman as Wang Hao and Xia Sueki entered the Armani store, quickly approaching them. May I assist you in looking for some clothes? After all, as an internationally renowned luxury brand, their customer service is top-notch whether you buy anything or not. Yeah, let's have a look at the clothes, Wang Hao said as he turned around. Your selection is quite comprehensive, very nice. He then picked up a suit jacket to try on and asked Xia Sueki, how about this one? Xia Sueki shook her head. It looks a bit old-fashioned. Decisively switched to another one. On the side, Dong Xiaoyan sneakily glanced at the price tag of that suit jacket, $23,800, and immediately stuck out her tongue in shock. My goodness, it's so eye-watering. Are you seriously planning to buy, or just here to look? As Wang Hao tried on another piece of clothing that looked okay, Dong Xiaoyan quickly chimed in with some advice. This one's not bad, looks youthful and fresh, fits well, and looks good. Hee hee, you love to show off, don't you? This time, I'll say every piece of clothing you try on is great. Let's see if you actually buy it. While trying on the clothes, Wang Hao asked, does this outfit really fit well? Dong Xiaoyan decisively nodded. It looks very nice. Trust my judgment. I'm never wrong. You little rascal, sis said it's good. Aren't you going to pay up? Right. Wang Hao immediately put the clothes on his body, ready to pick out pants. I'll choose a pair of pants now. Dong Xiaoyan. My God, if you call someone fat, they start to pant right away, huh? From trying on clothes immediately to pants? Don't blame sis for being ruthless then. If you finish trying on clothes and pants, there are still shoes, belts, shirts to get. You need the full set, right? While Wang Hao was trying on the pants, Dong Xiaoyan decisively took out her phone. Assistant Miss Dong. I picked out an Armani suit for him, and now he's trying on pants. Ho you. Looks like he's prepared to bleed money, Sister Dong. Did you see how much one set is? Assistant Miss Dong. I checked. The jacket is 35,000 and the pants 25,000. Later, when he comes out, I'll make him try on the shirt, belt, shoes, and everything. Then let's see if he buys them. Ho you. Ha ha ha. Nicely done. That's the way to do it. Make him put on airs. Make him change from head to toe. Hit him where it hurts. Meng Zenon. This Wang Hao is quite willing to spend, isn't he? All right. Then let him strut his stuff to his heart's content. Just fan the flames. Whatever he tries, get him to buy it. I want to see how much stuff he can buy. He loves to pretend, right? Today we'll let him pretend to his heart's content. Miss Dong, the assistant. Understood. Mission will be accomplished. For someone like Dong Xiaoyan, encouraging others to spend money was always a welcome task she'd never mind doing multiple times. So as soon as Wang Hao came out of the fitting room, Dong Xiaoyan approached him, nodding repeatedly. These pants are nice, very stylish on you. But it seems like something's missing. She feigned deep thought before quickly grabbing a belt from a nearby counter. With dress pants you need a good belt. Try this one on. This is good. Wang Hao nodded in agreement and quickly fastened the belt, then looked at himself. You know what? It does feel pretty nice. It does look good. Dong Xiaoyan couldn't help but admire Wang Hao's figure, which really looked good in clothes, and mumbled. But it seems like something's missing. Oh right, a shirt. The t-shirt you have on doesn't match this outfit. All right, shirt. Wang Hao laughed. Sister Dong. I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't mentioned. Don't worry, I'll pick one out for you. Dong Xiaoyan examined several shirts and decisively picked out the most expensive one. This one's good. The color matches your outfit. Of course, a shirt naturally called for leather shoes. Dong Xiaoyan thought with an inward sneer. I'll get you a full set of Armani. Too bad they don't sell socks here. I'll try them on. Wang Hao took the shirt and shoes and headed back into the fitting room. When he came out fully dressed, both Xia Sueki and Dong Xiaoyan's eyes lit up at the same time. Clothes really do make the man. With this outfit on, he looked entirely different. The epitome of tall, rich, and handsome. Not bad at all. This outfit is great. Dong Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. Isn't my taste pretty good? But I just saw another piece of clothing over there that looked nice. Why don't you try on a few more? Kid, you think one outfit is enough? You love to show off, right? Today I'm gonna make you buy two. There's more. Wang Hao quickly nodded. Then I'll go try them on. It wasn't long before Dong Xiaoyan brought over another full set of clothes, including a casual suit, pants, shoes, and shirt, a complete change for Wang Hao from head to toe except for the belt. How's it feel? Coming out of the fitting room, Wang Hao made a couple of poses. Feels quite all right. Looks good. Dong Xiaoyan praised. With these two outfits, you'll definitely turn heads going out. I think just buying these two is pretty good. Let's see what you say now. Time to pay up. Sure. Wang Hao nodded, satisfied. Wrap them all up for me. I'll wear this set out. No need to change back. The salespeople were astounded. Such big spenders were not a common sight. In the WeChat group, Miss Dong, the assistant. Mr. Meng, Wang Hao has finished trying on the clothes. I had him try on 2 sets from head to toe. I just checked. A genuine suit costs 65,000, belt 3,500, leather shoes 8,800. There's also a casual outfit, clothes 28,800, pants 19,800, shirt 6,600. Altogether, it's a total of 132,500. Wait, he also grabbed a bag for 6,600, making it a total of 139,900. He's gone to pay by card. Success. Oh you. Well done. Ha ha ha. Made him drop 140,000 in one go. Let him show off. Meng Zenon. Yeah, but I feel like it's still a bit less. If he could have spent hundreds of thousands, that would have been perfect. Make him bankrupt from showing off. Miss Dong, the assistant. I'll do my best. Miss Dong, the assistant. Oh, Mr. Meng, an investor just said they wanted to invest 1.5 million to hire you to write a script. Do you accept? Meng Zenon, 1.5 million? That price is a bit low. Let's not accept yet. Put it aside, and we'll talk in a few days. Ho you. Mr. Meng, so mighty. Not taking a deal for 1.5 million for a script. With Wang Hao showing off like that, a script would be 500,000 at most. Right. Meng Zenon, a small-time screenwriter who's climbed the ranks by luck. How much could he have? I'd generously estimate 300,000 for a song's copyright fees, and he only has a few songs, so it's under $1 million. After Domestic Agent became popular, for a script, I'll generously say 800,000 as an upper limit. What else? Zhou Guangrong, brother-in-law. If you are the one gets pretty high ratings, are we underestimating him a bit? Meng Zinan, high ratings are the TV station's program. What does that have to do with him? The ad revenue isn't his. Even if the station rewards him, at most he would get 500,000. In total, his net worth is just around 2 million, and that's before taxes. Chapter 274, The Popularity of Lan Zihuang. Ho you exactly. Didn't Little Dong tell you? What kind of car does he drive? A Maserati President, with a license plate AS6666. Can someone with such a small fortune really afford that car? I reckon there's at least an 80% chance that the car is either rented or borrowed, and the license plate must be fake. Zhou Guangrong. That's true. Now that you mention it, I really admire him for daring to play so big with such little to his name. These young people nowadays are so vain. He's the very definition of puffing up one's cheeks to look fat. Miss Dong. Right. And he even brought a pretty agent. Ho you. Pa. Mr. Meng is an actual teacher and only hired an assistant. Yet he's got an agent? He should take a look in the mirror. Before pretending. Dong Xiaoyan was on WeChat when Xia Sueki took a phone call, then walked over to Wang Hao and whispered, Brother Hao, there's a Mr. Zhang ready to invest 5 million in cooperation with you on a project. He asked me to inquire if you are interested. 5 million. Dong Xiaoyan's ears perked up at that keyword. Cooperation. Wang Hao, while picking out clothes, asked, Did he say what kind of project it is? Xia Sueki shook her head. No, he didn't. Don't accept. Wang Hao didn't even think before declining. From now on, dismiss any cooperation proposals that don't specify the project details. Dong Xiaoyan. Miss Dong, damn. That agent just took a call. Some deal worth 5 million was offered for cooperation, and he just declined it. Ho you. What kind of status does he have to be getting 5 million collaboration offers? And to refuse it? He's really good at pretending. Meng Zinan. Pretending like that is going to hurt. Little Dong. Keep a close watch on him. See how much more he'll spend. Miss Dong. Got it. They've entered LV again. He's buying things for his agent. One bag cost 20,000. He bought 2. Another one was 60,000. Watching Wang Hao pick out items for the agent, Dong Xiaoyan was frustrated beyond words. We all play the same agent-assistant roles, so why is there such a huge gap in the treatment? Even if Wang Hao is puffing up his cheeks, his agent is genuinely reaping the benefits. In the WeChat group, Meng Zinan. Never mind that. Just get him to bleed money today, and I'll send you a bag too if there's time. Work hard. Miss Dong. Thank you, Mr. Meng. Although Mr. Meng also said he would buy her a bag, Dong Xiaoyan still felt disappointed. The bags being purchased were LVs, and by the time it was her turn, it would probably be something much less expensive. Knowing Meng Zinan's stinginess, it might even be 200 or 300. Watching Wang Hao go to swipe his card, Dong Xiaoyan was various sorts of depressed. He's dropping 200,000 just like that. Almost enough for a Mercedes. I've been working with Meng Zinan for so long and got nothing out of it. So depressing. Walking ahead, Xia Sueki, carrying several shopping bags, happily said, Brother Hao, I really can't thank you enough for giving me such a nice bag. I've been drooling over it for a long time now. It was just on the way, Wang Hao said with a smile. I figured I hadn't given her a gift in a while, and today I happened to come across some, so I bought more. Just not sure if she will like it. Heh. The she Wang Hao referred to was understood by Xia Sueki, who nodded. She will definitely like it. It's a gift from Brother Hao. Wang Hao and Xia Sueki knew each other well enough to leave much unsaid. But trailing behind them, Dong Xiaoyan hadn't heard everything clearly, only catching that just not sure if she will like it, which made her jump to conclusions. Dong Xiaoyan thought to herself, Wang Hao sure is generous, planning to give Lan Zihuang an LV without even meeting? Clothes, perfumes, bags and all. He just spent over 200,000 in a blink. Impressive. Keeping up appearances. Seeing this, Dong Xiaoyan had completely made up her mind about Wang Hao, a wastrel who has money but doesn't know how to flaunt it reasonably, puffing up his cheeks. In the WeChat group, Assistant Miss Dong. He just came out of LV after shopping and spent nearly 200,000. I heard from the agent that it's meant to be a gift for Lan Zihuang. Meng Zinan. This kid is spending big, planning to give so many luxury goods before they've even met. Indeed, he's willing to spend the money. Jot this down for now. We'll play it by ear when the time comes. Hoyu. Teacher, what on earth is Wang Hao thinking? Giving so many gifts, could it be that he has a thing for Lan Zihuang? Meng Zinan. Wouldn't it be great if he did? There's a sea of people pursuing Lan Zihuang. We'll just watch them fight like dogs over a bone. Hoyu. As expected, Mr. Meng, you're impressive. Assistant Miss Dong. He's finished shopping, and now Wang Hao says he still has to get his hair done. I reckon that'll take at least an hour. Meng Zinan. Let him keep showing off. You just stay close. Assistant Miss Dong. Okay. Time passed quickly, and after about an hour. Assistant Miss Dong. All right, everything's finally done, and now we're getting ready to head to the hotel. We should arrive in about 30 minutes. Meng Zinan. Good. Little Ho. Go to the entrance to meet him later, and remember to agree with everything he says when you see him. No matter what he says, you just nod and chat him up. Got it. Hoyu. Understood. Teacher, you can count on me. After putting away his phone, Hoyu left the room and quickly got to the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Glancing outside, Hoyu couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. There were people everywhere you looked, a veritable sea of humanity, with a density that rivaled that of college graduates hunting for jobs at a job fair. Among these people, many were holding bouquets of flowers. Some were holding up signs with flashing lights, bearing messages like, Lan Zihuang, I love you. Hua Hua is the most beautiful. Hua Hua, please sign an autograph, and so on. They were almost all screaming at the top of their lungs with a might that rivaled Vita's from the previous world on Earth. Piercing the clouds was the phrase for it, and all the shouting was dedicated to the same line. Hua Hua, I love you. There were also nearly 100 journalists on the scene, endlessly taking pictures with their cameras. The place was in utter chaos. That's why when they act all high and mighty, we just have to put up with it, Hoyu muttered under his breath as he walked outside, continuing. There's no comparing people. We still have to cater to Lan Zihuang, even when she isn't filming. We can't afford to offend her. Looking at these fans, if we really upset her, they'd tear us to pieces. The power of passionate fans was something Hoyu knew all too well. It was beyond reason. They didn't care who you were. If you angered their favorite star, you were an enemy for life. Hoyu stood waiting in the hotel plaza for about 10 minutes, feeling vexed, when he saw a white Maserati Presidente slowly driving in. Its dynamic shape, the roaring sound of the engine, and the license plate AS6666 turned heads as many of Lan Zihuang's fans noticed the car's entrance. Hoyu. Damn, that's Wang Hao, right? He really knows how to put on a show. With the engine's roar, the Maserati Presidente slowly parked on the perimeter of the dense crowd outside the Kaiwa Hotel. Then, the car door opened gently, and a strikingly handsome young man stepped out with a supremely confident smile. He looked about 24 or 25, dressed in a crisp Armani casual suit with an Omega watch on his wrist. His top shirt button was undone, suggesting a mix of sobriety and mischief. Narrowed eyes full of spiritual energy, a straight nose, slightly curved lips, and meticulously styled hair, all contributed to an air of extreme allure, exuding a deadly charm for women. The moment he got out of the car, the surrounding crowd fell silent, only to erupt in ear-piercing screams. Ah, so handsome, absolutely gorgeous. Oh God, so handsome, I can't take it. Who is this guy? Another fan of Hua Hua. He looks like the host of If You Are the One. Facing the screams of the surrounding crowd, Wang Hao's lips curled into a slightly wicked smile, as effortlessly cool as could be, his swagger breaking through the sky. At that moment, Wang Hao was devastatingly handsome, leaving the female fans around him swooning in a heap. Hoyu was dumbstruck. I thought we were meeting some minor screenwriter, but he turns out to be a pretty boy. Chapter 275. This Lan Zihuang has a strong presence. Mr. Wang Hao, I need an autograph so badly. The female fans who had seen If You Are the One rushed toward him like an avalanche, each with a notebook in hand. Give me an autograph. Give me one too. And me. Seeing the excited fans, Wang Hao was utterly confused. Shit, I haven't practiced signing autographs. Sweating profusely, yet Wang Hao quickly regained his composure. He waved at the female fans around him and, with a carefree expression, said, I'm truly sorry. I never sign autographs for anyone because I don't think I've reached that level yet. The female fans immediately screamed again. Mr. Wang Hao, you're so cool. Mr. Wang Hao, you're so humble. I love watching your shows. Mr. Wang Hao, you are the best. When the reporters outside heard that it was Wang Hao, they swarmed around immediately, and the flashbulbs went crazy. Mr. Wang Hao, how do you feel about the high ratings of your show? Mr. Wang Hao, are you here to write a script for a TV series? Mr. Wang Hao, do you think your next script will be a hit? Listening to the questions from the reporters around him, Wang Hao smiled and looked around. When everyone quieted down, he calmly said, a product by Brother Hao is always of premium quality. Thank you. Xia Sueki, who followed behind Wang Hao, was utterly dumbfounded. When it comes to acting cool, I only recognize Brother Ritian. Shit, this guy is putting on an act. Ho Yu, who had come over, was also baffled. Wang Hao was going over the top. Of course, what he thought inside couldn't be shown on his face. Ho Yu hurried forward, reaching out his hand first. Hello. Hello. You must be Mr. Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded slightly and shook his hand. Hello. Yes, it's me. And you are? As Dong Xiaoyan, who had just parked the car, came over, he quickly introduced him. Mr. Wang. This is Ho Yu, the screenwriter, a disciple of Mr. Meng Zenon. He's also written quite a few popular scripts in recent years, such as Beautiful Life, Angry Bull, etc. Ho Yu even received the Best Screenwriter Award for Beautiful Life. Wow, impressive qualifications, although I've never heard of them. Mr. Ho, I've heard so much about you, Wang Hao chuckled and said. Mr. Ho, I apologize for making you wait. Let's move on to... In front of Mr. Wang Hao, I wouldn't dare to be proud. Just call me Ho Yu. Ho Yu nodded and bowed, escorting Wang Hao and others past the group of fans, walking while saying, this time it's troublesome for Mr. Wang Hao to come, mainly because Lan Zihuang has been refusing to start working, so everyone is quite anxious. That's why we hope you, with your creative ideas, can persuade her. I'll do my best. Wang Hao looked at the crowd gathered in front of the hotel. Are these fans all here for her? Yes, Ho Yu nodded. These people have been waiting here since Lan Zihuang arrived at the hotel, all here for autographs, and I'm not sure how many days it's been. Wang Hao exclaimed, that's crazy. That's why I say it's tricky. Ho Yu smiled helplessly. Without such popularity, our film's investors wouldn't have offered 30 million to have her act. That's 30 million after tax, an absolutely astronomical figure. Definitely a big star, Wang Hao smiled and said, just not sure if she'll give me face. Mr. Wang Hao, you must be joking. With you here it will definitely be a success. While Ho Yu said this aloud, he thought to himself, what face do you even have? We're just treating a dead horse as a live one. Do you really think wearing designer clothes makes you awesome? You're the epitome of pretending to be something you're not. As they were talking, a group of people entered the hotel lobby. The moment he stepped in, Wang Hao saw numerous journalists waiting there, along with about a dozen young people holding flowers and sitting in the lounge area, eyeing each other fiercely. Just as Wang Hao arrived, one young man charged at another yelling, what are you looking at? The other young man replied without backing down, looking at you, what about it? Then, the two groups instantly became tense, as if they were about to start filming. I know those journalists, Wang Hao whispered, pointing at the young people who seemed ready to start filming. What's the deal with these people? Are they on steroids? Those are Miss Lan Zihuang's admirers. Ho Yu shook his head as he spoke of them. They are all sons of wealthy families, and none of them are to be trifled with. If they want to wait here out of jealousy, let them be. We'd better not get involved. Wang Hao, damn, that's fierce. It looks like Lan Zihuang's charm is indeed great. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. It must be really difficult to serve such a big star. Yes, it is, so there's no helping it. Ho Yu shook his head and led Wang Hao upstairs, continuing as they walked. For this drama, the investors booked the entire third floor of the hotel. It costs tens of thousands per day. No one can endure such delays. Indeed, as they reached the second floor corner, Wang Hao saw a large red banner hanging on the wall. Reading. Warmly celebrate the launch of the multi-billion invested swordsman of the martial world crew. Welcome all members to Kaiwa Hotel. Looking at the banner, Wang Hao thought to himself, it seems the investment in this drama is substantial. Investing over $1 billion in a TV drama is indeed extraordinary. Upon reaching the third floor, Hou led Wang Hao not far before they saw a 40-something fat man dressed in a jacket full of pockets, sweating profusely and pacing back and forth in the hallway. Seeing this, Hou's heart skipped a beat. He hurried over and asked, Director Zhou, what's wrong? What has got you so anxious that you're sweating like this? Then he did not forget to introduce him to Wang Hao. This is Mr. Zhou Guangrong, the Assistant Director of Swordsmen of the Martial World. Hello, I'm Wang Hao. Wang Hao extended his hand first. What has happened to make Director Zhou so anxious? Don't even mention it, Zhou Guangrong said with a distressed face, continuously wiping away sweat. Just now, Zihuang suddenly came down, and after seeing Mr. Meng's script, she flew into a rage. She's in the conference room screaming right now. Mr. Wang, you've arrived just in time. Come with me to take a look. What? The script is still not okay. Mr. Meng and I revised it according to her requests. Come on, let's hurry and see. Hearing this, Hou's expression changed, and he, along with Wang Hao and a few others, rushed towards the conference room. As they approached the door, they heard a woman's roar from inside. I told you to refer to the routines of online novels, not to copy them outright. If we film it like this, we will get sued. Do you understand? Is that Lan? Zihuang speaking? She's terrifying. The conference room door was unlocked, so Hou hurriedly led Wang Hao inside, tiptoeing to sit in the back row, their heads almost buried in their chests. It was apparent that Lan Zihuang had an imposing aura. Since it had nothing to do with him, Wang Hao boldly glanced around. The conference room was filled with perhaps 100 people, surrounding a massive table. A woman dressed in purple furiously banged on the table. You copy just like that, but is the stuff you produce even watchable? Wang Hao took a careful look at the woman. Her features were delicate. She appeared to be about 1.65 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, scoring roughly 90 out of 100. Especially her phoenix eyes, which added to her queenly demeanor when she was angry. Wow, Hua is so stylish. Xia Sueki sitting next to Wang Hao had hearts in her eyes. She looks so good even when she's angry. Is this Lan Zihuang? Wang Hao thought to himself. They say she's temperamental, but I don't quite see it like that. Just then, he heard a middle-aged man sitting in front with graying hair and a small plate speak helplessly. Isn't it all changed according to your requests? These last few days, I've printed out several popular online novels and studied them day and night. Do you know how hard that is for me? Chapter 276, Qi Power, Level 3. Brother Hou, Wang Hao whispered to Hou. Who was the person just speaking? Hou looked, as though he was about to cry. Meng Zenin, Mr. Meng, my mentor and a well-known scriptwriter in the industry. He's penned the scripts for more than a dozen big productions like Matchstick Man Has Love, Home Man, Fight Club, and The Female CEO's Bodyguard. God knows what's gone wrong this time. We've revised the script 6 times and still aren't satisfied. Wang Hao. Is Lan Zihuang that difficult to please? But after reading the script for Domestic Agent previously, Wang Hao really didn't have much hope for the screenplays of this world's TV dramas. I asked you to learn the tricks, not to flaunt how stupid you can be. Lan Zihuang grew angrier as she spoke, her hands almost slapping red. Kneeling and begging a beggar for mercy, the female lead is thrown into a valley where she breaks her leg. What's more, she even ends up blind in one eye. Is this supposed to be watchable? Wang Hao. Holy, how bad can this script be? Isn't this the complex and bizarre plot you asked for? Meng Zenin was also irate. I was just following the web novel formula, starting from a low point, then striving upwards. And doesn't it all come full circle in the end? Wang Hao. Man, this is tormenting the main character, don't you get it? The audience will lose interest after the beginning. Who cares if it comes full circle or not? Brother Hou, Wang Hao turned to ask Hou. Did you write this script? Hou said helplessly. Yes, she wanted us to. Copy the web novel style of showing off and face slapping. We just followed her method. Mr. Meng and I racked our brains over these plot points for several nights. Who would have thought she still wouldn't be satisfied? IQ is a precious thing. Brother Ho, maybe you should recharge some really. Wang Hao was overwhelmed with helplessness. After reading the script for Domestic Agent, he had thought it quite melodramatic, but still within acceptable limits. This script was even more brutal. Kneeling and begging a beggar for mercy, the female lead is thrown into a valley where she breaks her leg. On top of that, she goes blind in one eye. Are you sure you are all seasoned scriptwriters? It shows that you can't even copy properly. With web novels being so popular, you've studied them for so long without understanding the essence, and you still brag about the awards you've won. Lan Zihuang was almost exploding. And you say that I'm being a diva, not cooperating. A female lead character, blind in one eye, how do you expect me to play her? Tell me. Wang Hao expressed 1,000 agreeances. This role can't be played. It wasn't about being a diva or not. It was a matter of intelligence. Playing such a character would definitely lead to losing fans. Actually, this wasn't how it was planned in the beginning. Meng Zinan's face showed he was clearly losing face. The initial plot was pretty good, but it got changed to this. I'm a well-known scriptwriter in the industry. Could you at least respect my position? This isn't about respect. Lan Zihuang was furious. The previous script had the protagonist constantly training during the day, training during the night, hunting beasts outdoors during the day, coming home for dinner in the evening. After all the training, he just coincidentally meets the female lead and they inexplicably hit it off. That was bearable and tolerable, but before we knew it, in just a couple of episodes, the female lead and the protagonist gets beaten to a pulp. Then it's back to training during the day, training at night, hunting beasts outdoors during the day, coming home for dinner. Are you trying to fool ghosts? Wang Hao almost burst out laughing from his belly. This is too good. The script deserves a shout-out. Without a doubt, the worst script of the year. Xia Sweki, who was sitting behind, was also filled with embarrassment. Are you sure this is a script? I think there's nothing wrong with the plot, Meng Zinan defended. Aren't all the TV dramas in the Heavenly People's Republic following this same pattern? Mr. Ren and you both saw it, and said it was fine before investing, right? The problem is that there are problems now. This script is definitely not cutting it. At that moment, a person sitting next to Lan Zihuang, irritated, ripped off his tie, slammed the table with a loud bang, and shouted, I've invested over 100 million, and you're playing games? I want the pure web novel style. After reading web novels, I feel this formula will definitely catch fire in the future. Can you meet our expectations or not? If not, then get the hell out right now. I don't care what your credentials are. Do you know how much time you're wasting for me? Do you think we're footing the bill for the hundreds of people eating, drinking, and sleeping for half a month? This man was getting red in the face as he spoke. He was already quite fat, and his figure was enormous. As he became enraged, puffing and puffing, he was like the bull demon king. Extremely scary. Meng Zinan was so sharply scolded that he was drenched in sweat, silent as a cicada in winter, not daring to speak a word. Even the crew members sitting next to Wang Hao were trembling with fear, whispering, That's it. Boss Rin is truly angry. Now we're in trouble. Yeah, this show might be doomed now. Sigh, they only learned the superficial aspects, not the essence. Damn, this investor is fierce. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantaneously. So domineering. Who is this person anyway? I didn't dare ask about the specifics of what he does, Lu Yu said in a hushed voice, his whole body breaking out in cold sweat. But it said he has an underworld background, with enormous power. If he gets angry, there aren't many who can keep him in check. Now we're really in trouble. Is it going to work or not? The investor, seeing that Meng Zinan dared not speak, snatched up the screenplay and threw it. I'm giving you one last chance. If it doesn't work out, just pack your things and leave. The script whirled in the air with a whirring sound and then landed with a smack at Wang Hao's feet. He hurriedly picked it up and took a look, and at just one glance, Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Chi power, 3 stages. Fuck, why does this opening look so familiar? Wang Hao immediately continued reading, and after 2 pages, he was utterly embarrassed, blurting out subconsciously, Isn't web fiction not written like this? What is all this crap? As soon as these words came out, Wang Hao felt the whole meeting room fall silent, followed by a sky full of murmuring. Who is this guy? When did he come in? Yeah, I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem to be part of our crew, right? He's questioning scriptwriter Meng. Who is this guy with such big talk? He looks like the host from If You Are the One. I've seen his show. He's been pretty awesome recently. Why is he here? At this moment, Lan Zihuang slammed the table and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone shut up." With that shout, the entire meeting room instantly went quiet. Lan Zihuang's queenly demeanor was off the charts. "This is..." Lan Zihuang looked at Wang Hao, her brow furrowed. "Are you part of our crew? How come I've never seen you before? What is this plot?" Wang Hao completely ignored Lan Zihuang, just kept staring at the script in his hand, growing more and more astonished. Fuck, a wildly popular web novel turned into this crap. Damn it, what I hate most is these scriptwriters who mess everything up. In my past life, countless classics were ruined, and here in this world, these editors are still the same crap. This shit is unbearable. At this point, Lan Zihuang's eyebrows knit together as she asked, "Who exactly are you? Do you really understand web fiction?" Meng Zinan also turned his head. He was already in a bad mood after being scolded and said irritably, "You must be Wang Hao, right? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Don't think you're something special just because you made some edits to Domestic Agent. In terms of seniority, Li Fei would still have to call me senior. This isn't your place to speak." Fuck, is this gearing up for a fight? The surrounding crew members were immediately ready to enjoy the drama. At that moment, all eyes in the room were on Wang Hao. Ho Yu, sitting behind Wang Hao, was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out. These two had just met and were already going at each other? While everyone else was surprised, Wang Hao was even more furious. "Oh, come on, playing the seniority card, huh? You mess up the plot, and I haven't even gotten mad yet, but you're the one who starts trouble? That's not the way to talk," Wang Hao sneered. "This shouldn't be a place where we rank by seniority, right? You write the script into this crap, and others aren't allowed to criticize." Chapter 277. Do you know whose book this is? Upon hearing Wang Hao mention Break the Heavens, Lan Zihuang's eyes immediately lit up. "Go on. Keep talking." She had absolutely loved Break the Heavens recently, but she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Now, as she listened to Wang Hao's analysis, she found herself in wholehearted agreement, completely convinced. The other attendees were also discussing animatedly. Really, when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Yes, exactly. I felt something was off with this part, but I couldn't figure out why. Now I understand. What's wrong with being a loser? Meng Zinan argued. This is a trope. The loser is there to make people more curious about how he'll rise up. What's so wrong about that? That's why I say you didn't even plagiarize the right parts. Wang Hao crumpled up the page from the script and threw it to the ground, then glanced at the script and tore off another page. Look at this part. After being ridiculed, the protagonist gets hot-headed and goes to confront the mocker, and then gets beaten up. Your protagonist lacks everything and goes looking for a fight on his own, and even getting into a fight, he gets thrashed. That's not creating anticipation. That's being brainless, you get me? When he was just being mocked, it was only frustrating. But as soon as he actively starts the fight, it's not just frustration anymore. His body gets damaged, too. With no strength and still humiliating himself, can the audience even continue to watch after this? Yes, exactly. It's so poorly written here, Lan Zihuang said anxiously. Then what should be done here? Today I'm going to talk to you about what pacing really is, Wang Hao said as he crumpled the second page. What is pacing? It's when the plot advances with highs and lows. There's a saying, in literature, as in viewing mountains, flatness is unappealing. Plain writing is uninteresting, right? So, for the opening pace, you first need to show the protagonist being humiliated, then hint at an opportunity for his rise. But that's not enough. You need to deepen the audience's anticipation, which is why in Break the Heavens, Shao Suner appears. And then afterwards, the protagonist's rise follows logically and defies all odds. But what about your arrangement? Wang Hao tore off the third page. Yes, characters are set. But what's with this identity you've set up? A servant's daughter, the protagonist's childhood sweetheart. Oh right, I forgot to mention, your protagonist is also a servant's son. So after the protagonist is beaten black and blue, because people see him as an easy target, his childhood sweetheart is assaulted and the protagonist is powerless to do anything. Isn't that sick? At this point, The entire conference room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That setup really is just too ha ha. This plot is just ridiculous. I can't help but laugh. Right, looking at it this way, the protagonist definitely has a few screws loose. With no strength, he actively seeks out beatings and just keeps getting pummeled. It's simply miserable. With a snort, Lan Zihuang couldn't hold back her laughter either. I knew there was something off about this part when I read it before, but I couldn't articulate what exactly. Now that you've explained it, I get it. Keep going, keep talking. With a face as dark as thunder, Meng Zinan huffed. That's foreshadowing. Kids who haven't seen the world, just because they've had one successful film, think too highly of themselves. And then comes the next part. Wang Hao ignored him, flipped through a few pages of the script, and tore off another. The 3-year promise at the start of Break the Heavens is to establish a goal to strive for. What's this in your script? The protagonist trains during the day and night, hunts beasts outside during the day, and comes back home to eat in the evening. After relentlessly training for 3 years, he goes to cause trouble, which is bad enough. But your protagonist also fails to get his revenge and gets beaten to a pulp, another instance of him actively seeking humiliation. The people listening were astounded. What they had initially felt was an odd plot was being dissected by Wang Hao, and indeed, it was making sense. Fuming, Meng Zinan snorted again. Then tell me how to change it? How can you change this? Wang Hao tore off another page. To fix the overall structure problems, you have to start all over. Let's not even talk about this part. Just look at what comes after. In Break the Heavens, the protagonist has an old grandpa in a ring who helps him show off, smack faces, steal advantages, and quickly level up in his martial arts training. Throughout the story, the protagonist is incredibly cool and awesome. But what have you arranged here? Some old fellow who's been practicing for 60 years, and he's disabled to boot. He can barely manage to eat, requiring the protagonist to take care of him. Taking care of him is one thing, but when the enemies come knocking, after he shows off and angers them, he just lies there while the protagonist gets beaten again. A great golden finger, and you wrote him to be a loser. After Wang Hao finished his critique, the people in the room erupted into laughter again. Ha ha, this is just too funny. It's like everything is in reverse. Yeah, the protagonist in other stories has it easy, dropping husks from the sky. But this protagonist, he's all kinds of miserable. No wonder Miss Lan refuses to shoot it. Meng Zinan's eyes shifted as he said, I did this on purpose to create comedic moments. Do you even know what comedic moments are? What you have isn't called comedic moments, okay? Wang Hao crumpled the paper in his hand and threw it away, continuing his critique. And then after your protagonist gets beaten up, he starts to practice again, and the old grandpa continues to play dead. Speaking of which, couldn't you come up with something better for the old grandpa? I had no choice. Meng Zinan roared. Break the Heavens is a fantasy genre. We are supposed to shoot martial heroes. Can we have a grandpa inside a ring in a martial arts genre? That's a good point. Wang Hao snapped off another page. Honestly, regardless of the genre, it's just a change of soup, not medicine. If you can't have a grandpa in a ring, can't you have a mysterious old grandpa come and teach the protagonist martial arts every night? In the end, Wang Hao simply tore the script to shreds, saying, the way you've connected these events is just a direct copy of Break the Heavens, and not even a clear one at that. The protagonist of Break the Heavens is a genius by nature. He literally has the potential to rise again. Not only that, his fall from genius to trash is all because of the grandpa in the ring. When that grandpa finally gets revived, he starts to help the protagonist rise again. Now that's the proper formula. But you're just doing the opposite. Where Break the Heavens has exhilarating moments, yours are just toxic. If this film is made following your formula, it is bound to flop. You should be thankful that Miss Lan hasn't been filming lately. Otherwise, the losses wouldn't just be a mere 1 or 2 million. As expected, Lan Zihuang, who had previously been regal, was nearly stunned silly by the conversation, looking just like a little kitten, completely overwhelmed. My script, Meng Zinan, saw his script torn to pieces and suddenly stood up, shivering with anger. Pointing at Wang Hao, he yelled, You just tear up my script like that? You have to compensate me. You must. I'll compensate for nothing. Wang Hao was furious and stood up with a start, saying angrily, It would be one thing if your story was entirely copied, but you couldn't even copy it right. Do you know who Break the Heavens belongs to? Whose is Break the Heavens? Everyone present looked at each other in perplexity. Wasn't that an obvious question? Of course, it belonged to the author, Tianqian Do. Whose is it? Meng Xinan sneered. Could it be yours? You actually got it right. Wang Hao pointed to his own nose. This book is mine. You have the audacity to plagiarize my work, and that's bad enough. But you can't even plagiarize properly, and now you're asking me to compensate you for the script. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the room first fell silent, then utterly exploded into chaos. Holy shit, Break the Heavens is his book. This is too incredible, isn't it? Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. The plagiarist is actually asking the original author to compensate for the script. I can't handle this. Real life is indeed stranger than fiction. Huh? Such an unexpected twist. The crowd below buzzed with discussion, while on the other side, Lan Zihuang looked at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with nothing but stars. Could it be? Wang Hao is the author of Break the Heavens? Chapter 278. Brother Hao talks about martial heroes. Yep, it's me. Wang Hao was also quite curious at this moment. What's up? You're in the group too. Which one are you? I'm Purple Phoenix. Lan Zihuang exclaimed. I'm the Purple Phoenix from the group. This time, it was Wang Hao's turn to be flabbergasted. You're Purple Phoenix? Holy crap, is the world really this small? Lan Zihuang, the Kung Fu Queen, didn't say another word. She stood up, pointed at Wang Hao and yelled, Security, where's security? Security, come over here and hold this man down for me. Wang Hao, what the hell do you mean by this? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, security guards rushed out from one side and pinned Wang Hao down in his seat. Then they heard Lan Zihuang laugh triumphantly. Ha ha, Dodo, I finally caught you. Now let's see if you'll add more chapters or not. After Lan Zihuang finished speaking, everyone on the scene burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too funny, you can't run now. Poor guy, getting caught red-handed. If you don't add more chapters now, your fate will be truly miserable. Lock him in the little black room. Just write every day. If you don't write 20,000 words a day, you're not allowed out. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Ha, Wang Hao. Damn it. I've walked into an ambush. Let's talk this over. Wang Hao broke out in waterfall sweat. I'll add more chapters. Isn't one more chapter enough? After some laughter and commotion, everything calmed down without any real danger. Looking at Lan Zihuang's expectant eyes, Wang Hao forced a smile and said, Can you stop looking at me like that, please? It's really frightening. Ha! Who would have thought that Brother Hao is actually the author of Break the Heavens? The investor slapped the table and waited for the room to quiet down before speaking. Hey, I've been reading that book of yours, and it's indeed very, very good. Brother, how about this? I'll just buy the rights to the book, and adapting it directly would save us a lot of trouble, right? Now that was a rich man talking. Him wanting to buy the rights was actually not a bad option. But after thinking it over carefully, Wang Hao still shook his head. There was no helping it. Break the Heavens had only been updated with a little over 300,000 words. How could it be adapted with so few? I have no objections, Wang Hao replied with a smile. But the problem is that there's really too little content right now, just a little over 300,000 words. To think about adapting it, it's definitely not enough. That's a problem indeed. The investor stroked his chin and then asked, So, brother, what do you think we should do with the screenplay? It would be such a waste to disband such a big crew, but Meng Xianan's screenplay is really unbearable and impossible to shoot. Do you have any better ideas? Investor boss Ren had the look of a street boss, but making it to his position, he was no simple character. With that question, he hit the nail on the head. Now that the original screenplay couldn't be shot and Break the Heavens didn't have enough material, what to do? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Hao, waiting to see how he would solve the current predicament. Lan Zihuang, her eyes literally shining with golden light. Could Wang Hao really have a solution? As for martial heroes, Wang Hao thought carefully before saying with a chuckle, I actually have some ideas. Oh, really? Hearing that Wang Hao indeed had ideas, Boss Ren immediately waved him over. Brother, come over here and speak into the mic. Let everyone have a good look at what a good screenplay, good storylines are. Wang Hao grinned and gave a fist salute first, throwing out a bit of flattery. Boss Rin is mighty. Haha, no problem at all. Boss Rin specially added a chair next to him for Wang Hao and laughed. Young brother, sit here. Once Wang Hao was seated, he then took the microphone, looked around the audience, and smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony, and I'll share with you a plot I thought of when I was bored. The audience fell silent, the scene very much like employees listening to a leader's speech. First off, Wang Hao said, for a martial heroes film, we need to set the historical background, as well as the good guys and bad guys. For the good guys, my setting goes like this. The famous 5 mountains, Mount Tai of the east, Mount Hung of the south, Mount Hung of the north, and Mount Song in the center. These everyone knows. The righteous faction, then, is named after these 5 mountains, called the 5 mountain sword sects. Wang Hao began to explain to the audience the foundational setting of one of the most famous martial arts novels from his previous life, Smiling Proud Wanderer. In fact, in the realm of martial arts films, Jin Yang's works are all well known, and anyone picked at random is sure to be a huge hit without a doubt. But the historical background of the other works is too distinct, and Wang Hao wasn't too familiar with the alterations in this world. Who knows if ancient history had undergone some changes? Therefore, he finally chose Smiling Proud Wanderer. With its vaguest background, it should at least cause no problems wherever it was presented, right? The 5 mountain sword sects, that's a good setting. Boss Rin smiled and nodded his head. Continue. Meng Zenin was truly attentive this time, taking out his pen and starting to write rapidly. Then, the bad guys in martial arts novels are typically some form of evil cult. Wang Hao continued explaining to everyone. So, in our book, we need to have the biggest baddies, the demon sect, the sun and moon divine sect. This sets up the conflict between good and evil quite clearly, but, obviously, just these sects alone are still somewhat flimsy. So, we can add 2 more. Major righteous factions, Shaolin and Wudong, as well as several other soy sauce sects such as Qingcheng, Kunlun, Amei, etc., sprinkling in some martial wanderers throughout the Jianghu, and the overall framework of the martial world begins to take shape. When Wang Hao got to this point, the audience was simply stunned. Actually, they all watch martial arts films routinely, but who could explain the model of the Jianghu in such simple words like this? This was really the first time they had seen such. For instance, the wanderers in the Jianghu, some soy sauce-type sects, some famous righteous sects, some martial titans, as well as the most powerful demon sects. A few simple words had already made the audience feel the storm of blood and wind in the Jianghu. Now that we have set up the basic background, it's time to talk about plot settings. Once Wang Hao started, he was off, talking nonstop like the flowing waters of the Yangtze River, endlessly, or like the Yellow River bursting its banks, unstoppable. First, we must introduce something utterly awesome that runs through the entire plot. What is this thing? It's a secret manual. Its name is Evil Extinguishing Sword Manual. How powerful is this Evil Extinguishing Sword Manual? Anyone who masters it would become invincible under the heavens, thus creating a storyline revolving around this manual. Once we have arranged all that, then we can continue to set the characters. As we said before, this story is mainly about the feud and entanglement between the 5 mountain sword sects and the demon sect, the sun and moon divine sect. So we should start with characters from both the righteous and evil paths. First, there are the sect leaders of the 5 mountain sword sects. The sect leader of the Songshan sect, Zhuolingchan, with his 13 protectors of Pine Mountain. The Hung Mountain sect of the north is a nunnery, sect leader Reverend Dingxian, assisted by 2 others, Reverend Dingjing and Dingy. Mount Hung of the south, sect leader Mo Da, who plays the Eru, nicknamed the Night Rain of Xiaoxiang. Mount Tai of the east, sect leader Taoist Tianmen, wielding a broad iron sword. Lastly, the sect leader of the Hua Mountain sect, where our main character is from, Gentleman Sword Yu Buchuan, whose mastery of the purple mist divine skill is nothing short of miraculous. Wang Hao's words flowed naturally, leaving everyone in the conference room utterly amazed. Usually, the martial arts films they watched were almost always about 2 sects fighting back and forth, round and round like grinding a mill. When had they ever heard of such an incredible concept? Meng Zenin and Hou Yu were dumbstruck, having never seen such an amazing setting. Boss Rin slapped the table forcefully. Good. This setting is just too damn awesome. This is what you call a jianghu. Then he looked at Wang Hao with eyes sparkling. You finished with the 5 mountain sword sects, so what about the demon sect? Speaking of the demon sect, there's even more to say. Wang Hao, with a chuckle, glanced at Boss Rin and said, the previous sect leader of the demon sect, Rinwushing, practiced the absorption star method, which could absorb others' inner strength, making him an unparalleled figure in the Jianghu. Chapter 279, Kneeling to the Boss. Everyone present burst into laughter. Boss Rin really was a straight shooter, huh? Lan Zihuang was also holding back her laughter. While glancing at Wang Hao, Dodo was indeed brilliant. The way he explains it. Speaking of the demon sect, Wang Hao said with a grin, looking at everyone present, the demon sect has an even more awesome figure. Everyone asked in unison, who is it? Wang Hao said, the vice sect hierarch Dongfang Bubi, who cultivates the Kuohua manual, proclaims the sun rises in the east. Only, I am unbeatable. The whole crowd drew a sharp breath. But that wasn't all. Wang Hao continued. The Kuohua manual is truly divine. To cultivate this martial art, there's a saying that goes, if you wish to practice this skill, you must first. Everyone loudly asked, must first what? Wang Hao gave a hard slap to his thigh. Must first castrate yourself. To practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbstruck. The conference room was utterly silent, where you could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of everyone's breathing remaining. No wonder. Wang Hao called Meng Xinan's script trash. Just look, compared to the settings Wang Hao described, Meng Xinan's script doesn't even deserve to carry his shoes. The gap was not just substantial. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Not to mention anything else. But look how majestic these names are. Exactly. Rinwushing, Dongfang Bubi. Listen to the grandeur in those names. Incredible. It's just not fair to compare people. Amazing. Just amazing. Boss Rin clapped furiously. Hurry and tell us if there's anything else. I'm so eager to hear the rest of the settings and plot. Yeah, Brother Hao. Come on and tell us already. Lan Zihuang kept throwing seductive glances at Wang Hao, with little sparkles nearly flying from her eyes. Discussing plot and settings was undoubtedly Wang Hao's strong suit. Although his current memory wasn't sufficient to perfectly recite every word of Mr. Jin's book, discussing the overall settings and plot was no problem at all. After talking about the good guys and the evil faction, we have to talk about the characters. Wang Hao continued, as characters were crucial to a script. Let's begin with the protagonist. The protagonist's name is Ling Hu Chong, the senior brother of the Hua Mountain sect. He is born handsome and charming, with a free-spirited and carefree personality, and his swordsmanship is quite superb, especially fond of drinking. The character doesn't necessarily have to be the most handsome, but what's essential is displaying that kind of dashing aura. I think Yang Yunfei from Domestic Agent has just about the right presence for it. When it comes to characters, there are many things to consider. After all, in a TV series, the most important part is the characters. A good TV show must reflect the characters' personalities. After talking about the male lead, we move on to the female lead. Wang Hao scanned the room with his eyes and asked with a smile, who do you guess is the female lead? From which sect? Who is the female lead? Everyone looked at each other, and someone shouted, definitely from the Hua Mountain sect, a little junior sister. Wang Hao shook his head and chuckled. Hee hee, that would just be a supporting female role. Keep guessing. The Taishan sect. The Hung Mountain's nun. It wouldn't be from the beggar gang, would it? When someone guessed it might be from the beggar gang, laughter erupted among those present. Haha, you're all wrong. The female lead, Wang Hao laughed heartily, is from the demon sect, and it's none other than the daughter of the demon sect leader Ran Wushing. Damn, the female lead turned out to be the daughter of the top villain from the demon sect's Sun and Moon Divine sect. As soon as they heard the character setup, everyone in the room was instantly flabbergasted. Now that's what you call awesome. It was like a setting befitting a god. Even director Yang Sholin was astonished. He sat there, dazed, for quite a while before, suddenly leaping up and grabbing Boss Rin by the arm. Now that's what I call badass. Boss, I have a premonition. This is going to be a hit. No kidding. Did you have to say it? Boss Rin also widened his eyes, The setup is just divine. If this movie gets made, it's going to be absolutely badass. With that, Boss Rin got so excited that he ripped open his collar and said, "Money is not the issue. I'll add more funds if it's not enough." Yang Sholin said, "I can't wait any longer. I'm dying to start shooting. I'm afraid I'll struggle to control such a film by my own strength. The relationship between the male and female leads is too complex. I have to invite some veterans to help out." Everyone was thrilled. Who could have thought of such a badass setting? But just then, Wang Hao threw out an even bigger bombshell. Haha. So now guess who the biggest boss in the movie will be? The biggest boss? The crowd looked at each other and said in unison, "Rin Wuxing. Dongfang Bubi." Haha. Wrong again. Wang Hao gave the answer with a smile. The ultimate boss is the protagonist's master. Didn't I mention earlier? In this film, there's a godly martial arts manual that plays a central role, the Evil Extinguishing Sword Manual. The protagonist's master will eventually practice the Evil Extinguishing Sword Manual and aim to rule the martial world, striving to be unrivaled. Jaws dropped throughout the meeting room. Who would have thought that the protagonist's master would turn out to be the ultimate boss? So, little bro, Boss Rin then decisively asked a very critical question. The protagonist's master is the sect leader of Hua Mountain, Yu Buchuan, right? If he becomes invincible with the Evil Extinguishing Sword Manual, what will the protagonist do? That's a good question, Wang Hao said with a smile. Our protagonist has to be badass. The method for practicing the Evil Extinguishing Sword Manual is the same as the Kuehua Manual. One must be castrated before they can learn it. But clearly, our protagonist can't do that. So what should he do? Haha. That's when the grandpa I mentioned earlier comes into play, the badass grandpa. This grandpa is none other than the successor of the world's #1 swordsman, the sword demon Dugu Qiubai, who resides behind Hua Mountain at Repent Cliff, Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes popped out again in shock. The #1 swordsman in the world. Sword demon. Dugu Qiubai? Dugu Qiubai, always seeking defeat. If he encountered Dongfang Bubi, who would be more formidable? The name alone is unbeatable. Just hearing it sounds so badass. Exactly. It's no surprise that he could write a badass hit novel like Battle Through the Heavens, with skills like that. Just from this name, I can tell this drama is going to be explosive. Even Lan Zihuang began shaking Wang Hao's arm. So who do I play? Just say the word, and I'll start work even after midnight. At your beck and call. You, Wang Hao said with a grin, glancing at Lan Zihuang. She was part of our inner circle, and with that occasional burst of her queenly demeanor, who else could she play? Wang Hao said, "You're obviously going to play the female lead, the daughter of the demon sect's leader Rin Wuxing, Rin Yingying." Rin Yingying. That name sounds so nice. Lan Zihuang's eyes lit up with excitement as she planted a kiss on Wang Hao's face. "Thank you for arranging such a great role for me, huh? I promise not to let you down." The entire venue erupted with clicks from cameras, scaring Wang Hao into a cold sweat. "Stop. You absolutely must not let these photos get out." "Don't worry, these kinds of photos are just for a look and then deleted." Boss Rin could still control the situation. "Anyone who leaks these photos, I'll treat them to tea. For a whole month." Suddenly, the whole room went silent with fear. Then Boss Rin slapped his thigh hard. "Damn it. When I get back, I'm changing my daughter's name to Rin Yingying. Wang Hao, I'm on my knees to the boss." Boss Rin. At that moment, Director Yang was already immersed in the content Wang Hao had talked about, saying, "Given this scale, the world you've described, the budget is going to be a real issue. Adding money is nothing. Just speak up when it's not enough." Boss Rin fiercely said, "I'll personally play Ren Wuxing. This role suits me too damn well, huh?" Wang Hao, "Well, you certainly share a style with Ren Wuxing." Chapter 280, Laughing Proudly in Jianghu. On the other hand, to recover from his injuries, Ren Wuxing handed over the Sun and Moon Divine sect to the vice sect hierarch, Dongfang Bubi, who then started to eliminate dissenters. Sun and Moon Divine sect's bright right envoy, Xiang Wentian, and the elder Chu Yang, both masters, were forced to leave. Wang Hao's introduction of this plot stemmed from his favorite version by the big star LV Songxian from his previous life on Earth. This version of Swordsman was quite closer to the original work, and the characters matched perfectly with the original. Therefore, it was the best choice to use directly here. Otherwise, speaking directly from the original would require considering adaptations, which would be overly troublesome. Later, Lin Pingji persuaded Yu Lingshan to take medicine, and the two began to develop feelings. Wang Hao continued, seeming to find his stride as he spoke through more than a dozen episodes worth of plot. Soon, the two started to pair up, which displeased the other disciples. One day, Ling Hucheng accidentally knocked her prized sword off a cliff while sparring with Yu Lingshan, causing her to deeply resent Ling Hucheng. He spoke to this point, and the audience below gritted their teeth in rage. That Lin Pingji is really despicable. The protagonist saves him, and he even steals the protagonist's wife. Exactly, such a villain. That woman is no good either. At that moment, Lan Zihuang threw a flirtatious look at Wang Hao. Brother Hao, is it almost my turn to appear? Hee. When our purple phoenix appears, it has to shock the heavens and move spirits. Wang Hao chuckled decisively. You're about to appear? At that moment, Ling Hucheng at Repent Cliff encounters Tian Boguang challenging him, unable to defeat him after several attempts. Then, an old man appears. He spends a day and a night teaching the protagonist a swordsmanship technique named Dugan 9 Sword, which was created by the world's #1 swordsman, Dugu Qiubai. Wang Hao's narration astonished everyone. The plot had already captivated them completely, and who would have imagined that the real brilliance was only beginning? Because it was only here that the protagonist, Ling Hucheng, began to learn the top swordsmanship in the world. Awesome. Boss Ren slapped the table hard, gasping breathlessly. This plot is simply sublime and intensely intriguing. Look at this. Look at this. We haven't even started filming, and just describing the plot is this exciting. This is what you call a script. This is a masterpiece, he said as he hugged Wang Hao's neck, laughing. Brother, what's the name of this series? Wang Hao responded cheerfully with 4 words. Swordsman. Swordsman. Hearing the name of the series, the crew members below, already spellbound, instantly erupted into cheers. This is truly a fantastic series. If this gets filmed, it's sure to be a hit. Exactly. This is what you call thrilling twists and turns. This is pace. This is climax. This is anticipation. Compared to this swordsman, that previous swordsman of the martial world is just trash. That's right. Look at the plot arrangement here. Simply unbeatable. The crowd below buzzed with discussion, and Boss Ren, filled with surprises, emphatically patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Swordsman. Good. This name is good. It's high-end, classy, and top-notch. This is it. Absolutely no issues. Brother Hao, I'm truly impressed. Lan Zihuang was full of admiration, those little eyes sparkling. No wonder you could write such a good book like Fight Breaker. This is the script I want to shoot. Everyone on site was exhilarated. If this script were to be filmed, not to mention anything else, just the plot alone would definitely make it explosively popular. Director Yang Sholin even specifically asked, Brother Hao, with such a great plot, you have to make sure the theme song is good too. Don't let a divine series be ruined by the theme song. Do you have any ideas now? Upon hearing Director Yang's words, everyone present suddenly quieted down again. Sure, this film is excellent, but did you know Wang Hao is also a songwriter and composer? Oh my god, this guy is seriously an all-rounder, isn't he? Novels, screenwriting, songs, skilled in everything. I actually have a song that's perfect for this, Wang Hao said with a sly smile, but I can't reveal it now because I want to keep it as a surprise. Wait until I finish the music, and then you'll see. Everyone will be satisfied. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Boss Run roared loudly in approval. Great. With Brother Wang's word, I can rest assured this film will definitely be a hit, he said, grinning at Wang Hao. Brother, considering the plot and setup are so great, when can you have the script ready? Well, Wang Hao scratched his head. Boss Rin didn't wait for a reply. He slapped an invoice on the table. Just fill in whatever amount you want for your fee. I promise you won't be at loss. The only requirement is that the script must be done quickly. I can hardly wait to start acting in Rin Wuxing. Wow. When the others heard what Boss Rin said, they were all incredibly envious. Just fill in the numbers on the check. What kind of treatment is this? Unheard of. It does seem exaggerated, but given the plot and setup, Any price would be worth it. Speaking of which, it's not really about the money, Wang Hao said, looking a bit troubled. The issue is I'm just too busy. I can come over to help, but I might not have the time to write the script. What? Boss Rin was instantly shocked. You really don't have the time? Oh, what can we do now? He quickly turned to Xia Sweki. Hey, that lady. Yes, your brother Wang's agent, right? Can you check if he can make some time? Xia Sweki quickly took out her phone to check the schedule, then shook her head helplessly. Brother Hao could help for a day or two, but anything longer won't work. He is already booked for the next half month, and the bookings keep increasing. Everyone around gasped in disbelief. Now they had the plot and setup, everyone was thrilled, but Brother Hao had no available dates. What to do? Though I don't have time, isn't Mr. Meng still here? Wang Hao looked at Meng Zinan and said with a smile, I think with Mr. Meng's experience, writing this script shouldn't be a problem. Previously, it was like knocking out Meng Zinan and Hou Yu, the two screenwriters, with a cudgel. Now is the time to offer them some sweet dates. After all, Wang Hao knew his own situation. He was busy with various things daily, so it was impossible for him to focus on writing the script. Therefore, the best course of action was to leave the plot up in the air and find someone else to write the script. And whom to approach at this moment? Obviously, it was best to find the master-apprentice duo of Meng Zinan and Hou Yu. But the problem was, Wang Hao intended to give them two a way out, but unexpectedly, Meng Zinan started to bargain hard. I definitely can write the script. Meng Zinan, seizing Wang Hao's lack of time, boastfully crossed his arms and grinned. But regarding the terms, they still need some discussion. How much do you want? As soon as Boss Rin heard this, he instantly became unhappy, his eyes narrowing slightly. Name your price, Meng Zinan proudly said. 3 million, not a penny less. And the script must be credited under my name. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was infuriated. Damn, I kindly give you a way out, and you take that as a chance to be insatiable? You're just writing a script based on my plot and setting. Not only are you demanding an outrageous amount, but you also want your name to be credited as the screenwriter? Whose copyright would it be then? Mr. Meng, isn't this a bit too much? Even Boss Ren was displeased. You know very well how much work you need to do. To directly ask for 3 million is truly extortionate. As soon as Boss Ren finished speaking, the rest of the crew nodded in agreement. Just to fill in some lines, and he asks for 3 million? And the screenwriter has to be listed as him? Chapter 281. Let's wait and see. Are you threatening me? Mr. Ren laughed it off and then turned to Director Yang. Director Yang, please ask around. See if there's anyone else who could come over. All right, I'll ask now. Yang Sholin promptly left the room and came back about 10 minutes later, then gently shook his head. The entire meeting room fell silent instantly. The crew all took a deep breath. This was it. Things were probably going to turn bad. You see, Meng Zinan said with a smirk. It's not that I'm asking for too much, but there's really no one available. Phew. Mr. Ren looked at Wang Hao. Little brother, you say something, I'll listen to you on this matter. As soon as Mr. Ren said this, everyone's attention in the room shifted to Wang Hao. Whether the film could go on now depended on what he said. Mr. Meng, Wang Hao suddenly started laughing. He chuckled twice, then looked at Meng Zinan and asked, do you really think that in the entire screenwriter circle of the Heavenly People's Republic, only you have time? Pretty much, Meng Zinan sneered. What? Do you know any other capable person? Speaking of which, I do know one. I just remembered. Wang Hao immediately took out his phone, dialed a number, and quickly connected. You. What are you up to these days? Are you free? Yep, I've got a job for you. Yeah, writing a screenplay. Where are you now? What? You're also in Hunlong area? Jinqing? Which place is that? At this point, people below started whispering. Jinqing Hotel? There's no such place around here, is there? Yeah, never heard of it. Let me search on the map. Damn, it's not Jinqing Hotel. It's Jinqing Inn. Where? Jinqing Inn. Is it that crappy inn where staying one night costs just 30 yuan? That's where the extras stay, isn't it? Seems like it. At that moment, Wang Hao spoke into the phone. Yep, I'm in the Kaiwa Hotel's third-floor conference room. Hurry over. Right, that's great. Come over together. After hanging up, Wang Hao laughed and said, speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. A classmate of mine is just around here these days. He's a screenwriter, and happens to be free. By then, Meng Zinan had already heard the people's whispers and almost burst out laughing. Huh? A guy staying in an inn, haha. How capable can he be? Asking him to write a screenplay? Are you joking? Whether it's a joke or not, you don't get to decide. Wang Hao pointed at his own nose and said, I have the final say. Time passed quickly, and in barely 20 minutes, the conference room door was pushed open, and a man and a woman hurried in. You could tell they were in a rush. The man was sweaty, and as soon as he entered, he shouted, Brother Hao, where are you? I'm here. It was Wang Hao's high school mate, the screenwriter Yu Junpeng. Who else could be following him but his girlfriend Ding Yue? Over here, Wang Hao, all smiles, said, Hurry over. Here I am. Yu Junpeng jogged to the spot, then was stunned. Master Meng, you're here too. I've even written you a job application letter, do you remember? And Miss Lan Zihuang. My goodness. Brother Hao, are you trying to introduce me as Master Meng's disciple? Wang Hao immediately felt awkward. This guy is your teacher. What could he possibly teach you? All kinds of ways to torture the protagonist. Can you have a bit of ambition? Wang Hao said annoyedly. Didn't I tell you over the phone? It's to have you write a screenplay, not to become a disciple. Just tell me if you're free now. Free. Of course I'm free. Hearing that, he was to write a screenplay. Yu Junpeng was thrilled. Tell me, what do you want me to write? Is there a payment? Not much. 2,000 per episode is fine. Mr. Run, this is my high school classmate, Wang Hao said with a smile to Boss Run. He also studies screenwriting. You name the price. I trust my brother's judgment, so you're the one. Boss Rin decided on the spot. For the entire script, 500,000. Yu Junpeng was completely dumbfounded. How much? Faced with Yu Junpeng's question, Boss Rin repeated. For the entire script, 500,000. 500,000. A whole 500,000. Hearing this figure, Yu Junpeng instantly got excited. 500,000. Are you really not kidding? I'll take it. I'm taking this job. 500,000. Oh heaven, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Yu Junpeng was all kinds of excited, and Ding Yue standing next to him also had stars in her eyes. Hanging out with Brother Hao was just that awesome. A casual pull of a gig, and boom, 500,000. An astronomical figure. Wang Hao said cheerfully. I'll sort out the plot from beginning to end for you these next few days. You just focus on writing. No problem at all. Yu Junpeng quickly said. But Brother Hao, I don't know the plot. Can you tell me about it now? What a joke. Do you want Brother to repeat it all over again? How troublesome. Look at Brother's situation. Mr. Meng, no. I should call you Master Meng. Wang Hao laughed wickedly, snatching the notes that Meng Zinan had made earlier, looked at them briefly, and said, You've made quite detailed notes here. I'm really sorry, but it seems they're of no use to you anyway, so I'll unceremoniously take them. Wang Hao, you. Meng Zinan abruptly stood up. How can you steal my work? Oh, come on. As if I hadn't settled the score with you for directly lifting the plots of Battle through the heavens before. I kindly gave you a chance, and not only did you become even more presumptuous, but now you're pulling this? Master Meng. Wang Hao continued, flipping through the notepad and smiling. Tell me, which part of this is your own work? Oh right, you did write the words. So, there are about 3,000 words here. I'll give you some face, let's say $2 per word, makes 6,000. I'll be generous and round it up to 10,000, no need for change. How does that sound? Meng Zinan was so furious his face turned red and his neck thickened, but he was unable to refute. He had no choice. The notes indeed contained everything that Wang Hao had shared, and with over 100 people watching in the room, he could hardly come up with a solid defense even if his skin were thick. In the end, Meng Zinan slammed the table hard. Wang Hao, I'll remember today, we shall see. The green hills remain unchanged. The flowing water keeps moving. Wang Hao grinned as he clasped his hands. We shall meet again in the future. Take care. Meng Zinan stormed out of the meeting room, fuming, and instantly, the entire meeting room burst into laughter. Ha ha! The thickness of that old guy's face is really something to behold. Just to fill in a few lines, and he quoted 3 million. And he even required the screenwriters to write his name. If I were him, I'd just quietly make a fortune. Exactly. Brother Hao even gave him a way out. But he not only refused to step down, but also went too far, a classic case of a wasted life. Can we not insult dogs, please? Dogs would never do such a thing. Now that the script was settled, and with Wang Hao overseeing things, everyone was at ease. Boss Ren burst out laughing. My brother really has a way with things. I won't say any more unnecessary words. I have arranged the presidential suite for you. Stay as long as you like. I'll provide you with a bodyguard, an assistant, and a car for you to use whenever. My only goal is for you to finish the script as quickly as possible. Name your conditions. As soon as Boss Ren finished speaking, everyone around envied with their mouths agape. What level of treatment was this? Even the big star Lan Zihuang didn't get such treatment. Chapter 282, Granduncle. Ding Yue shook her head nervously. Not yet. Brother Hao, do you have a role for me to play? I can do it. First, give me a twirl so I can have a look. Wang Hao asked Ding Yue to turn around once, then looked her over carefully, top to bottom, and laughed. Now that I think about it, your temperament is quite good. All right, perform a few scenes for me to see. Let's start with an emotional crying scene. This was an audition. Suddenly, everyone present cleared a large space, and the camera was quickly ready. The audition began. Ding Yue stood in the center of the space, casually pulled a male actor from the audience to stand in front of her, and after a brief moment stirring up her emotions, she instantly got into character, tears streaming down as she cried. How? How could you be so heartless to me? Well, what's wrong with me that you had to choose her? Tell me, tell me. The male actor was clearly taken aback by her words, desperately trying to please her. I didn't. I really didn't. That's when Wang Hao decisively switched scenes, two lovers joyfully heading out. Ding Yue immediately wiped away her tears, then wrapped her arm around the male actor's, leaning gently on his shoulder like a delicate bird, and said, I'm so happy to be with you. Then her entire face bloomed like a flower, pointing at 45 degrees to the top of the tent. Look, those two birds on the tree, how beautiful. They're magpies, oh magpies. What acting chops. The entire crew took a collective sharp breath. How about it, Zihuang? Wang Hao asked with a chuckle, addressing the professionally trained Lan Zihuang beside him. What do you think? Is my friend's girlfriend presentable? Her acting is absolutely spot on. The big star Lan Zihuang gave Ding Yue a very high assessment of her acting skills. I think she's much better than some of those expressionless pretty boys. With her talent, playing a significant role wouldn't be a problem. It's you. Wang Hao pointed to Ding Yue, the role of Linghu Chang's junior sister from the Hung Mountain sect, Yilin. How does that sound? Think you can handle it? I will certainly try my best. What a surprise. Ding Yue, although unaware of who Yilin was, understood that the hero's junior sister, even if a minor character, would definitely be a significant one. She was so overcome with gratitude she could kiss Wang Hao twice. Brother Hao, thank you. Thank you so much. Ha ha. We're all family here. It's what we should do, Wang Hao said with a laugh before casually asking. Speaking of which, you're attractive and your acting isn't half bad. How come you haven't made it big yet? Actually, hearing Wang Hao bring up the topic, Ding Yue's face blushed with embarrassment. There have been quite a few directors and investors who approached me for roles, but they were up to no good, so I never agreed. Not tempted by money, wanting only to rely on her own efforts. Impeccable character. Wang Hao gave Yu Junpeng a hard pat on the shoulder. You, remember to send me wedding candies when you get married. Brother Hao, look at you. Yu Junpeng looked at Wang Hao as if he were a god. You've arranged such a great role for little Wei. No more nonsense. Just give the word if you need something. At that moment, the entire event was a celebration of joy. Boss Ren wrapped an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder with a big laugh. Truly a young hero emerges. If only my nephew had half your ability. Your nephew? What's his name? As soon as Boss Ren mentioned this, Wang Hao suddenly remembered, considering the man's last name was Run, his nephew couldn't be Ren Xing. Boss Ren shook his head and said, Sigh, I heard he's been getting quite close to some small-time celebrity recently. Wang Hao, well, that's settled then. Looking at Boss Ren's burly figure, his nephew must be the chubby Ren Xing. That means he's family after all. Is it Ren Xing? He's a close brother of mine. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. You're his. Ren Xing is really your classmate. Boss Ren exclaimed. Then we are all family here. I'm his second uncle. Wang Hao. F***ck, just as I suspected. Is the world really this small? With Ren Xing in the picture, there wasn't much else to say. They were all genuinely one of their own. Wang Hao chuckled and said, "Nice to meet you, Uncle Hee. I'll be counting on your support from now on." Boss Ren laughed heartily. "We're all family here. No need for formalities." Lan Zihuang snickered to herself on the side. Boss Ren really is something. Someone calls him uncle, and he's calling them little brother. Now that the script issue was finally resolved and the filming could continue, Boss Ren was in a great mood and laughed. "Little brother, let's go. I must give you a warm welcome today. That loser Ming Zenon is gone, and our father-son duo will definitely work better together. Let's have a meal first. We've got to drink plenty today." "That's right, we definitely need a good drink." Wang Hao smiled and nodded. "I just so happen to be a bit hungry, hee." And so, the group set off. Entering the Chinese restaurant of the five-star hotel, Boss Ren led Wang Hao and several key members of the crew to their table. After ordering food and drinks, Boss Ren bellowed, "Fill her up for me and my little brother." The waiter, startled by the shout, hurriedly opened a bottle of Matai, pouring a full glass for Boss Ren first, and then for Wang Hao. Boss Ren lifted his glass, downed it without a word, and after exhaling a breath heavy with the scent of alcohol, he laughed loudly. "Refreshing. Fantastic. I hadn't thought that my little brother would come today, huh? You don't understand. The way my little brother writes break the heavens. I look forward to the updates every single day. Come on, little brother, bottoms up." Wang Hao, looking at the glass in front of him, turned green. "Uncle, really down it? Hurry it up." Uncle took hold of Wang Hao's neck and laughed. "You think you, a famous writer, can come here and just walk away? Let me tell you, little brother. After this drink, you'll be like my own nephew. Stick with me, Uncle, and I promise you won't regret it. Just stay here, don't leave." The dude was tall, big, and chubby. Once he put his arm around Wang Hao, it was like a bear getting ready to munch on someone. Wang Hao, right? What more can one say when someone puts it like that? Ren Xing gives us a villa. We hang with his uncle. All right, I'll do it. Wang Hao lifted his glass, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot down the hatch. Now that's what I'm talking about. Uncle was clearly delighted, slapping Wang Hao on the shoulder so hard that he almost spat out the alcohol he had just swallowed. Now that the liquor had hit, Wang Hao opened up and boastfully said, The script my little brother just talked about is unbeatable. Top-notch. Freaking awesome. Just listen to the name, Ren Wuxing. So powerful and dominating. Damn, why didn't I meet my little brother earlier? I would have taken that name for myself. Too bad about my surname, though. Totally wasted." Yang Shoulin and the other crew members vigorously nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Such a shame." Lan Zihuang pursed her lips in amusement. Boss Ren really had a funny personality. If you had met him earlier, probably Dodo wasn't even born back then, right? Come on, Director Yang. Introduce my little brother to the rest of the crew members. Boss Ren pointed straight at Director Yang Shoulin. "My little brother just downed that drink, so from now on he's one of us. He also said he's going to be around for a while. Let's all work well together." "Of course, no problem." Yang Shoulin stood up cheerfully and began the introductions. "I won't say much about our Mr. Ren, the investor of our movie, a man of absolute generosity, no second words about it." "That's what I like to hear." Boss Ren filled his glass again. "I'll drink to that first." With a tilt of his head, he downed another shot. Everyone broke into applause. Mr. Ren is so generous. There's nothing to say about Mr. Ren. Yang Shoulin moved on to introduce Lan Zihuang. "Miss Lan Zihuang, I'm sure you're already familiar with her. She's a top domestic star, worth 30 million. She's the pillar of our crew." Wang Hao quickly picked up his drink and smiled. "Miss Lan, you could say we knew each other through my books before, and now we're in the same crew. Please take good care of me in the future. Let's drink to that." Lan Zihuang smiled and raised her glass. "Cheers." Chapter 283. Another key figure. Wang Hao quickly picked up his glass. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Once they had drunk, Yang Shoulin continued. "This is our life producer of the crew, Mr. Zhang Chong. His main task is to manage the daily logistics for the crew. What everyone eats for 3 meals a day, refueling the cars, arranging hotel rooms for everyone, and so forth are all organized by the life producer. Another core member, Wang Hao, quickly offered a toast. Mr. Zhang. Sure thing, Zhang Chong, a cheerful and portly man who seemed easy to talk to, responded. Little Wang, just let me know if you need anything. I'm also old friends with Mr. Run, so don't be shy. That's great. The two clinked glasses. The next few people introduced were relatively less significant members of the crew, including the crew manager, Li Chuang, makeup artist Lu Hong, and so on. Now that the introductions were complete and the dishes had all been served, everyone started drinking. That's why they say you can't get anything done in the Heavenly People's Republic without drinking. Several rounds of drinks later, everyone started opening up. Bro, Boss Rin lamented while drinking. The way you revised that script, brilliant. Meng Zenon's previous script was so boring and uninteresting. But after you explained yours to me, it was just 2 words. So refreshing. Exactly, so refreshing. This script definitely has no problems. Everyone around responded in agreement. At this point, director Yang Sholin added, It's good that we changed the script, but it's a pity we can't use the footage we already shot. At this, everyone sighed in unison. Right? We shot for more than half a month, and all those scenes and camera work have been wasted. Indeed, just those things cost at least 200 million, right? Hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, That much? 200 million in half a month, averaging over 100,000 a day. That's right, Yang Sholin nodded. And that was when we weren't using any top-tier celebrities. Even a second-tier minor star nowadays costs around 50,000 a day. At this point, the crew manager, Li Chuang, chimed in. Filming is just a money pit everywhere. Even just a nail, when you add up everything, isn't cheap. Take a set we rented before, in the film studio city. Renting that space cost 8,000 a day. The filming equipment 10,000 a day. A simple sword at least 100. And then you have a big crew. Even normal worn-out clothes cost more than Nike in the stores. Wang Hao. That exaggerated? No choice. Li Chuang took a sip of his drink. That's just the way it is now. Where else can you find suitable clothes? All made new then aged. The cost of one piece of clothing being around 1,800 is pretty normal. Like for the martial heroes movie we're shooting? Those new Jianghu costumes, if they look too new, they just won't do. So, we need to age them, and that's why they're so pricey. Wang Hao. Indeed, this was a rather sad topic to discuss. In filming, money always comes first. Without it, nothing moves forward. All right, let's not talk about that now. My brother arrived today. Let's have a good drink, to everyone's health. Boss Rin was visibly elated. We'll talk about money later. I definitely won't let my brother suffer. Besides, Teacher Tong has gone to negotiate, right? I believe in her capability. Right. With Teacher Tong there definitely won't be a problem. Everyone stood up, those pouring drinks poured, those raising glasses raised, and all together took a drink. Wang Hao also drank a toast, then looked around. The table didn't have anyone's surname Tong. Why do they say as soon as you mention Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives? Just as he was talking about this, he heard the sound of high heels clicking from outside the private room. The sound was rhythmic, not loud, yet very soothing to listen to. Wang Hao was curious, when suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open, and an immaculately dressed woman walked in. The woman was about 5'4", with an oval face, extremely fair skin, and an air about her that was very solemn and dignified. She wore black-framed glasses and frequently surveyed her surroundings with an air of subtle arrogance that captivated everyone's gaze. As soon as the people, including Yang Sholin, who were holding a meeting in this small room saw her, they all stood up. Yang Sholin laughed loudly. Haha, Director Tong is back. Director, how did the talks go? Teacher Tong, how were the discussions? After Tong sat down, Boss Ren also asked, holding a glass of wine. Is everything going smoothly? Everything is going smoothly for now, Tong said, hanging her Gucci handbag on the chair and showing total lack of concern. For the time being, we have only expected an investment plan of 2 million. I reckon we'll have to go for more discussions, as this amount seems a bit too little for me. 2 million. Upon hearing this figure, everyone present was thrilled. Ha, 2 million. Gosh, with this amount of investment, our production budget can be much less tight. Exactly, With Director Tong leading, there can't be any issues. Worthy of being a master of economics. The impact is just different. Listening to the astonishment of those around her, Tong showed no change in expression. She took a breath and said, "Speaking of which, how's the script? I remember Miss Lon was not satisfied. How was it resolved?" "It's all fixed." Mentioning the script, Yang Sholin hurriedly introduced Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, I must formally introduce you to our production supervisor from Zhonghai University, Master of Economics, Tong, Teacher Tong. Her main duty is to attract investment sponsors, and she is also responsible for recruiting the cast members. Even the minor roles and special appearances have to be approved by her signature to finalize the pay." Then he introduced Wang Hao to Tong. "This is Wang Hao, the new scriptwriter in our crew. You know, domestic agent. He helped revise that script, a very talented young man. He also revised our script and changed the name to Swordsman of the Laughing River, which is awesome. If it gets filmed, it's sure to be a hit." "Ah, this is a real person of authority." Wang Hao quickly raised his glass. "Teacher Tong, nice to meet you." Nice to meet you." Tong nodded slightly as a form of greeting. After formally meeting each other, Tong casually took a bite of her food and said, "Director Yang, you handle the script matters. I won't interfere. Send me the recent budget and scenes later. I'll check if there are any issues." Hearing her say this, the people present looked at each other and nodded collectively. "All right, let's work on this today. Once everything's done, we'll start filming tomorrow." Right. We can't just sit idle. Let's discuss while we eat." "Absolutely. We can't waste time with such a big crew." Just as we hit the main topic, Boss Rin patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Young brother, you see, our crew can't be idle, right? How about we start with a small scene tomorrow?" Boss Rin addressed a very practical issue. The crew comprised many people, all paid daily. Without filming for even a day, just the wages for such a big team amounts to 40,000 to 50,000 a day, and it's no joking matter. "All right, no problem." Wang Hao clearly understood the implication and smiled. "I'll just suggest a couple of simple scenes to start with a few extras." "That's exactly what I meant." Boss Rin was delighted. "So, young brother, let's hear it. Which scenes?" Chapter 284, Spending Money Like This. Yet, his most brilliant move was using the version of the smiling, proud wanderer script from his previous life, the one by LV Songxian. This naturally made the plot and scenes simpler. Just this alone would save at least 2 months or more of wasted effort. Tomorrow, let's start with the opening scene where disciples of the Qingchang sect ride horses to the Fuwei escort agency. Chose Wang Hao because this part wasn't overly complicated. Just 4 people riding horses was enough. "Okay, let's do that." Boss Rin agreed immediately. "Director Yang, what do you think?" "No problem here." Yang Sholin was, after all, a well-known director in the industry. A small scene like this was a piece of cake. We can start work at any time. "Teacher Tong, please calculate the rough costs, and I'll happily send people to set up the scene right away." And why would they say she's a master of economics from Zhonghai? Tong's sensitivity towards financial matters even made Wang Hao feel ashamed. Equipment costs include 3 Sony HD cameras, $1,200 per day, 3 RRI lenses, $2,400 per day, 2 stabilizers, $150 per day, straight and curved rails, 4 meters each, $260 per day, large and small jibs, 1 of each, $180 per day, 3 camera monitors, $1,600 per day, 1 director's monitor, $700 per day, 1 telephoto lens, 1 wide-angle, 3 standard lenses, and 3 lens hoods, totaling $670 per day. Lighting equipment tailored for the story scenes, $210 per day. As she listed these costs, Teacher Chun Li began tallying them up with a calculator. He quickly finished, but before he could announce the result, Tong was already frowning. Just these alone add up to $7,307 for 1 day. Wang Hao. Impressive, Teacher Tong. Your mental math speed is quite something. After Chun Li had finished his calculations, he confirmed, "That's right. It's $7,307. Yes, and these are only part of the expenses. The next items are not insignificant either." Tong continued. "Recording equipment, 8 units at $850 per day, for actors 1 being a lead at $1,200 per day, and 3 supporting roles totaling $900 per day. Advanced makeup artist $1,500 per day, costumes $1,600. The rural mountain road costs nothing, but renting 4 horses is $1,200 per day. 3 vehicles for shooting at $1,800 per day. Staff: the script supervisor, costume stylist, props team, production team, food supplier, 3 cinematographers, 3 camera assistants, several lighting technicians, 1 sound engineer, scenery special effects artist, special effects editor, and several more workers, totaling $35,000 per day. Then add another $20,000 for unforeseen expenses, and in total, it's about $70,000. When she finished, everybody present took in a cold breath. All of that adds up to over $70,000. And that's just for one day's expenses. That's not even including the pay for the second-tier fresh meat actors. That's why when Boss Rin previously mentioned a daily cost of over $100,000, that was already budgeting. Otherwise, this budget can only increase, not decrease. $70,000 a day. Yang Sholin slapped his forehead and took in a deep breath. He thought back over the costs Tong Tong had mentioned and shook his head. $70,000 a day means Teacher Tong's sponsorship of $2 million will only last about a month at most. And that's not even counting the heavyweight actors and post-production costs. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to speak. Shooting a film or TV series, in the end, can be summed up in 2 words: burning money. If you can afford the burn, you can play the game, but if not, then it's regrettable. The crew disbands, and everyone goes their separate ways. $70,000 a day, that's burning through money pretty fast, haha. Being a coal boss, Boss Rin was naturally generous. No worries, let's go for it. I can put in more money if needed. I like this script, let's film it. As he said this, he downed a drink, and then his true intentions emerged. However, Teacher Tong, try to save money where we can, hee. I know, Tong Tong nodded. I'll try my best to save, but I estimate we can only cut about $10,000 at most. Any more than that, I'm afraid it simply won't work. Is there a big difference between spending $70,000 and $60,000 a day? Probably not much. Scratching his head, Wang Hao looked around the table and said, the scene I just described doesn't need to be that expensive, right? I feel like $10,000 to $20,000 should be about right. 10 to 20,000. As soon as they heard Wang Hao's words, everyone at the table instantly turned their gazes towards him. Are you kidding me? A production that has a budget of at least $60,000 to $70,000 a day, and you're telling us it can be done for just $10,000 to $20,000? At that moment, everyone present really thought he had drunk too much, which he indeed did. Look, little Wang. Yang Sholin picked up his glass and said with a smile, you come from a screenwriting background, and filmmaking is a very meticulous business. We all want to save money, but it isn't easy. You see, Teacher Tong, with her master's degree in economics, specialized in film and television finance. I think she's quite professional. Let's not talk about this today, let's drink instead. As Director Yang said this, everyone at the table responded. Right, let's drink. Oh, little Wang, your heart is in the right place, but some things just can't be helped. Wang Hao, why do people always think I'm boasting when I'm being serious? Does this shot really not cost that much? Well, I was just speaking off the cuff. Wang Hao, seeing that no one believed him, simply gave up as well. Forget it. Let's drink. Wang Hao had intended to let the topic pass with a drink, but Tong Tong took it seriously. I've been a producer for several years now, and I've never heard of a scene that usually takes $60,000 to $70,000 to shoot could reduce its budget to just $10,000 to $20,000, Tong Tong said, looking into Wang Hao's eyes with a slight smirk. Do you, Teacher Wang Hao, have any other clever cost-saving methods? Would you enlighten me? Her words immediately silenced the entire dinner table. Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to do next. Oh, my brother was just talking off the cuff. You can't take things too seriously at the dinner table. Let's just consider it a joke. Boss Rin quickly tried to change the subject. It's fine. We'll shoot the film as planned. No need to worry about this. Boss Rin. Just as the topic was about to shift, Tong Tong frowned and said, why not use a ready method to save money? Do you think money grows on trees? Or do you think it's easy for me to secure sponsorships? This, Boss Ren hesitated after hearing this. Perhaps we should listen. Little Wang, why don't you share your thoughts? Young Sholin chimed in. Realizing that although Tong Tong was a strong woman with a high success rate in pulling sponsorships, the hardships must be known only to her. Not to mention the suggestive intentions of those businessmen. The least she had to endure was probably an abundance of sweet talk. Considering this, if Wang Hao really had a good method, it wouldn't hurt to listen. If it was just a joke, they could all have a good laugh about it. Actually, I just think that for shooting a film, Wang Hao took a sip of his alcohol and then said, it doesn't seem necessary to have so many people, right? A crew of nearly 200, just their salaries a day is 30 to 40,000. But the thing is, the shot I was talking about is a small one. At most, 30 people should be more than enough, right? After hearing what Wang Hao had to say, everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. Even Tong Tong couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Wang Hao as if he were a complete outsider. Ha ha ha, little Wang really is a newbie. I mean, how could a scene that costs over 70,000 be cut down to 10 to 20,000? Exactly, he was talking about cutting down the crew. Sigh. In film production, anything can be trimmed, but not this. Listening to the roaring laughter around him, Wang Hao was also a little dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had come into contact with some knowledge in this area. He remembered that during normal film production, it was rare to see such a large group deployment. Chapter 285, messed it up. Yes. Tong Tong sipped his wine and took over the conversation. Wang Hao, you were with Domestic Agent before, right? I've seen that show. The script was really good, and the plot quite intricate. It was the epitome of low budget, high return. But after all, it's a low-budget web series, where a good look can cover many flaws. People may tolerate some low-budget issues because the story is engaging. But we're making a TV series here, which is an entirely different concept from a web series. This over 100 people team, you might not need them now, but when you start shooting large scenes later, where will you even begin to find people? Hearing their points, Wang Hao scratched his head and said, wait a minute, this is a bit confusing. The group erupted in laughter, with Yang Sholin drinking and saying, ha ha, little Wang, it's going to get even messier later on. We're still in the early stages of preparation. We don't need too many people yet. Just wait until we shoot the big scenes. You'll need even more people. Director Yang. Wang Hao thought carefully and finally pinpointed the issue. What you mean is that filmmaking follows the script step by step. And because there are often large scenes later, we need to secure the entire team from the start. Exactly, Yang Sholin nodded. Otherwise, why do you think Miss Lan is sitting here? It's common sense. Tong Tong smiled while holding back laughter. You didn't know that? There. Wang Hao finally got it completely. Why Lan Zihuang was sitting at this table. Why these people were emphasizing that the team must be maintained from now on. It turned out they were filming based on the storyline from beginning to end. Damn it. That meant Lan Zihuang needed to stick with the crew. She could only leave when the crew was done shooting all the plot, at least all her scenes. Holy crap, you're talking about a budget of 70 or 80 million. It wouldn't be enough without over 100 million. I knew I missed something. Wang Hao slapped his forehead. The process of making a movie isn't quite what I imagined. Hearing Wang Hao's comment, everyone laughed again, and Tong Tong playfully asked, otherwise, Mr. Wang Hao, how did you think the process should be? Not shooting in sequence, but perhaps in reverse. I thought it was shot randomly, said Wang Hao, scratching his head in embarrassment. In Domestic Agent, I didn't really pay attention to this. I wasn't seriously involved back then. My mistake. Shot randomly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and Chun-Li curiously asked, what do you mean by shot randomly? Isn't the scene of 4 people riding horses the opening scene of the first episode? Wang Hao, that's the opening scene of the first episode, but didn't you say to shoot something simple rather than do nothing? Otherwise, wouldn't I have said this location is suitable for such scenes first? I knew I missed something. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. Normal speaking, you definitely can't shoot in the order of the script, right? How would we otherwise minimize costs for settings, scene changes, etc.? Therefore, we need to focus on shooting scenes from the same location, or even focus on those involving major actors, right? Is that so? Everyone listened to Wang Hao, looking baffled and exchanging glances. Yang Sholin frowned and said, shooting that way would surely confuse the actors, right? Like with Yu Buchuan you mentioned, the character starts as a virtuous gentleman and later turns into a major villain. Can actors handle that? Exactly, Chunli nodded. That's why when we shoot, we generally pick a scene location first, like that horse riding trip you mentioned. Then they are headed to Fuwei Escort Agency afterwards, right? So, we select a spot, set up the escort agency scene first, start writing, and once that's complete, move into the agency's plot. After finishing this scene, we then move to the next scene's location. Wang Hao immediately understood. No wonder the film and television industry was so backward in this world. It turned out that the overall basic quality of the crew was poor. In his previous life, it would have been possible for two people to be deeply affectionate and joyful in the morning, and in the afternoon shot, they would be fighting fiercely. It was not a big deal at all. But that clearly wasn't the case here. At first, Wang Hao had also assumed that movies and TV series were shot in sequence, but upon further investigation out of curiosity, he realized that this was not the case. Director Yang, it's actually not like that, Wang Hao began to explain to everyone. For example, if the first scene is at home, the next scene on a mountain, and then another scene at home, for convenient operations and cost savings, the scenes at home will be shot together, because moving dozens or hundreds of people to another location is very energy and time-consuming. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Together, Chunli said, yeah, that makes sense. Wang Hao continued, as for whether the actors will get confused, that mainly depends on the actors. Our first requirement for the actors is to be familiar with the script. Even if they can't be as familiar as the screenwriter and the director, they at least need to know what emotions are needed for which part. Director Yang, think about it. Our TV series are not stage plays. In stage plays, the performance by the actors is almost done in one go, cannot be interrupted, and mistakes cannot be redone. The plots of stage plays are mostly linear structures, where the progression of the plot is very clear. Therefore, it is truly satisfying for stage play actors to perform like that. But TV series are different. The biggest point about TV series is that they can be shot first and then edited bit by bit. So, we can completely shoot out of sequence according to the scenes. In one scene, you might be laughing loudly because you won the lottery, and in the next scene, you might be sobbing hard because of another matter. These two scenes might be separated by several episodes, but the actor must have the ability to quickly adapt to each scene. Laughing in this scene and crying in the next is very normal. By the time Wang Hao finished explaining, the people looked at each other. Can shooting be done like this? Tong Tong was surprised when she heard what Wang Hao explained, her mouth agape. You mean, we can divide the whole script into hundreds of parts, then find the scenes that are close to each other, and shoot them piece by piece, then put them together afterward. Ah, what a clever student. Her mind really works fast. She got it at once. Yeah, Wang Hao nodded. That's exactly how we can maximize cost reductions. This way we can concentrate the closely related scenes and shoot them together. It's indeed a good method. Yang Sholin slapped his thigh hard and nodded. Indeed, there's no need to maintain such a big team early on. It can save a lot of money. Wang Hao. Exactly, that's the idea. Among those present, Boss Run, the investor, although he didn't understand these professional aspects, clearly two words caught his attention in Director Yang's talk. Saving money. That's settled then. Boss Ren laughed heartily, throwing his arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. Ah, my lad, you're truly remarkable. I told you, with your help, filming this would definitely be easier. Everyone burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, Yang Sholin thought carefully and then said, however, little Wang, in this case, the script is urgent. If you can't write out and properly divide the entire script, we can't start filming. Yeah, I've thought about that issue, too, Wang Hao said. I'll just stay here for the next few days and work with my classmates to get the script out as soon as possible. Yang Sholin and the others looked at each other, nodded together. That's settled. Let's do it that way. Ha ha ha. My lad, you're straightforward. The second master slapped Wang Hao hard on his shoulder, raised his glass directly. My lad, you've helped me save quite a bit of money. So here, drink. Cheers. Wang Hao's face turned green in an instant. Looks like he had to drink again. Chapter 286. What is little Wang up to? Wang Hao, I'm from another world. I can't say that. Just some random thoughts I had when I was bored. He had to confidently show off at times like this. I start thinking about random stuff when I'm bored, and then ideas just pop up. Ha ha ha. Everyone curled their lips in disdain. Can such things really come from random thoughts? Forget it. I won't ask, won't ask. Young Sholin coughed, then said, So, about that horse riding scene you mentioned earlier, let's not shoot it for now, okay? Shall we start after your script is fully prepared? According to Wang Hao, the normal process of filming would be to first complete the entire script, then slice it up, categorize each part after slicing, group similar scenes together, then categorize according to characters, and only after all of that was sorted out could the work begin. However, Wang Hao looked at Yang Sholin with a baffled expression. Of course we should shoot. I said that horse riding scene could be shot just about anywhere, so that's why I suggested starting with it. This time, everyone present was taken aback. What? They wouldn't have minded if Wang Hao said today's scene could be filmed in a movie studio. It would need to be shot sooner or later anyway, and might as well just get it done to focus. But you're telling me that this horse riding scene can be shot tomorrow? No need to change locations? No need to find props and horses? Little Wang, don't rush, the stagehand Li Chuang said from the side. This shot still needs some planning. Our script is so good, we can't ruin it with these little details. That's right. Yang Sholin had a drink and then continued. Little Wang, I can understand your eagerness. Young people have energy. But filmmaking isn't about just finding any place to shoot. Think about it. The shot, the 4 people. Let's discount them. Our crew has them ready. But the horse needs to be found, right? At least the filming location needs a visit. What about the equipment? So don't rush this. Rest assured. With me here, I guarantee I can guide you well. Wang Hao. It's just horse riding. Where can it be filmed? That is, Wang Hao scratched his head. Director Yang, do you mean we have to personally find a location for this scene? Of course, Tong Tong chimed in from the side. Otherwise, how do you think those budgets are determined? Not to mention equipment, just scouting for the location alone, at the very least 2 to 3 teams going around searching for the right place. Then our crew going back and forth, the travel and horse expenses, it all costs money. You can't just randomly decide we can start on a simple scene anytime. Wang Hao, are you guys trying to bankrupt the big boss with this? No, Wang Hao said. I really mean we can shoot anywhere. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I'll give it a try. Can we agree on that? For a movie that costs tens of millions, it's worth experimenting, right? Everyone looked at one another, all wearing faces of confusion. In the end, it was Boss Rin who straightforwardly slammed his thigh and declared, It's just tens of thousands of yuan. What's the big deal? That settles it. Tomorrow morning my little brother will give it a try. If it works, we'll save money. If not, we'll discuss further. With the big sponsor speaking up, everyone immediately agreed. Done. The next morning, Wang Hao groggily got out of bed. Ouch. I had too much to drink last night. I don't even know how much I drank. My head is killing me. Getting up, washing up, getting dressed. He had barely straightened up when someone was already calling him from outside the door. Little Wang, are you up yet? Coming. Wang Hao quickly opened the door. Mr. Chun, you could have just called or messaged me, and I would have come down. Why bother coming in person? Well, I was in a hurry. Chun-Li entered the room, smiling. How did you sleep last night? How could I not be comfortable in a 5-star hotel? Wang Hao laughed. Have you eaten yet, Mr. Chen? Shall we go downstairs for some food first? Let's go. Grab some breakfast first, then get to work. Chun-Li smiled modestly. Honestly, I'm really curious to see this method you've talked about. I thought about it all night and couldn't figure it out. After breakfast, the two headed straight to the hotel lobby to meet up. Wang Hao glanced around and saw that nearly everyone who had been at the table yesterday was present, with Yu Junpeng also sitting aside with Ding Yue, waiting for instructions. As soon as Yang Sholin saw Wang Hao had arrived, he immediately got up and said, Little Wang, everyone's here. These are the crew members, and the staff has already gathered at the site. Shall we go take a look? Wang Hao nodded. Sure, let's go. The group hustled out of the hotel lobby, got into their vehicles, and soon arrived at an open space within the film and television base. The film and television city was primarily for shooting ancient dramas, so it had a complete collection of ancient props. The open space where they were was something like a training ground, surrounded by flags, with earthen ground underfoot, and some ancient houses not far away, providing comprehensive facilities. As soon as Wang Hao and the others arrived at the site, various members of the film crew crowded around, chattering. "Mr. Wang, you said we're starting to shoot today? But the scene outlined here seems off." "Yeah, and we can't film any scenes of riding away on horses here. Look around. This place is so small. How can we film? The environment and location are wrong. Any footage we get here would be unwatchable." These questions were exactly what director Yang Sholin and others were wondering. Wang Hao, however, wasn't worried at all and said with a smile, "Just follow my lead later, and you can't go wrong. Let's start preparing. I reckon we'll be finished soon." Could it really be that magical? None of the people present really believed it. But there was no helping it. After all, the man had said it himself. He not only wrote good scripts, but was also Brother Tai, a close friend of Mr. Ren's nephew. It was no ordinary relationship. Even if they didn't believe, they had to listen. So, a large group of people started to get to work. Wang Hao began giving orders. He pointed to a props team member. "Hey, you there, go get some branches, about 3 feet long from small trees, and don't break off the twigs. We need them." The person replied, "All right," then mumbled as he walked away. "Makes no sense. If you're going to ride a horse, why do you need branches?" Wang Hao assigned another person. You. Yes, you. Get a stool and some iron frames and such. Yeah, about waist high. Set it up. Make sure it's sturdy. Don't let it fall." "Oh." The person agreed, then added, "Mr. Wang, do we also need the horse's bridle?" "What a good question." Wang Hao commended him. "We do need it. Go get it." Confused, the man departed as well. Yang Sholin and others watched, completely baffled by the unfolding scene. Director Yang, Chun-Li whispered, "What's little Wang trying to do with a broken stool and some branches? In such a place, with just these items, can we really film a horse riding scene? Who knows?" Yang Sholin shook his head and said, "Let's just see what he can come up with." And with a sigh, he added, Little Wang is quite skilled, the script is well written, and the suggestions are very practical. But as for filming techniques, I am less impressed. To shoot a horse riding scene in such a place." Curious, Tong Tong, who had followed along, shrugged. "Let him fiddle with it. It's not like we're the ones paying for it." Yep, as far as she was concerned, as long as Mr. Rin gave the final approval, it didn't really matter. It wasn't her money being spent. Soon enough, everything was brought over and assembled. Wang Hao looked at the setup and was very pleased. "Good. These items are chosen perfectly." Then he yelled out to Director Yang, "Hey, Director Yang, where are the actors? Little you, up you go." Director Yang signaled to a young man standing nearby. "You can ride a horse. Give it a try." "Okay." Little you stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, I can ride. What do you need me to do?" "Your task is very simple." Wang Hao directed him onto the equipment. "Just simulate the actions of riding a horse. Can you do that?" Chapter 287. Extremely unlucky. "Okay, wait for my command." Everyone was ready, and Wang Hao began to shout, "Come on, get all the equipment ready. That thing, the camera operator, the monitors, get them all set up. We're about to start." Soon everything was ready. The camera operator took his place. Wang Hao adjusted the angle to about 30 degrees from below, and then shouted, "Little Wang, start. And you, throw branches in Little Wang's direction like this, like this, like this, got it?" Someone from the props team responded, "Got it." Listening to Wang Hao's directions, Director Yang and the others watched in bafflement. Pretend horse riding, throwing branches, is he trying to make it fly? Wang Hao snapped his fingers with a pop. Start. So, the whole set witnessed little Wang continuously making horse riding motions. And boy, this guy truly deserved his reputation as someone born on horseback. His horse riding motions were spot on. Then the prop guy threw a branch every 2 seconds. One branch every 2 seconds. It might not sound like much, but when everyone saw the scene on the camera, they were all astounded. This is, Yang Sholin's eyes nearly popped out onto the screen. Holy shit. It actually works. Although he was a seasoned director, Yang Sholin couldn't help but swear. Not just him, everyone around him was also dumbstruck, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. This is impossible. Tong Tong, who had purely come for the excitement, had her eyes wide open. These horse-riding shots, you managed to film them just like this? No. Wonder they were surprised. In the footage, little Wang kept shaking the reins, his body perfectly executing the horse-riding motions, and every 2 seconds, a cluster of branches flew past him. The whole scene didn't just look like riding. It looked like furious galloping. Genius. This is nothing short of genius. Yes, and to think that the scene could be shot like this. It probably cost just a few thousand, right? I guess it didn't even take a few thousand, maybe just 800. And the best part is that there are absolutely no flaws visible. Little Wang's riding seems like it must be at least 50 miles per hour. Such awesome young talent. Young Shoulin was utterly astounded. Little Wang, your method is absolutely brilliant. Normally, such a shot wouldn't be possible without spending tens of thousands. But with you, just a few $100s did the trick. Amazing. In fact, until recently, Yang Shoulin had only regarded Wang Hao as an excellent scriptwriter, but after discussing cutting-edge filming techniques yesterday and then today's brilliant execution. Damn, this movie won't even cost that much. Awesome. Tong Tong deeply sighed. That's truly awesome. Ah, this must be the legend of a genius. In the following days, Wang Hao mostly stayed in the production team, working with Yu Junpeng on the script for Swordsman. After all, with the enhanced memory from the dust bead, scripting was strangely simple for Wang Hao. In his previous life, he had read the novel Swordsman no less than 5 times. Though he couldn't reproduce it word for word, he had no issue keeping to at least 80% of the original plot. Wang Hao took care of writing the novel's narrative text, while Yu Junpeng organized the script. After all, the difference between a script and novel text is significant. For example, a novel mostly uses narration, while a script mainly consists of dialogues. Writing a novel naturally involves character development, storytelling, describing characters' portraits and psychologies, portraying the society and the natural environment, and detailing the related characters and historical background, etc. Writing a television drama script, while also requiring descriptions of characters, storytelling, and analysis of characters' psychologies, must avoid narration and primarily use dialogues. Brother Hao, do you think this part is written okay? Yu Junpeng held a laptop, sitting next to Wang Hao, and after typing a few sentences, he'd ask Wang Hao to review it. Let me see. Wang Hao took the laptop and began to read. Huixian Building, daytime, scene *****. Ling Huchong put down his wine bowl, sneered, and said to Yilin, Junior sister, do you know of the heroes and the Qingqing for elegances? Luo Renjia said with a smug face. Indeed, I am Luo Renjia, one of the Qingqing for elegances. In the corner, Lin Pingji glanced up, then quickly lowered his head again. Ling Huchong, do you know the signature move of Qingqing sect? Yilin, I don't know. Ling Huchong, the most sophisticated technique, better left unsaid, lest it spoils the harmony. Luo Renjia, what is the most sophisticated technique? Tell me. Ling Huchong, it's the butt-back sand-falling goose drop. Luo Renjia, nonsense. He raised his fist and threw a punch. Ling Huchong's nose got hit, and blood started flowing profusely. Yilin, you can't hit someone, picking on the injured. What kind of hero does that? Luo Renjia provocatively said. Little Nun seems to fancy his looks, touched by worldly desires. He pinched Yilin's face. Yilin, furious, threw several punches in quick succession. Ling Huchong, Junior sister, don't strike, let me channel some energy. Luo Renjia threw another punch. Ling Huchong skillfully dodged it and delivered a kick to Luo Renjia's butt, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Ling Huchong, Junior sister, that was the butt-back sand-falling goose drop. At that moment, Chu Fian smiled at her grandfather in the corner. Heroes and fine men, the 4 Qingqing showmen. Ling Huchong seriously said, No, it's bears and wild boars, the 4 Qingqing beasts. A single sentence made everyone upstairs burst into laughter. Ling Huchong, overwhelmed, coughed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Luo Renjia climbed back upstairs. When his companion threw him a sword, he pounced forward and stabbed it straight into Ling Huchong's chest. Having watched that entire scene, Wang Hao nodded with a smile and said, Nicely written, you. but it still lacks something. Look here, what's Luo Renji's biggest trait? It's his nasty mouth and his sleaziness. So you must depict this trait in detail to make the audience want to beat him up right at first sight. All right. Receiving Wang Hao's approval, Yu Jianping's inspiration soared, and he furiously continued typing. Oh man, this work can really wear someone out. Seeing that Yu Jianping was handling everything smoothly, Wang Hao stood up, stretched widely, and then smilingly said, You keep at it. I'm going to take a shower. Sure, take a break, Brother Hao, said Yu Jianping while typing. I'm really inspired right now. I'll write even more. Time to swim. Changing into his swimsuit, Wang Hao draped his clothes over his shoulder and descended to the hotel pool, only to see big star Lan Zihuang swimming. The sight of her lithe body, glaringly white, made his eyes hurt. Cutie, Lan Zihuang, clad in a bikini inside the pool, hurriedly waved at Wang Hao when she saw him approach, sweetly calling, The water is so refreshing. Come down and play. Passing crew members wiped their noses vigorously. Damn, what a figure. Ah, well, I'm not going down. Wang Hao sweat heavily. You enjoy yourself, I'll just sunbathe. The gentleman that he is, a glacé or two is fine, but pool flirtations are out. My, life truly is full of surprises, and these days. Feel awesome. Then Wang Hao knew. Life truly is full of surprises. While he was placing his clothes, the dice of luck accidentally fell out from his pocket and clattered on the ground. And at just one look, Wang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. Extremely unlucky. Wang Hao. Damn. Of all times to be extremely unlucky. Damn, this thing is truly a massive weapon. This is no joke. It can be deadly. And the worst part is you never know when it will strike. It's like sitting on a bomb knowing it will explode today, but no one knows when. Chapter 288. This is damn serious. There's no way I can go swimming now. In a rush, Wang Hao got dressed. He ran outside like a thief. No, I have to find a place with no people. At least that way I'll have some reaction time. If I'm in a crowd, it could easily turn into a mass incident. This thing doesn't care about rules. Once it activates, it's like a weapon of mass destruction, injuring innocent people left and right. While he had arrived with his head held high and full of spirit, now he was sneaking out stealthily. Not long after, Wang Hao saw a male actor from the crew walking towards him, who from afar smiled and said, Brother Hao, how do you like my hairstyle today? It looks great, really great. Wang Hao glanced at the mohawk-like hairstyle and casually replied, Looks cool. I've got to go now. Better stay away from me. Buddy, I really fear causing accidental harm. But Wang Hao was afraid of causing harm, whereas the actor clearly didn't know, and even thought Wang Hao might have a problem with him. He actually moved closer. Brother Hao, are you in a hurry? Do you dislike me? The actor quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, please smoke. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. Crap, you're really daring to offer me a cigarette now? Do you have a death wish? Aren't you afraid the lighter might explode? I just finished smoking, just finished. You smoke it yourself. Wang Hao turned around and left. You go on. I need to take a walk. Watching Wang Hao leave, the actor was utterly confused. What's with Brother Hao today? I don't think I've offended him. Then he pressed his lighter, and instantly, with a whoosh, a flame 2 feet high burst out, and his freshly styled hair was scorched in an instant. My hair, the actor cried heavenward. How am I supposed to go out now? Far away, Wang Hao. Dude, you should be grateful I left quickly, or it might have been more than just singed hair. A lesson from the past, along the way, Wang Hao almost exclusively chose less crowded paths, still keeping his eyes and ears open. On a route that was only 300 or 400 meters, it took Wang Hao a full 20 minutes. As he was walking, a BYD car pulled up beside him. It's a car. Crap, this is very unlucky. I have to stay away from all vehicles. Who knows if it might explode, or catch fire, or have brake failure. As Wang Hao was thinking this, the window of the BYD car rolled down, and the driver asked with a smile, Hey man, need a ride? Cheaper than a taxi. Damn, it's an unlicensed cab. Wang Hao was almost 100% sure that if he got in, an accident was bound to happen. And not just a small one. Not getting in, definitely not. Wang Hao shook his head as if it were a spinning drum. Just go, quickly. Heaven rewards the virtuous. I fear you might get caught up in something bad because of me. Fine. Be that way. Whatever. The driver grumbled and muttered under his breath, then stepped on the gas. Right after, Wang Hao heard a bang, as the car had barely traveled 20 meters before it got a flat tire. Squeak. A screeching sound followed as the car spun and hit a tree. Wang Hao. Damn, lucky I was smart. I would have been done for if I had gotten into that car. Now, Wang Hao became even more cautious. He didn't even pay attention to where he was anymore, focusing solely on escaping. He moved with extreme caution, looking every which way. This area has water. Nope, I must hurry away. That side has cars. Better avoid them fast. Damn, a transformer. That thing is a major disaster. Don't let it explode now. Just run. Wang Hao could really say that every little thing along the way frightened him, making him feel a chill down his spine. But the problem was, how difficult was it to find a safe place in the city? He had searched for a good 2 hours and still hadn't found a safe place. Just as he was searching, Wang Hao heard a loud shout from behind him. Hey, the guy in the gray jacket. What are you up to? Stop right there. Wang Hao turned around to look. It was actually a cop. He didn't know how long the cop had been following him, but he was charging right at him. Damn, you can't be joking at a time like this. A cop, damn it. If things went south with this cop, would it count as assaulting an officer? If something happened to the cop, Wang Hao would have to spend a lifetime in prison. When you're extremely unlucky, things just don't make sense. Without saying another word, Wang Hao turned and ran. If he didn't run now, the joke would really go too far. You dare to run? Seeing Wang Hao make a run for it, the police officer panicked and chased after him relentlessly. Stop right there. I'm a police officer, and I find you suspicious. Please cooperate with my investigation. I'm running because I know you're a damn cop. Why are you chasing me so closely? Wang Hao ran even faster. After being transformed by the dust bead, his physical condition was exceptionally great, and he sprinted like the wind. But the problem was, that cop was definitely one of the star officers. Even with Wang Hao running so fast, the cop wasn't shaken off. Not only was he not thrown off, but he was also calling for backup while running. I've spotted a suspicious person, sees me and runs. Won't stop no matter how much I shout. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Damn it. Brother Hao actually became a suspect of the police. This was really serious. Now Wang Hao had to run for his life, shouting as he ran. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you chasing me? If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you running? The cop got angry too. If you really didn't do anything, then stop and let me check. If I let you check, you're going to be screwed. If I get detained for assaulting an officer, I might end up being harassed in prison by those guys. I'm running for your own good, you know? But the problem was, while Wang Hao thought this, he couldn't actually say it, making him run even more desperately. I told you I didn't do anything wrong. I really didn't do anything. Officer, can't you just stop chasing me? You're running so fast. Do you even believe yourself when you say you didn't do anything wrong? After hearing what Wang Hao said, the cop pursued with even more vigor. Stop right now, and I might consider reducing some charges. Damn, now even running away is being turned into a crime. Wang Hao felt like crying. It was a dead end now. He knew he had to keep running. Otherwise, who knows how unlucky the cop might get when he gets close. Even if the cop didn't get unlucky, Wang Hao himself couldn't bear the consequences. But the problem was, he was clear about this in his heart. But he couldn't say it. Even if he did say it, people had to believe it. However, seeing him run, the cop chased after him even more fiercely. Man, officer, you've really got stamina. As Wang Hao ran, he shouted. It's been almost 2 hours, and you can still keep running. At this point, the police officer, who was panting heavily, responded. Even if I can't run anymore, I have to chase you. Stop, stop. If you don't stop, I might have to shoot. Haha, this guy really doesn't have the stamina Brother Hao has. Long live the dust bead. Just keep running for a bit more, and the cop will be too tired to chase. And even if he fires, not to worry. Brother Hao will run in zigzags, find cover, and duck into alleys. Damn, a police car is here. Wang Hao was completely drenched. He had forgotten the cop had called for reinforcements. Sure enough, Wang Hao hadn't run a few steps when he saw 2 police cars, sirens airing, charging right at him. Police cars, damn it. Now things were really messed up. Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. It was practically putting him in his grave. Forget it, it's all up to Hao now. At this moment, Wang Hao couldn't care less about anything. He saw an electric scooter by the roadside, and without a second thought, he grabbed it, jumped on, and started pedaling furiously. Go. Whether he could escape this predicament or not depended on this. After being transformed, Wang Hao's physical fitness was no joke, so a mere scooter was ridden as though it was a motorcycle. Chapter 289. How did you survive until now? What are you waiting for? The cop who had been madly pursuing Wang Hao got into the car and yelled, "Chase him. That guy's behavior is very suspicious, and he stole someone's electric bike. Hurry up." Oh, right. They quickly started the police car, and with a long wail of the siren, 2 police cars charged after Wang Hao. Thus, the onlooking crowd witnessed a bizarre sight. A man was riding an electric bike without using the engine but pedaling with his feet, and he was actually hitting speeds of 80 miles per hour on the main road. Behind him were 2 police cars with sirens blaring, chasing him all the way. One of the bystanders, with a stunned face, asked their companion, "Did I just see things? Is this some kind of cop and robber movie?" Companion: "Seems like, maybe, possibly not." Wang Hao dashed wildly, and finally found a small alley, took a turn, drifted, and off he went. He tossed the electric bike directly into the grass by the roadside, and then saw those 2 police cars zoom past with a whoosh. Damn, that wasn't easy. Wang Hao wiped off a swath of cold sweat, finally shook them off. Then he felt a shadow over his head. Just as he looked up, Wang Hao saw a pair of huge 36D breasts plummeting from the sky, straight towards him. Holy mother! God! Someone's falling from the sky. Thank goodness I've got a sturdy body now, otherwise that could have definitely left me paralyzed. Fuck. Am I not dead? The girl who landed on Wang Hao looked around in disbelief. I'm actually not dead. You're not dead. I almost was. MMPH. Wang Hao shouted from beneath. Get the hell off me. Get off quickly. You're gonna crush me to death. The key issue was that his nose and mouth were blocked. I actually landed on someone. The girl, shocked, reflexively jumped up. Who are you? She was just asking out of curiosity, but the next thing she knew, Wang Hao, who she had been pressing down, lunged at her. And then there was a thunderous crash. A pole, for no apparent reason, fell right where the 2 had tumbled. Sparks were flying from the wires above. Oh fuck me. Wang Hao's scalp went numb instantly. It was a close call because he reacted fast, else he would have been absolutely done for. His gut told him that his streak of bad luck had just started. Sure enough, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he heard a buzzing sound not far away, and Wang Hao turned his head to look. Run! Without a second thought, Wang Hao pulled the girl and ran. Behind them, the intense buzzing sound quickly came closer as the fallen pole not only came down, but also hit a wasp nest in a nearby tree. Getting swarmed by those would definitely mean death by stings. Ah! The girl caught on and let out a sharp scream, then ran wildly after Wang Hao. Just at that moment, the sound of the police car came again from behind, and the officer inside, lowering the window, shouted, "You 2 up ahead, stop immediately and cooperate with our investigation." Fuck if I stop now, I'm definitely dead. Can't you see that huge swarm of wasps behind me? Run. Wang Hao sped up even more. Then passers-by saw a man and a woman running crazily ahead, followed by a buzzing swarm of wasps, and even further back were 2 police cars. I told you he was acting all suspicious. He must have some trouble. The cop in the car shouted while pointing at the figure of Wang Hao. He's probably a small-time leader of a prostitution ring trying to make a getaway. We have to catch him. Whoa! The sound of the police car got even more intense. Oh Lord, you can't be serious with this kind of joke. Wang Hao kept running ahead, and the girl beside him surprisingly didn't fall behind, running and curiously asking, "Hey, what's your name?" Wang Hao. Wang Hao answered without thinking, then glanced at the girl and realized she was a cool beauty, and quite a gorgeous stunner at that. Look at those big lights on her chest. They were bouncing up and down as they ran. Now Wang Hao got curious too. They're chasing me. Why are you running with me? And how the hell did you fall from above? Is this some kind of Sister Lin falls from the sky routine? I just had the misfortune of falling from a building, the girl said as she ran. Then I realized you seemed even more unlucky than me. so I was quite curious. I wanted to see just how unlucky a person can get. Wang Hao, do you have to be so bored, big sister? Running with me could really get you killed. Are you that unlucky too? Fine, I'll keep you company today. Are you really unlucky too? Wang Hao was also rather curious about this, but as he turned his head, he saw a swarm of wasps hot on their heels, with the police car sirens blaring in the back. Just then, a large truck approached the intersection ahead, blocking their path. Why else would they say it's an aura of misfortune? The moment the truck got there, bam, a loud bang, a tire burst. The entire truck instantly lost control, and its body headed straight for Wang Hao. Oh, for F***'s sake. Without a second thought, Wang Hao grabbed the girl and made a sharp turn, his shoes screeching on the pavement. Then there was a loud crash behind them as the two police cars failed to brake in time and smashed into the truck. Luckily, this was the city center. The police cars weren't going too fast, so although the vehicles were pretty wrecked, no one was hurt. But the problem now was, this traffic accident had caused the cars behind to crash into one another, one after another. Bang, 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 bang. At least a dozen cars collided, instantly turning the entire intersection into chaos. The girl happened to see this, and her eyes nearly popped out. Is this for real? What are you waiting for? Run. Wang Hao grabbed her arm and dashed again, just barely reaching under a flyover when they heard a thunderous crash. The damn flyover had collapsed. A heavy truck carrying sand from above was bearing down on them. Wang Hao, F***ck. Come on, God. You can't be serious. Run. Wang Hao's reaction was quick. He grabbed the girl, and they sprinted away, narrowly avoiding being buried by the sand. I've really seen it all today. The girl was dumbfounded at this point. How have you managed to survive until now? How the hell should I know? Chase them. Stop right there, the two in front. If you don't stop, we'll shoot. At this moment, 5 cops came down from their car and gave chase, with only 300 meters left to go. This was absolutely not the time to stop. Wang Hao yanked the girl along as they continued to bolt, but as they reached the bottom of a mall, Wang Hao suddenly stopped after just a few steps. Not only did he stop, but he also picked up a brick from the side of the road, turned around, and ran back. **T, is he trying to fight us? The 5 cops saw Wang Hao's stance and immediately pulled out their batons, prepared to subdue him. Then they saw Wang Hao run to a Land Rover, pick up the brick, and smash it through the glass. Crash. Wang Hao's blow was incredibly powerful, shattering the windshield into 1,000 pieces and leaving a huge gaping hole. Not satisfied with that, he smashed 2 more windows, then tossed the brick and ran off. The girl was completely baffled. What the hell? The 5 cops were furious. You dare to smash someone's car right under our noses. Stop right there. The suspect had dared to do such a thing. Right before their eyes, this was unacceptable. They pursued, even more intensely. Just then, a child's crying suddenly came from inside the car. F***ck, there's a child in there. Quick, you guys keep chasing, I'll save the kid. The leading cop suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned back, and started smashing the windows as well. What are you doing standing there? Run. Smashing the car had taken quite some time, and seeing that the cops were closing in, Wang Hao grabbed the girl's hand, and they took off running once more. They ran ahead, the cops chased behind, and in a blink of an eye, the distance between them widened. Chapter 290. Seriously, what the heck? Run to the suburbs. I must run to the suburbs. As Wang Hao and the girl sprinted towards the suburbs, 4 police officers chased them relentlessly, shouting, "Warning! Warning! Stop, or we will shoot." To stop would be even worse. Wang Hao glanced back and thought, 4 police officers, if you enter this radius of bad luck, you definitely won't get off easy. I'm thinking of your own good, you know? Now Wang Hao ran even faster. Suddenly, he saw what seemed like an abandoned building in the distance and pulled the girl towards it. Quick, let's hide inside. Boom, 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 boom. Just as they reached the building and before they even entered, they heard a series of explosions. The entire building's pillars exploded, and it completely collapsed from top to bottom. Wang Hao. What the hell is happening? Wang Hao was stunned. Was his bad luck really that powerful now? Not just Wang Hao was flabbergasted, the 4 police officers were too. What the hell? The building just collapsed. Was it being demolished with explosives? Thank goodness we didn't go in. Rumble. The building stirred up a monstrous cloud of dust, engulfing everyone in its wake. Cough, cough, cough. Now Wang Hao was truly a mess, completely covered in dirt and dust. The 4 police officers were caught in it as well, unable to see a thing. What are you waiting for? Let's run. Wang Hao didn't hesitate at all now. The most important thing was to get out of the city, not worry about how the building collapsed. Seems like his streak of bad luck was even more brutal than before. You're literally unbelievable. At that moment, the girl was utterly in awe of Wang Hao. I've never seen anyone as unlucky as you. I was just fretting on the balcony earlier, and only fell because the railing broke, but, compared to you, my misfortune seems trivial. I just have to post about today on social media. This is too miraculous. And you still have time to think about social media? Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at her phone, and a shiver ran up from his feet to his head. The girl's phone was actually a Samsung Note 7. Damn, his luck was still atrocious. Are you planning to go down with me? Without a word, Wang Hao snatched her phone and threw it away behind them. Then he saw the phone spin several times mid-air towards those 5 policemen, and the 4 police officers instinctively dropped to the ground. And then, boom, the phone exploded in mid-air. Headquarters, requesting support. The 4 police officers were dumbfounded and pulled out their guns as one of them shouted into the radio. The subject is carrying highly dangerous explosive material, requesting riot squad support. Over. How did you know my phone would explode? The girl was completely shocked. Had it not been for Wang Hao throwing her phone away, she would have been a goner. After the phone exploded, Wang Hao too was drenched in cold sweat, thankful for his quick thinking. Now's not the time to be amazed. Wang Hao grabbed her, and they dashed off. Soon, they spotted a complex terrain ahead, cluttered with various objects, a perfect hideout. Quick inside. Wang Hao led the girl, and they dove into the area, turning left and right, eventually losing the police officers. Oh man, what a relief. Finally safe. Let's take a breather. As soon as they sat down, Wang Hao saw a sign nearby that seemed important and subconsciously read it aloud. This area is a war movie explosion zone. Unauthorized persons keep out. Wang Hao. Damn, I knew it. The earlier stuff was just a warm-up. This here is the real show, damn it. At that moment, the girl also saw the sign, her face filled with horror. She glanced at the sign, then at Wang Hao, and after swallowing hard, she asked, "The mines here, they won't explode, will they?" Wang Hao, what do you think? She took another look at the sign, then at Wang Hao. I think they will. Wang Hao, you got that right. With no tears to cry, this place is a minefield. Who knows where bombs are buried? Given the ridiculously bad luck, if I walk near a bomb, there's no discussion, it'll explode. Will I be blown to ashes then? Wait a minute. Just when all hope seemed lost, Wang Hao suddenly spotted a small 2-story building not far ahead. Who knows where there might be mines buried in this area, but they wouldn't bury mines inside that building, right? Meanwhile, on the other side of this location, Mr. Zhang, a director from the crew, was explaining the scene to his investor. We've already planted hundreds of special bombs here. They're everywhere, and these bombs are the best in the business, exploding just like the real deal. The investor, Mr. Zhang, with a cigar between his fingers, nodded in satisfaction. Remember, I want a big spectacle. The more explosive, the better. Of course, the director chuckled and said. I threw in over 2 million in one go. And once we start filming, I can assure you, you'll be very satisfied. Money is not an issue, Mr. Zhang decisively nodded. Then let's get started, aiming for a one-take. This shot has to be one of the most spectacular in our movie, so take it seriously. He spoke as his phone rang, and then he said with a laugh, I'll take this call first. Director Wu, start filming once you're ready. No problem. Director Wu instructed the film's protagonist. When the time comes, rush into that building, rescue the hostage, and start running. Remember, this is a war movie. This scene is the most explosive of all, and make sure not to run towards the explosives after rescuing the hostage. It would be very dangerous. Got it? The fully armed protagonist nodded fiercely. I understand. All departments appeared to be ready. Action. Director Wu pushed the protagonist. Go. The protagonist jogged quietly into the building, only to be stunned the moment he entered. What are you guys doing here? Wang Hao and the girl were also stunned. Where should we be then? How's that for bad luck? At that moment, Wang Hao and the girl, covered in dirt and grime, especially since they coincidentally wore the same outfits as the hostages in the film. Matching outfits. The protagonist immediately mistook them for the captive hostages. Never mind, just come with me. Everyone's waiting outside. Wang Hao and the girl exchanged glances. What's going on here? Who's waiting? Both of them, utterly confused, followed the protagonist out of the building. And at that moment, Director Wu vigorously waved his hand from a distance. They're coming out. Start the explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Holy shit, the bombs are actually exploding. Wang Hao was nearly scared pissless. Not cool, God. In a panic, he grabbed the girl, and they started running like mad. The protagonist was stunned. This way, this way. Can anyone even care which way it is now? Wang Hao was running like a madman. What an incredibly unlucky day. He could really get blown up. Boom. Wang Hao and the girl hadn't gone far when a bomb exploded right next to them. The earth-shattering force nearly made Wang Hao fall on his ass, and the kicked-up sand covered them from head to toe. Freaking hell. This is no joke. Wang Hao ran desperately. The girl tightly followed him, and as they ran, more bombs in the area went boom, 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 one after another, detonating. Each explosion was less than 5 meters away from Wang Hao. He could even feel the heat from the blasts. Good God, good God, good God, good God, Wang Hao yelled as he ran. This is not freaking fair, damn it. Chapter 291. Holy shit, what's going on? Oh God, please protect us. Wang Hao prayed desperately. Just don't let me step on one. While they sprinted, Director Wu noticed something odd about the footage he was reviewing. These two weren't the hostages they'd arranged. Director Wu was utterly bewildered, even cursing out loud. What the fuck? Who are these two? My bombs. That's over 200,000 gone in just an instant. As if the misfortune couldn't get any worse, the actors started firing guns, too. Da-da-da. Wang Hao heard a burst of gunfire behind him, then saw dirt splattering around him. Get down, Wang Hao dove, taking the girl down with him, yelling, they're shooting. What on earth did you do? The girl was perplexed and anxious. Did they really need to use a machine gun just to catch you? How could I possibly know what's happening? Finally, when the sight had quieted down a bit, Wang Hao didn't wait another second. He got up and continued rushing forward. Best to get out of this minefield first. Boom, 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 boom. Then came another series of explosions. And it didn't stop there. Just then, sparks from the explosions ignited a nearby fuel drum, causing a loud bang as fierce flames erupted. The flames leapt several meters and spewed thick smoke. Director Wu really spared no expense for a grand explosion. The fierce flames quickly spread to a nearby canopy and rows of trailers, threatening to engulf them too, along with several nearby oxygen tanks, piles of gunpowder, dry branches. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wang Hao was almost scared silly. Come on, big brother. Who planned this setup? Is the goal to blow up the whole city? He raced forward as explosions roared behind him. Director Wu was wildly pulling at his sparse hair. This has cost over $1 million already. They're about to reach the biggest bomb I planted. Fuck. Get ready for a close-up shot. Blast them away. It was an incredible effort. Finally, hope was in sight. Wang Hao could see the minefield warning sign ahead. Just a few more steps, and he'd be clear. However, the closer he got to safety, the more cautious he became. His last unfortunate mishap happened at the very end, a sinkhole. Luckily, he had been alert that time and narrowly escaped disaster. He couldn't afford to be careless now. Sure enough, after a few more steps, Wang Hao saw an area of ground ahead that seemed slightly raised, as if something might be buried underneath. Be careful. In this dangerous moment, Wang Hao twisted his body and tackled the girl to the ground. But it was still a step too late. The bomb had already exploded. Boom. The power of the explosion was comparable to a real military bomb, blowing a huge crater in the ground and sending them flying through the air like riding on clouds. Ah. Then, with a crashing thud, they hit the ground, Wang Hao on the bottom. This fall left Wang Hao battered and dazed, but luckily, thanks to his quick thinking, he saved their lives. I knew it. This terrible luck today was just totally unreasonable. Damn it. A film set unexpectedly turned into running through a Hollywood blockbuster. But no matter what, I survived. And that's what counts. Ha ha ha. We didn't die? We're still alive. Jumping up, Wang Hao and that girl were practically crying tears of joy. Although they could barely recognize each other, they had survived. That was indeed a shared hardship. Suddenly, everything felt different. By the way, I still don't know your name. Wang Hao remembered. Realizing he didn't even know the girl's name, he quickly asked, I completely forgot about it until now. My name is Lin Xiaoyan. The girl smiled as Wang Hao finally brought it up, saying, I'm 29 this year. What about you? Wang Hao grinned and replied, I'm 24, so I should call you Sister Yun from now on. Lin Xiaoyan, deal. You two really did something great there. Wang Hao and the girl were feeling happy when director Wu, with a dark expression, surrounded by the film crew, came up and angrily pointed at Wang Hao. Look what you two did. I spent over $1 million setting this up, and now it's all ruined. Completely ruined. You two thieves came all the way here to steal and ended up in a minefield. That's right. That's right. Shameless, coming here to steal things. Why even talk to them? Just send them straight to the police station. Just as the group was about to advance, Wang Hao hastily shouted, Hold on. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding here? I'm really not a thief. It was purely an accident today. In fact, I'm with the swordsmen of the martial world crew, and it just so happened. Before Wang Hao could finish, the film crew members present burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Did the bomb make you lose your mind? Part of the swordsmen of the martial world crew? Why don't you just fly then? Isn't that the big movie invested by Mr. Ren, with Zi Huang joining? Blowing your own horn. At least keep it reasonable. Yes, yes, Swordsmen of the Martial World has even changed. It's named to Legends of the Martial World now. You don't even know that. Ha ha ha. Director Wu's face turned livid. If this thief just admitted honestly, it would be one thing, but to brag like this? You claim to hold a position in Swordsmen of the Martial World, while I am the screenwriter for Domestic Agent. When others have renamed it Legends of the Martial World, a major series with an investment of nearly $100 million, I'm not even qualified to film, and you're boasting to the skies. I've also met Director Yang of the Swordsmen of the Martial World. Director Wu, with a dark face, sneered, How could his people possibly end up here without reason? Why don't you let me make a quick phone call to clear it up? Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. I rushed out and forgot my mobile phone. Wang, give him your phone to make the call. Director Wu, teeth clenched with anger. Kid, you better not be lying. With a loss of at least $1 million here, you'll need to give me an explanation, or I won't let you off. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyan was almost in tears, already burdened by debt, and now this had added to it. Being able to use a phone was relieving. Wang Hao quickly took the phone and stepped aside to start dialing. Hey, Sweki, I ran into some trouble. Yeah, I'm at the film city right now. Yes, hold on. Wang Hao covered the microphone, then asked Director Wu, What's the name of this film that you were shooting? Not even knowing the name of our crew. Director Wu's cheeks trembled with anger. War Era. I'm currently at the War Era film crew, Wang Hao told the phone. Yeah. Bring my ID, mobile phone, everything. Yes. Yes. All right. They don't believe I'm from the Swordsmen of the Martial World crew. Okay, that's it. After hanging up, Wang Hao returned the phone, then said, All right. They'll be here soon. It's not far. I'll see how soon your soon is. Director Wu waved his hand. Surround these two until someone comes for them. Then we'll talk. Isn't this all just a misunderstanding that could be resolved with a simple explanation? Just as Wang Hao was about to explain, suddenly, the sound of police sirens blared intensely outside, for special police vehicles swiftly arrived, and as the doors opened, whoosh, more than 20 riot police officers descended, surrounding everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Quickly, a captain-like figure stepped out with the police officer who had been fervently chasing Wang Hao, and asked in a stern voice, Which one is he? It's him. The police officer pointed at Wang Hao in the crowd, saying, I was patrolling the area when I saw him sneaking around, very suspiciously. I tried to stop him to check, but he just ran. He ran and I chased. And we ended up here. Chapter 292. Is this younger brother really that? Look, even the SWAT team is here. They just claimed they were part of the film crew, and now they've been exposed, haven't they? Members of the wartime drama crew took a step back in unison, then quietly discussed among themselves. Oh no, now there's absolutely no escaping. We just called him a thief, and it seems this is much worse indeed. Isn't that the truth? Would they deploy SWAT for a non-fugitive? Look, they have real guns. They've caused such a huge loss to our crew. There's no escaping now. While everyone was discussing, the captain of the SWAT team stepped forward, suddenly saluted Wang Hao, and loudly said, "Comrade, thank you. Look, he's about to make a move, eh? What does that mean? What did this SWAT team captain just say? Did he actually say thank you?" Director Wu was completely baffled and whispered to someone nearby, is there some mistake here?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw a Land Rover driving straight towards them. The windows of the Land Rover were shattered, and sitting in the driver's seat was none other than the investor of the drama crew, Mr. Zhang. As soon as Mr. Zhang got out of the car, he asked anxiously, "Where is he? Where's my great benefactor?" The members of the film crew were once again stunned. What's going on? Benefactor? Is this your car?" Wang Hao also widened his eyes, looking at Mr. Zhang, and said, "When I was running away, I heard a child crying in the car. It's so hot today, and you were so careless to leave a child in the car. They could have suffocated. Under outdoor temperatures of 25 degrees, if the car doors and windows are locked and left under the sun, the temperature inside the car can rise above 46 degrees within 20 minutes. Suffocation is certainly not an exaggeration." I know. At that moment, a woman, about 30 years old, with a tear-streaked face, got out of the car. As soon as she saw Wang Hao, she tried to kneel down. "I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my child might have really—" Get up, that's really not necessary." Wang Hao hurriedly helped her up, smiling and saying, "It's good that the child is fine now." Then he peeled back the swaddling clothes to look at the child and beamed with joy. "Look at this child, so adorable." So that was it. At this point, everyone present finally understood. The SWAT officers weren't there to arrest anyone. They were there to express gratitude. "I told you this young man looked so decent. He couldn't be a bad guy. You weren't saying that just a moment ago. What was said. What now is now. You can't say what was then is still now, right? He is a good person." Benefactor. Mr. Zhang's tears were almost falling. "I'm over 40 and only just had this child. If not for you, my family would have been ruined. No more words. Let me have your phone number, and feel free to ask for anything in the future." How could he impose? But Brother Hao is just that shameless. He must leave a contact. The two exchanged phone numbers, and afterward Wang Hao pinched the child's cheek and said with a smile, "You must be more careful in the future. Do not be negligent. The child is precious." Mr. Zhang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll be careful in the future, very careful." At that moment, the policeman who had been fervently pursuing Wang Hao also felt embarrassed. "I'm really sorry. At the time your behavior seemed somewhat suspicious, so I wanted to check. By the way, why did you run then? If you hadn't run, none of this would have happened." This question, Wang Hao instantly broke into a sweat, chuckled, and quickly changed the subject. "I didn't have my ID on me. It was all a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it." Just as he was saying this, a large fleet of vehicles came roaring up from the distance. Dozens of cars. Everyone present was stunned once again. What the hell is going on? Is the Black Society preparing for a showdown or something? At the head of the convoy was a white Maserati Presidente, its license plate AS6666, nearly blinding. Behind it were a great many Land Rovers, Audis, Hondas, Toyotas, you name it. As the convoy pulled up, people started getting out. The beauty driving the Maserati walked up to Wang Hao and smiled. "Brother Hao, we're here. We heard you were in some trouble, so Mr. Rin thought we should make a bit of a scene, and everyone came over." You got here quickly." Wang Hao grinned and nodded. "Well done, heh." By then, Lan Zihuang, Yang Sholin, and Boss Rin had also gotten out of their cars and came over. Boss Rin immediately extended his hand to Mr. Zhang upon seeing him. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. I hear my brother Wang ran into some trouble." Then he glanced at the special police officers. It was clear he knew them too and asked with a smile, "Captain Nyo, what's happening?" The crew from the war-era drama was utterly dumbfounded. The scene was filled with the sound of jaws dropping. Holy shit, am I seeing things? What's the backstory of this young guy? He's incredible. What kind of status does he have? Am I dreaming? This. Mr. Ren. Director Yang Shoulin. Lan Zihuang. My goodness. Is this the entire crew from Swordsmen of the Martial World coming into action? At that moment, Captain Neo, smiling, shook hands with Boss Ren and said, "It's all a misunderstanding, but thanks to it, it actually saved Mr. Zhang's child's life. That's why we came to express our thanks." He then pointed to Wang Hao. "This gentleman is Wang Hao, my younger brother." Boss Ren laughed out loud, then patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "You know the screenplay we were shooting, Swordsmen of the Martial World? I was never satisfied with the script. My little brother came along, and just like that, bam bam bam, it was awesome. We even changed the title to Swordsmen of the Martial World." At that moment, everyone on set was gaping. So the renaming of the Swordsmen of the Martial World crew was all because of this Wang Hao. Lin Xiaoyan, standing next to Wang Hao, was stunned too. Could this new brother of hers really be this incredible? While they were chatting, Director Wu's excited voice suddenly came from the side. "What a beautiful run. Look at that run. Look at those expressions. So real. Close up. We definitely need a close-up. That scene was just fantastic. This is what I call a war blockbuster." Curious, everyone looked over, just in time to see Director Wu replaying the footage of Wang Hao running through the minefield. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. In the video, Wang Hao was running with Lin Xiaoyan in such a swaggering manner, zigzagging in all sorts of S, V, W, L shapes. Bombs were exploding right beside him, and the expression of sheer terror on his face felt as if he was really on the battlefield, showing no trace of acting. The way he finally tackled Lin Xiaoyan to the ground, it was simply flawless. Everyone was astounded. The Wang Hao who revised the script so brilliantly, was his acting also this otherworldly? Even Lan Zihuang was stunned. She stared fixedly at the monitor, muttering, "Brother Hao, even your acting is so strong. I can't find a single flaw in that shot. Why don't you just play the main role?" Wang Hao, "Damn, I was just super unlucky at the time. How could it not be realistic? I was literally in the thick of it, brother. You try it out. It would definitely blow your mind." It's just mediocre." Wang Hao scratched his head, laughing. "It's not as good as you guys say. Let's not talk about this. Not this. This main role. I'm afraid I really can't do it. I truly don't have the time. No schedule, huh?" Everyone burst out laughing, and then Mr. Zhang, without another word, decided on the spot. "We'll use my little brother's footage for this shot. Little brother, rest assured, I've bought this footage for 1 million. I'll have my secretary sign the contract with you soon." Everyone was stunned. Lin Xiaoyan was completely shocked. What was happening? Just a moment ago, he was definitely going to lose money, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was making money. 1 million just like that. The young man she had run all this way with was the scriptwriter Wang Hao from Domestic Agent, and he had written a new screenplay here too? How can I accept this? A fool wouldn't take the money. Wang Hao quickly nodded. "Sweki, you handle this, okay? I never deal with contract matters." Xia Sweki nodded. "I know, Brother Hao." Chapter 293, Gloomy Clouds. What's up? This was a life-and-death friendship, albeit for a peculiar reason, but certainly a genuine one. Curious, Wang Hao asked, "Sister Yun, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath, then finally bit her lip hard and said, "My company is in trouble. I need your help. Can you?" What's this situation? Company. As soon as Sister Yun mentioned a company, Wang Hao's eyes widened. "What company?" "I've always wanted to ask, Sister Yun, are you in some kind of difficulty? Today has been terribly unlucky. The arrival of Sister Lin certainly has its reasons. Didn't she say she has a company?" "I own an animation company, and now it's facing a major crisis." Lin Xiaoyan sighed softly, then said, "The company was left to me by my late father. When my father was alive, the business was doing well, but since I took over, you know about my luck." "Animation company?" Wang Hao looked at Lin Xiaoyan. "What's wrong, Sister Yun? Your company's performance isn't good?" "Yeah," Lin Xiaoyan sighed. "Animation has been sluggish in recent years, and nobody is watching the manga we produce." "It sounds like a big deal, but this is simple. I know all about stuff like animations. Naruto, Bleach, One Piece. Any one of those is an incredible hit. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly, and without saying another word, he opened the car door. Let's go. 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 Take me to see your company first. We're going now. Lin Xiaoyan looked at the dusty Wang Hao, then at herself. Is this really okay? I haven't finished explaining what's going on. What's wrong with that? An animation company. It's just that I have so many great ideas in my head that aren't being used. Get in the car first. Wang Hao started the car, then instructed Xia Sweki. Sweki, I'm going to deal with some things with Sister Yin. Please handle things here. Xia Sweki quickly agreed. Okay, Brother Hao. Seeing that Wang Hao was serious, Lin Xiaoyan sighed and got in the car. Without further objection, the Maserati drew a smooth curve and set off. On the road, Wang Hao asked, Sister Yin, did you literally fall out of the sky today because of this? Sighing at Wang Hao's mention of the incident, Lin Xiaoyan recounted, I've been unlucky from a young age. It's like I've always been jinxed. In primary school, I had 17 or 18 different teachers. In middle school, the school leaders dodged me like I was a plague. In high school, it was even better. Within a year, 3 school leaders had car accidents and had to be hospitalized. Wang Hao listened, absolutely stunned. You're invincible, sister. That's not all. At university, any boy who had anything to do with me, even just talking to me, Lin Xiaoyan said helplessly, would either tumble down the stairs or fall off the bed at night. After graduating, I thought about starting a business. The first year, economic crisis, loss. Second year, warehouse fire, another loss. Third year, flooding, the entire company was underwater. 2 years ago, my dad passed away, and after 3 years of my earnest efforts, I finally managed to reduce the company's total assets from 3 million. Wang Hao asked, to how much? Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath. 1 million. Damn it. Wang Hao admired her to the heavens. 3 years, and not only did you not make money, but you also lost 2 million? Yeah, Lin Xiaoyan said in dismay. These past 2 years we haven't had any notable works, and our funds are extremely tight. Plus, with my rotten luck, now the staff are all threatening to resign. My sister hasn't slept for 3 days and nights because of this. Wang Hao was shocked. And then you just zoned out on the balcony? That's right, Lin Xiaoyan shrugged helplessly. Lucky for me that you came running downstairs. Your unluckiness is way fiercer than mine. I don't know how it happened, but the balcony railing broke. I wasn't paying attention and fell, and landed right on you. Wang Hao. Now Wang Hao completely understood. No wonder she said she was unlucky, and then she met someone even unluckier. She wanted to see just how unlucky a person could get. So, this was the whole story. Poor thing, it really hasn't been easy for her to make it to this point. Just think, if someone was rolling dice for luck, and every day for the past 29 years they ended up unlucky. Oh crap, just thinking about it gives me the chills, don't you think? But speaking of which, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly cheered up as she said this. You're so unlucky yet still doing so well. Compared to you, my situation is still acceptable. Wang Hao. Well said. So inspirational. While Wang Hao was still stunned, he suddenly felt the lucky dice in his pocket move, and as he turned his head, he saw a stream of dark energy fly out from Lin Xiaoyan's forehead and into his own. Oh, what the hell? What does this mean? Wang Hao was puzzled, and then he felt like he was undergoing some kind of amazing transformation. The change was similar to when he absorbed the energy of the dust bead. It was as if every aspect of his body's attributes had improved. Could it be this good? Wang Hao moved his arms. Awesome. He felt great all over. He checked the traffic. Holy shit. He could even see 2 stray dogs mating in the grass on the roadside. He took a deep breath and didn't feel the smog at all. Waha. That's what they mean by surviving a great disaster and bound to have good fortune afterwards. Brother? Lin Xiaoyan looked at the dumbstruck Wang Hao and asked, what are you thinking about? Got scared. Scared? This is more like striking gold, isn't it? No worries. With someone even more unlucky than me, you definitely won't be unlucky in the future. Wang Hao said cheerfully. Actually, the trouble you mentioned is just the lack of works, right? Yes, Lin Xiaoyan said helplessly. I know it's a bit much to ask, but I really had no other choice. No problem at all. Such good luck is hard to find even with a lantern. Wang Hao agreed without hesitation. Sister Yin, just tell me what you need me to do. Maybe I should just go ahead and invest outright. You're really willing to help. Now it was Lin Xiaoyun's turn to be stunned. I'm serious. I'm not joking with you. I'm truly at my wit's end, grasping at straws. Aren't you afraid of being swindled by investing? The thing is, I'm not joking either. Wang Hao looked at Lin Xiaoyun. So it's just a lack of works and funding problems, right? Those are trivial matters. You can just rest easy. Is that true? Lin Xiaoyun had not expected Wang Hao to agree so readily. Could this new brother, she acknowledged, really solve the company's crisis? Yes, he most certainly could. All his life he had been unlucky, and today he truly hoped that fortune would smile upon him just this once. Just once. Lin Xiaoyun's company was located within the third ring road of JH City, on the 6th floor of an 8-story office building. The two took the elevator up, and as soon as they arrived, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company. Nice name, I like it. Wang Hao looked around at the entrance for a moment, and then followed Lin Xiaoyun through the doors. As soon as he entered, he saw the entire office in gloom. More than 20 employees looked worried and downcast. When they walked in, not a single person paid any attention, creating a chilling atmosphere. A middle-aged man was sitting at a desk, drawing with a pen, his eyes full of bloodshot veins, his hair a total mess, seemingly not having been tended to for months. The floor around his feet was littered with crumpled waste paper. He drew for a while, clearly dissatisfied with the result, violently tore it up, and then bowed his head to continue sketching a new design. Lin Xiaoyun whispered an introduction. This is our company's chief artist, named Zhang Xingyang. He's been like this every day, constantly unhappy with his drawings, almost driving himself mad. Were his earlier drawings not up to par either? Wang Hao asked softly. Is it a lack of skill, or what? Sigh, Lin Xiaoyun sighed. He's been rejected too many times over the past 2 years. It's almost shattered his confidence. He always thinks that it's his fault the works get rejected. He's nearly depressed. Chapter 294, Chairman Wang. Walking further in, Wang Hao casually glanced and saw several people inside the Human Resources Department whispering. He perked up his ears and caught fragments of the conversation. Manager Lin, I beg you, let me leave. I truly can't hold on any longer. I want to resign. Can't I even resign? Then he heard a woman's voice, almost crying. Now is the company's most difficult time. If you all can just hold on a bit more, just one more month, okay? Otherwise, if you leave, we won't be able to find replacements. Lin Xiaoyun helplessly shook her head. My sister, Lin Xiaoyu sighed. She's nearly driven mad by all this. This really is like a scattering of monkeys from a fallen tree. Continuing on, Wang Hao had just taken a few steps when he was utterly stunned by one room. Looking inside through the window, he couldn't see anything at all. The entire room seemed like a giant chimney, completely obscuring any view of the people. Lin Xiaoyun shook her head. Drama editor Zhao Fei. He's been so worried lately that he smokes one cigarette after another, 3 packs a day. When profits were good, he smoked 15 yuan a pack Huangalu. Now it's down to 5 yuan a pack Kipalang. Wang Hao. This is definitely a pace of smoking oneself into poverty, looking tragically at it. The two took a few more steps when they saw a girl holding a stack of manuscripts, chasing a middle-aged man in a suit while pleading. Chiefly, please give us a chance. I believe our company's works can make it. Your work really isn't up to standard, Chiefly said, shaking his head as he walked. Such works can only serve as inventory. I'm truly sorry. Damn, what kind of work can only serve as inventory? Driven by curiosity, Wang Hao walked up, snatched the manuscripts from the girl's hand, and laughed after just one glance. I thought what it was. Turns out it's a detective comic? This is a small matter. A detective comic is a small matter? Who is this guy with such grand statements? Chiefly eyed Wang Hao curiously. Who are you? Do you know a lot about detective comics? He was just making small talk, but unexpectedly, Wang Hao completely ignored him, instead scanning the entire office and furrowing his brows intensely. Naturally, Wang Hao was no stranger to comics. He could quickly bring everyone into line. But now he'd identified the biggest problem with this comic company. That is, the place was incredibly morose. A company can be out of money, but it cannot be out of morale. If the company's staff loses their spirit, spending days on end just muddling along, Even the most genius ideas will surely be useless. This won't do. Wang Hao slammed the manuscripts down on the desk with a smack and shouted, "Everyone listen to me. I don't care if you want to resign or whatever. Just put down whatever you're doing and come to the conference room." In any other company, they might at least ask who this person was. But in Lin Xiaoyan's company, nobody made a peep. The entire office's staff was all despondent. Why hold a meeting at this time? Just disperse already. Right? Our submission was rejected again. There's no hope left. Is the company about to declare bankruptcy? Look at Sister Lin, with ash and dirt all over her. Let's listen first. No matter what, Sister Lin is quite nice. We're about to go our separate ways anyway. A little longer doesn't hurt, alas. The ones who willingly went to the meeting room were the good ones. Many people didn't budge at all, as if they hadn't heard Wang Hao speak. The artist Zhang Jingyang was still pulling his hair and crumpling paper balls, while the sound of lighting a cigarette came from plot editor Zhao Fei's room. People in the HR department kept talking about quitting. I knew it. If the company continued this vibe, they wouldn't need anyone to shut it down. They'd destroy themselves. In circumstances like these, extreme measures are necessary. Wang Hao walked straight to Zhang Jingyang's desk, grabbed the pen from his hand without saying a word, tore up his drawing book completely, and then kicked him. "Get your ass to the meeting room now. Move, or I'll kick you in there." Humans usually had some grit, but Zhang Jingyang acted like a wooden doll, showing no signs of life, his whole being blurry as he walked towards the meeting room. Never mind him for now. Wang Hao then ran to plot editor Zhao Fei's door, shouting loudly, "No wonder nobody wants your work. I wouldn't accept it either. What the heck is this? Is this a detective comic? It looks more like a romance. Where's the solving of crimes? The bizarre murder methods?" Right after Wang Hao finished the sentence, there was a loud bang, and plot writer Zhao Fei, accompanied by rolling smoke, charged out from the office. His appearance engulfed half the office in smoke, even more potent than the haze. "Who said my work is no good? Who said it?" After charging out, Zhao Fei scrambled around, his eyes red and fierce like an enraged bull. Some employees, fearing a fight might break out, rushed forward to hold him, grabbing arms and legs, desperately trying to calm him. "Zhao, don't get excited. Just calm down. Let's talk." Watching the 3 packs a day Zhao Fei, Wang Hao said, "I said it. What, you disagree?" Wang Hao thought a fight might break out considering Zhao Fei's current state, but instead, Zhao threw himself at Wang Hao, hugging his thighs and crying out loud, "Help. Save me. I've been thinking about this plot for 6 days and nights. I can't figure out anything touching. If you can, please help me. I'm really desperate here. Oh crap, what is this situation? Stop the nonsense. Get to the meeting room now." Wang Hao kicked him away. "And don't you dare smoke in there, got it?" After dealing with Zhao Fei, Wang Hao went to the door of the HR department and shouted inside, "I don't care if you're planning to quit or not. Head to the meeting room for a meeting now. Now move. And you." Wang Hao pointed at Lin Xiaoyan's sister. "You get going." The 2 employees who were fussing about resigning listlessly entered the meeting room. At that moment, a few other senior managers walked over soullessly, as if ready to flee from a great disaster. In their minds, this was already a company with no future. Declaring bankruptcy and closing down was definitely the best choice for this company. The only reason they hadn't left was that they had been here for several years and still felt a slight sense of attachment. That was all. What is this youngster up to? Chief Li looked at Wang Hao's figure, full of curiosity. Just now he said detective comics were trivial. Now he's planning a meeting. What is he really up to? Thinking this, Chief Li followed the other employees into the meeting room. Might as well listen. Soon everyone gathered in the meeting room. When everyone was seated, Wang Hao stood at the front podium, slapped his hand down hard, making a loud bang sound, and said, "I'm done with the nonsense. Starting from now, I'm the new director of this company. My surname is Wang. You can call me Chairman Wang." A new director? Our company was actually getting a new one. Interest finally peaked among the employees throughout the office, and they all looked up at Wang Hao, only to be stunned. The young man's clothes were tattered, not only dirty, but also covered with burnt little holes everywhere. Is he here to joke around? A chairman dressed like that. Look how dirty his clothes are. Hasn't he washed them for months? It's over, with a newcomer director like this. This company has no future at all. Hearing this, Chief Li was also stunned. He held it in for a while, then could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter. Ha ha, I can't anymore. Let me laugh for a bit. He doesn't look like a director at all, more like a laborer. Chapter 295, Brother Hao talks about comics. He wanted just this effect. Just wait, and I'll show you, Brother Hao thought, what divine-level brainwashing is all about. Soon, the entire conference room quieted down. Wang Hao looked at the employees seated before him, took a deep breath, and decided to first turn around their attitudes before discussing anything else. I'm not one for idle chatter. Wang Hao scanned the room and said, I noticed some people were resigning. Now, I'll give everyone 10 minutes to think it over, and if you want to resign, you can leave right now. Anyone who's owed wages, come to me immediately. It's not always effective to talk about other things, but when it comes to money, it often has an unexpected impact. As expected, once Wang Hao finished speaking, everyone in the room was stunned. Is there such a good thing? The new chairman takes the stage, and the first thing he does is pay out money. This was definitely a very tempting offer, and many employees looked at each other. Soon, a young man stood up. Chairman Wang, I'm resigning. The company owes me 3 months' salary, which is 13,500 in total. Wang Hao glanced at him. It was one of those who had asked to resign, and casually asked, What's your name? Feng Bo, the young man replied. Are you really going to pay this salary? Of course. Wang Hao looked towards the executives. Who's handling the finances? Is there any issue with the amount Feng Bo mentioned? The finance executive nodded. The amount is correct. WeChat. Wang Hao immediately took out his phone, scanned for payment. The overdue salary was quickly transferred. Feng Bo was first stunned, and then cheered loudly. Huh? Thank you. Then I'm leaving now. Saying so, he rushed out of the conference room to start packing up his possessions. Who cares about whether you are a chairman or not once the money is in hand? Time to leave. Chief Li, sitting below, was dumbfounded. Is this guy an idiot? Just arrived and throwing money around like this? Got his brain caught in the door. Lin Xiaoyan was also utterly confused. What on earth was her brother thinking? It has to be said, offering immediate payment is a big temptation. With the first one, a second and a third followed quickly. Soon, a total of 6 people resigned on the spot, ready to leave this unfortunate company. Once there was no one else standing up, Wang Hao then smiled and said, All right, no one else is leaving? Well, now I can formally announce to everyone. The wages owed to all those present can be settled immediately. And, at this point, he took a deep breath and then loudly said, Not only that, whoever is owed months of wages will receive an additional few months' pay as a bonus. My word is effective once spoken. Outside, Feng Bo and the other 6 people who were happily packing their things dropped their belongings with a clatter, slapping their thighs in regret. Why the hell did I resign? In a blink of an eye, I missed out on 20,000, crying faint in the bathroom. While Feng Bo and the others were filled with regret, the employees inside the conference room were all stunned. What's going on? Not only are they making up the owed wages, but they're also doubling it as a bonus. Is it true? Double the amount owed. Holy shit, I was owed 4 months' wages. That's more than 30,000. So damn cool. This chairman is so badass. The entire conference room erupted into chaos. No one could believe that there was a chairman so generous in this day and age. At that moment, someone asked from below, Chairman Wang, is it really being paid out right now? Send it out now. Wang Hao chuckled. You're owed how much? You'll get double. At that moment, everyone was set abuzz, clamoring to get forward. Me. The company owes me 4,000. Wang Hao. 8,000, take it. And me. The company owes me 5,005. Wang Hao. 11,000, take it. The entire conference room went wild. The employees asked for money, and Wang Hao doled it out like water, causing chaos for half an hour until everyone was finally settled. In just that short time, he'd spent over 500,000. When no one else stood up for their pay, Wang Hao slammed his hand on the table. All right, that's all the money handed out. Anyone else leaving? Now, the excitement of all the employees in the company had been drawn out, and they shouted together, no more. With a genial smile, Wang Hao clapped his hands, and the clamor subsided into silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Having money sure paved the way, completely transforming the previously listless crowd into an energized force, ready for orders. Good, that's more like it. Wang Hao was extremely pleased with the change in the crowd and declared, "Now then, we've got some serious talking to do." Wang Hao said this as he surveyed the room, then took a deep breath. Bang! Wang Hao suddenly slammed the comic book he'd snatched earlier onto the lectern. "Take a look at this. What is this supposed to be?" Wang Hao took a deep breath and then roared. "Is this a detective comic? It's romance. Romance. And super detective? You're drawing super gigolos here. No wonder nobody wants this stuff. I wouldn't accept it either. What kind of nonsense is this?" Wang Hao picked up the comic and started flipping from the beginning. "Look at these character designs. A 40-something-year-old man. Are you kidding me? Do you even understand your target audience? Comic readers are teenagers. The protagonist must be young." Even though Wang Hao was shouting, the company employees listening suddenly saw the light. The previously distracted artist, Zhang Jingyang, suddenly became energized. "I get it. I get it. I kept feeling like something was off with what I was drawing. Yes, 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 it needs to be a young person. Only a young character will work. Work my ass," Wang Hao bellowed. "It needs to be a child. Only a child inspires anticipation and secrecy. Look at what you've drawn. I haven't even looked at the later parts yet, and just from the beginning, I can tell who the villain is." Wang Hao pointed at a character on the draft, making the bad guy this obvious. "Are you challenging the reader's intelligence? I just randomly flipped through a couple of issues. The ugliest and most lecherous-looking one is the villain. Can't you vary the character designs a bit?" So, Wang Hao hated domestic spy dramas the most, damn. If you just grabbed the good-looking ones, you'd be spot on every time. Children. Yes, children. Zhang Jingyang's hair nearly stood on end with excitement, and he felt a tingle all over his body. He rushed out and quickly grabbed a pen and notebook, came back, and started to draw while sitting down. Wang Hao ranted on. "What are you in such a hurry for? A good comic book character can't just be created on a whim, do you understand? The protagonist has to be different from other children. Different, do you get it? Make him a high school student. Otherwise, how could a child have such high intelligence? Although he should be an adult, he becomes a child because he took a miraculous drug." Everyone in the conference room was dumbfounded. The protagonist was a high school student who became a child after taking some amazing, mysterious drug? Wow, what a divine concept. Zhang Jingyang was confused. "Huh? A high school student? A child? I get it." With this, he began to draw, and Wang Hao continued to rant. "Look at your work. Where are the protagonist's relatives and friends? Nothing but women. The protagonist is like a solitary commander monologuing. He needs a childhood sweetheart. He can't just solve cases for the sake of solving cases. He needs a love storyline. He turns into a child, but his childhood sweetheart doesn't know it. That's the drama." Then another artist sitting below was also stunned and hurriedly picked up a pen to start drawing. Right, right, right. The protagonist needs a childhood sweetheart. And then, Wang Hao continued after taking a sip of water. As a child, the protagonist must conceal his identity. How to conceal it? Add another character, a private detective who knows the protagonist. Every time there's a case to solve, this private detective is stumped. Then the protagonist solves it, and, after knocking out the private detective, speaks the truth through his own mouth. This kind of cycle is the Wang Dao. Otherwise, take a look at what you've drawn. Just a few episodes in, and the protagonist is already famous within the circle. How would he keep investigating undercover? How would that be exciting? Where's the anticipation? Chapter 296. Is this what they call a comic okay? Just these three simple character settings alone, when combined, had already turned into a pretty awesome spectacle. Chief Li, who was sitting below watching the commotion, got excited. "Holy shit, I've never seen such badass character settings before. Never even heard of them. How did this young man come up with it? And you?" Wang Hao pointed at Zhao Fei, the plot editor, spraying spittle as he went. "Is this what you call a plot? Huh. The cases the protagonist solves. What is all this trivial nonsense? Lost dogs, lost wallets, and the most infuriating of all, lost underwear. Is this what the protagonist is supposed to be doing every day, just dealing with trivial matters? What happened to solving cases? The numerous and bizarre murder methods." Zhao Fei was dumbfounded. "Chairman Wang, What should we do then? Your protagonist needs an aura of murder. Wang Hao thundered, slamming the blackboard. You need dead bodies. The protagonist should encounter dead bodies wherever he goes. What kind of detective manga is it if no one dies? Are we supposed to just watch the protagonist chat up girls and shoot the breeze every day? At this point, everyone below was flabbergasted. Holy crap, right, a detective manga needs dead bodies. How can it be interesting if no one dies? So, this is how you tell a story in a detective manga? Yes, 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 there must be dead bodies. What's the point if everyone is alive? Zhao Fei was still confused. Chairman Wang, how should we design the death scenes then? I'm afraid I can't handle it. Designing death scenes. What the hell are you talking about? Wang Hao instantly flew into a rage. The protagonist could encounter a dead body, even going to the bathroom. They could stumble upon a murder scene while riding the bus. Going to a circus show, there'd be a dead body right there. How can you build suspense without dead people? How do you grab the reader's attention? Think. Use your brain. Use your brain. It's not like only your body grew in the past 2 years, but your brain didn't change at all. That'd be useless. By then, even Chief Li was listening in stunned silence. It took him a moment to compose himself before asking, Chairman Wang, we all understand what you're saying, but the trickiest part to illustrate in detective manga is the method of murder. Do you have any good ideas? Hearing Chief Li say this, everyone present nodded. Right, with deaths everywhere, how should we arrange the murder methods? As for methods of murder, Wang Hao humphed. In this world, I dare to claim second place, and absolutely no one would dare to claim first. As soon as he said this, the whole room was shocked. Not a soul in the conference room dared to make a peep. Who exactly was this young man? Could he be an assassin? With a mixture of fear and awe, Zhao Fei asked, Chairman Wang, could you maybe tell us about it? Today, I'll let you all witness it. Watch closely. Wang Hao picked up a black marker and began to write on the blackboard. Complete methods of killing. Seeing these words, everyone in the room was confounded. The title alone was so shocking, it could scare the children. Wang Hao went straight to the whiteboard and wrote the first method of killing. Exchange murder method. After writing this method, Wang Hao began to explain. See this method of murder? 2 people swap targets to kill. If the police can't see through their agreement, it becomes very hard to find their motive and thus, extremely difficult to solve the case. Holy shit, that's so professional. Everyone watched, agape and wide-eyed, as Wang Hao discussed just the first murder method which they had never even heard of before. Zhao Fei's eyes lit up. I've got an idea. Haha, I've thought of something. Thought of a damn thing. Sit down and stay put. Wang Hao picked up the marker again and wrote on the whiteboard. Intrusion murder method, where, when discovering the victim with others, you pretend to cry and try to shake the sleeping victim awake, all while inserting a poison needle in an inconspicuous area like the hair. This method of attack is very difficult to detect, making it an excellent killing method. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Is that even possible? The third one. Wang Hao quickly wrote another one down. Indiscriminate killing method. It means killing anyone in a group of people can achieve the goal, so this kind is often not motivated by vengeance, but its modus operandi and motive are very difficult for the police to investigate. Oh my gosh, such a method of murder is simply unheard of. Wang Hao continued. There's also the magic killing method, which is to kill someone using common magic tricks, so if you can't see through the magic, you can't solve the case. Using people to kill method, because you know A has the same purpose as you. You commit the crime at the same time A does, but use A's plan to cover your own, making it very difficult for the police to imagine someone else fueling the fire behind the murderer, setting off their own bomb at the same time the murderer triggers an explosion. Geographic killing method, which utilizes the shape and arrangement of a house or a building. This type is quite common and depends on the situation. Often, geography is used to create a locked room scenario. Disguised killing method. At night, by the bridgehead, you suddenly set yourself on fire and then fall into the water making a splash while people are nearby. The retrieved body is naturally assumed to have committed suicide, but in reality, the murderer orchestrated everything and left the scene. No one thinks of the drowned body as having been made to drown. Wang Hao really gave a lengthy talk on this one. He casually talked about more than 20 different methods of murder, leaving everyone in the conference room dumbfounded. No one present could have imagined there were so many ways to kill. Not to mention anything else. Just these mysterious murder methods alone meant that once the comic is published, it's absolutely sure to be a hit. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were already like light bulbs. The entire company's staff were stupefied, and Chief Li's eyes were wide open, drool almost dripping down. He couldn't wait for the comic that hadn't even been drawn yet. This is what you call a detective comic, okay? Wang Hao slammed his hand on the lectern and shouted. Now look at these plots you've set up. Are you kidding me? Playing house? Does your protagonist have any characteristics? Everyone shook their heads together. Today was truly an eye-opener. At this point, Wang Hao threw his pen down and said, Detective comics have always had only one theme, and that is the pursuit of the truth. And the truth, there's only one. When Wang Hao finished speaking, the entire conference room was silent. Everyone was astounded. So this is what a detective novel is supposed to be. Only this could be called a detective novel. Plot editor Zhao Fei was completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, then suddenly rushed to the lectern, tore up the previously drawn manuscript into shreds, and shouted, I understand. I understand. Chairman Wang is right. The plots I thought of before are all rubbish. I'm going to rethink it right now, immediately. As he said this, he tried to run out the door, but Wang Hao grabbed him. What's the rush? Did I say you could leave before I finish speaking? Not only Zhao Fei was stunned at this moment, but everyone else present was also shocked. Chairman Wang had more to say. Wang Hao looked around the room, everyone holding their breath. At this moment, in the hearts of these employees, Wang Hao was like a godlike existence. Whatever he said was indisputable. The only thing they could do was to listen obediently and follow his every command. Everyone, Wang Hao spoke slowly. I believe the biggest lesson in life is to never give up, to be brave and march forward, and to constantly innovate and breaking through oneself, until you find a direction. Today is cruel, tomorrow will be cruel too, but the day after tomorrow will be wonderful, and many people will fall tomorrow night. The example here is very clear. The 6 people who resigned before are the living proof of my words. The 6 people who had been listening dumbfounded at the door instantly cried themselves faint in the bathroom. They had fallen before dawn. In an instant, not only did they miss out on double the salary, but the bright future was already out of their reach. Just on account of what Wang Hao had just said, once this comic is drawn, this comic company will certainly make a fabulous turnaround. But they had already permanently lost that opportunity. Chapter 297. Are you not joking? I've always believed that employees come first, customers second. Without employees, there is no company, and it's only when you are happy that our customers will be happy. Those words of encouragement from customers will make everyone truly invested in their work, which will drive continuous development of our company. I think any company is bound to make mistakes. In fact, they must make mistakes. However, the biggest mistake a company can make is to stand still. The biggest mistake is not making any mistakes. The key is to summarize and reflect on the various mistakes we make to run better tomorrow. It's crucial to continue making mistakes. The key is not to repeat the same ones. At this point, the meeting room was utterly silent, and people's gaze towards Wang Hao had completely changed. It was like a devout worship towards a god. Everyone felt that with just a word from Chairman Wang, they would be willing to work overtime every day. Finally, Wang Hao summarized his speech for the day, looking at all the employees with a smile. I want to build our company into the largest comic company in the country. Many of you might think I'm dreaming, but I want to say. He took a deep breath and then said loudly, everyone should have a dream. What if it really comes true? Everyone in the room started breathing rapidly. Chairman Wang's words were just too good, too sensible. Yes, everyone should have a dream. What if it really comes true? Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Applause thundered through the room. Everyone spontaneously stood up, giving Wang Hao the warmest round of applause. They had been with this comic company for either just 3 to 4 years, or as long as 7 to 8 years, but none had ever heard such a fantastic speech. It felt as though their hearts had been stirred. Yes, today is brutal, and tomorrow will also be brutal, but the day after tomorrow will be wonderful. Yet many people will fall by tomorrow night. Weren't the 6 employees who had resigned, including Feng Bo, just like that? From now on, this company would be a company with a dream. Stepping down from the podium, Wang Hao exhaled. It was time to pull out all the stops. He frequently watched Jack Ma's motivational speeches in his past life. Youngsters, you still think you can't be convinced? This is divine-level brainwashing. Boom. As Wang Hao was thinking this, the 6 people who had resigned earlier barged in, stumbling over each other. Feng Bo grabbed Wang Hao's leg tightly, yelling, "Chairman Wang, please take us back. We regret our decision. We want to have dreams too. Weren't you the ones who just resigned?" Wang Hao sneered coldly. "What? Having regrets now?" Feng Bo clung to Wang Hao's leg, tears streaming down his face, crying loudly. "Chairman Wang, I want to draw comics. I really want to draw comics." Why did that sentence sound so familiar? Wang Hao looked at the 6 of them and curled his lips. "You say you're coming back just like that? Where does that leave my dignity? But I'm a merciful person and can give you a chance. If you want to come back, you start as interns again for 1 year. If your performance satisfies everyone, there will be a vote. If everyone agrees you're qualified to come back, then you'll become official employees. If not, you'll leave. Is that clear?" "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Feng Bo bobbed his head like a pecking chicken. "As long as I can create good comics, I'm willing to do anything." Lin Xiaoyun's sister, Lin Xiaoyu, was dumbfounded. She had tried almost everything to keep the staff, but none of her methods worked. Today, Chairman Wang came, and with just a few words, they came back willingly to cling to him. It was nothing short of a miracle. Clap, 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 clap. Once again, all the staff burst into enthusiastic applause for Wang Hao. "Chairman Wang, that was brilliant. What you just said was truly amazing." At this point, Chief Li could no longer hold back. He stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Li Wenfeng, the chief editor of Comics World. Nice to meet you." Upon seeing him, Wang Hao's eyes widened. You haven't left yet." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was the chief editor of Comics World, and whether our company's works would be selected almost entirely depended on his judgment. He was not someone to be trifled with. Chief Li was clearly taken aback by Wang Hao's comment, but there was no helping it. The man had talent. Now Chief Li felt that Chairman Wang was the one who really shouldn't be offended, and hurriedly said with a smile, "I'm truly sorry for any previous offense. I hope for your understanding, Chairman Wang." As soon as Chief Li said this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Was this the same Chief Li, whom you had to flatter to know and just to meet with? And he was being so polite to Chairman Wang. "SOSO, I guess." Wang Hao asked curiously, "What did you want with me?" "Here's the thing." Chief Li pondered for a moment, then said, "I would like to start serializing the detective manga you just talked about in this issue of Comics World. Would you be willing?" Lin Xiaoyun's mouth fell open, something they had previously begged for, and now he was offering it himself. I really need to think about it." Wang Hao mused for a bit, then asked the people around him, "When does their magazine publish this issue? Is there enough time?" "There are 3 days left. We can manage to draw it." Lin Xiaoyun thought for a moment, troubled. "But considering the timing, this issue should have already been finalized, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that was problematic. If they worked overtime like mad for 3 days, it definitely wouldn't be a problem, but if the magazine was finalized, there was nothing to be done. The key issue was that without a draft, Chief Li wouldn't even be able to plan the layout, even if he wanted to. "So that's the situation." Wang Hao looked at Chief Li and asked, "Your magazine's finalized, right? What to do now?" Chief Li also looked a bit dismayed this time. "Actually, if I talked to President Yu today, rearranging the layout wouldn't be impossible. The key is, there's no draft here right now. Sigh, it looks like we'll have to wait until next week." What a pity, such a pity. He was indeed quite distressed to have to wait so long for a good book. "A draft, huh?" Wang Hao touched his chin, then suddenly laughed. "That's easy. Hey you, Zhang, where's artist Zhang?" Wang Hao called out loudly. "Here, here." The sound of clanging and banging followed as artist Zhang, Zhengyang literally barged into the conference room. "Chairman Wang, what do you need me for?" "Now." His gaze towards Wang Hao. It was a good thing everyone knew he was already married. Otherwise, they might suspect his interests lay in men. "Don't get so close." Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, pushed him away a bit, then said, I need a draft so that Chief Li can take it back for relayout. Come help me. Let's get it done within an hour. How much time? After hearing Wang Hao's words, not only was Zhang Zhengyang stunned, everyone present was confounded. A draft in an hour? Surely you're joking? Even Li Wenfeng was astounded. Chairman Wang, are you serious? You're not joking, right? I'm dead serious, Wang Hao said. Now get a transcription clerk over here. Lin Xiaoyan nodded. I'll take notes. All right, Zhang. Come over here. I'll show you how to draw a draft. Wang Hao snatched the pen and book from Zhang Zhengyang's hands and said exasperatedly, Really now? I have to teach you this too. So unprofessional. Everyone was dumbstruck. Could a draft really be done in an hour? But, Li Wenfeng watched Wang Hao. He didn't seem like he was joking, yet still doubted. Really? A draft can be done in 1 hour? Do I look like I'm joking? Wang Hao curled his lips. Just watch if you wanna. Chapter 298. Amazing. Let me teach you, Wang Hao said to the artist Zhang. Comics are really simple when you break it down. It's just scenery, characters, and dialogues combined in a plot, right? First, for the scenery, just use simple drawings. Like for instance, the exterior of a large villa. Wang Hao drew a large square on the paper and then randomly added a few strokes. Afterwards writing 2 characters, villa. Everyone around gasped. Could that really work? That's the scenery. Wang Hao continued as he drew a circle with a stick below it, using lines for hands and feet, making it look like a stick figure. He then casually wrote a name above the circle, saying, and this is the character. Everyone present was flabbergasted. If drawing was this simple, well, 1 hour might just be enough. I've got it. Zhang Zhengyang grabbed the pen and notebook and began swiftly drawing squares on the paper. After all, a comic page usually has about 3 to 5 squares, then content is added inside. All right, let's begin. Wang Hao started. Episode 1, A Modern Sherlock Holmes and the Roller Coaster Murder Case. People around inhaled sharply. Do we really have to start with murder? Lin Xiaoyan hastily began jotting everything down. Wang Hao said, first inside a villa. Zhang Zhengyang casually drew a house and labeled it villa. A living room, a group of people. Wang Hao continued. The protagonist says, before everyone rushed over after hearing the scream, the killer had already jumped from one window to another, escaping. Now, you all see why there are no footprints of the culprit. Zhang Zhengyang immediately drew a bunch of stick figures in the second square, leaving spaces for dialogues. Lin Xiaoyan simply noted, before they came at the scream, the killer escaped through the window. Thus, the content in that square was completed. Wang Hao went on. Someone from the crowd questions, how is that possible? The windows are at least 5 meters apart. The protagonist explains, if one crawled along the wall up to the roof, the distance would be less than 2 meters. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoyan took notes, and Zhang Zhengyang drew, quickly finishing the first page of the draft. Li Wenfeng glanced at the time, then froze. It had only taken 2 minutes. Oh damn. By this look of things, speeding up could get 30 pages done in 1 hour. That would be more than enough for an issue of the comic. And adding more to the images, because of the plot, would cover a lot faster. Case solved, an extra chimes in. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Wang Hao spoke fluidly. The protagonist thumbs up. If there's any case you can't crack, just find me. Detective Tung Sini is at your service. Haha. Having absorbed Lin Xiaoyan's power of misfortune, my memories enhanced. Damn. I had almost forgotten the plot when I read the book before, but now I remember it all. Just awesome. No need to explain. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Wenfeng checked his watch. Wang Hao had spent a total of 14 minutes explaining the opening scene, and they had drawn 6 pages of the draft. Man, that was lightning speed. Wang Hao kept going nonstop. Zhang Zhengyang's hand never rested. And Lin Xiaoyan got more and more excited as she recorded. Awesome, this plot is fantastic. The book Wang Hao described was in fact the most popular detective manga from his previous world, Detective Conan. A nearly 1,000-episode anime was based on just this one book. Perfect for this animation company. Of course, because it was a domestic animation company, using the original name might cause confusion, so Wang Hao cleverly tweaked the names a bit. Smooth. I'm shamelessly clever. Haha. The next part of the plot involved the protagonist going to the amusement park with his childhood friend, Mao Lilan. There, numerous children were discussing detectives and successfully deduced the occupation of a girl using deductive reasoning. She was a gymnast. The two rode the roller coaster together, and when the ride came to a stop, they found a man had been murdered. The victim's name was Zhang Tian, and the murderer, eventually discovered by the protagonist, was the gymnast, Little Tong, who had been the subject of the children's discussion. Little Tong had used a necklace string connected to a rope and a hook. While committing the crime, she detached from the roller coaster seat's safety bar using her backpack, looped the necklace string over Zhang Tian's head, and hooked it to the roller coaster's track, using the speed of the ride to decapitate Zhang Tian. The motive for the crime was Zhang Tian's betrayal of his and Little Tong's love. After the case was closed, the protagonist saw two men in black acting suspiciously and chased after them. While he was spying on one of the men making some sort of deal, his accomplice knocked him out and forced him to swallow a poison called APTX 4869. Here, Wang Hao chuckled and said, and just like that, Detective Conan was born. That's where the first episode ends. Inside the meeting room, there was dead silence. No one could believe that what they thought was an almost impossible task had been accomplished so effortlessly by Chairman Wang's team. Although the characters were just stick figures and the scenery was roughly sketched, let's not mention anything else, the plot alone was absolutely breathtaking. After all, in a detective novel, the style of drawing isn't the most important. The plot is truly the decisive factor. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Once again, applause thundered through the room. Everyone present gave Wang Hao the warmest applause. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, Li Wenfeng said, trembling as he held the 20-plus pages of the draft in his hands. It was happening right before his eyes. Even miracles seemed to come alive, yet he still found it hard to believe. This is it, it's definitely a hit. Li Wenfeng hurried out of the door as if his but were on fire. I'm going back to show this to our boss right now. I'm sure he'll agree. Just wait for my good news. All the employees at Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company were stunned. They had never seen Chief Li act this way before. Chairman Wang, you're simply... All the employees looked at each other and then unanimously exclaimed, absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha. Li Wenfeng drove along the road, his mood soaring sky high. Incredibly intense. It had been so long since he'd seen such an amazing comic. Damn it, he had been so nervous at the time. Luckily, Chairman Wang had agreed to serialize it in their magazine. Otherwise, if they hadn't managed to secure it, he'd surely have been scolded to death by Chief Editor Wei. Securing this book was finally a lifeline for their publishing house. It wasn't an exaggeration on Li Wenfeng's part. The rapid development of smartphones in the past 2 years had far exceeded everyone's expectations. For a physical industry like their magazine, more than 60% had closed down within just 2 years. If it weren't for Comics World being one of the old, established magazines in the industry, they would definitely be shut down by now. But with this book, it was different. With this impressive content, they could definitely boost sales significantly. Does anyone even know how to drive? Hurry up and move. Li Wenfeng was extremely agitated while waiting for the light, swearing all the way. Do you know how urgent I am? Do you have any idea how much money delaying this issue's publication costs? Huh, just waiting at a red light and dawdling. Just move. Swearing all the way, he finally arrived at the company building. Li Wenfeng didn't even bother to find a parking spot. He dashed straight to the chief editor's office, bursting through the door and exclaimed, Chief Editor Wei, great news. Fantastic news. Our magazine has been saved. What news are you making a fuss about? Chief Editor Wei, sitting in his chair, listlessly said. Could it really turn our magazine around? Yes, absolutely. Chief Li, in a rush, handed over the manuscript and said, Chief Editor Wei, just take a look at this. It's absolutely incredible. A truly revolutionary masterpiece. Chapter 299. Chief Editor Wei's personal visit. Chief Wei, please calm down. Look at the plot. The plot. Li Wenfeng hurriedly explained. Trust me, look at the plot. The drawings are so terrible. How can there even be a good plot? Detective Conan? Chief Editor Wei picked up the manuscript again half skeptically. After all, He had to give some face to a colleague, right? But to his surprise, he was completely amazed after he started reading. This is, Chief Editor Wei's eyes widened like copper bells, and he exclaimed, "Damn, this plot, these murder methods, this case analysis, absolutely brilliant. Brilliant." His breathing grew heavy, and he shouted, "This is it. This is what I want. Absolutely awesome. Completely awesome. Lee, call the printing room right now. We need to add pages to this issue of Comics World. These manuscripts total 24 pages. We need to bulk it up. It must be thicker." This time, Li Wenfeng was triumphant. "Chief Wei, the book is good, right?" "Good, definitely good." Chief Editor Wei laughed heartily and said, "Li, you call them." "No, I'll go myself. I'll meet with the newly appointed Chairman Wang in person." Inside Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company, every member of the staff, all the senior managers, were currently gathered in the customer service department, their eyes fixed intently on the company's customer service phone. Whether the company could turn things around depended entirely on whether Chief Editor Wei from Comics World would make the decision. "It's really killing me. Can it be done or not?" "It can. It definitely can. I believe just the story Chairman Wang told is enough to touch people. It's been an hour already. I know Chairman Wang is impressive, but I can't help feeling uneasy until this is settled." The staff were all anxious, and Lin Xiaoyan also stood by nervously. Although she knew this comic was definitely impressive, nothing was settled yet, so no one dared to guarantee it would surely work. After another anxious wait of more than 10 minutes, finally, the phone rang. Ding-ling. The piercing ring made everyone's heart race faster. Lin Xiaoyan grabbed the phone quickly and said anxiously, "Hello, is this Chief Li?" "Hello. Yes, it's me." "Yes, really? Okay. Yes, I understand." Putting down the phone, Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath. "President Lin, how? Did it go? Did it pass?" "It should have passed, I guess." Everyone kept asking insistently, and Lin Xiaoyu, seeing her sister's expression, felt a chill in her heart. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyan looked grim, seemingly in a terrible mood, and after listening to everyone's words, she finally took a deep breath. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. "Sister, it didn't pass?" Zhao Fei gasped, "No way? If it didn't pass, are they blind?" Everyone was looking at Lin Xiaoyan, but after keeping a straight face for quite a while, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically, and she screamed, "It passed. The book passed. And it was a huge pass." Chief Li just said. Chief Wei initially was as stiff as a stick and didn't even want to read it, but once he started, he was dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha. Passed. Ha ha ha. I was scared to death. I thought it was blown over again. Damn. Finally, it passed. Ha ha. Our company is finally turning around." The entire company erupted in jubilation, and Lin Xiaoyu was so excited she even tossed the documents she was holding into the air, absolutely thrilled. They finally passed. Now, they could finally sleep well without worrying about people resigning. 3 days and nights of sleeplessness. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, President Lin. So great, it finally passed. Boss, are we treating everyone tonight? Yes, we must. Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly. Tonight's celebration party. Everyone must attend. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Everyone cheered in unison. Let's get the celebration party started tonight. This time, everyone was genuinely happy. The company had made such great progress. It was definitely a milestone that could be recorded in the company's history. Not to mention, everyone's spirits were so much higher than before. Artist Zhang Zhengyang was drawing rapidly. Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with inspiration. Lin Xiaoyu cried tears of excitement. And the others, needless to say, all huddled together, crying and laughing. Just as everyone was enjoying the moment, suddenly the door of the company was pushed open, and 2 people walked in. When Lin Xiaoyan saw these 2 people, she was immediately stunned. "Chief Editor Wei, you actually came yourself." Lin Xiaoyan hurried forward, her face full of shock. "Why didn't you give me a heads up so I could prepare?" When Lin Xiaoyan mentioned that this person was Chief Editor Wei from Comics World, all the employees there gasped in unison. Chief Editor Wei came personally. Isn't it a nice surprise? Chief Editor Wei warmly extended his hand as soon as he saw Lin Xiaoyan. "Oh, I read your comic. It's simply fantastic. By the way, where's Chairman Wang? Could you please ask him to come out so we can chat?" My brother is sleeping. Lin Xiaoyan quickly sent Lin Xiaoyu to fetch Wang Hao, and then hurriedly ushered Chief Editor Wei and Lin Wenfeng into the meeting room. The place is a bit shabby. Please bear with us, she said, as she brewed tea for them, even pulling out the best Jizi Diyun Maojian tea that her father had left, such a luxury that she usually couldn't bear to drink herself. Oh, don't be so polite. Chief Editor Wei drank the exorbitantly priced tea as if it was water. His mind wasn't really on it. He was waiting for Wang Hao to come out to discuss the future collaboration plans. Who's looking for me? Shortly after, Wang Hao came in, rubbing his eyes, plopped onto the couch, and yawned longly. I didn't quite catch what was happening just now. With anyone else, Chief Editor Wei would have thought this to be disrespectful, but it felt totally natural with Wang Hao. This is what you call the quirks of a genius. With Wang Hao's great talent, that attitude was just fitting. Otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed. Hello, you must be Chairman Wang. Chief Editor Wei was the first to extend his hand. I'm Wei Ningzi, the chief editor of Comics World. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm looking forward to your care in the future. Lin Xiaoyan, watching from the side, had her mouth wide open. Was this still the notoriously aloof and hard-to-please Chief Editor Wei? Oh, hello. Wang Hao sleepily shook hands with him and said, You came in person for something? Couldn't a phone call have sufficed? I just felt that talking over the phone was too hasty. Wei Ningzi smiled. You see, I've read your work and feel it has great potential, so I came today to propose a strategic cooperation agreement. Our Comics World magazine is planning to serialize your company's work in every issue going forward. What are your thoughts? A serialization? Wang Hao stroked his chin. This, I really need to think about. Lin Xiaoyan gasped in shock. No way, little brother. This is a huge opportunity. Being able to serialize regularly in Comics World would mean our company's livelihood is secured from today. And you still need to think about it? Terms can be discussed, Chief Editor Wei said with a smile. Whatever conditions you have, we can talk it over. It's not about the terms, Wang Hao muttered. I'm thinking about whether your company will last long enough. Upon hearing this, Li Wenfeng was totally stunned. What do you mean? Will our company last long enough? Well, I don't quite understand what you mean, Chairman Wang. Wei Ningzi was also a bit confused. I'm estimating this comic could run for about 1,000 episodes, Wang Hao said while yawning. I'm just worried your company might not last that long. The three were totally bewildered. A serialization for 1,000 episodes. Holy shit. At the rate of 1 episode per week and 52 episodes per year, that could last 20 years. Chapter 300, Anime Summit. Ah, Wang Hao hummed. My goal is that after readers see this book, they'll exclaim, on the day I die, I definitely want my grandchildren to burn the ending of Conan for me. Only then will it be powerful enough. This is simply divine. Is there such a manga? Wei Ningzi's teacup clattered to the ground. Li Wenfeng almost choked on his own saliva, and Lin Xiaoyan simply fainted from happiness. This rhythm means a carefree lifetime. Oh heavens. I am convinced. Truly convinced. Wei Ningzi's eyes were wide with amazement as he exclaimed, No problem. Absolutely no problem. Chairman Wang, as long as you say it's okay, our magazine can keep going for another 20 or 30 years. With that statement, there's definitely no problem. Oh, that's great. Wang Hao nodded. Discuss the specific terms with my sister Yin. I've always been too lazy to ask about this aspect. Sure. Wei Ningzi hurriedly nodded, then quickly asked, By the way, Chairman Wang, I wanted to ask about this book that I really love. Could you tell me some key points about the later parts? I'm very curious about what kind of person the protagonist is because a great manga must portray a classic protagonist. Key points. Oh, there are some. Wang Hao casually began to explain. For example, the protagonist's catchphrase. Because the truth is always singular. Because I am a famous detective. The criminal, it's you. Wei Ningzi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a pen to note everything down. Swish, swish, swish. Finishing quickly. Then he continued asking, What else? Wang Hao continued. No, not satisfied. To reach the summit of reasoning and analysis, even a lifetime may not be enough. A detective who corners the murderer and watches them commit suicide is no different from the murderer. Murder is a sinful act. Searching for the truth is my duty. Wang Hao effortlessly quoted these classic lines from Conan. Wei Ningzi was completely dumbfounded, jotting notes furiously. After finishing, he asked, "So, besides the protagonist, there must be other important characters, right? Just tell me a few." "Sure." Wang Hao casually mentioned a few key characters, like Kid the Phantom Thief, the character the protagonist wants to catch, but always fails to. Like the high-tech Dr. Agasa, the black belt heroine Mao Lulan, and the sleepy Mao Xiaowu. There's a whole bunch. Wang Hao casually told Wei Ningzi about a bunch of classic characters, making him slap his thigh in excitement. By the time Wang Hao finished, Wei Ningzi's eyes were sparkling. Chairman Wang is truly a master. These settings are absolutely brilliant. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the endless charm. He excitedly said, "Chairman Wang, with your capability, I want to formally invite you to participate in this year's Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit. Do you have time?" Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit. What's that? Wang Hao was completely puzzled. Just then, Lin Xiaoyan, who had been listening all along, suddenly cried out, "Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit. Can we really qualify to participate? Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit." Upon hearing this word, all the company employees eavesdropping outside the door were stunned. Good heavens, is this an official invitation to the Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit? This is huge. If we can attend this summit, our company's value will skyrocket. Isn't that the truth? The last time we were qualified to go was 4 years ago, right? Everyone outside was whispering, but inside the reception room, Wang Hao, looking at Lin Xiaoyan's stunned expression, grew very curious and immediately asked, "This Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit, is it really that impressive?" Wang Hao had asked casually, but Wei Ningzi, after hearing this, wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, "Chairman Wang, you're so good at comics, and you don't even know about this? How is that possible? Such a talented person, who can create a masterpiece so effortlessly, had no idea about the Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit? Amazing, of course it's amazing. Brother, you didn't know?" Mentioning this, Lin Xiaoyun's eyes were full of stars, eagerly explaining to Wang Hao with admiration in his tone, "The Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit is the biggest annual gathering in the animation industry. All the big-name studios, investors, copyright licensors, and distributors come. Our company didn't even have the chance to go before because we weren't high-level enough." "Oh, I see." To be honest, Wang Hao didn't really feel anything special about this Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit and offhandedly asked, "So, what do they actually do at this summit?" Just a bunch of people bragging. In Wang Hao's memory, meetings like this tended to be all about bragging. Companies boasting about how amazing their projects were and how promising their futures looked. Then everyone would gather to drink, sing, and have fun, and afterwards, continue bragging. Isn't this pointless? No, it's not like the others. Hearing Wang Hao reducing such a grand summit to just a bragging fest, Lin Xiaoyan quickly corrected him. This summit is very practical. They discuss the future development of the animation industry, and investors scout companies to fund, or peers share experiences and insights about producing comics. It's very high-end. But this still sounds like a bragging session, right? It doesn't feel impressive at all. In his mind, any of those comics could easily outdo others, right? Even in his past life, where the entertainment industry was so advanced, he was an extraordinary presence. Was there a need to attend this Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit? Seeing that Wang Hao still wasn't impressed by the summit, Wei Ningzi added from the side, "Chairman Wang, it's not just about exchanging tips. Practically all the big names in the national animation industry attend. For example, the top executives from the 4 major animation companies of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province will be there." The 4 major animation companies of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province. What's that? What? Wang Hao asked curiously. Are these 4 companies really that impressive? Absolutely, Wei Ningzi nodded. Overall, these 4 are well-known companies within the industry, and they've produced quite a few successful works in recent years. What development plans they have this time is the hottest topic among us observers. These 4 companies are really big players in the industry. As he spoke of this, Lin Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. AUD Animation targets the younger market, catering to audiences under 12, and their derivative toys are bestsellers nationwide. Bright Animation has a channel advantage in animation distribution and production, and they have begun to delve deeply into anime and cinematic resources. Happy Comics targets teenagers, and Editor Way's Comics World magazine features 4 of their serials. Zhenya Media is an established company, always ranking at the top in our national comic sales with their works. Yes, when Lin Xiaoyan finished introducing these Jiangsu and Zhujiang top 4 animation companies, Wei Ningzi sitting beside added, "So, if we want to make significant progress in this industry, we absolutely must attend this summit." And Chairman Wang, to be honest, given the rapid development of mobile technologies these past 2 years, the physical animation industry has faced a tremendous impact. This is also one of the reasons why this summit is taken so seriously. So, Wei Ningzi concluded, "I suggest you really should check out this animation summit." "I see," thought Wang Hao, considering the invitation. "All right, let's go and have a look." Hearing that Wang Hao was going, Wei Ningzi breathed a sigh of relief. This was fantastic. This young man was definitely a future master of the industry. He even had a premonition that by holding on to him, he would possess the entire world of comics. Chapter 301 Dragon Ball. Wang Hao, feeling dejected, said, "I thought there would be something fresh, but it's all this messy stuff again, Sai. Oh well, since it's in Zhonghai, I might as well join in the fun." Messy. Initially, Wang Hao didn't take it seriously, but Wei Ningzi almost jumped up when he heard this. "Dude, have you not been online recently? Do you know how popular Domestic Agent is? It's got almost 700 million hits online. 700 million, man. That's the strongest web series in history." Wang Hao, "Could I not know? I'm the one who crafted that script." It was finally Lin Xiaoyan who couldn't stand it anymore, and she said with some awkward embarrassment, "Well, Chief Editor Wei, please, don't get too worked up. Let's talk this through calmly." "How could I not be worked up?" Wei Ningzi was more than just excited. He was thrilled. "This time, we're discussing buying the rights to adapt Domestic Agent into a comic. My goodness." Wang Hao, "If you like it, just sell it to you then. Sell it to me." Wei Ningzi leaped up again. "How could you just sell it to me? Wait, what? Sell it to me?" "Well," Lin Xiaoyan finally spoke again. "My brother, he's the screenwriter for Domestic Agent. I didn't get the chance to mention it before." Gasp. Hearing this, both Wei Ningzi and Li Wenfeng took a sharp intake of breath. Chairman Wang, "Oh, look at me." Wei Ningzi was sweating bullets. "If I had known it was you, why would I have gotten so worked up?" Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I'm used to it by now." Wei Ningzi and Li Wenfeng were practically floating on air. Both were quite certain that with Detective Conan and the backing of Domestic Agent screenwriter Wang Hao, the sales for his magazine Comics World could definitely jump up a few percentage points. Inside the largest office of Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company, Chairman Wang, "Do you think the characters I've drawn here look all right?" The artist Zhang Jingyang was showing Wang Hao some character design sketches he had drawn. At that moment, the character in the drawing looked very appealing, lifelike, and most importantly, very eye-catching. "Yes, not bad. Let's go with this." Wang Hao was very satisfied with his work. Drinking coffee and with air conditioning blowing, he commented, "This character looks good. Let's use this." He flipped some more. "Overall, very nice. Let's go with this style." "Got it. I'll get to work then." Zhongyang seemed like a completely different person, his work enthusiasm almost rivaling that of a zealot. He felt as if he had been possessed by the spirit of a divine artist. Every stroke was inspired. "Chairman Wang, what do you think about this plot idea I came up with? Is it okay?" Zhang Zhenyang had just left when the script editor Zhao Fei rushed over, holding in his hands a few sheets of A4 paper covered in dense text. "Let me see." Wang Hao carefully reviewed it, nodding continuously. "That's more like it. This kind of murder method works. The previous stuff was what? A mess, huh? No problem now." "Great." Zhao Fei was thrilled. "Chairman, I haven't smoked all afternoon. The inspiration is just exploding. I'll write some more." It was already 6:30 in the afternoon. The end of the workday was in sight, but none of the company employees seemed the least bit keen on leaving. They were all diligently working. A line of people waited in queue for Chairman Wang's review and commentary, very solemn and earnest, afraid of doing a poor job and angering him. "Ah, now that's more like it. After sending everyone off, Wang Hao lay on the couch, sighed in satisfaction. Today, the inspiration was bursting. With a brush in hand and a piece of paper, Wang Hao doodled. And just like that, he sketched an old man who was boxing. Damn, am I this awesome now? Wang Hao stroked his chin, then casually drew a turtle shell on the old man's back. An old man. With a turtle shell on his back, no need to ask, it was obviously turtle immortal. This proves that the toughest part is always getting started. Wang Hao casually drawing a turtle immortal was like a beginning. Suddenly, inspiration erupted, and he quickly sketched out more than a dozen pages of draft. His drawing style was incredibly simple, using just a few lines to depict individuals or scenes. To think back to the days when he used to read comics and always wondered when he could draw himself. Now, that wish had finally come true. He was deeply engrossed in his drawing when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Chairman Wang, may I come in?" Feng Bo's voice trembled from outside. "We also want to draw comics, but we can't find a way in right now." You could tell his heart was sinking, as his voice was shaking while he spoke. "Come in." Wang Hao didn't even lift his head and continued sketching. "Oh ho ho ho. Got the first Dragon Ball. Almighty Dragon, wait for me. I'm about to summon you." Feng Bo and 5 others entered, each looking like a guilty primary school student standing beside Wang Hao, cautiously pleading. "Chairman Wang, please assign us something to do. Everyone else is busy, and just watching from the side is really nerve-wracking." "Oh," Wang Hao looked up, asking. "So the company atmosphere is heating up, and you guys feel uneasy just standing around?" Yes, Feng Bo and the others vigorously nodded. "We're really feeling uneasy. That's easy." Wang Hao pulled them over and showed them his draft. "Take a look at my drawing style and see if you can emulate it." Feng Bo and the others glanced at it. Wang Hao's heroes, though simply drawn, were vividly expressive. Their eyes widened in admiration. "Chairman Wang, who would have thought? You've been hiding your skills." Though the character looks simple, both their movement and expression are incredibly rich, truly masterful. "Quit buttering me up," Wang Hao chuckled. "Come on, you guys draw a new series. I plan to call it Dragon Ball. It's about finding 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and grant a wish, All right, as long as there was work to do, they dare not be picky," nodding eagerly. "Chairman Wang, just tell us how to draw. We're all ears." "All right, let me explain the plot briefly." Wang Hao began to narrate. The early narrative of Dragon Ball was more inclined towards fantasy, comedy, and adventure, decidedly simpler than the investigative plots like Detective Conan. So while Wang Hao narrated, they sketched alongside. Wang Hao's wasn't picky about the graphic quality as he was just passing time anyway. Thus, in just about 2 days, the most exciting initial Earth saga of Dragon Ball was completed. "Chairman Wang, your storyline is genius," exclaimed Feng Bo as he gazed at the several hundred pages of simple drafts. "This turtle-style kung fu is amazing. Turtle Immortal is so amusing, This series is definitely going to be a hit. It's on par with Conan." "Chairman Wang, no. It should be Master Wang. How did you come up with such an exciting plot?" Feng Bo and the others were so excited they were practically flying. This Dragon Ball was fantastic. Although the characters were currently drawn very simply, and one might even say crudely, given the current plot, it could definitely compete with Detective Conan drawn by others. "Don't state the obvious," Wang Hao smirked. "Could my creations ever be subpar? But speaking of which, since Conan is already serialized in comics world, what should we do with this book?" This was Dragon Ball after all, a defining representative of Japanese manga from a past life, carrying countless childhood memories. Since its inception, it had maintained immense popularity, and this classic had even become a symbol of Japanese manga. Now that it was revived under Wang Hao's pen, it would be such a waste to just let it collect dust in the office. But the problem was, the book was great, but where to publish it? Chapter 302. Apex Anime? What's that? Wang Hao asked. "Is it another magazine?" "No, Apex Anime is a forum formed by anime enthusiasts on the internet. Many fans usually post their works there, and if they're good, they might get publishing offers. It's like a touchstone. It's quite famous in the anime industry." "Oh, I see, that works." Wang Hao laughed and nodded. He then booted up his computer to log onto the website Fengbo mentioned. Once he got in, Wang Hao immediately laughed. Wow, it's quite popular here, huh? There are over 5 million registered members, and even more than 80,000 people online right now. Impressive. Yes, Fengbo elaborated to Wang Hao. Posting works here is very convenient. You just need to register an account and leave a phone number. If a publishing house is interested in your work, they will contact you by phone. It's that simple. Wang Hao, who loved simplicity, clicked to register without a second thought, and so, 2 minutes later, the Grand Devil Lord gloriously descended. Wahaha! Dear anime fans, come and greet your Grand Devil Lord. Hee. This forum is really convenient. Having registered, Wang Hao directly entered the anime meetings section where all the anime fans' works were posted. He started a new thread titled Dragon Ball, and then Wang Hao took photos of his drawn manuscript with his phone and began to upload them one by one. Soon after posting them to the forum, Wang Hao clapped his hands. All set. Haha, this forum is pretty fast. Seeing their own drawings published, Fengbo and the others were thrilled. They sat down without a word and kept drawing the next parts. While they were drawing, Wang Hao browsed the forum during his free time. As he was browsing, he refreshed the page and got a system prompt. There are new replies to your topic. Someone replied. Wang Hao quickly clicked on his thread, and as soon as he did, he saw a good dozen new replies at the bottom. Ha! Can this even be called a comic? I can't even. Ha! Look at these characters. They're like matchstick figures, and the most exaggerated ones are just a circle with a name written on it. Let me laugh first. This is just unbeatable. Ha! Daytime Grand Devil Lord? More like Daytime Ghost Lord. Ha! Wang Hao. He refreshed the page again, and this time, another voice began to appear. Wow, this book's plot is freaking awesome. Good job, Daytime Grand Devil Lord. This is a great read. Absolutely thrilling. You mock it without even reading the book. You clearly have no brains. Exactly. The more I read this book, the more I love it. The plot is way better than those whiny melodramatic ones. As Wang Hao read the replies from the netizens below, he found it all so amusing. These readers are hilarious, haha. After looking for a while, Wang Hao finally stood up and stretched lazily. Well, everything's taken care of here. Time to head back to the hotel and sleep. Little brother, are you leaving? Seeing Wang Hao getting ready to leave, Lin Xiaoyan hurried over and whispered, Are you going back to the film crew? When will you be back? About the anime convention. I'm going back to rest at the film crew. I'm totally exhausted today, Wang Hao said with a smile, feeling quite fond of this sister he had met halfway through his journey. They were both in the same boat, the unfortunate ones. Don't worry, there probably won't be any issues here for now. Just give me a call if there's anything. This, Lin Xiaoyan thought for a moment. She knew Wang Hao was busy. After all, his main job was as a scriptwriter at the film crew, and he couldn't be delayed. She was reluctant, but still nodded immediately. All right then, I'll walk you downstairs. Back at the hotel, Wang Hao lay on the bed and finally let out a long sigh. Holy shit, what a day of excitement. Thank goodness my heart is strong, or else this series of unfortunate events could have scared me into a heart attack. Go to sleep quickly. Early the next morning, Wang Hao got up early. This time I've got to make sure the lucky dice are securely kept with me. Can't have it falling out of my pocket like yesterday. He took great care to keep the dice close to his body and headed downstairs for breakfast. Upon arriving at the breakfast area, Wang Hao was strolling back and forth while picking out food when he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze beside him. Turning his head, he saw it was Teacher Tong Tong from the production team. Speaking of which, after their last meeting, Teacher Tong had been out of sight for a while, seemingly even busier than himself. Teacher Tong, good morning, Wang Hao greeted with a smile. Been busy these past few days? Not too bad. Tong Tong sighed lightly and then smiled. Progress hasn't been very smooth. After finishing negotiations with one company, I contacted several others over the past few days, but only one showed interest in investing. Tong Tong looked somewhat fragile at that moment, very approachable and more like an older sister. This made Wang Hao particularly emotional. It's truly not easy to do anything these days. After both had taken their food, they sat down at a table. Wang Hao asked, Is it really hard to secure investments? Of course, Tong Tong replied with a smile. These days, people will discuss anything except for money. Everything was fine until it came time to invest. Either they have tight budgets or other projects to fund. I've been running around for nearly a week, and it wasn't until yesterday that a company showed interest. Oh, Wang Hao let out a soft sound. Speaking of which, when I was with the domestic agent crew, I also helped to secure some investment. Previously, although Wang Hao's main duty on the domestic agent crew was screenwriting, he had also been involved in securing investment, casually netting a few million. So from his perspective, getting investment didn't seem that tough. Well, perhaps the lucky dice were the true powerhouse. Now seeing Tong Tong's expression made him realize how difficult it truly was to raise funds for a production. She was a top graduate with a master's in economics from Zhonghai University, and look how worried she was. You've secured investments before? Hearing this, Tong Tong became instantly curious. How much did you manage to get? Was it 50,000? Let me think. Just a sec. Wang Hao rubbed his chin, calculating. I think it was around 3 million? I can't remember clearly. 3 million. Tong Tong's eyes widened the moment she heard the number. You casually got 3 million in investment? Don't pull my leg because I'm not well read. Wang Hao, if you're not well read, then I've never even touched a book. I think it was about that much, Wang Hao said, scratching his head awkwardly. I'm not lying to you. Tong Tong scrutinized Wang Hao thoroughly, seeming to believe that he wasn't deceiving her. Let's not eat anymore. Tong Tong abruptly stood up, pulled Wang Hao along, and said, Come on, let's go see if you can help with securing the investment. I always thought you were quite eloquent. Maybe you really can pull it off. Wang Hao, goodness, what an aggressive move. I haven't even finished my breakfast. And it was an expensive meal. My bread. Wang Hao desperately clung to a piece of bread before being dragged away by Tong Tong. The people around whispered among themselves. Is this a case of infidelity being caught by a girlfriend? Oh my, people these days. Wang Hao, you're the ones having affairs. Everyone here is having an affair. Tong Tong's car was a very feminine white Audi A4L, and she looked surprisingly harmonious in it, incredibly poised and beautiful in her business suit. As for Wang Hao, he was just dressed casually. Nothing to do about it. He was caught off guard to change. Teacher Tong, what's the scale of the company you've contacted? Wang Hao asked while sitting in the passenger seat, trying to make small talk. How much do you think you can get in terms of investment? Chapter 303. Why don't you go Rob? Is that so? Wang Hao nodded and smiled. It's no surprise with Teacher Tong finding such reliable companies. What should I do to coordinate with you once we get there? Just play it by ear. Tong Tong turned to look at Wang Hao with a slight smile. You just watch the excitement from the sidelines for now. Okay. Damn. I wonder if I'm going to see some cliched under-the-table dealings? Speaking of which, Teacher Tong is quite beautiful. Although she isn't on the same level as Lan Zihuang, she's at least at Xia Sueki's level, a solid 90 out of 100 in terms of beauty. The company Tong Tong spoke of is called Giant Dragon Network. Its main business revolves around online games, but they occasionally make other investments as well. The company's total assets are around 5 billion yuan. They are very powerful. Upon arriving at the company's underground parking lot, Tong Tong led Wang Hao straight into the elevator. This company occupies the 10th to 16th floors of this office building. Tong Tong pressed the button for the 16th floor. The vice president's office is on the 16th floor. We'll go directly there. Okay. While in the elevator, Wang Hao casually asked, By the way, Teacher Tong, what's the name of their game? Chaotic World. You've heard of it, right? Tong Tong seemed much friendlier than when Wang Hao first met her, and she chuckled. It's one of the hottest online games in the country right now. I even play it when I'm bored. Damn, it's that company. I used to play so much with Long E and the others. The loot was insane. As they reached the 16th floor, Tong Tong led Wang Hao straight to the vice president's office. On the way, Wang Hao quietly asked, Teacher Tong, why don't we go directly to the CEO? Can the vice president make the final decision? Do you think you can just see the CEO whenever you want? Tong Tong spoke softly. First, the vice president has to approve, and then he consults the CEO. Only if the CEO agrees and signs off can it be considered a success. I'm really curious about how you managed to secure investments before. Just luck, what else? Upon entering the vice president's office, Tong Tong immediately greeted the vice president, Mr. Su. Wang Hao followed behind Tong Tong, discreetly observing. The office was indeed spacious, covering about 70 to 80 square meters. In the center, there was a huge solid wood desk, at least 3.5 meters in length. Behind it was a large bookshelf made of deep redwood. The floor was laminated wood, and the surrounding walls were white and clean. There was even a framed calligraphy work on the wall that read, "Heaven rewards the diligent," in bold brush strokes. Mr. Su was a chubby man with plump cheeks, in his early 40s, sitting behind his desk revealing his prominent beer belly. He clearly seemed like someone who enjoyed his drinks. "Little Tong is here, have a seat." Mr. Su nodded indifferently, setting down the document he was holding, leaning on the sofa. He glanced at Tong Tong, then turned to Wang Hao, asking, "And this is?" "He's our scriptwriter, Wang Hao," Tong Tong quickly introduced. "If you have any questions about the script, feel free to ask him, Mr. Su. He wrote it, and it's really quite good." "Oh, a scriptwriter? I probably won't have time to read the script." Mr. Su picked up the teacup from his desk, took a sip, and said, "Let's talk about sponsorships first." Was I just ignored like that? All right, I'm here for sponsorships today, keeping it low-key, no trouble. Let's get this done and talk later. Mr. Su, since the other party was the financier, Tong Tong's attitude was indeed very humble. "You see, our production team is very good, and once this film is officially released, it will definitely be a hit. You definitely won't lose out. I was thinking about it after I went back yesterday, and sponsoring it wouldn't be a problem." Mr. Su leaned on the sofa, speaking very casually. "But you see, your production team hasn't started shooting yet, right? I heard the script isn't even sorted out yet. To put it nicely, you're in the preparation stage. To put it badly, it's essentially just an empty promise. What if you all run off then?" Wang Hao, "Run off?" asked the people in the production team now. "Could anyone even poach them away?" "All right, keep a low profile, just look, don't talk." "How could that be possible?" As soon as Tong Tong heard Mr. Su's words, she was immediately stunned. "We have Miss Lan Zihuang joining us. How could we possibly run off? Besides, we already have 50 million in sponsorship on that side. Mr. Su, you really don't need to worry about this." "That's true in theory, but all investments carry risks." Mr. Su tapped his fingers on the table. "Let's put it this way. I can consider investing a part of the money just to test the waters. But the money can't just be spent for nothing, right? As long as he is willing to invest money, it's manageable." Tong Tong quickly asked. "Then Mr. Su, how much do you plan to invest?" "Our cast is really good. With director Yang Sholin on board and Miss Lan Zihuang joining, you must know about her popularity. The script is also a good one. Surely the more you invest, the greater the return." "Talking about those things isn't actually very meaningful." Mr. Su suddenly smiled, squinting his eyes, and said, "I only care about the benefits. Here's the deal. I can decide to invest 2 million, but we must include our company's advertisements, and at the end of the film, our company must be the first to be specially thanked." As soon as he said this, even Wang Hao was stunned. This guy really has a lion's mouth, damn. Just invest 2 million and want so much? Why don't you just rob us? Mr. Su, sure enough, as soon as she heard this, Tong Tong couldn't accept it either, and she frowned. "I came here with sincere intentions to talk to you. Our main investor, Mr. Su, has invested nearly 50 million, and his company is definitely the first to be mentioned. This, 50 million, so what?" Mr. Su slowly stood up, staring at Tong Tong, and smiled. "Miss Tong, you know it's not so easy to make money these days. I, as an elder brother, also have a limited budget. I heard that in the past few days you went to several companies and haven't succeeded, right? They all didn't agree, did they? This is absolutely unacceptable." Tong Tong very firmly shook her head and said, "If we really put your company first and also add in advertisement placements, the cost is too great. I can't accept it. How about this? I can consider putting your company in the top 3 in the acknowledgements and somehow manage to incorporate your advertisement. If you think that's acceptable, I'll go back and discuss it with the director." Teacher Tong, Wang Hao, who had been quietly sitting on the side, couldn't bear to listen anymore. 2 million just to be in the top 3? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Tong Tong hurriedly kept signaling him with her eyes. "My dear Mr. Wang Hao, do you realize this is already very good? In such a week and a half, to find a company willing to invest, and they can put out $2 million at once. These are not the kind of pure personal hobby investors like Boss Run who are willing to spend money. Do you have a problem, young man? Mr. Su looked at Wang Hao and smirked coldly. Looking at your age, you must have just entered the film industry, right? You need to understand the current market. Right now, with the TV show ratings, which one isn't losing money? I'm giving this friendly price because Ms. Tong has been running around hard. Otherwise, if it were someone else, don't talk about asking me to pay money. It would be lucky for them to even see my face. If Mr. Su had said something else, Wang Hao probably wouldn't have cared, but he actually dared to say Brother Hao's script won't make money. This was simply directly challenging Wang Hao. Which thing has Brother Hao dealt with that wasn't hugely profitable? TV shows will lose money. Wang Hao's eyes widened immediately. Mr. Su, you can purposefully lower the price or set conditions, but to blatantly lie is just pointless. Your family's TV shows make money. Mr. Su also lost his temper, slamming the table and yelling. Apart from selling some advertisements and gaining some fame, where else can you make money? Huh? Tell me, where else can you make money? Chapter 304. Did they just casually raise the price? This guy actually says making TV dramas can make money. Mr. Su pointed at Wang Hao. Little Lu, tell him if you can make money or not. Making TV dramas can make money. Little Lu was first shocked, then suddenly covered his mouth and started laughing. Huh? Sir, you are so funny. Who makes money from TV dramas nowadays? Those days are long gone. It's the age of the internet now. Everyone is either online or watching their phones. TV's ratings are disastrous. Have you seen any drama boasting about big ad sales? Ha 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 ha, this is too hilarious. Tong Tong covered her face with a hand. This was a disaster. They had made a big blunder today. Making TV dramas doesn't make money. Are you guys from Mars? Wang Hao was enraged, seeing the two of them laughing. Do you even understand what IP is? IP is just Internet Protocol, right? Mr. Su gasped in between laughs. We're in this business. How could we not understand? Holy sh*t. This must be an absolute information asymmetry. You still think I'm talking about that kind of IP? The IP I'm talking about stands for intellectual property, meaning rights to knowledge or wisdom. Wang Hao began to explain to the two clueless individuals. To put it simply, it's called a multi-platform entertainment project. Do you know what that means? Huh? Ignoramuses. If you don't understand, let me explain it to you properly. A multi-platform entertainment project? That's indeed a novel term. Although Wang Hao wasn't very polite, Mr. Su and the secretary were genuinely curious. What is this multi-platform entertainment thing? The idea behind multi-platform entertainment. Wang Hao walked up to Mr. Su's desk, slammed his hand down, grabbed a cup and took a drink of water before he continued, is to first create a top-notch IP, which is a superior intellectual property. Then you use this property to expand into other industries. You understand what expansion means, don't you? Don't look now, but this is just a TV drama, Wang Hao huffed. Once the drama is finished and starts airing, that's when you can create the synchronized rights for other versions. Comic rights. I've already got that lined up. Film rights could sell big. Game rights. Yes, game rights. Your company specializes in games. Imagine, once my TV drama airs, how much money could a game with the same name make? You can't grasp such a simple concept, and you're still a deputy director? Holy sh*t. That sounds quite attractive. This. Mr. Su, having achieved his position through competence, was quick to grasp ideas. You mean, we make the game while you shoot the drama, and we launch the game when the drama airs? But how do you ensure the viewership? Viewership is not an issue at all, Wang Hao sneered. Just need to connect with a few major online video platforms. If it airs on TV and online at the same time, are you still worried about low viewership? Mr. Su finally understood why Wang Hao was so confident. The guy indeed had some skills. So what do you propose we do? Mr. Su quickly asked. Let's not mess around. Start at 5 million. Wang Hao huffed. No product placement. Only a thank you at the end of the credits. And even then, it has to be at the very bottom. This is a bargain for you, get it? 5 million. Tong Tong's eyes widened with shock. My Mr. Wang, the writer, you can't start with such a high asking price. Even 2 million would be great if it goes through. Tong Tong thought this deal was going to fall through, But to her surprise, Mr. Su got serious this time. I'll make the call right now, Mr. Su said as he was about to phone the CEO. But just as he took out his phone, the office door was pushed open. I heard noises and talk about IPs from a distance. What's going on? A middle-aged man walked in, asking as he entered, Su, what are you discussing? He stopped in his tracks. Mr. Wang. Now it was Wang Hao's turn to be stunned, because the man in front of him was none other than someone Wang Hao knew. Boss Yang. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Sure, that person was none other than Boss Yang, who had come running to find Wang Hao to write a script when Domestic Agent became a smash hit. Back then, Wang Hao thought he was loaded. After all, he was the big boss who had casually offered 1.2 million for a script fee. This is my company, Boss Yang said with a beaming smile. I was wondering what brought Mr. Wang here. Damn, this company is his. Mr. Yang, you know each other. Mr. Su, seeing that the young screenwriter actually knew Mr. Yang, was immediately surprised, but business still needed to be taken care of, so he quickly made his appeal. Mr. Yang, this young brother just mentioned that he's written a new script and is shooting a film for which he's seeking investment. His proposal for a cross-platform entertainment project sounds quite promising, and I think it has a lot of potential. It's just that I'm worried about the viewer ratings. I'm afraid that if the TV series doesn't draw enough viewers, we might lose money, so I haven't agreed yet. Viewer ratings? Mention anything else, and it's fine. But when it came to that, Mr. Yang looked at him as if he were seeing an alien. You think a drama scripted by Mr. Wang will have low ratings? Do you have any idea who this kid is? Mr. Su was bewildered. Who is he? The online viewer count for that Domestic Agent he casually made was over 700 million, Boss Yang explained to Mr. Su. And the TV show If You Are the One that broke the variety show rating records was also his handiwork. If you told me you had concerns about anything else, I might believe you, but you're worried about the ratings of something he's involved in? My goodness, Mr. Su, how long has it been since you last went online? Upon hearing this, everyone present was left with their mouths agape. Domestic Agent was one thing, but If You Are the One was also his doing. This, Mr. Su's already. Small eyes were now bulging like a cow's eyes. It was him. Su, just put your mind at ease, 120 times over, Boss Yang cheerfully said. If I had to guess, I'd say with Brother Wang's capability, this drama will only outperform Domestic Agent, not the other way around. The time I told you I spent 1.2 million to hire someone to write a script, I was talking about him. Mr. Su. Tong Tong. The secretary in the dark. Oh my god, this guy who looks to be just 24 or 25. Can he be that incredible? Little brother, what brings you here this time? Boss Yang asked Wang Hao with a grin. Looking for investment? Tell me, how much are you planning to raise? I'm thinking, it's got to be at least a couple of 100 million, Wang Hao admitted with a sheepish scratch of his head. As for the exact amount, that's for you to decide, Boss Yang. Let me think. Boss Yang touched his chin and said, I overheard something outside about adapting a game. See that? That's someone who knows his stuff. Correct, it's a synchronized adaptation, Wang Hao nodded. Our TV series airs here, and your online game launches there. 20 million. Boss Yang didn't hesitate and put out 2 fingers, making a V sign. It happens that I wanted to hire you to write a script, but your agent said you were too busy with no time to spare, so this saves us the trouble. I'll invest 20 million directly, 5 million of which will be for the game. Adaptation rights. Does that work for you? Well, about that, Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly. The rights fee, that. 30 million, 10 million up front for the rights. Boss Yang immediately raised his offer by 10 million. You've got to give Brother Wang some face, right? Mr. Su. Tong Tong. The secretary in the dark. Holy shit, what's happening? Just like that, an increase by 10 million? The previous deal was so hard to negotiate over 2 million. And here we go, a straight increase by 10 million. Well, okay then. How could he refuse when put that way? It would be discourteous not to agree. Chapter 305. Comparing yourself to others will only. Otherwise, for the game rights of this film, you wouldn't even talk if it's not more than 20 million. But it's okay to take a little loss. Get this film hot first, and everything else will be easier afterward, right? Mr. Su. Tong Tong. The ignorant secretary, feasting on melon seeds. Other people raised the price by 10 million, And you still act as if you're taking such a big loss. Deal. Seeing Wang Hao agree, Boss Yang was like he had found a treasure, clapping Wang Hao on the shoulder hard. I know as a big brother I took advantage of you. But rest assured, if you have any good stuff in the future, just come directly to me. I promise you won't lose out. Come on. No matter what today, the seafood feast is on me. Let's go. Mr. Su. Tong Tong. The ignorant secretary. Feasting on melon seeds. Holy shit. So he still took advantage of someone. Are we not living in the same world? What are you spacing out for? Boss Yang looked at the few dazed people and said, It's already noon. Let's get moving. Tong Tong and the others followed out in a daze. And just before leaving the door, Mr. Su slapped the secretary on the back so hard, he almost flew out. We're all young people. How can there be such a big gap? Tong Tong saw so much cold sweat on her forehead today. She had gone through so much trouble just to barely get Mr. Su to agree to a 2 million investment. And then here's Wang Hao, casually getting 30 million. Not only that, but this guy actually knows Boss Yang. You know, she had sought out Boss Yang several times before, and he never had time for her. This world of people, graduated with a master's in economics from Zhonghai University, the high-achieving student shrugged helplessly. Really can't compare, can you? While walking downstairs, Wang Hao asked Boss Yang, Brother Yang, I have a friend who plays your company's game. Can you hook us up with some good equipment? Your friend plays this? Boss Yang looked at Wang Hao with amusement and whispered, I'll get you something when I have time, but we must keep it secret. Wang Hao deal. And then he immediately took out his phone. Where's Long E? Where's Long E? Long E. Brother Hao, what's happening? Wang Hao. Guess who I met? Long E. Who? Wang Hao. The boss of Chaotic World Company, Boss Yang. Hey. Long E. Dad, can you get me some equipment? Wang Hao. Wang Hao scram. Get it with your own money. After having lunch with Boss Yang, Tong Tong was still feeling shattered on the way back. It had to be said, the blow she had taken today was indeed a bit big. She had run around like crazy for over a week, finally getting in touch with a company willing to spend money. And she thought she would overcome it today, but then, Teacher Tong. Wang Hao had no idea what Tong Tong was thinking. He was still puzzled. What's wrong? You seem so unhappy. Oh, it's nothing. Tong Tong was speechless. Did this guy really not know, or what? She couldn't help but think of that saying, you only see some people shining on the surface, but you have no idea, behind the scenes, their life is just as smooth sailing. Comparing people is a surefire way to kill your joy. The moment they arrived at the film set, from a distance, the production coordinator Chun Li and other crew members came to greet them. As soon as Tong Tong and Wang Hao got out of the car, Chun Li promptly asked, Teacher Tong, how did it go? Was fundraising going smoothly over there? Tong Tong listlessly shook her head. She had received quite a blow today. Instantly, the Kung Fu film crew began murmuring among themselves. Sigh, looking at that expression, it's probably bad news again. Definitely didn't secure the funding. That's for sure. These days just mentioning money gives everyone a headache. Even Teacher Tong couldn't manage it. Let it be. If it really comes down to it, we'll just wait longer. After all, we still have enough money for now. Hearing the discussions of the few, Tong Tong covered her face with a hand. I did manage to secure funding. But what? Chun-Li eagerly asked. Is the amount too small? It's okay. Teacher Tong, our crew isn't burning through money that fast. In fact, these past few days we hardly spent anything on our sets. It's not too little. Tong Tong sighed heavily, looking at Wang Hao with a strangely complicated gaze. It's too much. For specifics, you should ask Wang Hao. I'm really too tired. I need to go rest. Watching Tong Tong's somewhat bleak back, Chun-Li was utterly confused, scratching his head. What on earth happened? Then he pulled Wang Hao aside and started asking, Little Wang, what's going on? Was Teacher Tong taken advantage of under the table? Wang Hao, under the table your sister. With me around, how could I let her be taken advantage of? How could that be? Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders, decisively blabbering away. Just so happens that I know that company so. We negotiated quite successfully. You don't know? Teacher Tong is truly a master's degree graduate from Zhonghai University. She gave that guy a talk about IP. Do you guys know what IP is? That's called a cross-platform pan-entertainment strategy. My goodness, she baffled the CEO so much, he agreed right there on the spot. 20 million. How much? Chun-Li and others almost bugged out their eyes. 20 million. Little Wang. I'm not so educated. You better not be fooling me. Are you sure you didn't add an extra zero? Damn, why would I lie to you about this? Wang Hao looked at him as if he were an alien. You doubt Teacher Tong's abilities? Chun-Li. Yeehaw. Several members huddled together, shouting in jubilation. Ha! Awesome. 20 million investment. Unbeatable. Producing a TV series is a money-burning venture anyway. Everything else is easy to handle except for not having enough money. Now that Wang Hao and Tong Tong had turned the situation around with a single trip and secured 20 million. Saying it out loud sounded almost too fantastical, didn't it? While the group was happily chatting, suddenly a member of the film crew hurried over, and upon spotting Wang Hao, he rushed up to him, grabbing his hand. Brother Hao, I finally found you. Come quick, Director Yang is looking for you. What's going on now? The group looked at each other and nodded. Let's go. Let's check it out. They headed to the filming location. As soon as they arrived, they saw Director Yang pacing around anxiously. When he caught sight of Wang Hao, his eyes lit up. He quickly walked over and said, Little Wang, you're finally here. Then he pulled Wang Hao aside and spoke. Softly, Boss Ren has been addicted to playing the role of Ren Wuxing, the great villain of the demon sect, clamoring every day about the absorbing star's skill. Oh my heavens, where am I supposed to come up with that? Wang Hao was also stunned and asked, seriously? Uncle Air actually plans on playing Ren Wuxing? I mean, no offense, but while his height is fine and his face is passable, look at his belly. How is he supposed to play Ren Wuxing? At the mention of this, Yang Xiaolin was quite frustrated. As a director, wasn't he aware of the situation? With Boss Ren's belly, having him play a bloated supporting role is no issue, but Ren Wuxing, that is supposed to be the leader of the demon sect. If we actually shoot it, with his belly looking like he's 8 months pregnant, could the audience accept that? Of course, I know that, Yang Xiaolin said helplessly. But you also know what Boss Ren does, right? A coal tycoon. Lately, there's been some overcapacity in the coal industry, so he's been idle every day and likes to tinker with this project. But you know, he's the investor. If we tell him to play the role, there's the big belly issue. If we don't let him, then he won't be happy. Little Wang, you have a better relationship with him. Could you maybe talk to him for us? Otherwise, if we keep going on like this, it's like throwing money away like water. As soon as Yang Xiaolin said this, had it been an ordinary day, everyone would certainly have heaved sighs. But at this moment, Chun-Li was serenely confident, smiling. Director Yang, no need to worry, we've got some great news today. What good news? The moment Yang Xiaolin saw Chun-Li smile, he knew it was something positive, and then it dawned on him. Secured more investments? How much? This much. Chun-Li stretched out 2 fingers. Guess. 2 million. Yang Xiaolin exclaimed. That's not bad. With these 2 million, our crew could film for another month without worrying about funds. You must be joking. Chun-Li was now bursting with pride. 20 million. A whole 20 million. With this money, if you're not up to it, Director Yang, you can just accommodate Boss Ren for a bit. If he becomes happy, it's not impossible he could add another 1 or 2 million in investments. Chapter 306. Holy shit, this effect. A dinner party. Holy shit, this is a prime opportunity to have Director Yang bleed cash. Really? Wang Hao grinned at Yang Xiaolin like a thief. If you say so, I guess I'll have to show off my skills again. Hee. Director Yang, spill the beans. What's the situation? Boss Ren has taken a liking to this character, Yang Xiaolin explained. These past 2 days, he's been dragging people to shoot the scene where Ren Wuxing uses his sucking star DA technique. But where do we get that kind of scene? It's a kung fu technique for absorbing inner strength. Just filming it normally won't capture the effect. So, Boss Ren is dissatisfied and fuming over there. Wang Hao looked over in that direction, shielding his eyes with his hand. Sure enough, in a corner of the set, a burly fellow squatted on the ground drawing circles. You could tell he was really upset. This is easy, leave it to me. Wang Hao promised without a second thought. I thought it was a big deal. Let's get this clear though. I'm looking forward to that celebration dinner tonight. Huh. No problem at all. Yang Xiaolin was so happy he could have kissed Wang Hao. As long as you can sort out Boss Ren, we'll eat whatever you want tonight. No second thoughts. All right, with that promise, I can't not step up. Wang Hao immediately walked over to Boss Ren, while Yang Sholin and others exchanged glances and followed suit. Big bro, what's keeping you down? Wang Hao crouched beside him and asked with a smile. You seem a bit down. I just wanted to play a role, the burly man said with a face full of grievance. But tell me, I can't seem to bring such a good character to life. Yang thinks my belly's too big, says this sucking star DA technique won't turn out well. During filming, it's just me and the other actor hand to hand. What's the point? To those unaware, they might wonder what I did to the actor. This isn't like the movie making I imagined. All right, from the big bro's tone, he's definitely expecting the real deal to be as cool as what's shown on TV. It's lucky we didn't ask you to play Iron Man, otherwise you might want to fly to the skies, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Big bro, to be frank, Wang Hao stroked his chin. For you to play Renwashing, I can make the effect happen, but this belly of yours needs to be dealt with. Otherwise with your build, even if we use wires for suspension, they'd snap. It wasn't an exaggeration from Wang Hao. Almost 100% certainty in kung fu films they'd use wire fu. With the big bro's physique. What should I do then? Big bro was even more depressed. I can't do anything about this belly. Drinking every day, he brightened up suddenly. Hey, bro, what if I start working out at the gym every day? How about that? Can I get my belly back in shape? That could actually work. Exercising. Now that's a good idea. Wang Hao was indeed worried about Big Bro's health conditions. That's a great thing. Deal, Big Bro. If you exercise daily, sit-ups and such, the role of Renwashing is yours. Deal. Big Bro's spirits were finally lifted. Then bro, about the effects during filming. You know the drill. That's easy. Wang Hao waved at Yang Sholin. Director Yang, could you help me get some props? Is there a solution? Sure thing, Yang Sholin eagerly replied. What props do you need? Wang Hao said with a smile. Just get me a humidifier and attach a rubber hose to it. Later, when Big Bro is filming again, we'll feed the hose into his clothes. Big Bro, Yang Sholin. Rest of the crew watching the drama unfold. What kind of strategy is this? Instantly, the entire set was in an uproar. Director Yang quickly fetched the props, and Wang Hao got everything ready. After dressing Big Bro and preparing the actors, a shout of action. And then you could see Big Bro, palm to palm with the actor, suddenly starting to emit white smoke from all over his body. Holy shit. This effect. Yang Sholin was dumbstruck watching the monitor. This effect is amazing. It's like divine power. This is true divine power. The scene was quickly shot and Boss Rin bounded over to check the playback, and upon seeing it, he was immediately ecstatic. Holy shit. Little bro, this method is brilliant. My sucking star DA technique is invincible, huh? Wang Hao cupped his hands over his ears. Big bro, do you have to be this excited? That laugh's like a lion's roar. You could tell Big Bro was incredibly excited today. After a hearty laugh, he picked up the humidifier and sprinted off. You guys keep busy. I'm off to the gym. Damn it, I've got to work this belly off. Wang Hao, Yang Sholin. Rest of the crew watching the drama unfold. Director Yang. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow at Yang Sholin. About that celebration dinner tonight. Yes, there has to be one. Yang Sholin was simply too elated today. Not only had they secured an investment of 20 million, but they'd also resolved the major issue with Boss Ren. For these reasons alone, they had to celebrate. It was a must. In the WeChat group, Yang, Sholin, Teacher Tong Tong, I heard you landed a big investment today. 20 million. Tonight, our crew plans to throw you a celebration dinner. Tong Tong. Staring at the words on her phone, Tong Tong couldn't believe her eyes and gaped in disbelief. Chapter 307. She hurriedly found Wang Hao on WeChat and sent him a message. Tong Tong. You're saying that I was the one who secured the investment. Wang Hao. Ah, right, why? Tong Tong. Why would you give such a big credit to me? It was you who brought in the investment. Wang Hao. What use do I have for the credit? I'm just a scriptwriter. Besides, hasn't the copyright been sold? The benefit is shared by all who witness it. I get the copyright fee. Teacher Tong gets the credit. Win-win hee-hee. After putting down her phone, Tong Tong lay on the bed and suddenly pursed her lips with a smile. This Wang Hao still a warm guy, huh? Upon further thought, he's actually quite nice. Tong Tong. Well, okay then. Are you free this afternoon? I'd like to ask you out for a cup of coffee to show my appreciation. Wang Hao. Sure. Let's meet in the lobby on the ground floor. For a foodie like me, this is an offer I absolutely can't refuse, haha. Tong Tong. Great. Setting down her phone, Tong Tong smirked. This big foodie. She had planned to just head downstairs, but then Tong Tong thought for a moment and ended up subconsciously entering the bathroom. She carefully looked at herself in the mirror, then checked her appearance from all sides, touched her hair, and finally, with some hesitation, pulled out the makeup she always carried but hardly ever used. Teacher Tong, you're here? It was the casually dressed Wang Hao who looked at the carefully dolled-up Teacher Tong Tong with surprise. Teacher Tong, you look really pretty today. Tong Tong had light makeup on her face and was wearing a well-fitting business suit that made her look very dignified and graceful. At least 80% of the men's gazes in the entire hotel lobby were attracted to her. Really? Tong Tong blushed a little and said with a smile, You've helped me so much, and in the end, you even gave all the credit to me. I have to express my gratitude somehow. As a woman, I should at least not embarrass you when standing by your side, right? Wow, I didn't expect it. Teacher Tong really understands men's psychology, huh? You're making me feel shy. Wang Hao looked at his casual attire embarrassingly. Look at how casually I'm dressed. No offense, all right? Let's go, Tong Tong said with a pursed smile. I'll treat you to a cup of coffee. Ayaya. This is the legendary scenario of a man and a woman alone together. Could something happen? The two of them then left the hotel together. The coffee shop Tong Tong mentioned was on a street to the west of the hotel. Its exterior decorations were very simple, giving it a somewhat ancient Mediterranean ambience. Once inside the coffee shop, there were a few people scattered about, all very quiet. Let's sit here. Tong Tong chose a place to sit first, then looked at Wang Hao and asked, What would you like to drink? Wang Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. I don't really understand this stuff. Just heard of things like cappuccino, Blue Mountain, and whatever cat poop coffee is. Tong Tong. That kind of talk won't get you a girlfriend, let me tell you. 2 cappuccinos. Tong Tong directly ordered 2 cappuccinos, then looked at Wang Hao and said softly, Thank you. I thought it would be difficult to negotiate this deal today, but I didn't expect not only would you succeed in doing it, but you also achieved such impressive results. Wang Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. Don't be so formal. It's all part of the job. Actually, the main reason is that our crew is strong. Look at our team members, Director Yang, Director Chun, Mr. Li. These are all big names in the industry. Even if I hadn't gone today, Teacher Tong, you would certainly have been able to handle it. No need to flatter me like this. It's embarrassing. You always telling tall tales with a straight face. Tong Tong said with a pursed smile. It's just us here. No need to sweet-talk me. I'm just telling the truth. Wang Hao scratched his head sheepishly and said, The thing is, Teacher Tong, you're so polite that it's making me feel embarrassed, hee. By then, the kung fu coffee had been served. Tong Tong took a sip and said, Then I'll express my thanks first and won't stand on ceremony with you. The two exchanged smiles, instantly feeling their relationship had grown much closer. Do you have a girlfriend now? Tong Tong asked casually as if it was of no concern to her. The girl who came with you. Before she finished her sentence, Tong Tong regretted it. Why ask such a thing, alone here with a man? Oh, she's my agent, Wang Hao replied cheerfully. I'm pretty much single at the moment, hee. Still single? Tong Tong quickly took a sip of her coffee and then added softly. Haven't planned on finding someone? I've thought about it. Wang Hao didn't read too much into it. There is someone I'm aiming for, but the goal is a bit too lofty, and I reckon the chances of making it happen are slim. You have someone in mind? Tong Tong was clearly a bit disappointed, but recovered quickly. Which family's young lady is so fortunate? Which family's young lady? Isn't it obvious? It's from the Bai family. Actually, you probably know the person I like, Wang Hao said with a smile as he picked up his coffee. She's also from our industry. From our industry? Tong Tong immediately thought of Lan Zihuang. Could it possibly be Miss Lan? No. Wang Hao shook his head. Her last name is Bai. Tong Tong couldn't hold it in and spat out her coffee. You like Miss Ice Princess? Wang Hao. I mean, Are you sure it's okay to get that excited? Well, it's not. Surprising. Originally, if Wang Hao had said he liked Zi Huang, Tong Tong might have thought there was a smidgen of possibility. But this guy actually said he liked Miss Ice Princess. Wang Hao scratched his hair. Just kidding, he. You scoundrel. Tong Tong quickly took a sip of her coffee to ease the awkwardness. Scaring me with such a big shot. Wang Hao. Well, I guess that would be hard for anyone to accept. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Tong Tong looked at Wang Hao and asked, that whole IP and pan-entertainment plan you mentioned to Mr. Su at Giant Dragon Technology, where did you learn all that? I've never heard anyone else talk about it. Oh, that's a story in itself. Changing the subject, Wang Hao was instantly in his element. What is pan-entertainment? Put simply, it's a net for fishing. How so? Let's say a novelist writes a book, puts it on a website for paid reading, and you are my audience. Good. You don't pay to read. You go on forums, on various sites for pirated versions. Doesn't matter. The novel gets turned into a mobile game. You play the game without spending money. You're a non-RMB player, and while playing, you mock. This trash game also deserves my money? It still doesn't matter. It gets adapted into a web series or TV drama. You've read the novel, or you've played the game. Now that there's a drama, you're bound to take a glance, right? There you go, you've watched it. That's okay then, you've generated revenue. For me, get it? It's a net. There will always be one aspect that catches you, the fish. There will always be one aspect that catches you, the fish. It was as if Tong Tong had an epiphany. Her gaze at Wang Hao was like looking at a mountain of gold. You're amazing. That makes so much sense. A time like this calls for some bragging. Anything less would dishonor my knowledge. Of course, Wang Hao was all set to start boasting. Back in university, I read those books until my nose went old. He had been planning on a good boast, but unexpectedly, right at this moment, two people came in from the bar's entrance, arguing as they walked in, one of them shouting, I've told you how many times that guy is a scammer, but you wouldn't listen. You still want to send money over there. That's $3,000. There are better things you could do with that money. Come in. I must make this clear to you today. The voice was loud enough that many customers in the cafe turned their heads to look. Looks like someone fell for a scam. Tong Tong frowned. Sigh, my mom was once tricked by a scammer too, back when I was in university. The scammer claimed I was in trouble at school and told my mom to send money. My mom believed it and sent all my tuition fees. Clearly, it was a painful memory for her. Wang Hao could almost feel despondent just from the look on her face. Chapter 308, Professional Counterfeit Fighter. His intention was to comfort Tong Tong, but as soon as he finished speaking, the person next to them said, Exactly, there are so many scammers nowadays. I tell my mom it's fake, but she just won't believe me. Wang Hao and Tong Tong turned their heads and saw that it was a mother and son. The son looked to be about 30, genteel in appearance. The mother seemed to be around 55 or 56, and while she looked quite mild-mannered and well-off, at this moment, her face was filled with urgency as she frantically said, I know there are a lot of scammers, but this. She had only gotten that far when suddenly a phone began to ring. At the sound, the aunt nearly jumped in fright. Here it comes again. Take a look. The man said, Just don't answer it then. But what if it's actually something important? The aunt suddenly became hesitant and anxious. Is it really okay not to answer? At this point, Wang Hao couldn't stand by any longer. Of course, you can't just not answer, but auntie, don't panic. How about I answer it for you to see? He had just made the offer, and everyone looked at him. Tong Tong said, You're not going to chew someone out, are you? Of course not. Wang Hao replied with a grin. I'm a professional at busting fakes, hee. It's quite fun to mess with scammers. Tong Tong burst into laughter. This guy had now become a professional at busting fakes. Little brother, you do it. The man was quite straightforward. Give them a good scolding and let off some steam. All right, this was exactly what he loved. Wang Hao cleared his throat and got ready, then pressed the speakerphone button and heard a voice from the other end of the line. Is this Ms. Wu Qiong? I am calling from the JH City Criminal Police Brigade, and we suspect you are involved in illegal smuggling. Please cooperate and answer a few questions. JH City Criminal Police Brigade. Suspected of illegal smuggling. That's quite an accusation. Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances, and he cheerfully asked the caller. Hold on a sec. It's a bit noisy here. I'm her nephew. What was that again? Hearing this, the mother visibly tensed up, her hands shaking. The male voice on the phone said, "This is the JH City Criminal Police Brigade. We suspect your aunt is involved in illegal smuggling. Please have her cooperate and answer a few questions." And I must say, the voice did sound quite authoritative. Tong Tong nudged Wang Hao and silently mouthed, "Stall for time." Then she took out her phone, which displayed the name Officer Kong Xingxing. "Okay." Wang Hao gestured an OK sign and then said to the phone, "Impossible, impossible. You're blindly misleading people. My aunt said she was at home asleep all day yesterday. Maybe you've got the wrong person." As he spoke, he winked at Tong Tong and whispered, "Contact them immediately to check the address." "Okay." Tong Tong whispered back and then stepped aside to make a call. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, the voice on the phone said, "Impossible. The phone number 139XXXXXXXX, ID number 31018819992XXXXXXX. Wu as in heavenly people's Wu. Qiong as in capitals Qiong, right? Damn it, this guy seemed to know a lot. Let's see how I obliterate you today." At this point, Aunt Wu Qiong was clearly getting anxious. "I can't do this. I'm going to transfer money," only to be firmly stopped by her son. "Wait a minute. Let's see how it goes." Yes, it's my aunt," said Wang Hao, noting that Tong Tong had come back, and he said loudly into the phone, "You just said you're from where again? What was this about?" Male voice, JH City Criminal Police Brigade. "You are suspected of illegal smuggling." Wang Hao, "Oh, Criminal Police Brigade, huh? Which department are you guys from?" Male voice, Criminal Police Brigade, Criminal Investigation Department. Wang Hao, "Oh, Criminal Investigation Department, Well, I'm quite familiar with that. I have a friend named Zhang Quandan who's in that department. Do you know him?" Male voice, "Who?" "I didn't quite catch the name." Wang Hao said with a laugh, "Zhang Quandan, a tall, skinny guy." Tong Tong almost exploded with laughter. Male voice, There is someone by that name, though I'm not familiar with him. Don't try to pull connections here. Everyone is equal before the law." By now, Tong Tong had already made contact, and Officer Kong Xingxing was sending her messages. "Miss Tong, where are you? Encountered a scam call." Tong Tong quickly replied, "Talking to them. Now, waiting to ask for their phone." She showed the message to Wang Hao and quickly noted down the scammer's phone number. "Kong Xingxing, I'll check their address right away." "Heh, you little thing. See if you can run away this time." Wang Hao spoke into the phone. Yes. Everybody is equal before the law, but I'm still very curious. How did my aunt become a suspect in smuggling? You've got to have evidence, right? To catch an adulterer, you need the couple. To catch a thief, you need the loot. What did my aunt do?" Male voice, "Was your aunt in Wyan at 2 p.m. on August 3rd? Wang Hao, "No, I was at home playing games online." Male voice, "I'm asking about your aunt." Wang Hao, "Oh, got it mixed up. Let me ask her. My aunt said she was at the market buying groceries at that time." Male voice, still trying to argue? "Our records show she made a card payment of 199,800 yuan at that time." Wang Hao, "Wow, you can even find that out? I'm impressed, but my aunt didn't. She barely knows how to use a bank card." At this point, Kong Xingxing's side sent a message. The phone signal originated in the city. "We're about to make an arrest. Distract him for about 25 minutes. Haha, grandmas, let's see how you'll run this time." It was clear the man still didn't understand his situation, still not admitting it. "Are you?" That card was issued by her at the Industrial and Commercial Bank last July, and after the transaction on August 3rd, it was destroyed. "We have now contacted the bank's customer service center and the Public Security Bureau's Financial Crime Investigation Department in preparation to file a joint lawsuit against you." Oh boy, this youngster sure talks slick. Auntie Wu Qiong immediately became anxious. "Did you hear that? They said they're going to sue me." "Don't worry, Auntie." Wang Hao patted her hand. "It's all fake." Then he shouted into the phone. "Wait a minute. What did you just say? Who's preparing to sue my aunt?" Male voice, "The bank's customer service center and the Public Security Bureau's Financial Crime Investigation Department." Wang Hao, "That's not right. Why would those two places sue her? Do they have the authority to sue? Normally, shouldn't it be the court that sues?" Male voice, "It's the court. Wang Hao. Wait a second. That doesn't seem right either. Courts can't directly sue people. There has to be a plaintiff, right? Male voice. Then it's the bank's customer service center and the Public Security Bureau's Financial Crime Investigation Department filing the lawsuit. Tong Tong immediately laughed and fell into her chair. She looked at the grinning Wang Hao and thought, this guy really can talk about anything at length. At that moment, the man couldn't help but laugh too. He said to his mother, Mom, did you see? This is what you call a professional. Can tell right away what's true and what's false. Wang Hao, I remember now. So it should be the prosecutor's office suing me, right? Male voice. Right. The prosecutor's office. Wang Hao. And they're suing me for what? Male voice. Smuggling. Wang Hao, what did I smuggle? Male voice. You smuggled firearms. Wang Hao. Hey, you can't just spout nonsense like that. We have gun control in the Heavenly People's Republic. And besides, weren't you saying that my aunt was the one getting sued just now? Male voice. Of course, if it were something else, could we sue you, your aunt? Wang Hao. Makes sense. What did you say your position was again? Male voice. JH City Criminal Police Brigade. And now we need you to come to our brigade to assist in the investigation. Wang Hao. That's not right. Your procedure is wrong. Male voice. What's wrong with it? Wang Hao. If my aunt committed such a big crime, how could you possibly call her first? Wouldn't that be like tipping off the suspect? Tong Tong laughed and fell over again. Male voice. I'm just trying to lull you into a false sense of security. Actually, our people have already been dispatched. Now I'm just giving you a chance. Right then, Kong Xingxing's message came through on Tong Tong's WeChat. Keep him fooled. Our people are on their way. The group exchanged glances, all trying to hold back laughter, their faces nearly turning red. Chapter 309. Brother can also earn a pennant now. Male voice. That's why I said you don't have to rush. Right now, I'm just trying to buy you time. Wang Hao. Hold on. I haven't smuggled anything. Why would I need to run? Who did you say is coming to catch us? Male voice, clearly frustrated. The police. Wang Hao. Which police? Male voice, roaring. The Criminal Investigation Division's police. Wang Hao. But the Criminal Investigation Division should be detectives. How could they be just police? Male voice. Then they are detectives. Wang Hao. All right, even if they are detectives, but why are there no police? Male voice. How can there be no police? Wang Hao. Which police? Male voice. The Criminal Investigation Division's police. Well, that went full circle. Wang Hao shouted. This isn't right. The process is all wrong. Male voice. What's wrong with it? Wang Hao. Look, you guys are the City Criminal Investigation Division, and the people coming to arrest are from your division, but I'm from the Jining District of Zhonghai City. Normally, it should be the local police station from Jining District coming to make the arrest. What you're doing is encroaching on another jurisdiction, you know. That's a big taboo in officialdom. Male voice. Of course, the Jining District Police Station has dispatched people as well. Wang Hao. My bad. I misspoke. I'm not in Jining District right now. I'm in Huning District. Male voice. Huning District has sent people too. Tong Tong was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Wang Hao. People from Huning District are coming too? Then I really need to make a run for it. Male voice. Where would you run to? Wang Hao. I don't know. Why don't you suggest a clear path? Male voice had reached his breaking point. I'm not kidding around with you. Wang Hao. Okay. I'm just fooling with you. But hey, big bro, don't you realize your calls are full of holes? Male voice. How are they full of holes? Wang Hao. Well, take a look. Let me tell you something. First off, if there's a suspect, the normal procedure is to catch them first, talk later. You making a call beforehand is basically tipping them off to run away, right? Who would normally do that? You've got to use your brain and think things through, okay? Male voice. I didn't see that coming. Big brother, could it be that you're an expert in this field? Tong Tong gaped in astonishment. Seeing a scammer calling their victim Big Brother was a first for her. Is this even possible? Beside her, Aunt Wu Qiong was utterly shocked. Can't believe it. They're actually calling this young man Big Brother. Her son gave Wang Hao a thumbs up and said, Mom, see? This is called professional anti-fraud right here. You can rest easy now, can't you? Wang Hao, chattering away with a grin. Of course, didn't you see who I am? Male voice, exclaiming. Could it be that Big Brother is really a senior in the field? Wang Hao, absolutely. The likes of your tricks, I stopped playing with 10 years ago. No fun at all. Let me teach you. First off, the Criminal Investigation Division doesn't make calls. You've seen those crime shows on TV. Have you ever seen the Criminal Investigation Division making calls to suspects, right? Male voice. Right, right, right. You're teaching me good stuff. Big bro, do you have more tricks to teach? Wang Hao. Sure, no problem. The Criminal Investigation Division, they don't make calls. So who should make the calls? It has to be the court or the prosecutor's office. But you see, you have to be clear about their office hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. How could you be calling people in the middle of the night? Male voice. Right, right, right. Big Brother's absolutely correct. What else is there? Wang Hao checked the time. Also, you need to lull your enemy into a false sense of security. Make sure they can't run away. Afterwards, you get some people dressed in police uniforms to proactively knock on the door. Male voice. Big Brother, you're so right. Wait, hold on. Someone's knocking at the door. Wang Hao. Then hurry up and go open the door. What are you waiting for? 5 seconds later, I heard from the other end of the phone. Who are you guys? What are you doing? Then came a roar. Don't move. Hands up. Nobody move. Everybody get down. 10 seconds later, the voice on the other end of the phone had changed. Now it was a very deep voice. Huh. Which one of you is little brother Wang Hao? Nice job. It would have been tough to pin them down without you stringing them along until now. Wang Hao said with a grin. Is that you, brother Kong Xingxing? Got them all. We got them. Kong Xingxing laughed heartily. Little brother, do you have any idea how many people there were in total? Wang Hao and Tong Tong exchanged glances, then asked, how many? Kong Xingxing excitedly said, a full 12 people in this room. A major phone scam gang. Ha ha ha. Little brother, don't rush. I need to count the spoils of victory. 12 people, a major phone scam gang. They started counting the spoils of victory there. Hearing this, even though Tong Tong had seen a lot and was knowledgeable, her mouth nearly formed an O shape. To have just casually captured a major phone scam gang like that. Wang Hao was truly amazing. Aunt Wu Qiong's eyes were wide with astonishment. Really caught them? Oh my, this is so great. As she spoke, she grasped Wang Hao's hand. Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, my money would really have been swindled away by them. As if in response to her words, the phone rang again. On the call, Officer Kong Xingxing was clearly in a good mood. Haha, little brother, you'll never guess how many spoils this criminal gang turned up. My goodness, I was taken aback. Damn, he's making it sound like it's a lot. Several million? Wang Hao and Tong Tong looked at each other. Then Wang Hao asked, with 12 people, a few million should be there, right? More than a few million, Kong Xingxing exclaimed excitedly. A whopping over 20 million. Darn, that much. Hearing this number, Wang Hao and Tong Tong were both stunned. This was definitely a mega criminal gang, darn. Over 20 million. Kong Xingxing said excitedly. I'll send you the photos. He soon sent over photos from the scene. When Wang Hao saw the items in the photos, he was really astounded. Kong Xingxing explained. We found over 300 ID cards, more than 200 bank cards, dozens of different devices and pieces of equipment, more than 90 cell phones, and over 1,000 SIM cards. Who would have thought that I'd crack a huge phone scam gang just fooling around like this? Oh boy, I'm feeling almost too powerful now. It's getting a bit embarrassing. Don't say a word, little brother, Kong Xingxing chuckled. I'll take this case back with me. When you have time, you and Miss Tong should come visit our Criminal Investigation Division, and our squad leader promises to give you a pennant of honor. A pennant of honor. Now I'm someone who can receive a pennant. That's great, Wang Hao said excitedly. I'll swing by when I'm free. I'll look you up again if something good comes up. Absolutely, Kong Xingxing said. We'll head back after wrapping up here, huh? Wang Hao, all right. Aunt Wu. Once all was settled, Wang Hao asked with a smile. Not afraid anymore, are you? Not afraid. Aunt Wu was clearly very happy. Why should I be afraid when the bad guys have been caught? Little brother, you're something else. Her son admired him now. I just thought if we could avoid getting scammed, that would be enough. I never imagined you could actually track down the scammers and catch them all. Amazing. It's only right. Wang Hao laughed. That's settled then. How should I address you, big bro? I'm Ding Hongji. The man handed over a business card directly. Here's my card, hee. Wang Hao took the card and read it. JH City Department of Culture Director Chao Yunqing. In charge of film, TV, and animation. Wow, so he is a director-level official. Impressive. So, you're Director Chao? Wang Hao greeted him quickly. Hello, my name is Wang Hao. Come to think of it, we're in the same line of work. I even have shares in Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company, right here in our city. Oh, is that right? As soon as Chao Yunqing heard Wang Hao's words, he immediately lit up. That's great. By the way, are you going to the Heavenly Country Animation Conference tomorrow? If you are, let's go together. The conference is tomorrow already? Wang Hao's eyes widened. I really wasn't paying attention, though I did receive an invitation. That's right, you have to be there tomorrow night. Chao Yunqing laughed. If you're going, let's go together. I'll introduce you to some big shots, the really prominent kinds in the industry. Chapter 310. Off to the meeting. No problem. Wang Hao quickly shook hands with him. Then, Brother Chao, I'll be relying on you when that time comes. Okay, then it's settled. Soon after Chao Yunqing left, Tong Tong looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao, Sister Tong, what's up? Do I have flowers growing on my face? No, that's not it. Tong Tong sighed helplessly. It's just that I feel your brain must be made of gold. It's one thing to write a good script, but now you're even sticking your foot into animation. Impressive. Wang Hao. Now you're making me blush, hee. The next morning, Wang Hao was woken up by the sound of his phone ringing. He hadn't drunk much at last night's celebration banquet. Thank goodness for Sister Tong taking the lead. Otherwise, he would have turned into a beer belly for sure. As he was thinking, his phone rang again. Sister Yin, what's going on? Wang Hao picked up the phone and laughed. Is it about the animation summit? Yes, did you know already? Lin Xiaoyan said with a laugh. The drafts for Conan have all been turned in, and after the magazine office finished printing, they've already started selling. Things here are almost wrapped up, so it's time for us to head to Zhonghai City. President Wei is already there. Oh, okay. Wang Hao immediately got up. Let's go then, we'll set off now. By the way, I met someone yesterday from the JH City Culture Department, Chao Yunqing, who's in charge of animation and film. Director Chao, Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed upon hearing the name. He's the one directly in charge of our animation industry. Hee, Wang Hao said cheerily through the phone. He's coming with us, so Sister Yin, you have to network well with him. No problem, Lin Xiaoyan said excitedly. I've wanted to meet him before and never got the chance. Wang Hao and his agent Xia Sueki got in the car and headed straight for Golden Cloud Animation. After parking downstairs, Wang Hao saw Wei Ningze, the editor-in-chief of Comics World, approaching as soon as he got out for a smoke. On meeting him, he laughed. Haha, Chairman Wang. The Detective Conan series you drew is simply amazing. I've read it 4 times already. The more I read it, the more I enjoy it. This comic is definitely going to be a hit. You're too kind, President Wei. Wang Hao smiled and handed a cigarette to Wei Ningze before looking at his car. By the way, how are we getting there? Driving. Yes, driving. President Wei patted his Audi A6L. We're all big names in the industry. It'd be quite a loss of face if we took the train considering how close we are. I don't mind. Wang Hao sniffed and opened the door of his parked Maserati. My home's in Zhonghai anyway. It's perfect for driving back. Where are we meeting? President Wei was staring at Wang Hao's license plate, shocked. Central AS 6666. Chairman Wang, I didn't expect you to be so mysteriously impressive. That's the spirit of a genius for you, making an entrance like no other. The organizers have already booked the place. It's the Shangri-La Hotel in Zhonghai City, highly upscale. The rooms cost over 3,000 a night, and just the breakfast is 188 per person. Upon hearing the location, Lin Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, That's the place. I've always wanted to go, but never wanted to spend the money. Now that we have the chance, I'm so excited. Wang Hao, can't you have a little more ambition? What's so great about that crappy place? Wang Hao scoffed. If it wasn't free, I wouldn't bother going. Yep, last time he and Zhao were there discussing work, he didn't think much of it inside. The food was nowhere near as good as what his mom made at home. What do you mean, what's not great? Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed. It has Chinese and Western restaurants, a cafe, an indoor swimming pool, a gym, sauna baths, SBA, and much more. Super high-end. I have to try the 5-star hotel SBA to see what it's all about when I get there. Wang Hao. Ah well, it's a woman thing. Understandable, understandable. All right. You'll see when we get there, Wang Hao smiled. Let's get in the car first. We can chat on the way. At the high-speed toll gate, Wei Ningze pulled over and said mysteriously, Chairman Wang, let me tell you, today we have a significant figure joining us on our journey. A significant figure? Wang Hao wondered. Who? Here they come. Wei Ningze looked in the direction of the arriving car, and Wang Hao followed his gaze to see a black Volkswagen Magotan approaching. Wei Ningze hurried forward a few steps, opened the car door, and said with a smile, Director Chow, you've arrived. Wang Hao. So the big shot you're talking about is him. Yeah. Director Chow casually shook hands with Wei Ningze, then turned to Wang Hao with a smile, calling out from a distance, Young brother arrived? Wow. Nice car you've got there. Let me see. A Maserati, right? License plate, Zhong AS 6666. Impressive, impressive. I knew you were no ordinary person, little brother. Wei Ningze. What's going on here? Chairman Wang really has connections everywhere. He even knows Director Chow? And it looks like they're on good terms. Just SOSO, Wang Hao chuckled, touching his nose. Shall we get going then? Chow Yunqing nodded. Let's go, off we go. With that, everyone got into the cars. After leaving Jinhua and taking the highway, it took about 4 hours to arrive in Zhonghai City. Heading straight to Shangri-La Hotel, and after another 40 minutes or so, the 3 vehicles finally pulled up in front of Shangri-La Hotel. Getting out of the car quickly, Wang Hao instructed Xia Sueki. All right, there's nothing else for you here. You can go back and rest now. Have you been away from home for nearly half a month? Yes, Xia Sueki nodded with a smile. Then, Brother Hao, I'll be heading back. Call me if you need anything. I'll be there whenever you call. Go on. Wang Hao waved his hand. Take the car too. I won't need it here. Be careful on the road. At this time, in front of Shangri-La Hotel, there were already a group of 30 or 40 people gathered, men and women. The men were almost all in suits and ties, while the women were dressed to the nines, forming small circles, chatting and laughing happily. Chow Yunqing kept waving and greeting the crowd as he walked, then quietly introduced a few people to Wang Hao. That man over there in the gray suit and dark red tie is Peng Yuan Chun, the vice president of Jiangnan Animation. Their show Snow Angel is very popular. The one who just greeted me is Tan Yingsheng, the president of Comics World. It's an animation company that has risen in the past 2 years and is doing very well in terms of making money. All big names, huh? Wang Hao nodded as he listened, laughing. Looks like this animation summit is a gathering of titans. Of course, Chow Yunqing chuckled. Otherwise, why would it be called a summit? In a bit, I'll introduce you to a major figure in our Heavenly Country animation. You'll meet him soon. A major figure, Lin Xiaoyun whispered in surprise from behind. Could it be that? They entered the hotel lobby, and as soon as they came in, they saw a portly older man approaching. When he saw Chow Yunqing, he immediately walked over with a smile. Ah, young Chow, you finally arrived. The older man, in his 50s, had a ruddy complexion and a Buddha-like smile. This is Vice Chairman Cheng Dequan of Zhonghai City Wanlian, Chairman Cheng. Chow Yunqing promptly introduced him to the group. An absolute senior in our animation industry. If you have any business matters, just go directly to Chairman Cheng. Hello, Chairman Cheng. Faced with such a respected senior, everyone quickly greeted him. Ah, the newcomers, Chairman Cheng said, smiling and sizing everyone up. You're all from Jinhua, right? Our animation industry has a future with you young people. Excellent, excellent. Go and check in first. The front desk is over there. Yes, Chow Yunqing gestured. Mr. Cheng, I'll first take them to check in, and then we'll come find you to catch up. That's good. Cheng Dequan laughed. Go and come back quickly. The group then went to check in. The process was completed quickly, and Chow Yunqing said, Let's go back to our rooms and freshen up. We'll meet downstairs later. I've arranged a dinner tonight. Everyone come down, and we'll have a meal together and get to know a few colleagues. Sure, Lin Xiaoyan nodded cheerily. It would be great to meet the seniors. The drive had been tiring, and everyone went back to their respective rooms to rest. By around 5 in the evening, Wang Hao and the others gathered in the hotel lobby. Chapter 311, The Smug Assistant Ma. The man looked quite ordinary, but he exuded confidence, even towering slightly over Chao Yunqing. As Wang Hao, Lin Xiaoyan, and Wei Ningzi arrived, Chao Yunqing immediately introduced them with a grin. "You're here? Come, come, let me introduce a very important person, Jiangya Media's President Lu's assistant, Ma Wenyun, Assistant Ma." Wang Hao felt indifferent about the man's identity, but Lin Xiaoyan and Wei Ningzi were instantly stunned. Jiangya Media? That was one of the top 4 animation companies south of the Yangtze River. Even Lin Xiaoyan was excited. "It's Assistant Ma. Hello, hello. I am Lin Xiaoyan from Golden Cloud Animation. Wow, your Jiangya Media is one of the 4 giants in Jiangnan. Incredible. Wang Hao, is this Jiangya Media really that impressive?" "Hello." Ma Wenyun, who clearly had never heard of Golden Cloud Animation, just laughed it off casually. "I am very honored to be here with President Lu for this summit." "Assistant Ma is being modest," Chao Yunqing said. "Brother, Miss Lin, Chief Editor Wei, you might not know this, but just Assistant Ma's company alone had a net profit of over 50 million last year. Impressive, right? 50 million. Wei Ning's eyes widened. "That's simply miraculous. Our company's net profit was only around 3 million last year. No comparison at all." "It was all right, around 54 million last year," Ma Wenyun said, smiling modestly yet obviously proud. "It was better than the year before, which was around 48 million. We are progressing slowly. President Lu came this time specifically to explore ways for our company to grow." Lin Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled. "To increase profits by so much in such an environment, that's amazing. No wonder they are the leading one of Jiangnan's 4 giants." Chao Yunqing laughed heartily. "Let's go. Let's talk while we walk. Our leaders specifically instructed us. Even though the overall market is down, the animation industry is still thriving. So, they told me to make sure everything is perfect for our colleagues tonight. Everything is set for dinner tonight at the Lijing Hotel right behind here. Let's set off now." The group then headed out. Chao Yunqing had chosen a nicely located hotel, just a street away from the Shangri-La. They crossed the road, quickly reaching the entrance of Lijing Hotel. Ma Wenyun looked at the hotel, which wasn't very luxurious, and smacked his lips. "This place, it's all right." From his expression, it was obvious he wasn't particularly impressed with the standard of the restaurant. Hearing this, Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders right next to him. "This guy, just an assistant, is quite the stickler for luxury. You're all that and didn't arrange anything yet criticize others' kind gestures." The group entered the restaurant, and Chao Yunqing said with a smile, "Everyone, go ahead into the room. It's all set. The Lushi private room. A few more colleagues will join soon." They then took their seats inside. Come, everyone take your seats. Let's order first." Chao Yunqing called a waiter over to bring the menu, placed it on the table, and said with a laugh, "Our leaders sanctioned a special treat. Order whatever you like, don't hold back." "Ah, looks like we're in for a good feast tonight, hee. A special treat? Then I won't hold back." Ma Wenyun took the menu, browsed through it, and frowned. "The dishes are pretty normal. Do you have seafood?" "We do, sir," the waiter nodded, "but it's all market priced." "It doesn't matter." Ma Wenyun immediately picked the most expensive dish. "Bring 2 2-pound lobsters first." Then he asked, "Hey waiter, how big are your abalones?" "We have abalones of various sizes," the waiter explained with a smile, "including 4-head, 5-head, and 6-head abalones. Which type would you like?" "Just the 4-head." Ma Wenyun decided without hesitation. "Bring 2 pounds. 1 pound might not be enough." "All right, sir." The waiter immediately placed the order. As soon as Ma Wenyun ordered 2 2-pound lobsters and another 2 pounds of 4-head abalones, Chao Yunqing's face started to look a bit unnatural. Regarding abalones, the most common terms we hear are 3-head, 6-head, 8-head, 16-head, etc. These terms don't mean an abalone has multiple heads. Rather, abalones are weighed by the pound. In a 1-pound group of abalones of the same kind, the number of abalones is denoted by heads, and these measurements are usually taken using dry abalones. Like the 4-head abalones Ma Wenyun just ordered, that's considered quite a large abalone, and generally, The bigger the abalone, the pricier it gets. The price of those 2 pounds of four-head abalones. Well, that just leaves one speechless. Come on, everyone order whatever you want. Ma Wenyuan handed the menu to Wang Hao, saying, "It's on the company's dime, not ours. Go ahead and choose the finest dishes." Wang Hao, you shouldn't be doing this even with someone else's money, you cheapskate. Brother. Just as Wang Hao was about to order, Chao Yunqing's expression turned even more unnatural, and he whispered, "Do you have any cash on you, or card is fine too? Our boss only approved 5,000 yuan for this outing, and this table. I'm afraid it might not be enough." Hearing this, Wang Hao understood. Chao Yunqing had indeed requested funds from his superiors. 5,000 yuan was originally enough for a large meal. But who could have anticipated Ma Wenyuan splurging like this as soon as he heard it was public money? Just the lobsters and abalones alone might exceed 5,000, let alone covering this whole meal without bankrupting Brother Chao. "It's all right." Wang Hao gently patted Chao Yunqing's arm. "With your brother here, you can rest easy." This was from someone who could afford a Maserati with the license plate AS6666. After hearing Wang Hao's reassurances, Chao Yunqing's worries eased. Otherwise, if they couldn't leave the restaurant after eating today, it would be a major loss of face. Looking at the menu, Wang Hao scoffed internally. Ma Wenyuan, a mere assistant strutting around like he's all that. So he thinks he's big time? Even his boss behind him isn't much to speak of, so what's there to show off? It's just good food, anyone can order it. Bring in 3 sea cucumbers, served raw. Wang Hao didn't bother to hold back, picking only the best dishes. And prepare some bird's nest in advance, 1 bowl per person later. Lin Xiaoyan and Wei Ningzi also ordered a few dishes. Just after they finished ordering, 2 more people entered from the door. President Peng, President Tan. Right this way, please." As soon as he saw the new arrivals, Chao Yunqing quickly stood up, smiling. "I saw you both earlier at the hotel surrounded by beautiful ladies, and I didn't dare to come over to greet you. I've been waiting until tonight to get a chance to see you both." After the greeting, he immediately introduced them to Wang Hao. "Young brother, this is Peng Yuan Chun, Vice President of Jiangnan Animation, and Tan Ingxing, President of Comics World. I mentioned them to you before." "Hello, hello." Wang Hao quickly stood up, all smiles. "I'm Wang Hao, just starting in the industry. I'll be looking forward to your guidance." Then he pointed to Wei Ningzi and Lin Xiaoyan. "Chief Editor Wei from Comics World, and our company's president, Lin Xiaoyan. An honor to meet you." Peng Yuan Chun on the left, wearing a gray suit, smiled. "Comics World has produced quite a few masterpieces in the past." On the other side, Tan Ingxing nodded. "I've heard of it, quite the established company." After the 2 guests were seated, turning towards Ma Wenyuan. Although Chao Yunqing had been displeased earlier, he didn't show it on his face and formally said, "Let me officially introduce Mr. Ma Wenyuan, the assistant to President Lu Wansong of Jiangnan Media." "A name as thunderous as I've heard," Peng Yuan Chun exclaimed, "one of the 4 big names in Jiangnan's animation industry. Impressive, impressive." Ma Wenyuan looked pleased, responding, "Oh, it's all right." After the greetings, 3 more people arrived, all prominent figures in the animation industry and guests at the Animation Summit. With that, the dining party was complete. Why else would they say Heavenly People's Republic is known for its drinking culture? Once everyone had gathered, the drinking began. And with drinking, the conversation flowed. Chapter 312. This guy changes his tune pretty. "It's okay." Ma Wenyuan leaned back in his chair and said, "Last year we sold just over 20 million, slightly lower than expected. I had thought we could reach 30 million in net profit. Pity." Sitting aside, Wang Hao. This guy really cannot go 3 sentences without bragging, just shy of what Brother Hao might say. Truly worthy of being President Lu's right-hand man. The presence is just different. Peng Yuan Chun drained his glass and said, "Our company's performance last year was just under 10 million. Really can't compare. By the way, Assistant Ma, there's a lot of demand from readers nowadays. Many people think that comics have hit a bottleneck and can't produce anything good, clamoring for adaptations of popular web dramas and web novels. What do you think about this?" Wang Hao. "Listening to this feels like it's got a tiny bit to do with me, Popular web novels?" Ma Wenyuan stroked his chin and asked, "Which one are you referring to, Mr. Peng? Which could it be?" Tan Ingxing jumped in from the side, laughing. Of course, it's those new books that are hot on Fengyun Chinese website lately. We've been receiving a lot of letters from readers every day. Just in these 2 months, there have been no less than 500 people asking if they could be adapted. Take, for example, the hottest one, Break the Heavens, and another one that has suddenly become popular, Devouring the Stars. There are very high demands for their adaptations. Wang Hao. So, it indeed has a lot to do with me. And it's not just one book. Yes, Peng Yuan-chun nodded. Our comic company also received many letters asking if Break the Heavens could be adapted. This time I came here precisely to discuss this matter. If it's really feasible, I'll grit my teeth and try to get the adaptation rights for the book, hoping it will improve our company's performance. Wang Hao. Never mind. I'm just going to observe and stay quiet. Low profile, low profile. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyan secretly poked Wang Hao's thigh and whispered, "This summit seems to be discussing how to adapt web novels and web dramas. Lucky for us that you are here, little brother. If it weren't for you creating Detective Conan, our company would surely fall behind in this trend. Those hot books adaptation rights are so expensive, I really can't afford them." Wang Hao. Mentioning money is a bit too much. Don't worry, take it easy, Wang Hao grinned. Don't worry. All those are negotiable, there's no problem with me here. Wang Hao was just comforting Sister Yun, when suddenly, Ma Wanyun sitting opposite him finally spoke. As for adapting web novels, of course there's no problem. Ma Wanyun took a sip of his drink, boasting with pride. President Liu foresaw this step a long time ago, and we're here this time to discuss these rights. But our President Liu likes Break the Heavens. I really agree with that. Not to mention Break the Heavens, even Devouring the Stars, I think is just SOSO. This guy actually disagrees? What's going on here? Wang Hao sat opposite him, licking his lips. What's the situation? Do we have a feud? Peng Yuan-chun asked, surprised. Assistant Ma, Break the Heavens momentum is really strong right now. That Devouring the Stars is also super hot. So why don't you seem very optimistic about them? It's just a little by novel, Ma Wanyun said with a tone of disdain when this subject came up. The writing isn't great, and I think the plot is just okay. Plus, the author is a newcomer with no brand recognition. Wang Hao. My book isn't that bad, is it? Decisively switching to watching the drama mode. I'll just watch. I won't speak for now. Break the Heavens is quite good, Peng Yuan-chun said, taken aback by Ma Wanyun's comment. Our company has been evaluating it recently. Indeed, the book is very popular, taking the first place in clicks and recommendations on the Fengyun Chinese website. Also, Devouring the Stars is another major hit. Right now, these two books are dominating the click and recommendation rankings, grabbing first and second place. Incredibly impressive. So what? Ma Wanyun shook his head and said, these past few days, I had a chance to meet with the top god of Fengyun Chinese website. He said that the data on these two books isn't quite right, and he advised us not to buy them. After all, he's an established top god, with very unique insights. His opinions are worth considering. The supreme god from Jiangya Media has spoken, exclaimed Peng Yuan-chun. This is the supreme god of the Break the Heavens from the Fengyun Chinese website. His words indeed have great research value. Wang Hao. Damn, what does this mean? Asking questions, huh? We haven't had any contact before, right? You can sell your copyright if you want. I'm not planning on selling mine. We should mind our own business. So why are you trash-talking me behind my back? Of course, Ma Wanyun said proudly. I was just about to report this to President Liu. As you know, I am President Liu's assistant. It's something I have to mention since I'm aware of it. Lin Xiaoyan elbowed Wang Hao and whispered, I don't like this guy. Me neither, Wang Hao snickered coldly. Let's not rush it. Let's see how long this guy can show off. Right as they were speaking, the dishes arrived. Come on, let's have a toast. Chao Yunqing was the first to raise his glass. It's rare for us to gather. Let's drink to that. Come on, let's do this. Cheers. The group drank together when suddenly Ma Wanyun's phone buzzed with a WeChat message. He picked it up and immediately got excited. President Liu is here. Ma Wanyun stood up hastily. Really? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Everyone, keep eating. I'll go invite President Liu to say a few words. President Liu of Jiangya Media. This was a big shot. Hurry, please invite him. Tan Yingxing said excitedly. President Liu has a discerning eye. It's perfect for us to hear his opinion too. Ma Wenyun went out to invite him and, not long after, returned, bowing and scraping. Following him was a middle-aged man around 50, dressed in a suit and tie, all smiles. Apparently the Vice President Lu Wansong of Jiangya Media that Ma Wenyun had mentioned. Actually, having just Lu Wansong wasn't a big deal. What was key was the person with him. Wang Hao was stunned at a single glance. Shit, is this world so small? Brother Hao, Long Yi, who was following Lu Wansong, was shocked. Damn, I can't believe I'd run into you here too. How small is this world? Damn it, that's exactly what I was thinking. What brings you here? Wang Hao looked at Long Yi and then at Lu Wansong. You two know each other? Ma Wenyun was also stunned. You know each other? Uncle, come here, let me introduce you. Long Yi eagerly grabbed Lu Wansong's sleeve and pulled him over to Wang Hao, saying, This is the author of Break the Heavens, Tian Kendo. You're Tian Kendo? Upon hearing that this young man was his idol, Lu Wansong became excited. Oh my, how do you do? I love reading your book. I follow it every day. I never expected to meet the author himself today. Ha! Seems like I'm quite lucky. Off to the side, Ma Wenyun's face turned green. He had just been bad-mouthing Break the Heavens. It's SOSO, not very good. Wang Hao said with a smile and a raised eyebrow. My book is just kiddie stuff. The writing is average, and the plot is just SOSO. President Liu, you flatter me. As Wang Hao spoke, a cold sweat broke out on Ma Wenyun. By the time Wang Hao had finished speaking, Ma Wenyun's shirt was almost soaked through. President Liu, I think Break the Heavens looks pretty good. Ma Wenyun, who had been blustering just a moment ago, was almost ready to bury himself in the ground. Just now, when I mentioned Supreme God, it was just all right, didn't feel too impressive. But Break the Heavens, that truly is a good book, perfect for adaptation. Damn, this guy sure turns with the wind pretty quickly. Everyone tilted their heads and looked at him, awarding him 120 points for his face-changing act. Chapter 313, Going to a Meeting. Ah, Director Chow, look at you. Ma Wenyun desperately tried to steer the conversation back. He was really pressed and hurriedly said, I just said that off the top of my head. All right, let's drop that subject. It's not often we meet the author of Break the Heavens, so dinner's on me today. Lin Xiaoyan, my brother is too awesome. Chao Yinqing, haha awesome. The clueless crowd. This script flipped too quickly. Ah, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't that have solved everything? Well, that's going to be costly for Assistant Ma. Wang Hao looked at him with amusement. This table has great dishes. Oh, these 4 abalones, 2 pounds of lobster. Ma Wenyun's expression was quite something. This meal could definitely bankrupt him. At least, there goes his salary for a month. Ha. Of course, Lu Wansong, unaware of what had transpired earlier, didn't think much of it. To actually see braised silkworms, it goes without saying, I'm dining here too. He then waved his hand. Waiter, bring us the best shark's fin you've got. Ma Wenyun felt like crying. Everyone struggled to hold back their laughter, especially Chao Yunqing, who was particularly amused. Daodu. As the dishes were being served, Lu Wansong asked Wang Hao, This summit is about studying novel adaptations. You are now a person of interest in this field. What do you think? As soon as Lu Wansong said that, everyone suddenly perked up. Here comes the juicy part. Why else were they here tonight, if not to discuss this? Previously, there was nothing much, but now, hearing it from the Break the Heavens author who is the hottest on the current literature websites is really something. Well, Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said with a smile, You see, about adaptations, you need to look at it this way. I checked some data, and actually, anime merchandise has really great potential. Take my Break the Heavens for example. We can make toys, right? Jewelry, t-shirts could be sold in second and third-tier cities, towns, overseas, and on an official company website. Plus, with movie box office returns, games, copyright licensing, and other forms of income, when you sum it up, it's quite a lot of money. That makes sense. Lu Wansong nodded repeatedly. You mean our company should not just focus on comics, but also venture into merchandise like toys? Of course. Wang Hao took a sip of his drink and said, Now is the era of pan-entertainment. To put it bluntly, more and more people from the three-dimensional world are starting to watch two-dimensional animations and videos. More and more two-dimensional comics and animations are being adapted into live-action films and series, spreading in the three-dimensional world. More and more people will come to know what cosplay is, what Lolita is, what figurines are, what bullet screens are, etc. Let my words here serve as your guide. The rest you'll have to figure out on your own. Got it, got it. Lu Wansong's eyes were bright. You are right. Previously, our company always followed a single track, but now it seems we really should focus on these aspects. Peng Yuan-chun exclaimed, no wonder you're a top online writer. Your vision is certainly different. We have developed some merchandise before, but never really got into jewelry, t-shirts, animations, and the like. Tonight's discussion is truly more enriching than 10 years of studying. Wang Hao, that's the power of vision, the advantage of having lived through reincarnations. Come on, let's drink. After briefly explaining this, Wang Hao immediately picked up his wine glass. Let's drink well tonight. It feels different when someone else is footing the bill. Exhilarating. The drinks are incredibly satisfying today. When it came to settling the bill, Wang Hao just casually glanced at it. 15,800. Haha, caught you pretending. Now you're going to cry, aren't you? When leaving the restaurant, Ma Wenyun's lips trembled, clearly in pain from the expense. Little brother, we have the formal meeting tomorrow, Lu Wansong said as he walked with his arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. If you are selling the rights to your break the heavens, you must sell them to me. We are all brothers here. No point in letting the benefits slip to others. Sure thing, no problem. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. I'll contact you first when the time comes. With Long Yi behind the scenes, there definitely won't be any issues. The next day was the official day of the meeting. Knock, knock, knock. At just 9 in the morning, there was a knock on the door, and Lin Xiaoyan could be heard asking outside. Brother, are you all packed up? It's time to head downstairs for the meeting. I heard a lot of reporters are coming today. Wang Hao opened the door, surprised. Reporters too? For real? Is it necessary to make such a big show? Lin Xiaoyan laughed. You'll see when you get there. As they spoke, the two went downstairs. Just entering the lobby on the first floor, Wang Hao was stunned. At that moment, the lobby was packed with people. Wang Hao glanced casually and estimated there were easily over 200, all in suits, exactly as Lin Xiaoyan had said, with about 50 to 60 reporters snapping pictures like crazy. And just above the corridor leading to the large conference room, a huge red banner hung on the wall, stating Heavenly Country Animation Brand Summit, in large letters, with a smaller subtitle below, on the future development direction of Heavenly Country Animation, and the feasibility of adapting online literature and drama IPs into comics. Today's meeting indeed seemed very high profile. Chapter 314, Declaration of War. Hello to you both. Are you also here to attend the summit? Which company do you represent? Would you mind giving us an interview? With the rapid decline of physical comic books this year, what are your thoughts? Surrounded by reporters, Lin Xiaoyun's face flushed with excitement. Despite her many years in the industry, she had never been interviewed before. Clearing her throat, she smiled and said, Hello everyone. I am Lin Xiaoyun, the General Manager of Golden Cloud Animation Technology Company. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Golden Cloud Animation? The reporters looked at each other, then shook their heads together. Never heard of it. Is it really nice to crush someone's spirit like this? Suddenly, one of the reporters pointed in a direction and shouted loudly, Look, it's the Supreme God. I recognize him. Where? Supreme God, huh? The reporters immediately abandoned Wang Hao and swarmed in that direction. Lin Xiaoyan, how hurtful. Supreme God. Curious, Wang Hao looked in the direction pointed out, and sure enough, a man around 30 years old walked through the doorway. He had an ordinary common face, was about 5 feet 7 inches tall, and looked rather pleased with himself. He was probably the Supreme God. Supreme God. The reporters surrounded him, setting up cameras and flashing lights clicked, then bombarded him with questions. Did you come this time to discuss copyright adaptation issues? Yes, Supreme God responded with a confident smile. The novel and comic sectors are inseparably linked, so I was invited here to discuss this matter. No wonder he's the Supreme God. A female reporter fluttered her eyelashes continuously and asked, Supreme God, the Wind Cloud Chinese network has had a few really strong new books in the last 2 months. What do you think about this? As they are newcomers, Supreme God didn't regard break the heavens or devouring the stars highly, saying, their foundation is still shallow. Just because one book is successful doesn't guarantee the next will be, and whether they continue to perform well can only be determined over time. Besides, the sudden success of these two books is quite abnormal. Wang Hao. Indeed, colleagues turn out to be competitors, but is it really okay to speak ill of others behind their backs like this? Sister, I don't like this man. Lin Xiaoyun, who treated Wang Hao like a younger brother, pouted upon hearing Supreme God's words. Let's go. Let's head inside first. Sure. Wang Hao, sharing the sentiment, nodded. Let's go in first. Upon entering the venue, Wang Hao looked around. There were at least 400 chairs, divided into more than a dozen areas marked with labels like Jianfu Province, Dongguan Province, etc., presumably organizing seats by region. Little brother, over here. As soon as Wang Hao entered, Lu Wansong greeted him. Come. Over. President Lu. Wang Hao quickly replied and immediately went over with Lin Xiaoyan. Just after sitting down, Lin Xiaoyan became excited again. She lowered her voice and exclaimed, Look, it's the 4 major companies of our Jiangnan. Aside from Jiangya Media, there's AUD Animation, Bright Animation, Lutian Comics. My gosh, to think we could sit with them. I'm so excited. They belong to the smallest kind of company in Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province and naturally couldn't sit at the front. The two found seats behind Lu Wansong, possible only through pulling some connections. At that moment, 5 or 6 people already seated nearby were whispering among themselves. They seemed quite familiar with each other. As Lin Xiaoyan and Wang Hao sat down, all 5 or 6 turned to look at them, and one middle-aged man said, Why, isn't this President Lin? The man, dressed in a suit, was around 40 and had a pleasant demeanor. Lin Xiaoyan smiled and nodded, saying, Mr. Zhang, long time no see. This is Wang Hao, our company's new director. Then she introduced to Wang Hao. This is Mr. Zhang from Jinhua Animation Circle, under whom Deyin Animation is also quite renowned. Wang Hao, hello. Deyin Animation, that sounds so familiar. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? Mr. Zhang smiled and said, The last time we met was at that Zhonghong exchange event. How has your business been these past few years? Pretty average, Lin Xiaoyan sighed. Things haven't picked up much in the last 2 years, and taking the physical route is really challenging these days. Lin Xiaoyan had just finished speaking when a man in front turned around and smiled. Yeah, physical businesses are tough to run these days. Our company is here to explore adaptations of online literature. The group chatted idly about topics like the gloomy market. While they were talking, an old executive from Bright Animation sitting to the left of Lu Wansong stood up and waved. Over here, Supreme God. Seeing the executive wave, Supreme God immediately walked over. The executive introduced Lu Wansong. President Lu, this is Supreme God from our online literature circle. You should really get to know him. Wow, I've long admired your renown. Lu Wansong quickly stood up and extended his hand. Hello, I am Lu Wansong, Vice President of Jiangya Media. Vice President. Supreme God's eyes lit up at the title, and he smiled. Hello. Please take good care of me in the future. I dare not claim to take care. Lu nodded, and then introduced Wang Hao, saying, Supreme God, speaking of which, this young man next to me is your colleague. Do you know who he is? Supreme God looked carefully at Wang Hao, then shook his head. I don't know him. Heaven Thread, the author of Break the Heavens. Lu Wansong laughed. I only met him yesterday and found out he's so young. You are both big names in the online literature scene. You should keep in touch. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. This young man was the author of the hugely popular online novel Break the Heavens? You are Heaven Thread. Supreme God paused when he heard the name, then quickly extended his hand. Oh my, I've long admired you. I've always been curious about what the author of Break the Heavens would be like, and I never thought I'd meet you here. Not bad. Wang Hao shook his hand and smiled. You're the seasoned legend. I should be the one admiring you. Just so, Supreme God chuckled subtly, discreetly withdrawing his hand, then asked Wang Hao in front of everyone. By the way, Heaven, I've always been curious about something. Can you actually break even with your approach? As soon as he said this, Lu Wansong's mouth fell open. What's going on? He meant well. After all, it's beneficial for people in the industry to connect. But who could have expected Supreme God to be so blunt? Supreme God was the supreme elder in the online literature community, and Wang Hao was absolutely the king of newcomers. Were they about to clash the moment they met? Supreme God, Mr. Zhang carefully asked. Do you mean that his explosive popularity was all fabricated? Absolutely, Supreme God nodded confidently. A newcomer like him couldn't achieve such amazing success and outperform many veteran big names unless he was a major manipulator. Even when I launch a new book, I don't get as much buzz as him. It's clearly fabricated. So that's what it was. At that moment, the executive from Bright Media looked at Wang Hao with disdain and said, Our company was evaluating whether to adapt his book into a good business prospect. Now it seems we need to rethink this. Of course, Supreme God sneered. Results obtained through manipulation can't be trusted. Anyone who buys the rights to his book is likely set for a loss. At that moment, the people around Wang Hao instinctually shifted their positions. All right, you guys continue talking, Supreme God shrugged just in time, then added, I have a meeting coming up and I need to prepare my report. Sis, this Supreme God is too bullying. Lin Xiaoyan stared at Supreme God's retreating figure, angry. Who talks like that? Then she scowled at the surrounding people. What's with all these looks? Lu Wansong felt embarrassed. Bro, I just meant to introduce you guys. Didn't expect this to happen. It's nothing. Wang Hao shook his head lightly, then narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Supreme God's retreating figure. Supreme God, huh? Is this a formal declaration of war then? Fine, you've been targeting me behind my back all along. Let's settle everything today. Chapter 315. The Triumphant Questioning Path Deity. Applause crackled through the room as the animation summit officially began. What followed were speeches from cultural leaders and addresses from several giants within the animation industry. A few veterans spoke, mostly about the development of the animation industry, its current status, and issues. Wang Hao listened until he felt drowsy from the lengthy discussions. Finally, after these speeches concluded, Cheng Dequan took the microphone and said, The previous speakers have all made excellent points regarding the current development of the animation industry, which I believe everyone here is already familiar with. Today's conference theme is about the feasibility of adapting IPs such as web novels and web dramas into manga. Naturally, we cannot avoid discussing adaptation issues. As you all are aware, the web novel industry has grown rapidly, becoming popular across the country with tremendous popularity. Next, we invite Mr. Ask the Taoist from Storm Chinese Network, a top author, to have a thorough exchange with everyone present here. Since this is a seminar, it's needless to say that we will have discussions. Hence, if anyone here has any questions, feel free to ask them on the spot. Thank you. With these words, enthusiastic applause immediately erupted from below. In the past 2 years, especially in the latter half of this year, the web novel industry could be said to have developed at breakneck speed. The traffic to Storm Chinese Network had been rising almost geometrically, like riding a rocket. Otherwise, why would we specially convene such a large conference to research the feasibility of adapting web novels into manga? Supreme God asked the Taoist. I know him. He is the #1 author of Storm Chinese Network, absolutely top tier. Indeed, if his book were adapted, it really should be a big hit. I came today specifically for this report. That's for sure. After all, he is the Supreme God, and no one here in our evaluation team can compare with his understanding of web novels. The journalists in the audience flashed their cameras nonstop as Ask the Taoist, seated among the guests, slowly stood up, walked to the podium with his head held high, and first bowed to the audience. Then he cleared his throat. The flashlights once again went off in rapid succession, brightening the whole scene like daylight. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, sitting below, curled the corners of his mouth slightly and let out a snicker. He was waiting for just this moment, thinking of going up against him. Just wait. I'll soon show you that not everyone is so easily provoked. Soon, the entire venue fell quiet, and Supreme God Asked the Taoist looked at his speech and began slowly. Respected leaders, esteemed guests, and colleagues from the animation industry, good morning. I am greatly honored to be here today to take part in the animation industry seminar. I am very happy. Animation is a big industry, and it has a very wide audience. ranging from uncles and aunts in their 30s and 40s to children as young as 5 or 6 years old learning to talk, who can all easily accept manga culture. Therefore, I often wonder if web literature, which is also a form of entertainment, could be adapted into manga to reach even more people. I thought about it for a long time, and the final conclusion is yes, and it most certainly can. Adapting web literature into animation offers one very significant advantage. As the Taoist continued with a smile. Web novels have a very broad audience. Take, for example, my new book, Heavenly Martial Heroes. It gets about 300,000 clicks per week. The number of recommendation tickets per week generally stays around 40,000, indicating very high popularity. Now, the collection has exceeded 100,000, which means that at least 100,000 people are very willing to read my book. If it could be adapted into a manga, there's a great chance that these readers would be willing to purchase the legitimate manga. As Ask the Taoist referred to the performance of his book, everyone in the audience drew in a deep breath. Looking at his book's data, it was indeed impressive. At that moment, someone asked the Taoist, the physical industry has experienced a serious decline in the past 2 years. Even if web literature can be adapted into manga, and with your popularity, the physical market still seems to be struggling. I wonder what your thoughts are on that. People were quickly silenced in the meeting room when someone raised a critical question. Regarding physical books, Wang Hao said with a smile, we authors are the ones who feel it the most, indeed the publishing industry. I'll give you 2 examples, and everyone should understand. Before 2014, my physical books would sell around 500,000 sets each year, an astonishing number. But in the last 2 years, sales have plummeted to less than 200,000 sets a year. If the publishing of text is like this, what more can we say about the comic industry? Therefore, I dare to assert that there won't be any more successful physical works in the future. Things will only get worse. The audience immediately nodded in agreement. The issue Wang Hao spoke of was something everyone could empathize with. The sales of physical books in the past 2 years have dropped severely. Someone from the audience asked, Master Wang Hao, you said traditional media won't do, but original forum comics are very popular now. What's your take on that? Overall, the popularity of current original comics is not as great as in the past, Wang Hao said with a laugh and a shake of his head. New original comics don't have the popularity to support them, so how high can their clicks go? How many shares and comments can they get? But online literature is different. It's been tested by readers. The popular ones are generally good books, so the effects after adaptation are definitely not bad. Another question came. Master Wang Hao, since you understand online traffic so well, what do you think about adapting other content besides online literature? For instance, the recently popular Domestic Agent. Our company has been evaluating this series, and it has an incredible number of hits. Speaking of that show, Wang Hao said with a disdainful smile, although it is indeed popular, I don't think it is suitable for adaptation. Because the drama is just too short. A comic adaptation would run out of content after just a few episodes. There's no room for development. Supreme God always speaks plain truths, someone from the audience remarked. Master Wang Hao, does this mean online literature definitely has potential? Then, if we were to adapt your comic, how big do you think the outlook would be? Of course, Wang Hao replied with a smile. Within the realm of online literature, popularity is still very stable, especially for the more experienced authors with a fixed readership, which makes it very suitable for adaptation. Just take the popularity of my books, for instance. After adaptation and the addition of online dissemination, plus some promotion to my readers, the sales will definitely not be bad. Master Wang Hao, have you sold the rights for this book of yours? So much talk, and finally someone started asking about the rights. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he said, not yet. I am waiting for someone with a genuine interest to discuss it. Then, Master Wang Hao, how much do you plan to sell the comic rights for your book? Or let's say, how much could a book of your accomplishment sell for? Well, Wang Hao thought for a moment and then replied with a smile. I think 5 million should be doable. The audience exclaimed in surprise, that high? Amazing. Master Wang Hao, another person raised their hand and said, I also know a bit about online literature. Your book is currently ranked 3rd, so what do you think of the top 2 books? As that person brought up this topic, many in the audience who knew about online literature started discussing. I know those two books. Their data is simply crushing. So popular. Yeah, Break the Heavens and Devouring the Stars. Especially Break the Heavens. That's my favorite. The opening is grand. The world background is massive and complex, exceptionally impressive. I prefer Devouring the Stars. The Earth setting is just brilliant. Upon mentioning these two books, Wen Dao spoke slowly. Sir, you're talking about Break the Heavens and Devouring the Stars, aren't you? Of course, those newcomers appear impressive, but they don't have the experience, and readers may not recognize them. Whereas we veteran authors have a lot of experience, our work tends to last longer. And moreover, he emphasized his tone at this point and stated, as for my stats, up to now, the total clicks are 320,000, with 40,000 weekly member clicks and 46,000 recommendation votes. Yet, these two books, their numbers are incredibly high. It's off the charts. Break the Heavens has 660,000 weekly member clicks, a total of 540,000 clicks, with 120,000 recommendation votes. Devouring the Stars has 580,000 weekly member clicks, totaling 520,000 clicks, with 110,000 recommendation votes. Don't you all find that strange? Chapter 316, Wang Hao's Counterattack. Actually, if we're talking about high data, it could be considered normal, Wen Dao said with a smile. But both authors of these books are newcomers, completely unknown newcomers. I ask you, how is that possible? Just take Break the Heavens author Heaven Silkworm Potato, who had heard of him before. Everyone present shook their heads in unison. Wen Dao continued, what about Devouring the Stars author Tomato Loves to Eat, who had heard of him either? The crowd shook their heads again. There you have it, Wen Dao said. Indeed, both are absolutely new authors who had no fame whatsoever before and suddenly got famous with just one book. Everyone, don't you think there might be something fishy about it? That's why I believe the data for these two books is fake, undoubtedly obtained through some illegitimate means. There was something fishy, way too fishy. After Wen Dao finished his explanation, everyone present nodded in agreement. Pure newcomers. Yet with such terrifying data, it had to be abnormal. So that's how it is. Our company was about to buy the adaptation rights for Break the Heavens, but now we can't. Our company wanted to buy Devouring the Stars, but now it seems we can't act rashly. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Wen Dao stood there smug. He had been observing these two books for a long time. Such data for a pure newcomer was definitely not normal, and there was no doubt about it. Daring to outshine me? A few words from me will make you hit the streets. Just then, at this very moment within the conference venue, an inconspicuous young man in a little corner slowly spoke up. With just one sentence, the whole venue fell silent. Wen Dao the god, you claim to understand data, to be seasoned, but it looks like a lot of what you say isn't quite accurate. You say those two books are fishy, but I feel their data is very normal, and it's your own heavenly martial heroes that might have the real fishiness, right? Someone was actually questioning the authority of Wen Dao. Instantly, everyone in the venue looked toward that corner, with many people curiously asking, who is that guy? Chung Dequan, sitting on the stage, saw someone challenging him and hastily asked, this gentleman is? I'm really sorry. Wang Hao, sitting in the Jiangsu region, replied with a smile, the Break the Heavens, whose data you claim is unreliable, is my book. In fact, Wang Hao was holding back. Devouring the Stars was his too. Hearing that Break the Heavens was written by this young man, everyone present was stunned. Their instincts told them that there was a good show today. Was the veteran Supreme God about to confront the rising Supreme God then and there? Now this is interesting. Exactly, today was worth coming. These two are actually going at it. Let's enjoy the drama. It's you. Upon realizing the person in front of him was Heaven Silkworm Potato, Chung Dequan promptly stood up. I had previously contacted Fengyun Chinese Network trying to invite you, but the editor said they couldn't reach you these past couple of days. I didn't expect you to be here. Please come forward. Let's hear what you have to say. Actually, I was here today just to be a soy sauce onlooker. Wang Hao walked up to the stage, where Chung Dequan had already arranged an extra seat. Wang Hao sat down, grabbed the microphone, and slowly said, for me, researching this copyright thing isn't very significant because I already have a full set of development plans. But this so-called God Wen Dao took my work and used it as a negative example. and I just couldn't stand it, right? As soon as Wang Hao spoke, the entire conference room exploded. The theme of today's meeting was supposed to be the discussion of web novel adaptations and the future development plans of the animation industry. Everyone was ready to listen to boring reports. But then there was God Wen Dao's live Q&A, followed immediately by the appearance of the author of the hottest newcomers, Break the Heavens. Therefore, all the onlookers present expressed their joy and interest. Now there's a spectacle to see, a clash between a rising god and an established god, so satisfying. Those arguments from Wen Dao did seem logical and well-founded. It might not be so easy for Wang Hao to rebut. Yeah, let's see what Wang Hao has to say. At that moment, the anticipation rose in everyone's hearts as they waited to see what exactly Wang Hao was going to say. Wen Dao, my friend. Wang Hao sat leisurely in his seat, smiling. You claim that my data is manufactured. That's actually quite simple to verify. Whether it's true or false, we can just compare a few sets of data. Should be no problem, right? I think you surely won't say you're too scared to do that, will you? Now that Wang Hao had taken the stage, Wen Dao naturally wasn't afraid, snorting. What's there to be scared of? I do believe your book's data is fake, and I'm not afraid to say it anywhere. Well, of course, I can't exactly seal your mouth, can I? Wang Hao said, chuckling. But as for whether what you're saying is true or false, let's just take a look now. He said this as he turned on his computer and randomly selected a book with decent data from the Fengyun Chinese Literature Network, saying, everybody first look at this book. Well, Arrogant Demon, which also went live about a month ago. Please, take a look at how many recommendation tickets it has this week. People looked, and someone called out, 24,000. Wang Hao nodded and said, now, let's see the book review section. How many posts and replies are there? People below didn't understand why he was asking, with many shouting. There are 10,000 posts, 15,000 replies. Very good. Wang Hao continued. Now let's see. How many rewards the book has received today? Everyone looked again, and someone exclaimed, 21. You're all correct, Wang Hao said with a smile. Wen Dao claimed that my book's data was padded, right? Arrogant Demon isn't my book, so it shouldn't have any padded data, right? Wen Dao narrowed his eyes slightly, not understanding what Wang Hao was implying. At that moment, someone in the audience called out, the author of this book is Nether Demon. He's also a big name on Fengyun Chinese Literature Network, right? The book's performance is pretty good. I know its average subscription is around 8,000. Someone gets it. Then this makes things easier, Wang Hao said with a beaming smile. With a comparison, it becomes quite convenient. Generally speaking, these are the data for a book with an average of 8,000 subscriptions. Now, how about the collection numbers for this book? Wang Hao clicked through a few links and entered the book's collection interface. Soon, everyone saw the displayed number. 58,000. Not bad at all. Well, he is a prominent author. Impressive. Yes, exactly 58,000. Wang Hao said, snapping his fingers sharply, adding, with that impression of a book averaging 8,000 subscriptions. Now let's move on to Break the Heavens. As he spoke, Wang Hao logged directly into his author backend, presenting everything to the audience. The average subscriptions for Break the Heavens is currently 45,000. If we calculate by a factor of 5, then how many recommendation tickets should it have? 120,000. How many posts? 50,000. And replies? 75,000. Now, how about today's rewards? 118. Wang Hao had barely finished when the entire audience was astounded. If one looked at it this way, the data for Break the Heavens was practically almost exactly 5 times higher than that of Arrogant Demon. My God, it looks like there's absolutely no problem with Break the Heavens data. Exactly, all aspects of the data for the 8,000 average subscriptions are nearly 1/5 of it. There's no problem at all. Wen Dao's face had changed. He could never have imagined Wang Hao would know the data of Fengyun Chinese Literature Network so well. And clearly, Wang Hao wasn't about to give him any chance to retort. Now let's look at the other 2 books. Wang Hao went straight to the data page of Devouring the Stars. Please look, Devouring the Stars, currently ranked number 2, hasn't even gone live yet. Let's see its data, shall we? Recommendation tickets, 110,000. How many posts? Currently, just over 30,000. And how about replies? 45,000. How about today's rewards? 126. These two books fall very much within a very normal proportion from any perspective. As he said this, Wang Hao suddenly pointed at Wen Dao, shouting loudly, "But what about your heavenly martial heroes, huh?" The old-timer supreme god claiming 100,000 collections. Without saying another word, Wang Hao opened up the data page for heavenly martial heroes, rattling off 95,000 recommendation tickets. Member weekly clicks 52,000. This looks normal, right? But everyone look here. How many rewards does it have today? Only 31. And the forum posts? Just 8,000, 12,000 replies. With such a glaring discrepancy in data, the legendary supreme god Wen Dao. Seems like your book is really quite waterlogged, isn't it? Chapter 317, powerfully slapping the face. Before, he accused the first two books of being fabricated by the supreme god, and it turned out that the data of his own books were fake. God, today really opened my eyes. It turns out that this so-called veteran deity's data is actually fake. It's absolutely splendid, haha. Isn't this just a case of a thief shouting to catch a thief, but ending up throwing himself in? This will be fun. Let's see what he has to say. Supreme God's face darkened. Standing there sweating profusely, he suddenly shouted loudly, "You are twisting the facts. The data you mentioned can't be counted. Who knows if you're in cahoots with them?" Before Supreme God could finish, Wang Hao interrupted him and laughed. "Don't rush. Why are you so eager to prove yourself? I haven't finished yet, buddy." Wang Hao then opened up the Baidu website, went straight to the Baidu index page, and said with a laugh, "Supreme God, to be honest, I quite admire you. You knew to push the recommendation list while brushing the click list, not too dumb after all. But you might have forgotten one thing, and that is called, even the wise have their oversights. The Baidu index, you forgot to brush it, didn't you?" He then typed energetically on the keyboard, soon pulling up the Baidu search indexes for heavenly martial heroes, break the heavens, and devouring the stars. The audience was stunned when they saw the results. The Baidu search index for break the heavens was incredibly high, reaching over 180,000. Absolutely sky-defying. Devouring the stars, not yet on the market, only had about 20,000 index. This was actually all still fine, but the self-praised heavenly martial heroes by Supreme God had a pitiful index of only 50,000, an enormous gap of several tens of times. Everyone in the room was astonished, and the conference room burst into discussion. The Baidu search index for Break the Heavens is so high. This can't be faked. Exactly, Baidu search belongs to the Zhao family among the four big clans. No one can afford to manipulate those numbers. This time, the truth is out. His real performance is only 50,000, so little. Supreme God, Wang Hao said with a grin. With such a low Baidu index, it seems like your data isn't looking so good. This list, did you not anticipate it, or couldn't you afford to brush it? Or are you saying the index absolutely can't be manipulated? Nonsense. Supreme God's face turned the color of a liver. He shouted loudly. Books have their highs and lows. I've been writing a transitional chapter these past few days. It's normal for it to have fewer hits. Of course, whether you fake the data or not, you couldn't admit it anyway. Wang Hao laughed and shook his head. I didn't say you faked anything. I merely stated that the two books before yours weren't falsified. As soon as Wang Hao said this, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Even Chairman Chung couldn't hold back and chuckled aloud. This guy was too crafty. If his data were real, then by comparison, that meant his data must be fake, right? You're just making a scene. Supreme God pointed at Wang Hao and said urgently, "This is supposed to be an animation seminar today. I mainly came here to talk about online literature adaptations, and everything you said was definitely meant to cause trouble." "Oh, me causing trouble?" Wang Hao laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "Everyone said I was just here to make up the numbers, but you insisted on provoking me, so you can't blame me, right? You can say my data is manipulated, but I can't mention it? Fine, today I'll show you what I'm actually here for. This is an animation seminar, right? I've just invested in an animation company these past few days, namely Golden Cloud Animation. So, in fact, I don't really have any issues being here. Golden Cloud Animation? What company is that? Never heard of it." The entire venue started whispering among themselves. "Have you heard of this animation company?" I haven't heard of it. Is it a small company? I remember now. It's the company on the verge of bankruptcy. I heard that its total assets shrunk from 5 million to 1 million these past few days. Lord, he actually invested in such a company. Can it succeed? Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly a young man, looking like an assistant, rushed into the venue and whispered a few words into Chung Dequan's ear. Upon hearing it, Chung Dequan was so shocked that he stood up abruptly and asked loudly, "What did you say? What now?" Seeing Chung Dequan so startled, everyone became curious, and quite a few asked, "Chairman Chung, what's wrong? Is there some bad news? Could it be that there's some problem?" Facing the questions from everyone present, Chung Dequan wiped the sweat from his brow and said urgently, "Go quickly. Get me the detailed data." Okay. The assistant scurried out and hurried back in no time, saying, "Chairman Chung, I've brought back the data. Please have a look." He held a USB drive, which Chung Dequan promptly plugged into the computer on the conference table. Then, on the large screen in the meeting room, a set of detailed data appeared. Comics World Sales Summary. JH City, physical copies, 500, all sold. Out. Zhonghang City, physical copies, 2,000, all sold out. Zhonghai City, physical copies, 5,000, all sold out. Tianjin City, physical copies, 5,000, all sold out. GD City, SC City, online orders, 68,000 sets, currently being printed, estimated release in 5 days. Looking at such data, everyone in the room was flabbergasted. What's going on? This issue's physical copies are all sold out. And not only that, nearly 70,000 sets were ordered on Taobao. The printing is already scheduled 5 days later. How is this possible? Aren't physical copies declining now? Fake, right? How could their sales possibly be this high this issue? Yeah, what's going on? Previously, an issue of Comics World totaled just over 20,000 copies, and that was considered pretty good. This issue directly multiplied by so much. This. Looking at the data on the big screen, Chung Dequan was utterly confused. He stuttered this for a while before looking around the venue. Is Chief Editor Wei of Comics World magazine here? Could you come up to the stage and say a few words? Here, I'm here. Wei Ningze hurried onto the stage, grabbed the microphone, and was already too excited to speak coherently. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Thanks to our readers. Thanks to the journalists. Our magazine sales for this comic are still okay. The crowd below was already seething with excitement. Someone asked, "Chief Editor Wei, how many sets of this issue of Comics World did you print?" Faced with the question, Wei Ningze finally regained his composure, hastily responding, "We printed a total of 50,000 sets. Yes, 50,000 sets. All sold out." The audience exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible, right? I remember your magazine is always released on Friday, and it's sold out in just 2 days." I'm not sure either," pondered Wei Ningze, then suddenly shouted, "Could it be because of Chairman Wang's new comic?" New comic? What comic? People were curious when suddenly someone loudly said, "Right? I remember which company Golden Cloud Animation is now. Their newly drawn Detective Conan is really good to watch." So it's them. I've also watched Detective Conan. Truly a masterpiece. Detective Conan? A detective comic? But even if it's a detective comic, could it really have such an impact? Everyone craned their necks, eager to see what the comic was like. Chung Dequan decisively turned his gaze to Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, could you tell everyone what this comic is about?" "It's just a detective comic," Wang Hao said with a smile, looking at the Supreme God, and continued. "The Supreme God just mentioned that physical comics weren't feasible. I think we should let him explain why physical comics aren't feasible. After all, he's a long-time expert, highly experienced, and very accomplished. As a newcomer, I certainly don't want to steal his thunder." Wang Hao, you. Supreme God was instantly left red-faced and speechless by Wang Hao. He had just claimed that physical sales were weak, and now he was directly proven wrong. But there was nothing he could do, as the sales numbers were right there, undeniable. Chapter 318. How is this possible? At that moment, it was awkward whether to stand there or to leave. But there was no helping it. If you dare to provoke Wang Hao, you've got to be prepared to be embarrassed. Since everyone is saying that, let me just say a few words. Wang Hao held the microphone and chuckled. Is the physical sales really not doing well? I don't think that's necessarily true. It's just that there are too few good works out there now. Readers need good works, good books. As long as it's really a good book, readers are actually very willing to pay for it. The rise of smartphones has been rapid, but a smartphone is still a smartphone after all. Isn't it a good thing to buy and collect a good work? This wasn't Wang Hao just making things up. Why did Mr. Jin Yang's books sell out so quickly every time they were printed in the past? The reason is simple. Great books. Readers want to collect them. Hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone present felt the same way. Yeah, as long as the book is good. Even though mobile phone platforms are dominant now, I believe many readers would still be very willing to collect a few masterpieces. Mr. Wang Hao, with such great success from your Detective Conan, how many episodes do you plan to release? Mr. Wang Hao, did you ever think it would be this popular before this book was launched? Listening to the questions below, Wang Hao smiled and said, "Of course I thought about it. I have a lot of confidence in our company's works." Mr. Wang Hao, what is your opinion on adapting your work into comics? Of course, Wang Hao nodded and slowly said. The audience for online novels mainly ranges from 10 years old to about 35 years old, and the audience for comics relatively overlaps with that of web novels. Moreover, when online novels are written, most of the focus is on describing scenes through text, while comics rely on visuals to allow readers to experience the scene and use text to advance the plot. So clearly, for comics, you just need to convert the text of online novels into visuals to combine the two very effectively. After Wang Hao had said this, various big shots from the animation industry began discussing. Indeed, when you think about it, web novels and animations are indeed quite easy to combine, which is good. No wonder he's a newly prominent god. He has a way of seeing things. Hearing him talk, I suddenly feel like adapting is actually quite simple. Yeah, it seems we should buy adaptation rights for a few books. So, Mr. Wang Hao, in your opinion, what types of books are best to buy rights for? Wang Hao smiled and said, of course, you should buy the rights for books that are really popular. After all, if a book is popular, it means it has been recognized by the readers, and the overlap between web novel readers and comic readers is actually very high. Oh yes, everyone must be careful when selecting rights. I understand. It seems it's really worth studying. Yeah, we'll need to reassess the matter of adapting rights when we get back to our company. Hearing the discussions below, Wen Dao was grinding his teeth in frustration. Although Wang Hao did not say much, it was enough for these big shots present to seriously consider adapting matters. Of course, the main focus would be on Wang Hao's works, and as for his, perhaps some might consider buying, but the price might not be very satisfying. Wang Hao, are you intentionally opposing me today? Wen Dao's face turned red. He glared fiercely at Wang Hao and said, "You're cutting off my financial path." Cutting off someone's financial path? Wang Hao looked innocent. Weren't you doing this before? Wang Hao mimicked the questions. Both authors of these books are newcomers, unknown newcomers. Who had ever heard of Tian Qingdou, the author of Break the Heavens before? And who had heard of Ai Qi Shi Hong Shi, the author of Devouring the Stars? Both are new authors, with no reputation at all, hence the data for these books are fake, obtained through some abnormal means. With this, he simply returned the original words, and instantly stumped the questioner, who couldn't utter a word for a long time. If that had been all, I would have let it slide, Wang Hao sneered. Domestic Agent is not suitable for adaptation. You know who wrote the script of Domestic Agent? It was created by me and teacher Li Fei. Misleading everyone here. Aren't you essentially cutting off my means of income? I only came here to be a bystander, but you had to provoke me. Are we that close? Why should I indulge you? After Wang Hao said this, the questioner was dumbfounded, and so was everyone else in the audience. Who could imagine that Break the Heavens was Wang Hao's, Detective Conan was Wang Hao's, and even the recently popular Domestic Agent was actually his? Good heavens, what is the background of this young man? All these are connected to him. I can't take it anymore. Is this what jealousy feels like? How is this possible? How can all these things be his? The questioner was completely dumbfounded, unable to speak anymore. His words were all countered one by one. To continue speaking would only end in tears. This was truly a battle between an ant and an elephant. He had thought of himself as the supreme god, and was quite proud of it, But now he realized he was nothing compared to Wang Hao. And just then, another person hurriedly rushed in. This time, it wasn't Chung Dequan they sought, but Director Gua, who had been sitting at the front of the chairman platform, the station manager of Vertex Comics, Gua Wending. Director Gua, this is bad. No, 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 it's fantastic. It's fantastic, the person shouted as he entered the door. Our forum has produced a masterpiece. An absolute masterpiece. What's going on? The crowd below exchanged puzzled looks. What kind of masterpiece? What's all this fuss about? Gua Wending was embarrassed by his assistant's excited expression. Today's face-to-face showdown between Supreme God and the rising star Tian Kendo was already sensational enough, and Gua had remained composed. Now this assistant comes in shouting, losing his composure. This is embarrassing me. When we get back, you'll get a good talking to. But first, tell me what the big deal is. What's this masterpiece? Having stopped caring about the scolding he might receive, the assistant excitedly said, Director Gua, you have to look. On our forum's comic release page, there's a masterpiece. I'll see about that. If you're making a fuss over nothing, you're writing me a reflection when we get back. Gua Wending hummed, then opened the computer on the chairman's platform, entered the Vertex Comics release section, and immediately was dumbfounded. What the? Gua Wending was astonished, looking at the top post on the screen. Dragon Ball. 1.2 million views, over 30,000 replies. The whole venue was stunned. What comic has such high popularity? Director Gua, hurry and open it. Let's see what book this is that's so explosive. Yeah, the clicks and replies on the other posts aren't even close to this book. What's going on? Gua Wending was full of doubts. After opening the post, the comic displayed on the big screen showed up, and its rudimentary style that could only be described as game-like left everyone astonished. God, can this even be called a comic? How can such a jokey piece have such high click and reply rates? Curious, many people pulled out their phones to start reading this comic. As soon as they began reading, they were completely baffled. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell over the entire conference room. Everyone was engrossed in the comic, continuously scrolling down. More than an hour had passed, and Wang Hao had even started yawning before people finally snapped out of their shock. Chapter 319. Oh my God! How on earth did such a brilliant idea come about? The magical capsules, the fascinating world setting, the sassy Bulma, the adorable son Wukong. I can't take it. This book is simply divine. Yeah, although the characters are drawn like matchsticks, the dialogue and the distinct character traits are so lively and vivid. This book is so good, we must acquire it. We absolutely must. All the big shots in the animation industry present were dazzled. If they could secure this book, the sales would definitely hit new heights. Now this is what you call a masterpiece. Director Gua, quick, contact the author. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Everyone present wanted to beat the others to it. Whoever could contact the author first would have the upper hand. Business is like a battlefield, and speed is indeed the essence of war. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Gua Wending, and if looks could be machine guns, Gua Wending would have been shot dead within 10 minutes. Well, if we're talking about a certain rotund gentleman, he'd probably face a firing squad. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Gua Wending had never faced such a situation since his debut. You should know, the people here are all magnates from the anime industry, especially those sitting in the guest seats. They're all from major national animation companies. But the looks they were giving him were filled with intense desire. It was as if a wife who had long been neglected suddenly discovered her husband was home, and her unveiled yearning looked like she was about to take action right there. Let me see the contact information for this person, Gua Wending said excitedly, his head sweating as he quickly logged into his station manager account. Soon, the phone number of the author, the great demon king who commands the sun, appeared before everyone. Someone's quick hands dialed the number immediately. Wang Hao's phone at the front of the podium rang at once, but he yawned and hung up. The person was dumbfounded. What's going on? The author isn't answering my call. Someone nearby said, Your face isn't good enough. Watch me. They dialed directly. Wang Hao's phone rang again, and he hung up again. He isn't answering my call either. I'll try. Another person began dialing. Wang Hao again hung up. At that moment, Chung Dequan reminded Wang Hao. Little Wang, this is an important time. Can you set your phone to silent? Wang Hao. Oh, sure. Set to silent. The fourth person dialed, hung up. The fifth person dialed, hung up. The 38th person dialed, hung up. Everyone went insane. What is this author thinking? Why isn't he answering any calls? The rights to this book must be secured. It's our future hope. Detective Conan is produced by Golden Cloud Animation. There's no hope for that. But this Dragon Ball, whatever happens, we must secure it. Try again. Everyone present dialed simultaneously, and this time it was a busy signal. What on earth is going on? Everyone was beating their chests and stomping their feet. Such a fantastic work. The plot is simply divine. Just acquiring the rights and refining it a bit would unquestionably make it a masterpiece. A masterpiece that all comic lovers would treasure. Forget about declining physical sales. Forget about the era of smartphones. All that can go to hell. By the time this book is released, the first edition has to print at least 1 million copies. But damn it, we can't get through on the phone. Everybody stop. Chung Dequan spoke up at this point. Fighting over it like this isn't the way. How about this? Let Director Gua contact him alone. At least that way we'd all have a clue. Everyone looked at each other and nodded their heads. It had to be. This way. Otherwise, continuing this way, no one would benefit. As long as the call gets through, it would then simply be a matter of who offers the higher price. I'll give it a try. Truth be told, Director Guo was also nervous. He took out his phone, then switched it to speaker mode, and Chung Dequan even moved the microphone close to the phone's speaker. So, the dialing began. Do. After 3 rings, the call actually connected. Guo Wending. Hello, are you the great demon king who commands the sun? Sitting 2 seats away from him, Wang Hao. That's me, Director Guo. Hello. The people present looked at Guo Wending, then at Wang Hao. Guo Wending checked his phone, then looked at Wang Hao. May I ask if you are? Wang Hao. It's me, Director Guo. Hello? I'm Wang Hao. I'm right beside you. Look to your right. Yes, 2 people over. Everyone at the scene looked at Guo Wending, then at Wang Hao. Then everyone went crazy. Damn it. This book is also by Wang Hao. How is anyone supposed to compete? I can't even. I'm going to cry. There goes our chance. This book is also his. Golden Cloud Animation is going to skyrocket now. It's over, no chance left. They have their own animation company. We might as well switch careers. 1 company, 2 masterpieces. What are we even doing here? Maybe I should just sell my company tomorrow. There's no market left. All the competitors turned to look at Lin Xiaoyan, who was sitting there looking anxious. That was it. The industry's biggest dark horse had appeared. 1 company, 2 masterpieces, Detective Conan, was already sold out, and now here comes another. There was no way to survive this. After all, the cake was only so big, and now her company was going to take half, leaving the rest for so many other companies to divide. Then, from the stage, Guo Wending cautiously asked Wang Hao, Mr. Wang, are you the daytime devil? Yes, Wang Hao smiled. That's me. This Dragon Ball is also our company's creation. You all can forget about the copyrights, but to be honest, Domestic Agent is a great film and could be adapted into a great comic book. At this, the whole audience was thrilled. Adapting Domestic Agent was one thing. Establishing a relationship with the incredible Wang Hao was the real prize. The crowd was pumped. Chairman Wang, how much are you planning to sell the adaptation rights for Domestic Agent for? Name your price, Chairman Wang. However much it is, we're all ears. Well, Wang Hao thought for a moment, then shook his head. Actually, it really won't work. Oh dear, the series is too short. How much should I ask for? At this, one person nearby was completely shocked. He never imagined Wang Hao could be this powerful. Brother Hao, please, have mercy. The man pleaded, sweating like a waterfall, no longer daring to stand there. He hurried to Wang Hao's side and spoke timidly. Please spare me. I really do want to sell the rights to my book. Wang Hao turned and looked at him, saying, Now you know. The man nodded desperately. I know. Wang Hao said. Write your books well in the future and don't look down on people for no reason. I understand. I really do. The man nodded hurriedly, then carefully sat down to one side and remained silent. Brother Wang truly is a dragon among men, a young genius, incredible. Chung Dequan said with a smile. Brother's high-quality works are undeniable. Since we have this chance today, could you say a few words to everyone? Say a few words? Wang Hao thought about it and immediately nodded. Okay, I'll say a few words. Wang Hao was about to speak. Seeing that Wang Hao really agreed, all the big names at the animation festival sat up straight, pulled out their notepads, and got ready to take notes. Their expressions were as devout as elementary school students listening to a teacher explain basic arithmetic. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Hao, chairman of Golden Cloud Animation. Wang Hao began, holding the microphone and slowly smiling. Speaking of which, I actually came today just to make a brief appearance. Didn't plan on speaking, so I really didn't prepare a speech. Below, everyone nodded in agreement. It was clear this guy really had been thrust into the spotlight at the last minute. But the more spontaneous, the better the insights would be, as everyone was tired of the usual bureaucratic talk. Mr. Wang Hao, could you please simply tell us how you managed to create such high-quality works? Yes, we want to hear that. After all, no development trend is as important as good content, right? Master Wang Hao, give us some solid advice. We've heard enough empty words. Want something solid? Wang Hao scanned the room, smiled and nodded. Okay, let's talk about something substantial. Today's topic will be how to create a good work. Chapter 320. How did brother become romantic? So Wang Hao, this layman, started to speak in front of a group of experts. First, we need to know that a good manga must have a protagonist that readers can easily remember. So what kind of protagonist can be memorable? To put it simply, in 2 words, badass. The audience burst into laughter. Then they seriously jotted down a few words on their notes. Badass protagonist. So how do we create a badass protagonist? Wang Hao said with a grin. Let me give you a simple example, which I'm sure everyone will understand once they hear it. Say, mahjong, which I assume you are all familiar with, right? Everyone nodded in agreement, and a boss chuckled. I love playing mahjong in my spare time. I'm very familiar with it. Others laughed along, with someone teasing. Mr. Jiang, you're a mahjong god. Everyone knows that. Great, Wang Hao asked him with a smile. So Mr. Jiang, say you're one short for a game, and there's someone nearby who knows nothing about mahjong. You're itching to play, and want to teach them. How would you go about it? Well, Mr. Jiang thought for a while and said, I would tell him there are 144 tiles, including bamboo, dots, characters, east, south, west, north, central, fortune, white, as well as terminal tiles, then about melds, pungs, and listening. The thing I dread most is teaching people to play mahjong. No, I'll stop there, otherwise, I reckon I could talk for an hour and still not be done. All of the audience nodded their heads, agreeing that teaching someone to play mahjong was indeed a daunting task. Whoever teaches, their head hurts. Please take a seat, Mr. Jiang, Wang Hao said with a smile. You see, you think this issue is very difficult to resolve, and that's why you wouldn't suit being a protagonist in a manga. What does a manga protagonist require? They need to be badass. Absolutely badass. I understand that, Mr. Jiang said after sitting down. So if the protagonist were to teach someone mahjong, how would they do it? The whole audience craned their necks, waiting to hear Wang Hao's profound viewpoint. After all, the example he raised was incredibly vivid. No one there was a fool. They all understood what he meant by it. That is, the protagonist easily handles what the supporting characters find insurmountable. So, when you think about it, indeed, it's only such a scenario that feels explosively satisfying. That's definitely right. But speaking of which, not to mention other things, just taking the example of teaching. Someone mahjong, if it were the protagonist, how would they teach? Actually, the answer is very simple, Wang Hao said with a smile. You only need a simple formula to learn how to play mahjong. As he spoke, he set up a document on the computer's large projection screen, then typed in a string of formulae. N asterisk AAA plus M asterisk ABC plus DD equals winning hand. Wang Hao pointed to the formula and chuckled. Look, isn't mahjong actually this simple? The entire audience's mouths all formed an O shape, large enough to swallow a goose egg. And to tell the truth, when you really think about it, it actually is just that simple. Damn, with this formula, I could learn to play mahjong in 1 minute. Just fit the tiles in hand into this formula. Absolutely brilliant. Fuck, That really is the style of a protagonist. I'm convinced, seriously convinced. No wonder he could create such a masterpiece. Not to mention anything else. Just this formula alone makes it clear. Success is indeed no accident, truly a genius. That's what you call badass. The entire audience was incredibly shocked. Almost instantly, they realized just how huge the gap was between them and the protagonist. It was as wide as that between the Earth and the Sun. So, Wang Hao said with a smile, if it takes several hours to teach someone and they still don't get it, that can only be a supporting role. The one who can make people understand in 1 minute, that's a protagonist. Remember this rule in any future works you create. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone in the room rose to their feet and gave Wang Hao the warmest applause. Even though Wang Hao hadn't said much today, just this small example had already brought great benefits to everyone. Now that's what you call truly awesome. In the time that followed, Wang Hao answered some questions from the attendees, and the day flew by in the blink of an eye. The conference is finally over. What a relief. After enduring until the end of the summit, Wang Hao was too lazy to go to the dinner party. He said goodbye to Lin Xiaoyan, called someone to pick him up, and headed home. In the residential complex where Wang Hao's house was located, Mrs. Hao got off work, bought vegetables, and on her way home she ran into that neighbor whom she always had trouble with. Oh, isn't this Mrs. Hao? The woman saw her from a distance and immediately came up smiling and said, "You look in a good mood today. Why? Are you still thinking about Wang Hao's partner?" Hee, why wouldn't I be? She's a big star, with fair and beautiful skin, and her family's well off, Mrs. Hao said with a face full of pride. But the most important thing is that she's got a good temperament. She even came over to our house for dinner. So why are you bringing this up again today? Last time, this neighbor was quite put down, but this time she seemed fearless. Oh dear, I'm just advising you, stop dreaming. You're not. Even looking at what kind of conditions and background she has. Not to mention if she really were willing to marry over. Could your little Hao afford to support her? Why couldn't he? Mrs. Hao was immediately displeased. No matter how good her family is, isn't she still made of flesh? Could she possibly go hungry with 3 meals a day? Besides, she earns her own money. You're thinking only about meals a day? What about housing? The woman said smugly. I'm telling you, Zhonghai City's real estate prices have gone up again. Just in this 1 month, the price per square meter increased by more than 5,000 yuan. I'm giving you a heads up here. You better buy quickly if you want a house. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford it. Why else would real estate forever be a painful issue for parents? With the current housing prices and the financial strength of Wang Hao's parents, they really couldn't afford it. So what? Mrs. Hao sneered. Don't we have a house? We'll just let little Hao live in it, and his father and I will move out. Besides, little Hao is really doing well now. We can help him with the down payment and pay it off slowly. What? You think I can't afford a house, but you can. Oomph. The woman was truly smug this time, pulling out a promotional flyer from her pocket. Take a look. My son just started dating someone a few days ago, and she's perfect in every way. They just partnered to buy a house together, 68 square meters for a total of over 180 million. Do you know where it's at? Goldenstone Town. The price of property in that community is soaring. Some time back, a master went there, took a look, and what do you think? In just 1 month, the price went from about 30,000 per square meter to 45,000 now. Is that so? Mrs. Hao looked surprised. Well done this time. You really got it right. Ha ha ha, of course, the woman said proudly. I tell you, my son has an amazing eye. I'm advising you to hurry up and buy, or it'll be too late. The weather today is really... As she was speaking, suddenly a Maserati President model stopped beside the two of them, and then Wang Hao's head popped out of the car window. Mom, what are you doing? I'm back. Oh, isn't this little Hao? The woman saw Wang Hao and was immediately surprised. Got a new girlfriend? The car's nice, and the girl too. My, you do live it up, don't you? Wang Hao, looking at Xia Sueki, how did he become a playboy? No, just a friend. Wang Hao asked with a smile. What are you two chatting about? Just talking about real estate, the woman said as she looked at Wang Hao, her chin raised 15 degrees higher than usual. My son and his girlfriend bought a 68 square meter house at Goldenstone Town. These days, it's gone up by 100 million. Wang Hao may not be familiar with other places, but this Goldenstone Town. Goldenstone Town, Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence, I just bought a house there too. Looks like we're going to be neighbors again, he. As soon as these words came out, not only was the woman stunned, but Mrs. Hao was also taken aback. Chapter 321, Brother to Wife's Trouble. Wow, impressive little Hao. The woman was clearly taken aback now. How big is the one you bought? Must be about 50 square meters, right? It's actually a bit bigger. Wang Hao got out of the car, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. I bought a villa. Villa. The woman's face was a picture of horror as she exclaimed, isn't that worth over 10 million now? You bought a villa? Little Hao, when did you buy it? Why didn't you say anything? Mom was all smiles. I always said my son is capable. Haha. Oh, it was quite cheap when I bought it. Wang Hao was even more embarrassed. Looking at the neighbor, wasn't I just going to see houses with a buddy a while ago? I just took the opportunity to check the feng shui for him. He was really happy at the time, and just as a property speculation group showed up, he bought one and gave one to me. I only dared to talk about it after I made enough money these past few days. You dabble in feng shui? Mom was now more amused. So that means the feng shui master she mentioned just now is Wang Hao. Seems like it was me. Right, Mom, the housing prices over there really have gone up. I heard my villa is now worth over 10 million. I bought it for only 6 million. You guys keep talking, I'll go back and cook. The woman left looking defeated and hurriedly ran off. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for showing off, served right. Mom was triumphant. Our little Hao is still the best. Mom, I'm hungry. Wang Hao scratched his head. I've been at the filming site these last 2 days and didn't come back. What's delicious for dinner tonight? Mom was even happier. I've stewed some kidney beans for you. And I'll stir-fry some eggs too. With that, they went upstairs for dinner. Oh, after nearly half a month of not coming back, eating Mom's cooking is simply delicious. But unexpectedly, just as he was eating, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he was immediately surprised. Brother Dewey? Calling me at this time. What's the situation? Brother Dewey? Mom asked while eating. Ask him if he wants to come eat here tonight if he's free. Sure. Though a true relative, a real brother. Wang Hao answered the call with a smile. Brother Dewey, what's up? Little bro, are you free right now? Brother Dewey's voice on the phone was clearly not in high spirits. I want to have a drink with you. Hearing Brother Dewey's tone, Wang Hao immediately furrowed his brows. Did Brother Dewey run into trouble? I'm free. Brother Dewey asks to drink with his little bro. I've got to be free. Wang Hao didn't let on and immediately responded with a laugh. Tell me where? Ming Basha Bar, Brother Dewey said. I'm waiting for you at the entrance. Sure, Wang Hao readily agreed. I'll be right there. What's wrong? Mom asked. What's happened to him? It seems like it, Wang Hao nodded. His mood doesn't seem too good. You keep eating, I'll go check on him. Mom instructed, come back early tonight. Got it. Descending the stairs and leaving the residential area, Wang Hao hailed a taxi and headed straight for Ming Basha Bar. Ming Basha Bar could be said to be one of the more upscale bars in Zhonghai City, with an average consumer expenditure of around 300, popular with some white-collar crowds. Wang Hao quickly reached the place, and from afar, he saw Brother Dewey standing at the entrance, a gloomy expression on his face as he smoked, ignoring the girls who tried to chat him up. There was definitely something wrong. Brother Dewey, Wang Hao called out from a distance. I'm here. Shall we go in for a drink? Let's do it, replied Brother Dewey, crushing his cigarette, but underfoot before leading Wang Hao into the bar. They found a relatively quiet corner, and soon a waiter came over, but the waiter was taken aback when he saw them. My goodness! Isn't this the legendary Brother Hao? What kind of wind brought you here? Wang Hao looked at the waiter and was also astonished. Depeng, what are you doing here? This waiter was chubby, with a particularly sly smile, none other than Wang Hao's university dorm mate, who had bunked above him for 3 years. Yupeng, I am just trying to earn some extra money with a part-time job, said the old classmate with extra warmth. Yupeng laughed. Brother Hao is so awesome. Your talks on If You Were the One were just unbeatable. Haha, I won't say more. You coming here today is enough for me. Drinks are on me. Just wait. I'll go get your beer. Yupeng went off to fetch the drinks, and Brother Dewey asked, your classmate? Wang Hao nodded, smiling. Yeah, this guy is a riot. Back in university, we were inseparable, the type who'd split a bun between us, really down to earth. Not bad, classmate connections count for something, said Brother Dewey, pulling out a cigarette. Want one? Wang Hao hurriedly accepted. Sure. At the bar, Yu Peng said to the boss, who was checking the accounts. Mr. Jiang, put a case of German dark beer on my tab, and bring a couple of fruit platters too. You're treating someone? Mr. Jiang, with a cigarette in his mouth, said disdainfully. You barely make anything all night and still play the host. What do you think you're doing, little Lou? Give him a case of German dark beer and 2 fruit platters. It's a university classmate who's come, Yu Peng said, cheerfully grabbing the beer and running off. I am so happy. Spending a bit of money is nothing. Mr. Jiang snorted and continued with his accounts. Pa, a rookie comedian enduring so much just to save face, doomed to be broke for life. Yu Peng, grinning with delight, arrived at Wang Hao's table with the beer and fruit platters, saying, Brother Hao here. I don't have much to offer, just a case of beer and a couple of fruit platters for you, don't laugh. You rascal, Wang Hao replied with a grin as he accepted the beer, then randomly ordered some snacks. Speaking of which, you're doing part-time here and didn't even call me. I could have helped you get a better job or something. Why bother you when I've got my own 2 hands? Yu Peng said as he dashed off, calling back. You start drinking, Brother Hao. I'll come back to chat after I'm done with my work. That bumpkin, Wang Hao cursed in jest, then turned to Brother Dewey and asked, Brother Dewey, you seem troubled today. What's happening? Tell me about it. Sigh, don't even mention it. Brother Dewey sighed deeply before chugging half of his beer in one go. Only then did he start to speak. Didn't I mention last time that I've been busy collecting debts lately? Yeah. Wang Hao also took a swig and continued. Ran into some trouble? Yes, Brother Dewey nodded. The client has been withholding payment. At first, it was fine. They'd let me in when I visited, offer a cigarette, a cup of tea, and a settlement date. But after dragging it out for half a year, now they've stationed 2 security guards at the door. As soon as they see me, they kick me out, claiming the boss isn't in and won't even let me through the door. Damn, that outrageous. Wang Hao was stunned. Which company could be so bold? He asked, You can't get the debt back. Haven't you thought about suing them? Suing? Would that do any good? Brother Dewey replied helplessly. It's a city project. They're not to be messed with. Do you know what they said to me? Find someone else to help you. Go ahead, call anyone you like, whether from the underworld or otherwise. If I feared you, I wouldn't be in this business. How can I twist the big arm with my small forearm? What can I do? The project's worth $1 million, and more than 700,000 is the cost. Now the material and equipment companies are hounding me every day for money. I dare not even turn on my phone because calls would just explode on it. Each month I'm paying over 10,000 in interest alone, and I haven't even managed to pay the workers yet. The only way I could settle the debts is by selling my house. But if I do, where would your sister-in-law and nephew live? Actually, for me, it would just mean working for nothing for half a year. But I can't let the dozen or so workers who follow me starve. These bastards. Brother Dewey talked up to this point, and then took the beer, drinking the rest of the can in one gulp. Damn it, these bastards truly deserve a beating. Wang Hao couldn't hold back any longer. That won't do. I've got to have a serious talk with them myself. Which company is it? I must see this show of theirs, eating from both the underworld and otherwise. Chapter 322. Holy shit, this is a grandpa. Brother Dewey's expression had not escaped Wang Hao's notice, and he frowned immediately, asking, Brother Dewey, did they hit you? No, it's nothing. I just scraped my arm earlier. Brother Dewey began to stutter as Wang Hao asked about it, continuing, Don't take it too much to heart. I've just been feeling down these past few days and had nobody to share it with, so I thought of looking for you. Damn it, I can't put up with this. Brother Dewey and I have been close since we were kids. When we used to get into trouble as children, Brother Dewey helped me plead with my dad and mom so many times. And now, wrapping up a construction project, not only can't he get the money owed, he even got hurt. If we can put up with this, then are we still human? You bunch of scumbags, just wait for me. But anger aside, the situation is really quite tricky. We can't just muscle our way through this. Didn't Brother Dewey say so? The other side might have official backing, and they seem to know some thugs from the streets. It's no wonder they act so arrogant. We need to plan properly. At the very least, we need to get a clear picture of the situation before making a move. Brother Dewey, don't panic, reassured Wang Hao. There's always a solution to a problem. First, tell me in detail. Are they just planning on flat out not paying you back, or are they trying to drag out the payment? Upon hearing Wang Hao's question, Brother Dewey thought carefully, and then said, when I went before, they gave me bureaucratic runaround, saying the city's funds were tight and that the higher-ups hadn't signed off on the payment yet. Later on, when I returned, they told me they'd settle up in a year, and when I tried to get inside to talk things over, they flat out refused to let me in, threatening to break my legs if I showed up again. So that's how it is, Wang Hao murmured thoughtfully. What Brother Dewey described didn't seem like the city was simply dragging its feet over the payment. After all, the amount was not huge. Adding up the costs, it was only about $1 million or so in total. If the official channels really were lacking that $1 million, that'd clearly be impossible. Oh right, Brother Dewey, said Wang Hao, his eyes lighting up with an idea, suddenly asking, did they mention anything else, like the quality of the construction work being subpar or expressing dissatisfaction with the project you did? Now that you mention it, I remember, Brother Dewey nodded eagerly, saying, they did indeed say that at the beginning, otherwise, I wouldn't have just watched the issue drag on to this point. I was really conscientious when I was working on the project because I was afraid of ruining my reputation, but they still nitpicked pointless issues. Plain and simple, they just don't want to pay. Now I get it, Wang Hao huffed coldly. These guys are just withholding your money. In plain terms, they've misused it, and after the funds from above come down, they don't want to pay you straight away. It's easy, Brother Dewey, don't be afraid. We'll go together tomorrow. I want to see for myself what kind of birds these guys are. We can't let them bully us. If you step back, they'll advance, taking advantage of your compliance to push you around. What? Brother Dewey reeled in shock at Wang Hao's declaration to seek justice the next day. Little brother, please don't be rash. I was just venting my frustration. They're beyond what I can provoke. They're a big company familiar with people from both the legal and underworld sides. How can a small contractor like me, with a family to support, compete with them? Sigh. Rest assured, I've got this. There won't be a problem. Wang Hao chuckled, then whispered a plan to Brother Dewey. Do this, and that, and then that. After listening to Wang Hao, Brother Dewey still looked doubtful, asking, can this really work? Don't worry, Wang Hao nodded forcefully. Guaranteed? No problem. All right, let's go all in. After all, more than $1 million was no small sum. If he couldn't get this money, how would he live out the rest of his life? Brother Dewey clenched his teeth and decided, I'll go take another look tomorrow. I refuse to believe they can just kill me or something. The next morning, in the South Fifth Ring development zone of Zhonghai City, Brother Dewey had driven to the front of Hualei Engineering Company, which owed him money, bright and early. Just as he parked, the security guard from the company came over with a frown and said, Go on, get out of here. Haven't I told you that our boss isn't in? I don't care. I'm here to collect my money today, Brother Dewey said as he rushed towards the entrance. Move aside. Paying debts is an undeniable duty. I refuse to believe that there's no justice left in this world. Oh, playing tough, huh? Seeing Brother Dewey headed for the gate, the security guard whistled sharply. People, someone's causing trouble here. Where? Where? As he spoke, 4 towering bodyguards charged out from inside, all tattoos on their arms, crew cuts on their heads, and baseball bats in hand. They looked at Brother Dewey with smirks. It's you again. Haven't we told you? Our boss is out on a trip, not here. Beat it quickly if you know what's good for you, or I'll teach you a lesson about this place. You're being unreasonable, huh? Brother Dewey said as he retreated, taking out his phone to dial a number. Just you wait. As he made the call, the security guards exchanged looks and laughed together. Huh, calling for backup? I'm eager to see what sort of reinforcements you can muster. It's been boring today. Let's have some fun with this. After Brother Dewey finished his call, he didn't hurry this time. He simply sat in his car and waited. The loafers were getting impatient and yelled at Brother Dewey. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Where are your people? If they don't show up soon, we're going to smash your junk car. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Right after he said that, a roar of an engine echoed from a distance, followed by a Maserati with the license plate Zhong AS6666 leading the pack, driving straight towards them. Brother Dewey saw that Wang Hao had come alone, which made him feel a bit uneasy. However, having worked with Wang Hao several times before, he forced calmness and went over to open the car door, whispering, "Brother, why'd you come by yourself?" "I came to check out the situation first, no rush." Wang Hao chuckled, driving up to the gate and then poking his head out. "Hey, you guys, what are you standing there gawking for? Hurry up and open the gate, you hear me? Or shall I smash up your company, believe it or not?" Damn, this guy's a big shot. The security guards glanced at each other. There was no option. They knew they couldn't afford to mess with the owner of that license plate. They promptly opened the gate and even bowed and scraped. "Please come in. Please come in. At least you lot have some sense." Wang Hao grunted, then sped off, driving straight through the gate. Watching Wang Hao park his car, the men whispered among themselves, "Damn, who is this guy? Can't tell how deep he runs. Does Wang Wei know someone that badass?" As they were talking, Wang Hao, dressed in a casual suit and wearing sunglasses, got out of the car and pulled out a cigarette, which Brother Dewey hastily lit for him with a flick of his lighter. "Is this the company you were talking about?" Wang Hao took a drag, his tone full of disdain. "Not very impressive. Even a small-scale company like this doesn't follow the rules now. The forest is truly getting too big if it houses all kinds of birds. Let's go. Show me which hole that trashy company owner crawled out from." "Right away, young master, this way, please." Brother Dewey bowed and scraped, hurrying to lead the way. The security guards were left dumbstruck, while the gatekeeper exclaimed, "Damn, who is this young master? He's got such an imposing presence." The 4 bodyguards nodded. "Geez, this is going to be good." Entering the Hualei Engineering Company building, Wang Hao looked around. The building was mediocrely decorated in its entirety, 5 floors in total, with a not-too-complicated layout. Along the way, they passed by some offices, and peering through the open doors, the office equipment inside seemed pretty basic. They barely saw any staff working in the entire building. The general manager's office was on the 5th floor. The 2 of them walked up the stairs and reached the door. Brother Dewey pushed it open and said very respectfully, "Young master, please come in." Wang Hao nodded and sauntered into the office. He looked around and sneered. "What kind of place is this? The decor isn't much to look at. Oh, and there's a golf putting green. Pretty high society, huh?" Jean de Biao, president of Hualei Company, sat in his office chair, staring dumbfounded at Wang Hao, and asked in confusion, "And who might you be?" Chapter 323, Young Master. Oh, who would have thought this guy would actually call for backup? Jean de Biao stood up, walked over to the couch next to Wang Hao, and sat down, then took out a pack of soft Tianhua cigarettes and asked, "Smoke?" The price of a soft Tianhua was roughly equivalent to the soft Zhonghuas before Wang Hao had crossed. They were considered premium cigarettes as well, but Wang Hao didn't even take one. Instead, he pulled out a pack of True Dragon Prosperity from his pocket and said with a laugh, "I only smoke these." Upon seeing the cigarettes that Wang Hao had produced, Jean de Biao was momentarily stunned. True Dragon Prosperity, with its 7 milligrams of tar content, was known for a product style of rich flavor with low tar. Its vented filter, created using laser drilling, effectively reduced the content of harmful substances in the smoke. The high-tech threading in the mouthpiece contributed to flavor enhancement and harm reduction. The key was the price. The market rate was 2,000 per carton. Little brothers got style. Jean de Biao quickly slapped on a smile and said, "How should I address you?" "People in the underworld call me Brother Hao." Wang Hao chuckled, lit a cigarette, then took a drag and said, "But I prefer those close to me to call me the young master." "Brother Hao, huh?" Jean de Biao lit a cigarette for himself and said, "Honestly, it's not like I don't want to repay the money. The problem is that the funds haven't been approved from up above. Without the approval from above, what can I use to pay you? Isn't that the truth?" "That's not my problem." Wang Hao just laughed and said, "All I know is that debts must be repaid. Now that the project is finished, you have to pay up. Whether or not your superiors have approved it, that's your business, not my friend's business, understand?" "Kid." Jean de Biao's eyes narrowed the moment he heard Wang Hao's response. "I, Brother Biao, have been on the streets for years, and no one from either the underworld or the law has ever denied me face. You're clearly looking for trouble today. With that said, he pressed a button in his hand, and soon the office door burst open, allowing more than a dozen people to storm in, each wielding a weapon, necks clad in chains and arms covered in tattoos, looking ferocious and menacing. Now that his own men had arrived, Jean de Biao suddenly had full confidence and sneered. Kid, you don't toast, you get forced to drink. And let me tell you frankly, I just won't pay up. What can you do about it? Calling yourself young master. You don't even have all your hair yet, pa. As if to back up Jean de Biao's words, the toughs behind him arrogantly brandished the weapons in their hands. Faced with so many people, Brother De Wei had already become so frightened that his legs were shaking. He was, after all, just a regular citizen, not accustomed to such grand spectacles, and his first instinct was to grab Wang Hao and make a run for it. But before he could say anything, Wang Hao was the one to speak up first. Very well, so you've decided to play dirty with me, right? Wang Hao said with a smile. I love this blatant banditry. It's thrilling. He casually tapped a few buttons on his phone without saying anything, then continued to smoke with his legs propped up, showing no signs of urgency. Even those roughnecks hadn't seen this kind of display before. Without an order from their boss, they dared not act. Jean de Biao, unable to fathom the reach of Wang Hao's connections, hesitated to actually cross Wang Hao. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was incredibly tense. About 10 minutes later, a rumble of car engines suddenly came from downstairs, prompting Jean de Biao to leap to the window. With just one glance down, his face turned white. There was a line of no less than 10 black Jaguar cars, neatly pulling into the company courtyard. Soon after, a group of men in black suits and sunglasses smoothly disembarked, clearly well-trained, and in a different league from his makeshift muscle. The group charged into the building and headed straight for the general manager's office. Upon entering, they surrounded Jean de Biao's gang, and then those men in black all bowed at once to Wang Hao. Young master. With a thud, Jean de Biao's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground in a frightened heap. Brother Biao, is it? Wang Hao, grinning, crouched down to look at Jean de Biao. I've heard you're big in both the underworld and the legal world. I'd love to see you show me how that's done. How about giving me a performance right now? You don't mess around. Jean de Biao, sweating bullets, exclaimed, This project is under the management of the vice mayor's secretary. I have connections. Upon hearing this, Brother De Wei was suddenly startled. He hadn't expected Jean de Biao to have such a powerful backer. When he was doing the job, he only knew it was the newly built office building for the Bureau of Statistics. But he never imagined that the project was backed by the deputy mayor's secretary. Deputy mayor's secretary? Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment. I didn't expect you to have such strong connections. Seeing Wang Hao hesitating, Jean de Biao immediately felt proud again and boldly boasted. That's right. You dare mess with us and see what happens. This is troublesome. Wang Hao stroked his chin and then turned to Brother De Wei. De Wei, you didn't tell me about this before. This? I didn't know either, Brother De Wei said anxiously, his forehead sweating profusely. I got the job from Brother Biao. I had no idea who was in charge above us. Yeah, that is a bit troublesome. Wang Hao thought for a while, then took out his phone. Tell me, which deputy mayor's secretary is it? This, Jean de Biao glanced at Wang Hao, unsure if he genuinely intended to make the call or was just posturing. But then he decided to bluff and blurted out. It's Secretary Su Jianyi of Deputy Mayor Su. Su Jianyi. Wang Hao opened his phone contacts, quickly found the number for Secretary Little Lin of Su Jianyi's office, and held it in front of Jean de Biao. Is this your guy? Holy shit, this guy actually knows him. Jean de Biao collapsed at the sight of the phone number. If the higher-ups found out that he'd been embezzling project funds, his days would be over, and he might even end up in jail. Brother Hao, no, my lord. I was wrong, my lord. Jean de Biao sat on the ground begging for mercy. Please don't make that call. Everything is negotiable. I'll pay. Isn't money enough? How's that? Wang Hao said with a grin. It's not that big a deal. I'm just thinking about making a call to check on the situation, and look at you, scared to this extent. My lord, I didn't know you were friends with the secretary. Otherwise, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare do this. Jean de Biao was truly panicked now. He knew exactly who Secretary Lin was. He had thought no one would find out, and even if someone did, who could easily go to the deputy mayor's secretary to demand an explanation. But to his surprise, he had really kicked an iron plate this time. Now you regret it? Wang Hao snorted coldly. It seems my friend's arm got hurt a bit. Which hand did the hitting? It was my men who did it, not me. Jean de Biao desperately tried to shirk responsibility. It really wasn't me. Just say which hand did it. Wang Hao didn't hesitate this time. Name one, and I'll break that one. If you don't tell me, I'll break both. Your choice. Cold sweat the size of soybeans streamed down Jean de Biao's forehead, plopping to the ground. As the black-clothed bodyguard approached, he hurriedly said, "The left hand." It was the left hand. Brother Dewey was injured, and Wang Hao was the most distressed. This was the brother who had taken care of him since he was a child, and he would not let this assault slide. So he gave the order directly. Break his left hand. The black-clothed bodyguard stepped forward and, with a lightning-fast kick, struck Jean de Biao's left arm. With a heavy and forceful kick, Jean de Biao was sent flying. His arm snapped with a crack, obviously twisted at a grotesque angle. Ah! Jean de Biao screamed in pain. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, now let's talk properly. It's a total of 1.06 million, right? Transfer it to his account this instant. And don't you dare short me a single penny, or your other arm gets it too, got it?" "How? How can I transfer money now?" Jean de Biao cried out in pain. "My arm is broken. Isn't your right hand still fine?" Wang Hao beckoned, and immediately, a black-clothed man stepped forward with a POS machine. Jean de Biao's gang of thugs felt a chill. My God, they actually carried this thing with them. "Come on, don't be shy," Wang Hao said cheerily, puffing on a cigarette. "I know you've got money in your account." Jean de Biao was on the verge of tears. Now it was too late to even think about running away. Chapter 324, Royal Salute, start with 4. Does that also mean you'll come to me?" Jean de Biao completely broke down. Repaying the debt was one thing, but having to deal with problems if Wang Wei's business started to decline in the future too. "You take on jobs. Who else am I supposed to find if not you?" Wang Hao smirked. "Remember, from now on, unless my friend can't handle it, he is in charge, and not a single cent less for the projects, you hear me?" Faced with this ferocious figure, Jean de Biao didn't even have the courage to resist, repeatedly nodding his head. "Got it. Understood. If you don't toast, you take the forfeit." Wang Hao dusted off his suit and snapped his fingers. "Work's over." A group of men immediately dispersed like the tide. After getting into the car, Wang Hao and Brother Dewey high-fived triumphantly. Yeah, success. The matter was finally resolved, and the group made their way out of the Hualei Engineering Company's gates. Wang Hao's Maserati led the way, followed by a line of black Jaguars with more than a dozen black-clad bodyguards. When they arrived at a small square, Wang Hao stopped the car, waited for the bodyguards to get out, and then said with a smile, "Thanks for the hard work, everyone. Brother Chong, I'm treating tonight. Let's go have a good drink at Meng Basha Bar. 8 o'clock sharp. Don't be late." The black Jaguars, the dark suits, no need to ask. These were naturally Zhao Jinhao's ex-military bodyguards. "Brother Hao, you're too polite." The head bodyguard named Lu Huaqiang laughed when Wang Hao had first heard it. It sounded so familiar. Only to hear Lu Huaqiang say with a smile, "With your relationship with our young master, this is nothing. You once saved our young master's life. He often talks about you." "Huh. It's all in the past. Why bring it up?" Wang Hao chuckled and said, "Remember, 8 o'clock tonight. I'm going to call Zhao right now and tell him to let his men go." "You're being too courteous." Lu Huaqiang seemed a bit embarrassed, but after all, he was a soldier and very straightforward. "I'll tell the young master. With your reputation, he will definitely give face without making you call him personally. So, see you at 8, my brothers, and I will be on time." "Settled, it's a deal." Wang Hao then hugged Lu Huaqiang again, laughing. "In the future, if Brother Chong needs anything, just say the word, and I promise there will be no second guessing." "Haha. Brother Hao's character is beyond question." Lu Huaqiang waved his hand, and the group left. Soon it was just Brother Dewey and Wang Hao left. Brother Dewey said excitedly, "Little brother, I really can't thank you enough. If it wasn't for your help, I really Wouldn't know what to do. Two brothers in a lifetime. Wang Hao gave Brother Dewey's arm a hearty pat. Why be so formal with me? Let's go. Brother, let's have a good meal, and then take a nap. Tonight, we don't go home until we're drunk. Yesterday, my university mate invited me for drinks. Today, I'm going to boost his business. Right, that's settled. Right away, Wang Hao went to have lunch with Brother Dewey, and then went home to have a good sleep. Soon it was evening, and Wang Hao got ready and headed straight for Meng Basha Bar. As soon as he arrived, he saw Brother Dewey smoking at the entrance. Although his actions were almost no different from the night before, his mood had distinctly improved, and he even chatted and laughed with a few girls who approached him. Of course, as a married man, Brother Dewey had no other intentions. He was a decent man. Brother Dewey, I'm here. Wang Hao parked his car, and at that moment, the girls who were chatting up Brother Dewey lit up when they saw Wang Hao's ride, their flirtatious looks all but flying at him. I just love this kind of girl, so enthusiastic. Handsome, out alone tonight. One girl, clearly a bar regular and unshaken by the identity of others, boldly approached him. Can I join you for a drink later? As she spoke, her fingertip gently traced across Wang Hao's chest. Thrilling. Sure thing. Wang Hao grinned and pulled out $200 to tuck into the beauty's neckline. Babe, what do they call you? My friends all call me Little Meng, she said, visibly excited to see Wang Hao's generosity, licking her lips and smiling. Handsome, what's your name? If you're not busy, can I keep you company for drinks tonight? Brother Hao will do. Wang Hao glanced at the other girl and said, Is that your friend? Yeah, Little Meng replied in a sweet voice. What? Handsome, you planning on a double date? As long as we're drinking and having fun, that's all that matters, right? Wang Hao laughed and waved at the girl. Come on, drink with my brother here. I'm in a good mood today, just looking for some fun. The girl immediately walked over, and Wang Hao slipped her 200. Let's go inside. Brother, this, isn't it inappropriate? Brother Dewey was clearly uneasy and whispered. You know my situation, with a family and all. We're just having a drink. Wang Hao chuckled, just for fun. We're not planning anything else. Otherwise, just imagine, a bunch of us guys, more than 20, sitting there drinking. It wouldn't look good, right? Plus, tonight is mainly about hosting a drink for Brother Chong and the others. We've got to have some company, right? Brother Dewey scratched his head and said, You have a point. Okay then, let's all drink together. It's not like we're short on money for a few bottles of booze. With that, the group entered the bar. Inside, Wang Hao booked 2 large tables that could seat at least 50 people and said with satisfaction, These 2 will do, nice and spacious. After all, today he was asking for help from Zhao's side, and it was a favor that needed to be repaid. The guy was Zhao Jinhao's personal bodyguard, the epitome of high class. He couldn't afford to look cheap, or it would be embarrassing. Brother Hao, you're so capable. Little Ming sat next to Wang Hao, laughing. So generous, you didn't even blink before booking 2 big private rooms. Impressive. Women always know how to flatter. Saying the right thing at the right time is second nature to them. Haha. Don't butter me up. Wang Hao chuckled and patted Little Ming's shoulder, speaking softly. Later, some good friends of mine will come. Take care of them and drink with them. Don't worry about me, okay? Rest assured, your tip won't be short. By the way, if you have any quality friends or sisters, get as many as you can, around 20 or so. I'll cover the costs. How about that? Wow, Brother Hao is quite the big shot, huh? I'm in. Little Ming knew right away this was a big opportunity. After all, she was born to be a hostess, so she didn't hesitate. She took out her phone and started sending messages. Meanwhile, Wang Hao kept supervising. Get the good ones. Don't call just anyone. My buddies have seen the world. You better not bring shame on me. It would be embarrassing to end up with someone who stands out for the wrong reasons. Accepting her or rejecting her, both could cause trouble. It was crucial to make the right choice. Check out the photos. Little Ming, clearly the queen bee of the circle, showed Wang Hao her friend's circle pictures. Tell me who you think is good, and I'll contact them. Damn, this girl looks more and more like a madam. Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat, but he still had to pick, so he went through the selection. Just as he finished, Yu Peng bounded over, smiling. Brother Hao, you're here? Yeah, they were old friends from university, bunkmates for 3 years. De Peng. Do you get a commission when people you bring spend money here? Sure do. Yu Peng answered cheerily. Brother Hao planning to support your buddy's business? Of course, Wang Hao said. I just asked them for a favor this afternoon, so I've got to host them for drinks tonight. What's the best booze you have here? The best? That's expensive, Yu Peng replied. Royal Salute, 88.88 a bottle, that's the top. Wang Hao asked quietly. How much can you make off that? Yu Peng replied, 800 a bottle. But brother Hao, that's really expensive, over 10 grand. I know you're doing well, but there's no need. We have some decent wine here, 18.88 a bottle, and it's pretty good too. Let's go with the Royal Salute. Wang Hao decisively made his choice. Start with 4 bottles, more if we need it. Oh my god, Yu Peng was visibly shocked, his hand over his mouth as he exclaimed, that's over 40,000. Are you serious? Damn, this guy's reminding me more of Little Yaya. Chapter 325. Indeed. Yu Peng understood right away that this was a big deal and one shouldn't embarrass oneself. He immediately ran back. Brother Hao, wait up, I'll fetch the wine. Brother Hao. As soon as Wang Hao opened his mouth, it was 4 royal salutes. Little Ming almost wished she could cling to Wang Hao. Can I get your number, so we can keep in touch more often? No worries, that's not a problem. Wang Hao took out his phone, and they exchanged numbers. Wang Hao smiled. Next time I have friends over for drinks, I'll bring them here to support your business, okay? Is it just business you're looking after? Little Ming protested. Take me with you. No way. Wang Hao immediately broke into a sweat, shaking his head as if it was a rattle drum. One thing at a time. I have no problem boosting your business, but taking you along is a moral issue. I have a girlfriend. Little Ming asked. Am I prettier than her? Damn, it's like comparing the sun and the moon, okay? You are a tiny bit prettier. Wang Hao quickly interrupted her. You just need to focus on your task today, got it? All right. Little Ming looked disappointed, pouting. I'll ensure the task is completed, okay, boss. They were just chatting when suddenly, there was a woman's cry of ouch from the bar area, followed by the sound of a bottle hitting the ground and shattering. Then the woman who had screamed yelled, Are you blind? How do you walk? Where's your boss? Holy shit, what's going on? Curious, Wang Hao looked over and instantly got angry. It turned out to be Yu Peng. He stood there, his face showing he had no clue what to do, surrounded by a group of tough-looking men, each more burly and grim-faced than the last. The leader, with a half-inch crew cut and a pinky-thick gold chain around his neck and a tattoo of an azure dragon on his arm, smirked at Yu Peng. The woman in green dragon man's arms shrieked. How do you walk? You almost made me fall. Where's your boss? Call him out now. Holy shit, what does this mean? Seeing this, Wang Hao immediately stood up, and just then, Brother Dewey also sensed something was wrong and asked, Is there a problem? Yeah, my classmate might be in some trouble. Wang Hao told Brother Dewey to stay seated. Brother Dewey, sit tight. I'll go check it out. With that, he stepped down from the platform, and Little Ming also quickly got up. Brother Hao, let me come with you. I'm more familiar with the people here. I may not be much help in a big way, but if they are regulars, at least I can figure out who they are. Okay, Wang Hao nodded. I want to see what they're up to. The two walked up, and from a distance, they could hear the woman shouting, Where's your boss? Hurry up. How do they teach you to walk here? With all the commotion, everyone in the bar had gathered around, and the waitstaff pointed from a distance. De Peng is in trouble now. He bumped into Brother Dao and even spilled the drinks. Yes, that's almost an $11,000 per bottle Royal Salute. He can't afford that. Oh man, he was already on edge these past few days, and now trouble really comes in pairs. Hearing that Yu Peng had bumped into Brother Dao, Little Ming's face changed color immediately. She pulled Wang Hao back a few steps. Brother Hao, this might be tough today. Brother Dao is a well-known figure in the underworld here. Everyone respects him, and he's not someone to mess with. Someone involved in the underworld being so arrogant? Wang Hao frowned, not even considering the bar owner. In Wang Hao's mind, anyone who owned a bar in a place like Zhonghai was not usually an ordinary person. If even a small thug couldn't be handled, they might as well close up shop. It's not just him. The key issue is that he's backed by Mr. Tan. He's a big shot with influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world, highly respected. Even the bar owner can't afford to offend him. Little Ming hurriedly said, Brother Hao, I suggest you'd better lose some money to avoid disaster. Brother Dao is really not someone you can mess with, and he's unpredictable, switching face at any moment. Hearing Little Meng's tone, Wang Hao knew he held deep concerns about this Brother Dao. Wang Hao nodded and said, Yu Peng is my brother, and I will definitely stand up for him. But it's different for you. Stay away from me for now. Don't let them see you and end up looking for trouble with you later. Brother Hao, thank you. Little Meng's voice changed. To think of me at a time like this. It's really nothing to do with you. Wang Hao smiled. Go on. Later have a good drink with me. Let me first see what's going on. Little Meng nodded vigorously. Okay. Though she agreed, she only moved back a few steps to distance herself from Wang Hao, unable to bear leaving. At that moment, the bar owner came over with 2 bouncers. While walking, he said, Brother Dao? What's the problem here? Don't be angry. Let's sit down and talk it over slowly. Not angry. Brother Dao snapped. This guy isn't watching where he's going. Bumped into my woman. What do you think should be done? That happened. The bar owner turned back and scolded Depeng. Depeng, can't you do anything right? Blind are you? This is Brother Dao. Aren't you in a hurry to apologize? Then turning his head, he said to Brother Dao with a forced smile, Brother Dao, we've known each other for a long time. This kid is new, from a poor family. Don't make it hard for him. Please give me face, okay? Tui, he's a bloody jinx. Brother Dao with folded arms snorted. Today I'm giving you face. Make it quick. The bar owner meant well. After all, Brother Dao was not someone to be offended lightly. He figured an apology would settle the matter. But to Yu Peng's contrary, one apology meant admitting fault first, then compensation for the bottle of Royal Salute whiskey, almost costing $10,000 a bottle, was unavoidable. Although Wang Hao might not care, Yu Peng felt guilty. Wang Hao had wanted 4 bottles of Royal Salute. Now they were 1 short. If there wasn't enough drink later, it would be Wang Hao shelling out for more. So he looked miserable, muttering quietly. I was bringing a bottle to my brother when they came in from behind, bumped into me, and the bottle smashed. Are you fucking stupid, kid? The bar owner kept making urgent eye signals at Yu Peng. It's only a bottle of drink. How much can it be worth? Yu Peng was nearly in tears. It's Royal Salute. What? The bar owner was also stunned. This was a tough situation. The bar owner, though blunt, wasn't extremely cold-hearted, and he knew that if Yu Peng apologized, by rules, Yu Peng would have to pay for the whiskey, which was equivalent to 3 months of his wages. But if Yu Peng didn't apologize, it would be difficult to resolve the issue with Brother Dao. After all, he knew precisely what sort of person Brother Dao was. Caught between a subordinate waiter and a well-known thug in the underworld, he was in a tight spot. And the most critical point was, from where Yu Peng and Brother Dao were standing, the bar owner knew it must have been Brother Dao's people who rear-ended Yu Peng. Brother Dao, the bar owner clenched his teeth, then turned and looked at Brother Dao. Whatever you say, this kid is still my subordinate. Seeing that today's situation isn't going to end well, suddenly, the dozens of bouncers in the bar all surrounded them. Yo, Mr. Deng, did you take the wrong pills today? Seeing the bouncers, Brother Dao immediately got angry. Do you believe I'll call Master 4 over to smash your place? Brother Dao, there's nothing I can do. The bar owner shook his head helplessly. The kid broke a bottle of Royal Salute worth $88.88. He can't afford it, and it's really not his fault. If I back down today, I won't be able to run this place anymore. Let's be fair. You pay for the whiskey, and another day, I'll visit Master 4 and apologize over tea. How about that? Boss Deng was also left without a choice. He still wanted to run his business, and today, he couldn't just capitulate. Otherwise, if even the waiters didn't feel protected, who would want to work for him? Chapter 326, Yong Chun Yip Man. He said this and went to make the call. Swiftly he returned, saying, Just you wait. Today I'll make sure you understand the consequences of pissing me off. Boss Deng sighed inwardly, knowing that if Master 4 really showed up, he would probably have to back down and the bottle would be wasted. However, he still needed to do his best to protect his people, so he also readied his phone to call for backup, but at that moment, a young man quietly walked into the middle of the standoff. Brother Dao, right? Wang Hao stepped in front of Yu Peng, looking at Brother Dao whose arm bore the tattoo of the Azure Dragon, and said with a smile, Really sorry, But this guy is my friend, my brother Iron. I was listening in from the side just now, and my brother was bringing me a bottle. You came in from the outside, right? According to the direction you were walking from, my brother shouldn't have been able to bump into you. So, it seems to me, you ought to compensate for this bottle. Who the fuck are you? Is it your turn to speak? Brother Dao sized up Wang Hao and shouted angrily. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they can pick a fight with me. Boss Deng secretly broke out in a cold sweat at the sudden emergence of someone standing up for Yupeng. After all, he knew all about Brother Dao's methods, especially the beast standing behind him with a chest full of thick hair. Brother Dao, this kid looks fresh and tender. Let me test him first. Indeed, just after Brother Dao finished speaking, the beast behind him burst into laughter. Nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighing around 200 pounds, with a face full of evil chi and uncouth features, looking like a wild man who'd just burst out of the Shenanjia. Such a man might have trouble winning the favor of a beauty, but he could definitely make weaker men cower at first sight. The wild man stepped forward, excitedly clenched his fist with a cracking sound, and called out, "One-on-one." Wang Hao simply responded with one word. Okay. Instantly, the entire bar crowd cleared an area with a radius of about 7 to 8 meters. In the center of the cleared space stood, on one side, the 6'3" wild man with thick arms and legs, and on the other, a rather delicate-looking young man. Brother Hao. Yupeng was so scared he could hardly speak clearly. Don't fight him. I'll apologize. I'll apologize, that's it. It's okay. Wang Hao gave Yupeng a reassuring smile, then looked toward the wild man. Come on. He held his hands in front of him without much apparent strength, his body slightly bent, giving off a strangely offbeat impression. Impressive. The wild man howled and lunged forward, aiming a punch large as a sandbag straight at Wang Hao's temple. If that punch landed squarely, at the very least it would cause a concussion. Crack. Confronting the wild man's punch, Wang Hao's hands began to turn like wheels, and then a series of snap, snap, snap sounds followed. The wild man's seemingly forceful punch was easily diverted by Wang Hao's hands, which didn't seem to have much strength at all. Performing tricks. The wild man howled as his entire body pounced forward, his fists swinging with a whooshing sound. It looked very intimidating, but the onlookers only heard a series of pap, 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 akin to rain hitting banana leaves, and the young man didn't even have his clothes grazed by the wild man. The spectating crowd's eyes widened. Holy shit, is this a martial arts movie? After a barrage of sound, pap, 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 Wang Hao had charged right up to the wild man's chest, and then the crowd saw Wang Hao's fists, like wheels gone berserk, bang, 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 landing on the wild man dozens of times in an instant. The wild man was completely overpowered, and before the crowd could regain their senses, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thump, and didn't get up again. Holy shit. Brother Dao dropped his cigarette in shock, staring at Wang Hao with a horrified face. Who the hell are you? Wang Hao relaxed his stance, exhaled a breath of stale air, and softly uttered 4 words. Yongchun Yip Man. The entire place was shocked. Who could have imagined such a refined-looking young man possessing such kung fu skills? In an instant, everyone in the bar started buzzing with conversation. Damn, brother, those moves were badass. Holy shit. This is even cooler than watching a movie. Now this is what I call the kung fu of our heavenly people's republic. Yeah, compared to what just happened, the movies we usually watch are crap. Little Meng gaped in astonishment. She never would have guessed that Brother Hao, who seemed so easygoing and cheerful, had such impressive skills. But what the hell is Yip Man? While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Brother Dao's expression suddenly turned grave. These spectators might not know the strength of the savage, but Brother Dao was acutely aware of it. He was a super fighter with a win rate over 80% in underground boxing matches, having left countless opponents severely injured and unconscious. If it weren't for the savage's formidable abilities, he wouldn't have been so valued by the underworld community. Yet, unexpectedly, today the savage had been defeated by such a young man, and in just a few exchanges, no less. How is that possible? Kid, you've got guts. With the toughest fighter down, and at no numerical advantage, Brother Dao's pupils narrowed as he spoke in a deep voice. You're good. Just you wait. So you think you can fight? When Master 4 arrives, I'll see how long your arrogance lasts. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the scene became oppressive. By this point, little Ming was ready to risk it all. Worst case, she'd never come to this club again. But she had to cheer for Brother Hao today no matter what. She simply fetched a chair and placed it behind Wang Hao, saying, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Wang Hao smiled and sat down. Then, looking toward Brother Dao, he said, "I'll just sit here today. Either you compensate me and leave, or I'll give a lesson to that so-called Master 4 as well." Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone at the venue gasped in shock. This young man had an enormous ego. What kind of background did he have? It might be somewhat understandable to dismiss Brother Dao, but to not even care about Master 4. Brother Dao's confidence was wavering, too. Daring to speak like this in front of everyone. Could this young man truly be untouchable? Brother Dao looked anxiously toward the entrance, and as a formidable group of about 30 people marched in, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a familiar figure. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in, looking refined with glasses and one hand behind his back, appearing gentle and cultured. However, his face carried a fierce aura. Behind him followed nearly 30 robust men, exuding the ruggedness typical of Northeasterners, brimming with vigor and bravery. With such a group behind him, the cultivated man stood out decisively, like a crane among chickens. His voice preceded him, calling out, "Who dares to touch my Tansi's men? Come forward. I want to see how many lives he has to toy with me. I'm not one for idle chatter, so either kneel and apologize to me, or I'll chop him to pieces and feed him to the dogs." Master 4 had arrived. Hearing this, all the onlookers at the scene collectively stepped back 3 paces, fearing collateral damage. It's really Master 4. Things have gotten serious now. Yeah, he rules over this entire area. He's personally stepping in. Things are really going to get messy today. This young man's in deep trouble now. Master 4 isn't someone Brother Dao can hold a candle to. The people chattered among themselves, and Brother Dao seized the chance to rush forward, pointing at Wang Hao. "Master 4, it's this kid. He beat up the savage and has been causing trouble here without giving a damn about the rest of us." Master 4 walked over, slightly squinting his eyes, surveyed the room, and then fixed his gaze on Wang Hao, speaking slowly with formidable presence. "It appears the times are truly changing. Anyone dares to make trouble right on top of my Tansi's head." Boss Deng felt a chill run down his spine. Today's troubles seemed irreparable. There were now over 50 people on the opposite side, and on his side, there were barely more than 10 in total. Even if this young man was highly skilled, could he really take on 40 by himself? Chapter 327. What's going on? Hearing Wang Hao say this, Mr. Tan laughed instead of getting angry. Quite the big talker. "I really want to see how you won't make it difficult for him." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go." Hulala. About 30 fierce-looking men immediately surrounded Wang Hao and everyone else, including Boss Deng. As a battle seemed imminent, everyone in the venue held their breath. Boss Deng was soaked through. Nothing he said now would help. If push came to shove, they would have to fight. Brother Dao was looking particularly smug, thinking, "Little punk, that'll teach you to act tough with me." The atmosphere in the bar was oppressively tense, like a bowstring pulled tight, where the slightest move could set off a massive brawl. Now they were just waiting for Mr. Tan's command for the bouncers to rush forward and beat everyone to a pulp. But at that moment, Hulala, a group of about 20 muscular men dressed in black suits entered from outside. These men had an ominous aura that set them apart from the ordinary ruffians accustomed to fights and squabbles. The one in the lead didn't even glance at Mr. Tan, but instead walked directly to Wang Hao's side and said, "Brother Hao, we're here." Upon seeing who had arrived, Mr. Tan broke out into a cold sweat and on the turn gave Brother Dao a slap. Everyone in the room was dumbstruck by his action. What's going on? Brother Dao, too, was stunned by the slap, covering his face without uttering a word. "Brother Chong, I didn't expect it to be you." After slapping Brother Dao, Mr. Tan walked over to Lu Huaqiang, speaking in a low and respectful voice. "What brings you here, and who is this? Who are you?" Lu Huaqiang clearly didn't have a clue who Mr. Tan was, and was only concerned about addressing Wang Hao. "Brother Hao, are these the thugs who wanted to start a fight with you?" Seeing matters turning for the worse, Mr. Tan was sweating bullets, frantically explaining. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Chong, it's me, Tan Si. We met last time in Zhonghai Tianhao Tower. I don't remember you. Lu Huaqiang continued to address Wang Hao. Brother Hao, do you want to clear the room? Forget it. Wang Hao slowly stood up and then said to Mr. Tan, Mr. Tan, is it? Your man bumped into my friend and spilled a bottle of liquor. I won't make it difficult for you. Just pay up and leave. I'll pay. Mr. Tan immediately took out a card and stuffed it into Boss Deng's hand, then turned back and slapped Brother Dao again. Do you have any idea who you've messed with today? This is Zhao Jinhao's personal bodyguard, Lu Huaqiang, Brother Chong. A big shot who even commands his boss to call him brother. Is he someone you can afford to offend? Everyone around was gaping in astonishment. What's happening here? Such a quick turn of events. By now, Brother Dao had realized he was in big trouble and went forward to apologize profusely. Brother Hao, I'm really sorry. I was blind and ignorant. You are a magnanimous person. Please, let it pass and forgive me. The woman beside him had already turned pale with fear and was too scared to say a word. I just came here to drink with my brothers and have a good time. Wang Hao waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Get lost. Remember to keep a low profile from now on. Don't be an eyesore here. Yes, we're leaving right now. Mr. Tan Si waved his hand. Retreat. Before leaving, Mr. Tan kept bowing and nodding to Wang Hao. Brother Hao, your generosity won't be forgotten by me. And just like that, they were gone without a trace. Once outside the bar, Mr. Tan wished he could shoot Brother Dao, cursing, Lucky for me. I had the foresight not to act rashly today, otherwise you would have dragged me down with you. With a woeful face, Brother Dao said, Master 4, what should I do now? What else can you do? Mr. Tan shouted angrily. He let you off without laying a hand on you. You better stay home and keep out of trouble for a while. You hear me? Inside the bar. At this moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Wang Hao as if they were looking at a deity. This young man was too awesome. He actually scared off Mr. Tan, who was so arrogant and domineering. Little Ming's eyes were wide open. What's Brother Hao's background? He's simply godlike. Brother Hao. Oh my, you really did me a huge favor today. Boss Deng from the bar, holding a glass of wine, still shaken, said, I thought it would be tough to sort out today's mess. But for you, it seems like it was nothing at all. Heh, it's nothing, Wang Hao said with a smile as he clinked glasses with him. I saw that you genuinely look after my brother. There aren't many bosses like you around anymore. If I can't even take care of my own people, who will bother to work with me? Boss Deng smiled and said, De Peng is a reliable guy and willing to endure hardship. He does stand-up comedy during the day and works here part-time at night. If I were to make him pay for that bottle of wine today, would I still be human? Haha, there's no need to mention it for my brother. Let's drink. Wang Hao clinked glasses with Boss Deng, Lu Huaqiang, and a bunch of guys. At this point, Little Ming's group of girlfriends also arrived, one by each side, chirping like swallows, delightful. Wang Hao said, Brother Chong, today everyone is just looking to have fun, no need to be polite. I'll speak to Zhao for you on the other side. Just enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Haha, hanging out with Brother Hao is always a blast. Today Lu Huaqiang was exceptionally happy. He had just heard from Little Ming how impressive Wang Hao's Yongchun boxing was, and now his eyes were shining. Brother Hao, can we spar sometime? Spar? That's just for show. Wang Hao decisively shook his head. After his physical transformation, his reflexes, eyesight, and strength had all improved dramatically, and when he fought, the Yongchun boxing he had seen in movies before actually looked quite professional. But since Lu Huaqiang was one of his own, there was no need to pretend. Brother Hao is too modest. Everyone laughed heartily. By the way, De Peng. Wang Hao then turned to Yu Peng and asked, Boss Deng mentioned you do stand-up comedy during the day? Just trying to earn a bit more. Yu Peng said, clearly a bit frustrated. I've loved crosstalk since I was little. I found a master and studied for a while. Now I perform at our HN Third Ring's Happy People stage. But my act isn't that popular to begin with. In these past days my partner came down with acute pharyngitis and can't even talk. I have a performance tomorrow, and I'm really anxious. Up until now, I have no clue what to do. I can't find a partner. Crosstalk is indeed a profession that requires specialized skills, and it's not a matter of just picking someone at random. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Then, out of the blue, Wang Hao suddenly slapped his thigh. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm good at crosstalk. When Wang Hao said this, everyone at the scene was stunned. What the hell? You're good at crosstalk too. Lu Huaqiang stared wide-eyed at Wang Hao. He now understood why. When their young master treated them to a meal the other time, they didn't even have a chance to interject with Wang Hao doing the talking. Arguing with someone about to perform crosstalk was just asking for trouble, wasn't it? Brother Hao, you really know how. Yu Peng also widened his eyes, then continued. That's not right. When we were at university studying computer science, when did you learn crosstalk? Wang Hao, damn it, you can't just expose someone like that. Ahaha, just a hobby, I simply like it. Wang Hao quickly laughed it off, then said, crosstalk is all about talking, imitating, joking, and singing, right? Right. Everyone around nodded in agreement. Lu Huaqiang's glass nearly dropped from his hand. He might not be certain about other things, but when it comes to talking, as far as he's seen, Wang Hao would definitely be ranked second to none. At that moment, Little Meng provoked. Brother Hao, why don't you show us a bit? Clap, 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 clap. The crowd began to applaud. Wang Hao, perform a bit. Everyone nodded in unison. Do a bit. All right, then I'll do a bit. Wang Hao cleared his throat and said, I'll give everyone a bit of stand-up routine. This is to practice the art of speaking, right? Holy shit, Brother Hao, you even know that? Yu Peng's eyes were wide. Let's hear it. Let's see. Chapter 328. Brother Hao gets used to saying it. Everyone. Wang Hao, stir-fried fish maw, stir-fried fish slices, vinegar stir-fried pork slices, braised 3 delicacies, braised white mushrooms, braised pigeon eggs. Everyone. Wang Hao, red meatballs, white meatballs, pan-fried meatballs, 4 happiness meatballs, 3 delicacies meatballs, boiled meatballs, fresh shrimp meatballs. Everyone. Wang Hao, roasted liver tips, roasted intestines, roasted hearts, roasted lungs, roasted amethyst caps, roasted connected platters, roasted precious caps. Everyone. Wang Hao, braised sauerkraut, braised cabbage, braised peas, stewed flat beans, boiled green soybeans, fried cowpeas, plus pickled turnip strips. How about that? Professional or not? Holy shit. He actually recited that whole long list. Badass. After his body transformation, of course, his memory needed no mention, and his articulation had greatly improved. His enunciation was clear, badass in every aspect. Although the music in the bar was loud, everyone could hear him clearly, and he didn't miss a beat. His basic skills were actually more professional than the professionals. Everyone around was dumbfounded. All their mouths were shaped like an O, faces filled with disbelief. Lu Huaqiang broke into a cold sweat. Good gracious, it seems he had been merciful before. Otherwise, with just that glib tongue, his own young master would have had nothing to do here. My God, I'm really impressed with you, Brother Hao. Yu Peng immediately knelt down. I've studied crosstalk for 4 years and still can't recite that passage. Brother Hao, how did you train? Teach me. How about it? Am I up to snuff to cover a show for you tomorrow? Wang Hao said with a grin. Good enough, right? Definitely good enough, Yu Peng said excitedly. With Brother Hao's gift of gab, I think at my show tomorrow, the audience definitely won't all go to the bathroom at the same time. Wang Hao, seeing how miserably this child was doing. So your show is just the time for them to go to the bathroom. De Peng. Wang Hao said seriously. Actually, I think there's a lot of room for improvement in your crosstalk act. Haven't you properly thought about it? There's room for improvement. Hearing what Wang Hao said, Yu Peng was also surprised. My master said that's about as good as I get. I can't change talent. I can't even get through this passage to this day. I'm not talking about basic skills. Wang Hao started explaining to Yu Peng. You need to know, crosstalk has to progress with the times. This thing isn't just about testing basic skills, you know? Holy shit. Brother Hao is going to give a lecture on crosstalk to you. Peng. A group of people immediately pricked up their ears, and Lu Huaqiang was especially alert. It's not just anybody who gets to hear Brother Hao's teachings. Badass. No explanation needed. First of all, your basic skills are not solid, right? Wang Hao said. But that's not a problem. If you're not solid, there's a solution for that. Just look at your appearance, chubby with small eyes. You look quite cute. If you can't rely on skills to make a living, then rely on your looks. Hearing Wang Hao say that Yu Peng could make a living off his looks, little Ming and a group of girls sitting nearby were instantly stunned. This little chubby guy whose eyes are almost invisible when he smiles can survive on his looks. My heavens, is the world about to end? Brother Hao, you can't be joking with me. Yu Peng himself was shocked. I can make a living off my looks? Absolutely. Wang Hao decisively flashed a demon-like smile. I reckon your future artistic style should embody 2 words, courting death. There's a saying that goes, a tree without bark is sure to die. A man without shame is invincible. You need to take the principle of the most shameless is invincible to the extreme. If you can do just this one thing to the utmost, you're definitely going to be the top dog in the crosstalk world. The most shameless is invincible. What sort of messy theories are these? Everyone present was completely stunned. Brother Hao was simply unparalleled. Where on earth did he dig up such experience? This Yu Peng. Is it that the more shameless a person is, the more invincible they become? Brother Hao, Yu Peng said, feeling very hurt. Am I really that shameless? That's not derogatory. For an actor, this is performance, and it's also a technical skill, Wang Hao said, slapping Yu Peng on the shoulder with force. I'm just giving an example. You can't get the patter down, right? Yu Peng nodded, right. Then, next time you do patter, just do this, Wang Hao said. For example, you say steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose. And then when you forget what comes next, what do? You widen your eyes, look shocked, cover your mouth with your hand, and then say, oh my goodness, I actually forgot the rest. Try it. We're trying this now? Several people around them immediately became curious. They all wanted to know how this little chubby guy could make a living with his face. Will this really work? Yu Peng was obviously still skeptical, but what Brother Hao said must be right. So he started practicing. There's steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose. And then he directly widened his eyes, looked shocked, covered his mouth. Oh my goodness, I actually forgot the rest. That shameless look on his face was ridiculously funny. Ha 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 ha. Watching Yu Peng's silly, cute behavior, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Little Ming was almost leaning on Wang Hao, holding her stomach as she laughed. Brother Hao, I can't take it. This little chubby guy's shameless look just makes me want to laugh. Oh my goodness. Yu Peng, full of disbelief, looked at Wang Hao. Brother Hao, why did they all fall about laughing? I didn't really do anything. The crowd fell about laughing again. You see, it works, doesn't it? Wang Hao laughed. With your image, let me tell you, just push the shameless factor to the max, and you'll be a huge hit. I'll give it a try. Yu Peng's eyes brightened the more he thought about it. So, Brother Hao, will you come with me to a gig tomorrow? That's no problem. Wang Hao nodded. Let me tell you, with crosstalk, if you can say it, so can others. But even if their basics are good, what does that do? I dare say, majority can't be as funny as you. Why? Because their looks aren't up to par. Just by standing there with your shameless, cute expressions, you're a natural comedian. Yu Peng instantly felt a surge of confidence. It was the first time he'd realized that he could make a living with his face too. Got it. Brother Hao, I'll practice a lot when I get home tonight. See how I can be even more shameless. Yu Peng nodded fiercely. I think it should work. After saying this, he suddenly felt a bit deflated. But Brother Hao, even if I act shameless, I don't have a routine. If the crosstalk I tell isn't funny, can just being shameless work. I have more routines than I know what to do with. If it were anything else, Wang Hao could be a bit concerned, but when it comes to routines, he can just grab one, and it would be a hit. He said with a smile, you just be at ease. When we go back, I'll tell you a few, guaranteed to work. Oh, and from now on you need a stage name. De Peng doesn't evoke humor. Ah. Yu Peng expressed his surprise. Then what should I call myself? Wang Hao feigned deep thought. Then Hao laughed. From now on you call yourself Little Yeah. Little Yeah. Yu Peng repeated it twice, then said, all right, that's a good name. So I'll be called Little Yeah from now on. The surrounding group of people. That name was quite shamelessly chosen. Lu Huaqiang truly opened his eyes today. He had to hurry back and report to his young master that they absolutely must not argue with Wang Hao. The guy was the epitome of the shameless sir, the invincible. Wang Hao continued, "Now you've got a stage name, but you're still missing the most important thing." Ah, Yu Peng was bewildered. "I'm still missing something? What is it?" "A signature." Wang Hao spouted nonsense with utmost seriousness. "Think about it. You've got a stage name now, you've got your own style, but you need a signature, right? You need your own theme song, right? Every time the performance ends, you need something to wrap it up. Something that makes the audience completely remember. You, theme song." Yu Peng was completely stunned. "I, a crosstalk performer, also need my own theme song." "Absolutely." Wang Hao grinned. "Your style is so shameless. You simply must have an even more shameless theme song to finish off, right?" That's it. That's it." Yu Peng nodded vigorously. "Then this theme song, what's its name?" "I've already thought of the name for you." Brimming with ideas, Wang Hao was quick to respond. "Just call it the Song of the Fifth Ring." Chapter 329. Get ready for the crosstalk show. Everyone present was very curious. What were the lyrics to the song that Brother Hao claimed was so cheesy? "Brother Hao," Little Ming lifted her glass for a sip. "Give us a taste, will you? We're all dying to know how this song is cheesy." "Wang Hao, sing a bit." Everyone nodded in unison. "Sing it. Sing it." "All right then, I'll sing a couple of lines." "It's an easy song to learn." Wang Hao cleared his throat again, saying, "I guarantee you'll pick it up the moment you hear it." "A song that simple? You'll get it just by listening?" Wang Hao began to sing. "A fifth ring you have one more ring than the fourth. A fifth ring you have one less ring than the sixth. And one day eventually, you'll extend to the seventh ring. What then with the seventh ring? You'll have two more rings than the fifth." Everyone, "Ha ha 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 ha." The crowd burst into laughter, exclaiming while laughing, "Brother Hao, your song really is super cheesy. Ha ha. These lyrics are too easy to remember. A fifth ring you have one more ring than the fourth. A fifth ring you have one less ring than the sixth. Ha ha ha." Yu Peng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "My God, if this song is sung out loud, it's going to be as cheesy as it gets." "Heh, see what I mean?" Wang Hao chuckled. "You've got to play to your strengths. Let's rehearse tomorrow morning. I'll set you up, and you bring the humor. I can't believe we won't win over that small audience." "Sure, absolutely." Yu Peng bobbed his head like a pecking chicken. "Brother Hao, let's go rehearse tomorrow morning then. I've got a dedicated training space at the Happy People stage. My partner's on leave these days, so the place is empty." "Settled then. Tomorrow morning." Wang Hao nodded, then added, "This act of mine is guaranteed to be awesome. Just you watch." By this time, everyone present was brimming with curiosity. Lu Huaqiang took a drink and said, "Brother Hao, I'll tell the master as soon as we get back. We must come and support you." Little Meng and the others were all various degrees of curious and nodded in agreement. "We'll go too. We'll all go." Just like that, about 50 people, all potential fans. Wang Hao laughed. "All right, it's decided then. We'll all go together, haha." Yu Peng, tomorrow night at 7:30, Happy People stage. That evening, on WeChat, Zhao Zhenhao joined the group chat. Fang Wenbin joined the group chat. Bai Yining joined the group chat. Li Mingzhi joined the group chat. Duan Yunyun joined the group chat. Zhao Zhenhao. "Yining, Brother Hao is performing crosstalk at the Happy People stage tomorrow. Are you going?" Bai Yining. "He told me about it. Of course, I'm going to check it out." Li Mingzhi. "Damn, Brother Hao is doing crosstalk tomorrow? That's a must-see." Fang Wenbin. "Brother Hao doing crosstalk? Hold on, let me picture that. Brother Hao in a long gown, taking the stage. Hello everyone. I'm Wang Hao. Today I'll present to you a bit of crosstalk." Duan Yunyun. Just thinking about it sounds so fun." Lu Huaqiang joined the group chat. Lu Huaqiang. "Master, I'm here." Zhao Zhenhao. "Tell them, how was Brother Hao's crosstalk?" Lu Huaqiang. "Incredible. That flow of his had me all confused. Over 100 dishes named without a single mistake, carried through in one breath. At the time, Master, you had no idea. Both of our tables were just stunned." Zhao Zhenhao. "I knew Brother Hao was incredible. It seems he must have been holding back before. Otherwise, I reckon I wouldn't even have had the chance to interject." Bai Yining. "Did you guys go drinking at a bar? Were there any hostesses?" Lu Huaqiang, there were. Miss Ice Princess, please don't misunderstand. We had them. But Brother Hao didn't. Zhao Zhenhao. Fong Wenbin. Bai Yining, really? Lu Huaqiang. Really, absolutely real. Brother Hao's character is impeccable. I especially took a screenshot. Lu Huaqiang. Photo. Bai Yining. Okay, got it. Holy shit. Everyone present was sweating bullets. Zhao Zhenhao's back was drenched. There's definitely something fishy between those two. Lu Huaqiang. By the way, Miss Ice Princess, I discovered something else yesterday. Bai Yining. What's that? Lu Huaqiang. Brother Hao's kung fu is awesome. I heard from that girl called Little Ming that Brother Hao seems to have practiced Yongchan. He got into a fight at the bar, and it was better than a movie scene. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the WeChat group was shocked. Brother Hao actually knows Yongchan. Bai Yining. Who did he get into a fight with? Lu Huaqiang. Some guy named Tan Si. I didn't catch it clearly at the time, just a minor character. Bai Yining. He wasn't hurt, was he? Lu Huaqiang. No. Brother Hao is really skilled. Bai Yining. That's good. But is he really that amazing? Yongchan. Lu Huaqiang. I'm not bluffing at all. They didn't even touch Brother Hao's clothes. Just ask Brother Hao later, and you'll know. Bai Yining. This guy, what else can he do? Zhao Zhenhao. I feel like there's nothing in this world that Brother Hao can't do. Speaking of which, what time are we meeting tomorrow? I've got some foreign partners who are inspecting in Zhonghai these days. They are all fans of the Heavenly People's Republic, love to listen to crosstalk. I might as well bring them along. Fong Wenbin. Damn, Zhao, that's doable. If Brother Hao bamboozles them, I bet they won't even know how they got back. Zhao Zhenhao. That's a must. These foreigners keep bragging about how great it is over there. They need Brother Hao to set them straight. Fong Wenbin. Ha! Right. Brother Hao should set them straight. By the way, what time does the show start tomorrow? Lu Huaqiang. Tomorrow night at 7:30, at the Happy People stage on the South Third Ring. But we don't need to go that early. Brother Hao will only be appearing around 8:30. Bai Yining. All right. Then let's meet outside the venue at 8:20. Everyone agreed. Okay. The following evening at 7, on the South Third Ring Road. After rehearsing all day, Wang Hao and Yu Peng sat in the car. Yu Peng said, Brother Hao, it's your first time performing on stage today. How are you feeling? Nervous? Not really. Wang Hao smiled and said, What about you? I'm actually nervous. Yu Peng chuckled and scratched the back of his head. But it's no big deal. We're just there for appearances. As long as we perform for the set time, it's all right. The finale act is Zhodana. He's the real pillar. I'm just there to make up the numbers. Zhodana? That's a cool name. Wang Hao widened his eyes. Is that his real name? Of course not, Yu Peng laughed. It's his stage name. He's amazing on stage. Our venue, 99% of them come for him. Our manager almost worships him, only short of burning offerings. For him, he's like a lucky charm for our Happy People stage. Whenever he performs, the highest occupancy rate reached 66%. It's scary, and every now and then, a person would even send a flower basket during his performance. That impressive, Wang Hao exclaimed. So what's Zhodana's specialty? He can make jokes, and he can sing. Yu Peng looked up admiringly, but his drinking is unmatched. With that 500 milliliters beer, he just plunks down and drinks it in one gulp. I can't even pour as fast as he drinks. That's not even the best part. He can drink 20 bottles in one night without using the bathroom. The most he once drank in one go was 26 bottles, stuff 100 in a bottle, and he made 2,600 in one night. Damn, are you sure he's not a keg? Chapter 330. If you don't go, who will? That's for sure. Yu Peng nodded and said, We often have big bosses coming to support Zhodana. They drive nice cars, you know, things like Audi A6L, Fengtian Overlord, and so on. These are his patrons, regulars who just love to watch him brag after he's finished drinking. These people are personally received by our theater manager at the entrance every day. Talk about high class. Wang Hao. It seems like this Zhodana is, well, also a big name in the entertainment industry. Aside from Zhodana, the others on our stage are not up to much, Yu Peng laughed, like Zhao Laonian who plays the Eru and Lu Juhua who sings opera snippets. They often get heckled by the audience. When we perform, it's just the time for the audience to crack sunflower seeds, go to the restroom, and check their phones, hee hee. They There's an arrow player named Zhao Laonian here. Wang Hao. Your life's pretty tough. What's Zhao Laonian's real name? Why does that name sound so familiar? I'm not too clear on his real name. I've never asked. Yupeng thought for a moment and said, Anyway, we all just call him Laonian. He's having a tough time. I've heard the boss only pays him 3,000 a month. That is tough. Wang Hao nodded. Yeah, I really should meet this Zhao Laonian if I get the chance. Honestly, we don't have to be nervous at all. Nobody really comes to watch our performance, Yupeng said with a smile. When the time comes, we'll just perform as we've rehearsed. With the script Brother Hao has and me acting my part to the fullest, I guess we shouldn't be booed off stage. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Wang Hao smiled and comforted him. Didn't you say yourself? It's just a formality. Just go all out in your performance. We've been working together for years, right? Yupeng laughed. Hee, that's true. As long as I don't forget my lines, I think it should be fine. As they were talking, the two arrived at the Happy People stage. It was nearly showtime, and the parking lot outside the venue was already filled with cars. Yupeng pointed to the cars and said, Brother Hao, see that? Those are the cars of the bosses who enjoy watching Zhou Dena's act. Impressive, right? Not bad. Wang Hao glanced briefly, seeing at least a dozen cars worth around 500,000 each. Indeed, not too shabby. They quickly parked the car, and Yupeng led Wang Hao straight to the backstage. But just as they entered, Wang Hao saw a man in his 40s, sweating profusely, rushing towards them. As soon as he saw Yupeng, he pounced forward, but the first thing he said stunned Yupeng. Peng, the middle-aged man said urgently, What's your plan? Where's your partner? Isn't my partner out with acute pharyngitis? Yupeng said in surprise, Boss, what's wrong? What's making you so anxious? Zhou Dena. The boss's forehead was sweating like rain. Zhou Dena got detained for drunk driving. We can't find anyone at such short notice, so I can only rely on you. No matter how, you have to hold the fort today. As soon as the boss finished speaking, Yupeng was dumbfounded. What? Actually, Yupeng had intended to just go through the motions, as he had rehearsed with Wang Hao for a day and felt somewhat confident. But having confidence is one thing. Being asked to take on the leading role was quite another. Boss, you know my popularity. Yupeng stammered, staring at the boss dumbstruck. If I go up to replace Zhou Dena, I'll definitely be booed off immediately. Who else is going to do it at this hour if not you? The boss was also frustrated. This was not a small issue like a traffic jam that could be dealt with after a short delay. Zhou Dena would not be able to come due to the drunk driving detention. He'd be locked up for half a year. They needed to find a mainstay for the venue now. It was imperative, otherwise, should they just shut down for the time being? The boss said, Should I have Zhao Laonian play the Eru all night long? Or have Lu Juhua sing opera all night? Hurry up, from today onwards you're our mainstay at the big stage, so get out there. Even if you're facing a bunker, you need to hold your ground. Yupeng felt completely overwhelmed. Oh my God, am I going to get attacked by the audience if I go on stage? Sure, no problem. This was an opportunity for a newcomer to replace the old, and for the young waves behind the Yangtze River to push forward the waves ahead, dying on the beach. Wang Hao didn't hesitate to take on the task. Guaranteed no issues, boss. Rest assured, my junior has real talent. You're his senior? The boss clutched Wang Hao's hand like he was grabbing the last straw. No more talk. If you can help me through this crisis today, from now on you two will be the #1 on our stage. I'm going to get the backstage ready. You have to hold on. The boss ran off to arrange things, and Yupeng still hadn't snapped out of it after a while. I'm going to be the mainstay from now on? What else did you think? This is such a great opportunity. Wang Hao slapped Yupeng hard on the shoulder. Go for it. Once you get through today, you'll be the top guy at Happy People. You can't afford to wimp out now. Brother Hao, Yupeng said with a crestfallen face. But I'm afraid I really can't do it. You'll have to do it. Wang Hao went up to him and gave him a push. How did we rehearse during the day? I'll try. Yupeng wrapped his arms around Wang Hao's arm. Brother Hao, you must back me up. I haven't forgotten what we practiced, but I'm just afraid I'll get nervous. No worries, as long as I'm here. There won't be any problems. Come on, let's go change our clothes. Wang Hao then took Yupeng to change. The two quickly got dressed in long robes, and Yupeng kept muttering to himself. I can do this. I can do this. I'm sure I can. He muttered this for a good 20 minutes. Then, The sound of the host's voice boomed. Thanks to Zhao Laoyin for his wonderful performance. Next up, please welcome our endearing De Peng and his senior brother. A round of applause, please. No sooner had the host finished speaking, and before Wang Hao and Yu Peng had even stepped on stage, a chorus of boos came from below, with someone shouting loudly, "Where's Zhou Yin? Isn't it normally his turn now?" "Yeah, we all came to see Zhou Yin. Who wants to see De Peng?" "Refund. We demand a refund." Yu Peng was on the side, scared stiff, spinning in circles. "What do we do? What do we do?" After spinning a couple more times, Wang Hao, without saying a second word, grabbed him by the collar. "Hurry up and get out there." So, the entire audience saw a chubby young man stumble onto the stage. What's going on? Good thing he's got a stable lower body. Otherwise, he would have fallen over with that trip. Quite an interesting entrance today. With curiosity piqued, the calls for refunds somewhat abated. By then, Wang Hao had also walked up, and someone with sharp eyes below said, "Haven't seen this guy before, a newcomer? Who is this?" Also a crosstalk comedian. For a moment, the entire recording hall quieted down significantly. There Yun Peng was, like a duck being pushed onto a perch, a bit baffled at first. But he might not have remembered anything else, yet the word cheap that Wang Hao had taught him was definitely imprinted in his memory. "Hello, everyone," Yu Peng said with a mischievous and giggly face, introducing himself to everyone. "I didn't walk very well just now. My left foot tripped over my right." Wang Hao. That trip had some technique to it. The audience below suddenly widened their eyes. "Hey, this opening line is kind of interesting." I solemnly introduced myself. Yu Peng bowed to the audience. "My name is Yu Peng, and from now on, you can call me Little Yaya." Then he pointed to Wang Hao. "And this is my senior brother." Instantly, an audience member called out, "Aren't you called De Peng? Changed your name?" My goodness. Hearing what that audience member said, Yu Peng immediately widened his eyes. "Someone actually remembers me. I'm just so happy." Wang Hao nodded beside him. As a model of failure, you're quite a success." This kind of skit was something everyone in Wang Hao's past life knew by heart. But here, it was the first time people were hearing it, and the entire hall burst out laughing. Then the audience together booed. Someone below asked again, "You've introduced yourself. What's your senior brother's name?" Yu Peng glanced at Wang Hao. "Him? Didn't I say already? Senior brother. His family name is Senior." Wang Hao looked at Yu Peng sidelong. "And his given name is brother?" "Exactly." Yu Peng's expression was various shades of cheeky. "What a nice name. Look, when I see you, senior brother. When the boss sees you, senior brother. When the ladies see you, senior brother. What a great name." Wang Hao nodded. It would be even better if my surname was Gao." Yu Peng's eyes bulged, his expression full of surprise. You know what? That surname is great. If my surname were Gao, I would name myself Gong. If a beauty greets me, Gao Gong, husband. Look at that." The audience laughed together, then started to heckle with boos. The momentum of the show had well and truly started. Chapter 331, Reinforcements Arrive. As he relaxed, he started paying close attention to the comedy duo speaking. Yu Peng said, "A couple of days ago, I went out to eat with my girlfriend. I wanted small lobsters, she wanted big lobsters. I lost it right there and shouted in front of everyone. What's wrong with small? Small can't satisfy you anymore." The audience burst into laughter, then started booing. "Shoo." Wang Hao said, "That's quite embarrassing for you." Yu Peng replied, "Guess what happened next?" Wang Hao asked, "What happened?" Yu Peng said, "My girlfriend actually broke up with me. She said I was a nice guy." Wang Hao commented, "She gave you the nice guy card." Yu Peng continued, "I immediately asked her, 'If I'm so nice, why don't you want me?' Wang Hao replied, 'Her smile was just courtesy.'" The audience, "Shoo." Yu Peng, with a roguish expression, said, "At this point, I've gotten the hang of it. Since coming on stage till now, not a single audience member has gone to the bathroom. That's a big improvement." Feeling confident, his comedy sketch got even better. Yu Peng said, "I'm single now, distressed. I wondered what to do. I've got it. I heard there's a Zen master who's become quite popular lately, known for his profound wisdom. I decided to ask him for advice." Wang Hao asked, "Oh, a great and virtuous priest?" Yu Peng answered, "A high priest, absolutely. I went there. When I arrived, several people were ahead of me. I heard someone ask the Zen master. Master, I'm often bullied and can't hold my head up high as a human. Then I saw the Zen master pull a snake out of his sleeve. Wang Hao asked, what did that mean? Yupeng said, right, I was curious too. I heard the guy in front asking, Master, are you suggesting that one should live like a snake, flexible and retractable? Guess what the master said? Wang Hao wondered, what did he say? Yupeng revealed. The master said no. His point was, if anyone bullies you again, just put this snake in their bed. Look at that. The master's explanation was brilliant. After they finished this part, the audience was already laughing uproariously. This master's narrative was a famous genre from Wang Hao's previous incarnation, where a Zen master answered all kinds of questions, making very funny jokes that were beloved by netizens. And the people in this world had never heard of it. So the effect now. Ha 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 ha. This Zen master is so funny. That look on little Yaya's face is just too sly. I can't take it, gonna laugh for a while. Then, Wang Hao on stage asked, that's philosophical. So what did you ask? Yupeng said. Oh, my question was much deeper than that. I asked the Zen master, why do people only remember the champion even though both the champion and the runner-up have put in the same effort in a competition? The Zen master said, let me tell you a philosophy of life. Which is the tallest mountain in the world? Wang Hao responded, that would be Mount Everest, everyone knows. Yupeng continued, right? Such an easy question? I said Mount Everest. The Zen master, what's the second tallest? Me. K2. The master, the third. Me. Kangchenjunga. The master, the fourth. Me. Lhotse. The master, the fifth. Me. Mukalu. At this point, Yupeng, with a mischievously cute expression, said, my goodness, the master actually rolled up his sleeves to hit me. Wang Hao exclaimed, you were clearly challenging him. How could he not hit you? After this segment, the audience once again burst into collective laughter. Ha 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 ha, this guy's too naughty. This joke is so funny, it's killing me. Oh dear, I can't stop laughing, was thinking of going to the toilet, but I'm holding it in. The entire studio was completely swept up in their momentum, and the laughter never ceased. Yupeng is on fire today. The boss backstage was totally dumbfounded. He never thought stand-up comedy could be performed like this. Seeing Yupeng's cheeky demeanor on the stage, and the audience actually loving it. This kid has potential. He's the one, our future pillar of the happy people stage. The boss was reveling in this thought when suddenly, the frantic doorman rushed over and exclaimed, Boss, there's trouble. Cars. So many cars outside. So many cars outside. What's going on? The boss was visibly confused. Then without another word, he ran outside. Could it be that Joe Dana got into some sort of trouble? Then, after running a few steps, he smacked his head hard. If it were really trouble, it should have been police cars arriving. So what's with all these cars? Both of them hurried to the entrance. And then the boss was stunned. Jaguars. It was Jaguars, a whole fleet of them. Damn, this line of cars, there must be 10 of them. These are big clients, all here to watch the show. But Joe Dana just went inside. What if they find out they were tricked? You folks are. The boss dashed forward and then saw a young master-like figure stepping down from the leading Jaguar and cautiously asked, is the parking lot of the hotel opposite full? You can use our parking lot freely. It's really dirty. Zhao Jinhao, who had come down from the car, frowned. Then, ignoring the boss's words, instructed Lu Huaqiang and the others to clean up the place. Clean up here first. It's too dirty. There's plastic bags everywhere. The boss, damn, forgot about the facade project. He quickly apologized. Young master, you needn't bother your folks. I'll call the cleaners. Then he carefully watched Zhao Jinhao's face, asking, Sir, are you here to watch Joe Dana's show? Who's Joe Dana? Hearing the boss mention Joe Dana, Zhao Jinhao asked puzzledly. We are here to see little Yaya. He's here, isn't he? Damn, what's going on? Since when did Yupeng become so awesome? This guy, obviously from a prestigious family, came all the way just to watch him. The boss was still baffled when the roar of car engines started up, and the boss turned his head. Damn, Ferraris. And a whole fleet of them, no less. In the boss's view, the front was led by a red Ferrari, followed by Land Rovers, Bentleys, Maseratis, Porsches, a whole bunch of luxury cars zooming in, then parked in the parking lot. The boss was flabbergasted. What's happening today? Zhao, you got here pretty quick. Fong Wenbin in sportswear got out of a car and smiled. I thought I'd be the first one here. Didn't expect to be a bit late. Why haven't you gone in? It's too dirty here. I'm having someone clean it up first. Zhao Jinhao, wearing white gloves, replied with a smile. Miss Bai hasn't arrived yet. There's no rush. Let's wait. These young masters and misses, they all came to listen to stand-up comedy. The boss was still puzzled when suddenly, a Rolls-Royce came driving from not far away. Damn, those are only ever seen in TV shows, a real luxury car. Here it comes, driving this way. Must snap a photo later? It drove in and parked in our lot. The boss was nearly drooling. Was he on a lucky streak today? Why were all the big shots showing up? After the Rolls-Royce parked, the driver quickly got out, opened the door, and then the boss of this big stage saw a woman wearing large sunglasses step out from the car. The boss was completely stunned. Who exactly was this ice-cold woman with such an intimidating presence? You've finally arrived. Zhao Jinhao and Fong Wenbin hurried forward to meet her, smiling. Little Ye is here. Shall we go in? Bai Yining nodded. Yes, let's go. Are you folks? The boss was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his instincts telling him today was not right. His small temple couldn't accommodate so many deities. And it didn't end there. Another line of cars came by, and after parking, they started to unload foreigners from the cars. The boss. Was it a day for drawing high deities? All these big deities converging here. Look at their dress. Suits sharp as knives. Every one of them wearing something like Armani. Now looking back at Joe Dana's sponsors. Damn, there's no comparison. Chapter 332. Huge popularity. If you think it's not good, why not invest and renovate it? Fong Wenbin said it was no big deal. I can't believe brother Hao can actually perform comedy. That's really something. Mr. Zhao. Among the group of foreigners, there were 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. One of them, a big uncle with sideburns, asked Zhao Jinhao. Is this the place where your good friend performs comedy? Yes, Mr. Bruce. Zhao Jinhao nodded and said, my good friend is extremely talented. You'll know soon. I hope I will be in a good mood today. Bruce smiled. I've heard some comedy before, but I didn't find it very interesting. I hope your friend can surprise me. You will definitely be satisfied. Zhao Jinhao was quite confident about that. Is there anything brother Hao can't do in this world? Bai Yining was also curiously looking around. But as soon as she reached the door of the broadcasting hall, she heard a burst of roaring laughter inside. Ha ha ha. It's too funny. Today's trip was totally worth it. Yes, little Yeya's performance is so wickedly funny, ha ha. Then the audience together went, show dash. Zhao Jinhao and his group looked at each other. What's going on? Has the show already started? Were they too late? The group hurriedly rushed through the door, and upon entering, they saw it. On the stage to the left was a chubby guy with a mischievous face, most likely the university classmate brother Hao had mentioned, little Ye, who lived above him for 3 years. On the right, dressed in a gray coat and smiling cheekily, wasn't that Wang Hao and Wang Ritian? The show had already started, and the group didn't bother to find out what was going on but quickly found seats, and then listened as little Ye on stage started talking. Yu Peng, I bombed the political science exam. Wang Hao, by how much? Yu Peng, bombed it, don't ask. Wang Hao, did you pass? Yu Peng, don't ask, it was way off what I expected. Wang Hao, exactly how much? Yu Peng, you go first. Wang Hao, I'm a total slacker, 59. Yu Peng, about the same. Wang Hao, come on, tell me. You're the top student, you must have passed, right? Yu Peng, 95. I've never scored this low. Wang Hao, Before Zhao Jinhao and the others could even settle down, this short routine ended, and immediately a wave of laughter knocked them over. Bai Yining couldn't hold back a snort of laughter and said, this guy, where does he get all these hilarious jokes from? Zhao Jinhao slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. Ha! Brother Hao is actually so good at performing comedy. As he laughed, Fong Wenbin stated, I'm in awe, I truly am. Brother Hao is unbeatable. Whatever he does, he excels. Awesome. Before they arrived, they knew it was just yesterday that Wang Hao said he wanted to help this little Yeya. So these funny bits undoubtedly came from Brother Hao. They had just arrived, but the audience who had been laughing along for a while were collapsing on the tables, laughing and saying, absolutely wicked. These two, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The foreigners exclaimed, very good. Yu Peng. It's final exams, and everyone was asking me to share the answers, so I thought why not? They really don't know. Poor guys. Wang Hao. Right? So did you share them? Yu Peng. Yes, I did. But as soon as they came out of the exam hall, they all asked me why I had left one out. Was it because I didn't know the last question? Wang Hao. So did you know it or not? Yu Peng. I'm a top student. How could I not know? I just didn't know the first question. Wang Hao. They didn't kill you? Yu Peng's face suddenly took on a look of horror. My God. How did you know they hit me? Wang Hao sighed. Deserve. Everyone burst into laughter, especially with Yu Peng's cheeky cute expression, combined with the hilarious lines crafted by Wang Hao. The atmosphere in the entire studio exploded. Now, the scene was nothing like it used to be, with everyone bored and looking at their phones. The audience's eyes were bright, fixated on Yu Peng and Wang Hao on stage. In their hearts, these two were the top comedians. All those so-called masters couldn't compare to them at all. The laughter in the studio just didn't stop for the next bit, with the audience bursting into laughter every few seconds. People kept applauding. They were utterly blown away by Wang Hao and Yu Peng. That's so interesting. So cheeky. I love this kind. Now this is comedy. Exactly. What I listened to before was just too boring. No comparison. Tonight was truly full of flower baskets. Normally, De Peng could collect one or two in an entire evening. But tonight Yu Peng and Wang Hao collected 15 big ones, each costing 300. And that was without Jin Hao and the others stepping in. Otherwise, the stage would have been overflowing. Now, as the comedy sketch was finally about to end, Yu Peng cheekily called out to the audience, "You know, as a person of status, I also have a theme song. Do you want to hear it?" This cheeky guy actually had a theme song. All the audience shouted together, "We want to hear it," Yu Peng said. "Then I'm going to sing it." Audience, sing. Yu Peng then started singing. "Off fifth ring you have one ring more than the fourth ring. Off fifth ring you have one ring less than the sixth ring. One day, you'll be expanded to the seventh ring. What happens then? You'll have two rings more than the fifth ring." Audience. Ha ha ha. The entire audience laughed hysterically, shouting while laughing. This song is indeed cheeky, huh? The lyrics are so easy to remember. Off fifth ring you have one ring more than the fourth ring. Off fifth ring you have one ring less than the sixth ring. Ha ha. Yu Peng. Come on, sing it together. Audience. Off fifth ring you have one ring more than the fourth ring. Off fifth ring you have one ring less than the sixth ring. You can say that this comedy sketch could last about 40 minutes at most, right? But when Wang Hao and Yu Peng thought of stepping down, the audience wouldn't have it. Everyone shouted for an encore, and it ended up happening 3 times before the audience finally gave up. Oh my gosh, brother Hao totally exhausted me today. Backstage, Yu Peng collapsed into a chair. I've never thought that doing comedy could be this tiring. My throat's dry. I need to drink some water quick. Haha, feels good, right? Wang Hao smiled warmly. Keep it this, and anyone can play your funny man. But you need to stick to this path. Brother Hao, what can I say? Yu Peng was so moved he was nearly in tears. I couldn't have endured today without you. Who are we kidding? Wang Hao laughed heartily. Back in our university days, we used to split a steamed bun in half. No need to be polite. Just as they laughed, the boss hurried over, grabbing Wang Hao's hand as soon as he saw him. Master, I have you to thank for today. I'm so grateful. Wang Hao, who is your master? Master. The boss now looked at Wang Hao as if beholding the god of comedy. After the end, you've got to stick around for a drink. You and De Peng. Oh no, little Yaya were simply divine tonight. Just divine. That's probably not possible. Wang Hao pointed at the door where Jin Hao and the others had already come in, and on seeing Wang Hao, they said with a smile, Brother Hao, your comedy was amazing today. Come on, let's get a drink. These foreigners are really eager to meet you. They laughed their heads off at your routine today. Oh, it has indeed been a while since they last ate together, and Wang Hao nodded immediately. Sure, let's head out. We'll grab some late-night food. Street food stalls are the best. Street food stalls. Ugh. Jin Hao covered his mouth and dashed away. You bad guy. Bai Yining laughed behind her hand. Every time you see him, you have to tease him a bit. I'm just helping him get over his fears early. Wang Hao smiled mischievously. Why does he have to be so handsome all the time? Chapter 333, Challenge of the Foreign Beauty. Seeing the secretive look on the boss's face, Wang Hao immediately asked, "Huh? What's up?" "It's like this," the boss whispered. "Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, right? Our Zhonghai TV station plans to host a holiday evening gala. It's a great chance to appear on TV. Every major stage is scrambling to submit their programs." "Really?" Wang Hao thought for a moment before asking. "Are you planning to send little Yayo up?" "Yes," the boss nodded. "To be honest, considering popularity, I initially planned to send Zhou Denai. But firstly, he's run into some trouble, and secondly, to be honest, his program isn't really suitable for a big stage. But after seeing your crosstalk today, it's definitely no problem. I'm just worried sending him alone might not be enough. Do you think you could?" "Well, it sounds like a great opportunity to be seen." Wang Hao touched his chin, saying, "There are still about 20 days left, right? Let's talk about it later. But just to be clear, little Yaya here mustn't be mistreated at all. He's one of my closest buddies." With those words, the boss felt reassured and quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, with the program this popular, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare shortchange him. So, about the program's matter. I'll have some free time in the next couple of days," Wang Hao said as he walked away. "We'll talk over the phone when the time comes." As he walked and waved his hand, he left only a dashing figure slowly disappearing in the eyes of the big stage boss. Totally handsome. Watching Wang Hao's receding figure, the boss sighed admirably. Now, that's a real master. Such a mysterious figure. As soon as Wang Hao rejoined his group outside the stage, Bai Yining smiled and asked, "What did he want? Did he ask for your help?" "Pretty much," Wang Hao smiled and nodded. "There's a Mid-Autumn Festival gala at Zhonghai Station, and he plans to put little Yia in it, asking me to support him when the time comes. Simple stuff, no big deal. Let's go for a late-night snack." He said this as he opened the door of the Maserati. Bai Yining naturally took the passenger seat. Yes, this girl had come prepared, having her driver drop her off. Zhao Jinhao and Fong Wenbin sighed enviously from the side. Some people are just incomparable. These two definitely have something going on. "What are you all standing around for?" Wang Hao called out after starting the car and rolling down the window. "Let's head off first." So, over 20 different luxury cars hit the road together. Along the way, Zhao Jinhao introduced via WeChat. "Zhao Jinhao, Brother Hao, I've brought a few foreign partners this time, and they really liked your crosstalk. They'd love to have a serious discussion with you about it." Wang Hao, "What's there to discuss? Do they understand crosstalk?" Zhao Jinhao, "Hard to say about the others, but there's a girl named Chris who really loves Heavenly People's Republic culture. She's very interested in you." Bai Yining, "Interested in the knowledge or the person?" Wang Hao, who was driving, sweated bullets. "Scary." Zhao Jinhao, "The knowledge. Definitely the knowledge. She heard you're very knowledgeable and insists on having a thorough discussion with you." Wang Hao, "Did she mention what she specifically wants to discuss?" Zhao Jinhao, "Not really, but from what she said, it seems to be about our ancient culture of Heavenly People's Republic. She knows quite a bit too. Some questions she raised during our dinner stumped me. Brother Hao, you've got to avenge me. Damn, is this a nighttime snack run or a setup at the banquet of Hongmen? But no worries, with Yi Zhongtian and Liang in my brain. How can a foreign girl stump me? Humph, bring it on." Back in the day, Lao Liang's story collection and Liang talking about everything under the sky were my favorites. Wang Hao, "We'll talk about it when the time comes, but I still feel why you have to argue with a young girl. Wouldn't it be more fun just to enjoy the barbecue?" Zhao Jinhao smiled mysteriously. "Brother Hao, you'll know when the time comes. It's not just me. Fong has also suffered under her." Wang Hao, "Cut it out. I have my family's darling. I'm immune to other women. You guys have your fun." Yining smirked and placed her hand on Wang Hao's thigh, then gave it a twist, exhilarating. During the conversation, everyone arrived at their destination. This place is the most famous barbecue street in Zhonghai City, frequented by many celebrities and socialites, bustling with popularity. It was already about 10:30 p.m., but the place was still teeming with people, and it took Wang Hao and the others a full 20 minutes just to find a parking spot. There are so many people. Wang Hao protected Yining by his side and walked along with the crowd into the street, whispering, Let's not get separated, all right? Yining lowered her head and gave a soft hum. Their large group consisted of at least 30 people, an impressive sight, especially Lu Huaqiang and his group dressed in black suits, resembling the agents from the Matrix, creating a path wherever they went as people instinctively stepped aside to let them through. Quickly, they found a restaurant with decent decor that seemed to have hurried service, and everyone went in. Lu Huaqiang's group occupied one table. Li Mingzhi and Duan Yunyun, along with Fang Wenbin's followers, took another table, while Wang Hao joined Yining, Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, and a few foreigners at another table. Zhao Jinhao introduced his foreign friends to the others. The bearded leader was named Bruce. A burly African-American was his personal bodyguard and driver. A polite young man, Bruce's son, named Smith, was currently trying to break into Hollywood. Most importantly, there was a girl named Chris, about 21 or 22 years old, with sun-like golden shoulder-length hair and blue eyes, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, with Zhao Junhao describing her smile as simply angelic. A heavenly face with a devilish figure was truly tailored for her. Soon, everyone ordered their food, and the real show was about to start. Mr. Wang Hao, Chris said, in fluent Chinese, I really enjoyed the crosstalk you did earlier. Many of the jokes made me laugh for a long time. I hear from Mr. Zhao that you have a deep understanding of the ancient culture of the Heavenly People's Republic, so I'd like to ask you some questions. This girl sure had guts, challenging him right off the bat. Well, I know a little bit. Wang Hao humbly scratched his head. I just like to read about related stuff. I wouldn't say I have a deep understanding, yeah. Beside him, Zhao Jinhao and Fang Wenbin exchanged knowing looks. Brother Hao was definitely about to show off again. Yining sat next to Wang Hao, watching coldly. If you dare to flirt with another girl, severe punishment awaits. Mr. Wang Hao, you're being modest, Chris smiled. I heard from Mr. Zhao that you once explained to him stories about tomb raiding and other knowledge like the interrelation of elements, even including your Heavenly People's Republic's wine culture. I deeply admire your ancient culture. Since the food hasn't arrived yet, can I ask you some questions first? Well, it would have looked bad to refuse at that point, so Wang Hao subtly nodded. Sure, go ahead, but I must clarify, I might not be able to answer everything. Zhao Jinhao and Fang Wenbin, in perfect sync, pulled out their cell phones. Zhao Jinhao, Brother Hao is starting his lecture. Chris is definitely going to be baffled by Brother Hao. Fang Wenbin, haha, let's see if she can still be as arrogant today. They were chatting privately on WeChat when they heard Chris ask, Mr. Wang Hao, I've always been curious. Why do you use chopsticks in the Heavenly People's Republic? Aren't knives and forks more convenient? At Chris's question, Zhao Jinhao and Fang Wenbin were dumbstruck. Damn, everyone uses chopsticks every day, but who actually studies why? Immediately, all eyes turned to Wang Hao. Zhao Jinhao slapped his thigh hard, cursing that he had previously praised Brother Hao too much, and now a tragedy was impending. About that question, Wang Hao laughed, but instead of answering, he asked, I wonder, Miss Chris, how much do you know about the ancient Yin and Yang 8 diagram of our Heavenly People's Republic? He didn't answer Chris's question, but instead asked about the Yin and Yang 8 diagram. What did that mean? Chapter 334, Chopstick Culture. Holy shit, this chick even knows this stuff. Zhao Jinhao and Fang Wenbin were both dumbstruck. Such an opponent was not easy to challenge. This was just too difficult, wasn't it? In the WeChat group, Zhao Jinhao. Crap, we're in trouble now. Even the usually graceful Zhao Jinhao was cursing. Fang Wenbin, this is a real mess. This girl can even answer this. By Yining, hurry up and research to help. The three of them started looking up information, but before they had finished, Wang Hao was already smiling and saying, Miss Chris does indeed have profound knowledge. Since Miss Chris knows about the Yin and Yang 8 diagram, it will be much easier for me to explain. As Wang Hao said this, he suddenly asked, by the way, Miss Chris, if you were at a restaurant and wanted chopsticks, how would you say it? Zhao Jinhao and the others exchanged glances. Did Brother Hao really know? But what was this new question he asked about? Everyone at the table was looking at Wang Hao and then at Chris. The young girl didn't understand what Wang Hao meant, but after thinking it over she said, I would say, take 2 chopsticks. Okay. Wang Hao nodded with a smile, but didn't explain what the question meant. Instead, he continued with a smile. We in the Heavenly People's Republic have a history of 5,000 years, and actually, chopsticks are just a small part of our cultural heritage. He first praised his own country, then said, "Now let me tell you what real Chinese chopsticks are all about." With that, he picked up the chopsticks on the table and gestured, laughing. Actually, these restaurant chopsticks are quite crude, barely usable, but still not the authentic chopsticks handed down by our ancestors. Firstly, chopsticks are round at one end and square at the other. The round represents the heavens, and the square represents the earth, corresponding to the ancient heavenly country people's understanding of the basic principle of the world being round and the earth being square. Miss Chris, have you heard of this concept? Yes, I know. Chris nodded. Please continue. It's indeed much easier to explain to someone who understands, Wang Hao said with a smile. When we hold chopsticks, the thumb and index finger are on top, the ring finger and little finger are below, with the middle finger in the middle, signifying the three powers of heaven, earth, and man, which reflects the ancient heavenly country people's understanding of the relationship between humans and the world. Moreover, we, the heavenly country people, follow the principles of Taiji and Yin and Yang. Taiji is one, Yin and Yang are two. From one comes two, which represents how everything in the world is composed of two opposing elements. Merging the two becomes one. This combination of Yin and Yang also signifies a perfect outcome. Therefore, when calling a waiter to bring chopsticks in a restaurant, we generally say to take a pair. Many foreigners don't understand this illusion, so they say to take two. The crowd all let out an "oh" and turned to look at Chris. So that was the answer to the question Brother Hao had asked before. Zhao Jinhao and Feng Wenbin were smirking at each other. Ha ha, what a slap in the face. The poor girl is blushing, daring to challenge our Brother Hao. What use is it to understand our heavenly country's culture so much? This is called knowing the fact, but not the reason behind it. Is it that simple? Chris pouted. That doesn't seem too special. I haven't finished yet, Wang Hao said, shaking his head and smiling. Miss Chris, as you mentioned before, in the Zhou, there are the 8 trigrams. Qian, Can, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, Dui, and the hidden 8 trigrams. Xiao, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing Kai. Chopsticks are 2, which is 2, and when related to the 8 trigrams, it corresponds to the Dui trigram, which means mouth. The chopsticks themselves are straight and long, corresponding to the Sun trigram, which means entry. Combine them and it's mouth entry. Doesn't that mean eat? The whole crowd was dumbfounded. Damn, can you really link a pair of chopsticks to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams? Chris's big blue eyes widened, her face full of disbelief as she stared at Wang Hao. Was his question about whether I knew the 5 elements and 8 trigrams really about this? When using chopsticks, one stick acts as the active one and the other as the passive. The active one represents Yang and the passive represents Yin, symbolizing the duality of existence. Wang Hao clearly wasn't finished as he said. The standard length of chopsticks is 7 inches and 6 fun, representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires that distinguish humans from animals. He said this and then lifted up the restaurant's chopsticks, laughing. That's why I said these chopsticks don't really count as standard chopsticks from the Heavenly People's Republic. Of course, with the high customer turnover in restaurants, it's understandable that such small details are hard to attend to. Holy shit, Brother Hao is really nailing this act. A perfect score. Even Chris was gobsmacked, damn. Before today, she had been unbeatable, right? Zhao Jinhao had brought in several classical literature masters, all of whom she dispatched with ease. But today, she seemed doomed. Sweet heavens. Chris was so stunned she muttered. I had no idea there were so many intricacies with chopsticks. This is just a very small part. Clearly, Wang Hao wasn't done yet as he started to explain fluently. We heavenly country people have 12 taboos when it comes to using chopsticks. The first is arranging chopsticks of uneven length on the table before or during a meal, which is incredibly ominous. It is commonly referred to as 3 long, 2 short, symbolizing death. Chris's eyes widened in shock as she quickly asked, why? The rest of the group was equally curious. How could the use of chopsticks possibly relate to death? After someone in the Heavenly People's Republic dies, they are placed in a coffin. Wang Hao explained. Before the coffin lid is put on, the coffin is composed of 2 short planks at the head and foot, and 3 long planks on the sides and bottom. The 5 planks together create the coffin in a 3 long, 2 short configuration, which is why it's considered extremely unlucky. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Could this really be a thing? The second taboo is called pointing with a mortal's finger, Wang Hao continued. This way of holding chopsticks is where you hold them with the thumb, middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, with the index finger sticking out. This practice is also extremely unacceptable. Pointing with the index finger while eating, continuously pointing at others, is considered the same as cursing. Another rude behavior is to talk to others while eating and pointing at them with chopsticks. The third is called beggar tapping his bowl. It's seen as a beggar asking for food and involves tapping your chopsticks against your bowl or plate during a meal. In the past, only beggars would strike their bowls with chopsticks, and such behavior is regarded as despicable. The fourth is known as chopstick flavor tester, where one end of the chopstick is put in the mouth and sucked on back and forth while making a sipping noise. This act is seen as vulgar and suggestive of poor upbringing. The fifth is called strolling with chopsticks, where you hold chopsticks and rummage through the dishes on the table. Such behavior is a typical show of poor manners and extreme arrogance, making it very off-putting. The sixth is grave-digging chopsticks, constantly stirring the food in the dish with your chopsticks, which is very annoying. The seventh is tears and chopsticks leave pearls. The eighth is upturning heaven and earth. The ninth is Dragon King's sea-calming needle. The 10th is crossing crosses. The 11th is public incense offering. 4. Example, leaving by sticking a pair of chopsticks into the rice for convenience, which is seen as highly disrespectful. It's like offering incense to the dead and is absolutely unacceptable. The 12th is dropping chopsticks shocks the gods, which means accidentally dropping your chopsticks on the ground. This is very impolite. Since our ancestors rest beneath the ground, they should not be disturbed, and dropping chopsticks is akin to startling the ancestors underground, which is a major act of disrespect and, therefore, not allowable. However, this rule has become somewhat more relaxed now, not as strict as in ancient times. After Wang Hao finished speaking, the entire room was collectively dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that so much consideration went into a pair of chopsticks? Not just the origin of chopsticks has its intricacies, but even their usage. Chris was completely stunned by Wang Hao's speech. She had actually also done some research about chopsticks before, but could only cover the basics of round sky, square earth, yin and yang, and so on. Who could have thought that Wang Hao could speak of so much more? Chapter 335, Teaching the Younger Sister to Squat. Chris was obviously completely astonished by Wang Hao, staring blankly for quite a while before snapping back to reality. Just as she was about to pour water for Wang Hao, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in from the doorway, holding a pot of tea, and smiled at Wang Hao. This gentleman is really erudite to speak so eloquently about a pair of chopsticks. I've been listening from the outside, and I'm amazed. Here is a pot of authentic early spring Longjing tea. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Hey, thank you so much, Wang Hao said with a big smile, taking the good tea. Are you the owner of this shop? Yes, indeed. The owner, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, clearly a lover of ancient culture, said with a smile. It's rare to see a young man with such knowledge today. Listening to you was like a breath of fresh air. Without a doubt, I'm giving you a 30% discount as a way of making friends. The whole group was dumbfounded. Brother Hao's eloquence was simply unbeatable. His words could save at least a few hundred with one trick. Brother Hao had actually won. His speech had left Chris speechless. Zhao Zhenhao and Fong Wenbin were exchanging winks and chatting on WeChat. Zhao Zhenhao. Damn, Brother Hao is amazing. He can come up with anything. Fong Wenbin. Totally, his speech was convincing. Did you see Chris's face? She had no way to rebut. Zhao Zhenhao. Of course, no one could interrupt when Brother Hao was speaking. So satisfying. Remember how she'd boasted to me before, saying that our heavenly country didn't have real talent anymore. Fong Wenbin. She hadn't met Brother Hao before. How about that? She's humbled now, right? Zhao Zhenhao. But we can't be too harsh on this girl. She has a powerful background. I'm just worried that Brother Hao might get carried away in the heat of the moment. Fong Wenbin. Hopefully not. But indeed, we need to be careful. Let's remind Brother Hao later to take it easy and not let her lose too much face. Zhao Zhenhao. Indeed. Mr. Wang Hao, you are truly incredible. At that moment, Chris finally regained her composure, her eyes wide with amazement. She exclaimed, I have never met anyone more knowledgeable than you. Compared to you, all those so-called experts and beasts I've met before are nothing. In fact, there are many knowledgeable people in our heavenly country, Wang Hao said modestly, taking a sip of tea to show humility. I just happened to read a bit more than usual. I'm sure, Mr. Wang Hao, you are just being modest. Chris said this and then, with a twinkle in her eye, smiled. By the way, Mr. Wang Hao, I'm quite fond of heavenly martial arts. I've practiced some myself, but I always feel like I'm not doing it quite right. Could you teach me? As soon as she said this, Zhao Zhenhao and Fong Wenbin suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. Talk to Brother Hao about Kung Fu. They seemed to remember that Brother Hao had practiced Yongchun before. Kung Fu. Wang Hao put down his teacup and then said softly, I don't really get involved with it much. After all, we live in a civilized era where we favor the power of words over physical confrontation, right? Yining gave him a teasing look. Here he goes. Again. Really? What a pity, Chris said, suddenly sounding disinterested. I thought I would have the chance to exchange some pointers with Mr. Wang Hao. Seeing Chris appearing a bit regretful on the surface, but with a slight cunning smile tugging at her lips, Fong Wenbin quickly nudged Zhao Zhenhao stealthily, who immediately got the hint and coughed, saying, Brother Hao, didn't you practice Yongchun? Tell her about it. It's not like you actually have to spar with her. As soon as Zhao Zhenhao finished speaking, Chris immediately stretched out her hand to cover her small mouth, staring at Wang Hao's face with disbelief in her eyes. Mr. Wang, you understand Kung Fu? Bruce's black bodyguard was also surprised. Looking at Wang Hao, he said, I'm very curious about Kung Fu. His accent was obviously not as clear as Chris's, with a strong foreign flavor. That's right, my bodyguard Dell used to be a professional boxer. Bruce quickly introduced to everyone. He's always been fascinated by the miraculous heavenly martial arts, and he came here this time to truly experience it. Ah, so you're forcing the issue, eh? Damn it. Today I'm going to show you that the unassuming Wang Ritian's reputation is well-earned. Actually, I do understand a little bit about Kung Fu, Wang Hao said, scratching his head embarrassedly. I didn't want to make a fool of myself, but since both of you have mentioned it, I'll just give a brief explanation. He looked toward Chris and said, Miss Chris, you said you've also practiced Kung Fu. Could you please show me by squatting in a horse stance? Horse stance. Chris was confused upon hearing this. Mr. Wang Hao, doesn't everyone know this? Do you need to teach it? Wang Hao smiled and said, You show me your stance so I can see if it's correct. Oh, all right then. Chris sounded, standing up immediately. Their private room was quite spacious. She walked to one side, squatting halfway with feet apart and hands extended forward, steady and unmoving. Is it like this, Mr. Wang Hao? Wang Hao didn't speak, just smiling as he watched. The others looked around at each other, utterly puzzled as to what Wang Hao was getting at. After about 3 minutes, Chris's knees started to feel sore, and after a while longer, her legs began to tremble and her back ached. Then, heat enveloped her body, and sweat appeared on her forehead. But it was clear that she was competitive. As long as Wang Hao didn't speak, she bit her teeth and made no sound. 2 more minutes passed, and just as Chris looked like she could no longer hold on, Wang Hao shook his head, standing motionless like that will only result in a strained lower back. Horse stance, horse stance. Do you understand why this position is called the horse stance? Chris asked curiously. Is it because I'm standing incorrectly? Of course, Wang Hao smiled. The importance of the horse stance is in the horse. You need to emulate a horse. Have you ever seen someone ride a horse? I've seen it. I even have several race horses at home. Chris nodded. I ride often. What about it? It seems this girl comes from no ordinary family. In foreign countries, those who own race horses are usually not of small stature. No wonder Bruce's attitude towards her was somewhat reverent. Haha. When a person gallops on a horse, the body moves up and down with the horse. Wang Hao explained as he got up from his seat and walked over to Chris. The horse stance is a foundational boxing stance that was understood from horse riding. So when you stand, you should also emulate the motion, creating the essence of a horse from thin air. When riding, the up and down motion comes from the horse, so it doesn't contribute to one's kung fu power. But on flat ground, it's different. The motion you create is like blending the horse into the body. Standing motionless, you place all your weight on your knees, and if you squat for too long, you're bound to have knee issues. Look how I do it. As Wang Hao spoke, he also took a horse stance, and Chris saw his body slightly undulate, resembling a gentle breeze causing ripples in the water. There's such reasoning? Chris was baffled, never having thought that such a simple position contained so much depth. Come on, now you try it again. After Wang Hao demonstrated, he prompted Chris to follow suit. When you squat, the strength should start from the feet. When rising, the toes on the sole should grip the ground like a chicken's claws, gripping tightly. Once the toes grip, it engages the bones and muscles in the lower legs, naturally straightening the knees. As the knees straighten, the thighs tense, lifting the waist and drawing in the abdomen. That's the building of power. When sinking down, your feet should be relaxed like duck or goose webs, with toes spread. This way, when the knees relax, the thighs will relax, the waist settles, and the belly expands. It is between these minor undulations that you continuously shift your body's center of gravity. Only then can you avoid causing injury by keeping your weight in one place for too long. Chris listened more and more intently, nodding continuously as she keenly followed Wang Hao's instructions. Chapter 336, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Bruce's eyeballs nearly popped out. This Chris, from birth to now, had never been kicked by anyone. Yet today, not only was she kicked, but she also didn't dare to flare up at all. It was like seeing Jesus. Keep the amplitude of the rise and fall small, just an inch with the toes. With each rise and fall, always hone the precision of that 1-inch distance. The more precise, the better, Wang Hao instructed sternly when he was teaching. Chris didn't dare to argue and just followed the instructions. Even when waiters came in with dishes and stared agape at the bizarre scene, she didn't even glance their way. However, it was miraculous, after learning this rising and falling technique, Chris's standing time increased from the original 5 minutes to over 15 minutes. But soon, she felt a bit dizzy. This motion was like seasickness, her stomach churning. Feeling a bit dizzy? Wang Hao seemed to know exactly how Chris was feeling, asking with a smile. Like seasickness, feeling nauseous? Chris nodded urgently. Wang Hao smiled and said, "No need to keep standing. Get up now, your lower body postures are all correct. It's just that your head isn't. When standing, your head should be soaring and free." What does soaring and free mean? Chris stood up, panting heavily for a while before she managed to suppress the nausea. The terrain here isn't suitable. Wang Hao helped Chris back to her seat. Then he explained, when you climb high and gaze into the distance, your vision broadens, your mood lightens, and fatigue is relieved. This is what it means to be soaring and free. Thus, in our kung fu circles, the horse stance is described this way: rising and falling as if riding a galloping horse, soaring and empty. A tribute to Dragon and Snake. Ha ha ha. Discussing kung fu with Brother Hao. Got you stunned now, right? Rising and falling as if riding a galloping horse, soaring and empty. Chris's eyes brightened more and more. Then she exclaimed, "I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Wang Hao." "No, thank you, Master Wang Hao." She actually addressed Wang Hao as Master. The whole place was dumbfounded. Can this be real? Brother Hao is simply a god. Zhao Jinhao and Feng Wenbin were both astounded. Brother Hao simply, with just a simple horse stance, made the previously indomitable Chris this amazed. It was incredibly awesome. "Oh, I've just achieved a little success." After teaching Chris, Wang Hao decisively kicked into boast mode again. "With my current strength, I'm only practicing Yong Chun or such. Really, that's nothing. Give me another 10 years, and I will be able to cultivate even more profound kung fu." More profound kung fu. Chris gasped, her mouth forming an O in wonderment. Does your Heavenly People's Republic have even more profound kung fu? Yes, of course we have. Wang Hao seriously spouted nonsense. You know about inner strength and external kung fu, right? The inner strength I am practicing is called the Nine Yang Divine Skill, Once perfected, I can be in ice and snow wearing just a shirt without feeling cold, immune to all poisons and unaffected by heat or cold. Of course, there's also another inner strength called the Nine Scripture, which is not bad too, but too complex, so I didn't learn it. As for external kung fu, you must have heard of things like Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, which are about enduring hits, not really my style. So what I practice is a set of palm techniques, called 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. At the sound of such a powerful name, Chris's eyes immediately shone with excitement. She was deeply impressed by what Wang Hao had said before, so subconsciously, she believed that this 18 Dragon Subduing Palms was real. Master Wang Hao, can you tell me about this Dragon Subduing Palm? Chris was anxious, her appearance clearly showing she couldn't wait to witness this legendary kung fu for herself. It's a palm technique that is supremely firm and positive. How could Wang Hao miss such an opportunity to show off? Smiling, he started to explain, this dragon subduing palm technique also comes from the Book of Changes. The first move is called Dragon in Regret. The Book of Changes states, Top 9, Dragon in Regret. The essence of this palm technique lies in a slight bend in the left leg, the right arm curving inward as the right palm draws a circle and then, with a whoosh, pushes outward. Once practiced to a higher level, if there's a pine tree as thick as a bowl in front, it would snap with a crack, breaking upon touch. Oh my God! Hearing this, Chris was completely stunned. You can break a pine tree as thick as a bowl with one palm. Almost there, Wang Ritian, who never boasted, said without blushing or skipping a beat. Of course, that's the level when it's fully mastered. Right now, I just know the effects really, but at least another 15 years of practice are needed before I can make a little progress. That hard to learn? Chris exclaimed. So does that mean I won't be able to see this palm technique? Now, forget about now, big sister from abroad. You probably won't see it in the future either. I guess so, Wang Hao nodded and said, my basics are still not solid, not enough strength in my palms, and I haven't finished my inner strength training. This inner strength needs to be trained until my breath turns into a stream in the winter, then I can barely start practicing it. To breathe out a stream in the winter, Chris learnt a new word today. Then teacher Wang Hao, Chris hurriedly asked, could you tell me about the moves in the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms? I read the Book of Changes often, and the dragon oversteps is indeed a term from it. Sure, Wang Hao nodded since he wasn't really going to demonstrate it anyway. The second move is Dragon Soars in the Sky. The Book of Changes, Qian hexagram. The image says, 9 in the 5th place. The dragon soars in the sky, benefit in seeing the great man. Chris nodded. This indeed had a source. The third move is Dragon Appears in the Field. The Book of Changes, Qian hexagram. The image says, 9 in the 2nd place. The dragon appears in the field, benefit in seeing the great man. The fourth move is the great bird gradually approaches the shore. The Book of Changes, gradual hexagram. The image says, 9 in the 3rd place. The great bird gradually approaches the shore. The husband does not return to his home. The wife does not conceive. Misfortune, beneficial to ward off bandits. The fifth is Wary Dragon Lies Low. The Book of Changes, Qian hexagram. The image says, initial 9. The wary dragon lies low. The sixth is Advantage in Crossing the Great River. The seventh is Sudden Ascent. The eighth is Shocking All Within 100 miles. The 17th is Fumbling Ram Stuck in the Fence. The Book of Changes, Great Strength hexagram. 9 in the 3rd place. The lesser men are bold. The noble man is confused. The oracle is dangerous. The fumbling ram is stuck in a fence. Its horns are strained. The 18th is Divine Dragon Swings Its Tail. The Book of Changes, Conduct hexagram. Conduct. Walking on the tail of a tiger. It does not bite the man. Success. The creator of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms originally named it Walking on the Tail of a Tiger, akin to attacking the back of a tiger, stepping on the tail of the beast. If it turns its head and bites back, obviously it would be extremely fierce and vicious. Later inheritors found these long-winded hexagram names from the Book of Changes hard to say smoothly, so they changed it to Divine Dragon Swings Its Tail. Wang Hao rattled off all 18 moves of the 18 dragons subduing palms in one breath. The coolest part being that each move corresponded to a hexagram from the Book of Changes. Chris, who often studied the Book of Changes, was already deeply familiar with it. Now as she heard Wang Hao explain, she believed it even more. These 18 dragon subduing palms sound so powerful. Chris decisively asked, "Teacher Wang Hao, when you can practice this palm technique, please let me see it, all right?" "Definitely, no problem at all." Wang Hao nodded resolutely. "I'm currently practicing inner strength, and as for the moves, I've just barely practiced Yong Chun for a few days, but there will come a day when I master it. My martial arts talent isn't bad." Bai Yining, Zhao Jinhao, and Fang Wenbin watched Wang Hao boast with smiles on their faces, chatting on WeChat. Zhao Jinhao expressed his skepticism. Brother Hao's bragging is absolutely unmatched. "Hey, do you guys think these 18 dragon subduing palms really exist?" Fang Wenbin wasn't certain. "Hard to say. Didn't you hear Brother Hao say? All 18 moves have a source. I tend to believe they exist." Bai Yining stirred the pot. "Right, they must be real." The ultimate level of boasting is not just making others believe, but even making your own people believe. Mr. Wang Hao. At this moment, Smith, who had been sitting on the side, listening quietly without speaking, asked, "How is your Yong Chun going?" This gentleman was well-mannered and was the son of Bruce, currently developing his career in Hollywood. "Fairly decent, I suppose." Wang Hao looked at him with a grin. "Are you also a martial arts enthusiast?" Chapter 337, Challenge. Boxing is indeed impressive in actual combat, but it's true that it doesn't look very appealing. Wang Hao thought carefully for a moment. There are quite a few films related to Yong Chun in his mind, such as Zhang Zidan's Yip Man series. But that series is too regionally confined. It seems there might be a better option. So, Wang Hao immediately checked his phone, searched for Jeet Kune Do, nope. Searched Bruce Lee, nothing either. This is it. Does it have to be Yong Chun? Wang Hao put away his phone and said, "I actually know another incredible set of kung fu, truly authentic heavenly martial arts." "Really?" Smith immediately became curious and asked, "What kind of kung fu is it?" Bruce's black bodyguard, who had been silent, also looked over. That guy's arms were nearly as thick as a kid's waist, just like Johnson. He clearly was curious too. Being a boxer, it looked like he wanted to test it out. "This kung fu is called Jeet Kune Do," Wang Hao said with a smile. "It was created by a grandmaster in our heavenly martial arts community. I got the legacy by a twist of fate, and I've trained quite decently." Jeet Kune Do. Upon hearing this, Chris exclaimed, "I've never heard of this kung fu before." Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, and Bai Yining looked at each other. "What is Jeet Kune Do?" "Please, Mr. Wang Hao, tell us about it," Smith immediately said. "This kung fu, is it very powerful, very graceful?" "Well, how should I put it?" Wang Hao confidently began to boast. "This kung fu believes in one saying. Among all martial arts, speed is supreme. The Jeet in Jeet Kune Do means that no matter what kung fu you use, as soon as you make a move, I can intercept it and counterattack with even greater speed. So, this martial art is extremely fierce and also very aesthetically pleasing. If you want a quick determination of the winner, it can end the fight swiftly. If you want it to look good, fighting for a few minutes is also no problem." Bruce Lee's martial arts movies were also Wang Hao's favorites. With his current vision, reaction, and physical fitness, there was absolutely no problem in executing them. "That good?" Smith and the black bodyguard exchanged glances. Then he said, "I know a boxing club. Could Mr. Wang Hao demonstrate it for us tomorrow? There are also many other martial arts enthusiasts there, and we could exchange techniques. How about that?" "Damn, is this a challenge?" When Smith brought up a challenge, Zhao Zhenhao, Fang Wenbin, and Bai Yining all panicked. Weren't we just supposed to have a simple meal to get to know each other? How did this turn into a challenge all of a sudden? Actually, in filmmaking, Zhao Zhenhao quickly tried to smooth things over. As long as the choreography looks good, that's sufficient. There's no need for actual combat, right? What if someone gets hurt? That'd be bad. Fang Wenbin also nodded. Exactly. Maybe Brother Hao just needs to show a few moves, right? Speaking of which, if Wang Hao could make it into Hollywood, that would indeed be a moment of national pride, promoting heavenly martial arts. but the underlying tone of their words was clearly challenging. Looking at that black man's build, if Wang Hao really got hurt, Bai Yining would definitely kill them. Both instinctively glanced at Bai Yining. Sure enough, Bai Yining's eyes were already flashing dangerously. She was considering how to toss this black man into the Yangtze River tonight. Mom, I'm so scared. This is not the time to wimp out. Damn it, if we don't accept the challenge, how will our heavenly kung fu ever retain its status internationally? Besides, with my current vision, reaction, and physical condition, I'm top-notch in every regard. Last time at the gym, I ran for an hour without any trouble. Am I supposed to be scared of a few foreigners? Well, Wang Hao stroked his chin and immediately nodded. Although I might not have time to go to Hollywood, if it's just an exchange of skills, that should be all right. Wang Hao agreed. Brother Hao actually agreed. Zhao Zhenhao and the others instantly lowered their heads to check WeChat. Zhao Zhenhao. Brother Hao actually agreed. Can this really work? Fong Wenbin. I don't know either. Damn Zhao. If we knew they'd challenge today, we shouldn't have brought them here. Bai Yining. If Wang Hao gets hurt, I'll have our family's tribute Liao throw this black man and that Smith into the Yangtze River. Zhao Zhenhao. Tribute Liao. Oh my, you're planning to ask him to make a move. Bai Yining. That will depend on what they do tomorrow. Dare to mess with my boyfriend, humph. Fong Wenbin. The Ice Princess is so scary when she's angry. While they were discussing, Wang Hao on the other hand didn't take it seriously at all. What time is it tomorrow, and where do we meet? Smith exchanged glances with the black man, smiling with twinkling eyes. Tomorrow morning at 10, at Zhonghai Dodge Boxing Club. How about that? Wang Hao agreed without a second thought. Okay, then tomorrow at 10, don't be late. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early, washed up, got dressed, and then went out for a run. Today was the day of the martial arts competition. Couldn't let heavenly martial arts lose face. Needed to warm up first. After running for about half an hour, not even out of breath, Wang Hao arrived at the nearby park and began shadowboxing. First up, a form of Tai Chi. In a small grove, Wang Hao started his Tai Chi stance, then cupped his hands in a circle, my left a circle, my right a circle. As he spun around, a gust of wind suddenly picked up, and then you could see that when leaves entered the range of Wang Hao's arms, they never made it back out. Mommy, look, a passing child said while watching Wang Hao doing his punches. That big brother is so amazing. Can leaves be played with like that? Didn't you see the wind over there? The child's mom quickly picked him up. That man is playing tricks. Children shouldn't watch too much. Let's go, Mom. We'll buy you ice cream. Wang Hao. How am I playing tricks? Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. I'm going to practice the 18 dragons subduing palms. Thinking this, Wang Hao simply dropped the clumped-up leaves, walked up to a willow tree as thick as a bowl, slightly bent his left leg, curved his right arm inward, drew a circle with his right palm, and then with a whoosh, watch my 18 dragons subduing palms regret of the rising dragon. With a bang, the willow tree was violently shaken by Wang Hao's palm strike, dropping a shower of leaves. Wang Hao completed his palm strike, stopped moving, his hands sharply lifted to his brow, then slowly pressed down toward his abdomen, his left foot gently tapping the ground, exhaling a long breath. Finished practicing, end of training. Time to go for the martial arts match. After getting home and changing his clothes, Wang Hao drove straight to the second ring road, humming as he drove. A second ring. You're 3 rings less than the 5th ring. After driving for about half an hour, he finally arrived at Dodger Boxing Club. As soon as he got out of the car, Wang Hao saw Bai Yining, Zhao Zhenhao, and Fong Wenbin waiting at the entrance. As soon as he got out, the 3 came up to him. Bai Yining asked with concern, Wang Hao, how is it? Can you manage? It's just a simple exchange of moves. Wang Hao wasn't worried at all. What could go wrong? Didn't they say it's for shooting a film, not a fight to the death? Besides, my 18 dragon subduing palms has already been mastered in 2 forms, no problem at all. You actually mastered 18 dragon subduing palms. Zhao Zhenhao was surprised. Brother Hao, don't tell me there's really something called the 18 dragon subduing palms. I even asked our family's tributor, and he's never heard of this martial art. Fong Wenbin nodded in agreement on the side. You don't believe it? Just wait, and I'll show you what regret of the rising dragon is like. Let's go. It's nothing. Wang Hao cheerfully entered the club's main gate. I'm not worried. Why would you be? Come on, let's go. Bai Yining, Zhao Jinhao, and Fang Wenbin exchanged a glance, helplessly sighed together. This wasn't just lip service, it's a serious martial arts sparring. Can Brother Hao really handle it? Chapter 338. The martial arts tournament begins. Bai Yining quickly introduced him. This is Uncle Liao from our household, a venerated elder with consummate kung fu skills. Good to meet you, Uncle Liao. Wang Hao hurried to pay his respects. National martial arts, huh? Looking at his age, he must be at least 70. What a treasure. He's like a living piece of the Heavenly People's Republic's cultural heritage. Tributor Liao Changa scrutinized Wang Hao carefully from head to toe, then turned to the other two old men and asked, Zhang Yi, what do you think? His essence is well contained, and his complexion is ruddy. The elder surnamed Yi appraised. The child has cultivated his virgin boy exercise quite well. Wang Hao, could we not bring that up? Look at those eyes, full of vitality. The elder surnamed Zhang pinched Wang Hao's arm and said, the proportions of the arms and legs are close to perfection, and the muscles are quite elastic. Yes, this young man's talent is definitely out of the ordinary, the perfect candidate for martial arts practice. Now that's the kind of talk people love to hear. The three old men exchanged glances and then unanimously declared, it looks like there shouldn't be any problem. At the least, he won't get beaten to death. Wang Hao, would you three fix this? At a time like this, could you not encourage others and deflate me? Wang Hao scratched his head. I'm not that bad, right? It's just that we're afraid you'll be too serious. Liao Changa said with a smiling face, growing fonder of Wang Hao. The kid has good character and talent. Heroes often emerge in their youth. We were just suggesting that you should relax a bit. We've already asked, and later you can slow down the speed a little. It's mainly about trying out if the moves look good. After all, it's for a film, and the practicality of the moves is secondary. Making them look good is what counts. Hearing this, Bai Yining and the other two finally let out a sigh of relief. Scared to death, they were. Just look at that black man, so tall and strongly built, those muscle masses. The trio felt terrified just looking at him. Thank you, three venerable elders. Wang Hao quickly expressed his thanks. It was then that he got the chance to take a look around the boxing club. It's worth mentioning that the club was indeed spacious, spanning around 1,000 square meters. At this moment, it wasn't just boxing enthusiasts present. There were practitioners of karate, taekwondo, sanda, and various other martial arts all training. Some were punching heavy bags, some were stretching their legs, and a few others were sparring. Mr. Wang Hao. At this point, Chris had also spotted Wang Hao and was the first to run over, exclaiming on the spot, Mr. Wang Hao, I practiced squatting and horse stance using the method you taught me this morning, and it felt great. Are you here today to show me the 18 dragons subduing palms? Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, Bai Yining, the three elders. Damn, this girl actually took it seriously. The 18 dragons subduing palms, that was obviously something Wang Hao bragged about. Liao Changa hurriedly smoothed things over. Ahem, Miss Chris, the 18 dragons subduing palms is an external skill passed down from ancient times in the Heavenly People's Republic, supremely hard and masculine. Little Wang is still too young. He really can't practice it now. The other two elders nodded in agreement, with the one surnamed Yi smiling. Speaking of which, I did practice Yong Chun for a couple of days. How about I walk you through a few moves? Clearly, Chris was more interested in the 18 dragons subduing palms, but she was still very polite. She immediately cupped her fist towards Mr. Yi. Then I shall impose upon you. With those words, she assumed a stance, and Wang Hao could tell at a glance that it was a taekwondo stance. He touched his chin. Lucky that Brother Fei wasn't here today. Otherwise, he would certainly have taught her a lesson within minutes. Come on. Tributor Yi assumed a very classic Yong Chun starting position, and the pair began to spar. After all, as a Fang family elder, Elder Yi was indeed extraordinary. No matter how nimbly Chris moved her legs, she couldn't even touch the hem of Elder Ye's clothes. Each time she attacked, Elder Yi would just pat twice and thoroughly neutralize Chris's offensive. After about a dozen moves, Chris already stopped and bowed. Mr. Yi, you are amazing. I couldn't touch you at all. Little girl, Liao Changa laughed. Being defeated so easily would tarnish a tributor's reputation. I estimate that if you train for another 10 years, perhaps then you could make Elder Yi take you seriously. Chris said, as expected of a senior. You have my complete admiration. She did indeed know how to be polite. But then the next sentence made Wang Hao frustrated. Mr. Wang Hao, I am truly curious about your 18 dragons subduing palms. The Kung Fu evolved from Zhou Yi. You must show me today. The little girl was still dwelling on this. All right then, I'll let you see for yourself. Okay, I'll give it a try. Wang Hao nodded right away. When trying out palm techniques, one needs something appropriate to hit, right? Wang Hao was about to look for something suitable inside the club, but as soon as he turned around, he saw a man in his 30s bowing to him and saying, I am Yamamoto Ichiro, a 5th-degree black belt in karate, and I am also very curious about the 18 dragons subduing palms you mentioned. Please enlighten me. In karate, learners who achieve a black belt rank start to earn degrees, with the first black belt being the 1st degree, and subsequently, ranks ascend from 2nd to 9th degree. Karate associations from different countries can award up to the 5th degree, while the 6th degree and above must be conferred by the headquarters of the World Karate Federation. So when Yamamoto Ichiro said he was a 5th degree black belt, it truly meant he had impressive skills. In an instant, all eyes at the scene turned to Wang Hao. Facing a 5th degree black belt upon arrival, could he handle it? Mr. Yamamoto, is it? Wang Hao, grinning, took off his coat and then nodded. Well then, shall we have a friendly exchange? Just as I was worrying about not having a chance to practice, and you come offering yourself up. You'll do. Thank you. Yamamoto Ichiro bowed again. Please. With that, the whole crowd began to move en masse toward the platform. Hearing that a challenge was being made, the other people at the boxing club who were training also curiously crowded around. Yamamoto Ichiro is challenging someone again. That guy is still so belligerent. No choice, he really is strong. Previously, those who defied him were beaten to a pulp, and now there are no challengers left. Can this youngster make it? Yamamoto has been practicing karate for over a decade. In no time at all, everyone didn't seem to think Wang Hao had a chance, but just at that moment, Bruce, along with Smith and his bodyguard, the black man Johnson, also came over. Upon seeing the scene, Smith's mouth dropped open and he asked Chris, Mr. Wang Hao has accepted Yamamoto Ichiro's challenge? Yeah, Chris said excitedly. Mr. Wang Hao is going to show me the 18 dragons subduing palms. Bai Yining and her companions covered their faces with their hands. Where were there any 18 dragons subduing palms? It was all made up by Brother Hao's boasting. The three of them were feeling glum when, with a ding, the match began. As the match started, Wang Hao and Yamamoto Ichiro, already on the platform, quickly assumed their fighting stances. Yamamoto Ichiro adopted a standard karate starting stance, fists in front of his body and legs slightly bent. Wang Hao, however, took on a very peculiar stance. He lightly brushed his right thumb across the corner of his mouth, then began to lightly bounce on his feet, fists clenched, one in front of the other at chest level. Woo! What kind of stance is that? I've never seen it before, whispered the onlookers who had come to watch the spectacle. Have you seen it? Everyone shook their heads. Never seen it. Chris watched, eyes shining. Could this be the legendary Jeet Kune Do starting stance? Come on. Wang Hao beckoned Yamamoto Ichiro with a curl of his finger. Huh. Yamamoto Ichiro charged forward with a straight punch. Karate is best known for its striking techniques, without much fuss, known for their powerful and heavy strikes. So this punch was indeed formidable, especially accompanied by his loud shout, which made the hearts of everyone in the crowd skip a beat. Then they saw Wang Hao lightly tap his toes on the platform floor, effortlessly dodging the punch. Chapter 339, Kung Fu Heavenly Martial Arts. Having undergone 2 transformations with the assistance of the dust bead and luck energy, Wang Hao's physical condition was naturally far from comparable to before. In his eyes, Yamamoto Ichiro's punch was almost like swatting a fly. You're just showing off. This time, Yamamoto Ichiro charged forward, his fists and feet as swift as the wind. But Wang Hao was as agile as a monkey, hopping around. Whenever a punch managed to reach him, it was swiftly slapped away by Wang Hao with a smack. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen rounds. Yamamoto Ichiro was aggressive in his attacks, but he couldn't even touch the hem of Wang Hao's clothes. Below the stage, Liao Chang'e and the other two tributers shook their heads as they watched Wang Hao's movements, with tributor Yi asking in wonder, "Where did this kid learn this martial arts? I've never seen such a style before." "It looks quite interesting," Liao Chang'e observed more closely and praised. "He doesn't seem to use a fixed set of moves. Have you noticed how freely his body moves? Almost as if he's acting on whims. It lacks the predictable counters to specific moves that other martial arts have. This is extraordinary." With their keen eyes, the three of them quickly discerned the subtleties, but the rest of the onlookers clearly didn't understand. Zhao Zhenhao was so anxious he was sweating cold sweat, saying, "What is Brother Hao doing? Why isn't he fighting back?" Fang Wenbin was also secretly sweating, commenting, "Yamamoto Ichiro's punches are so fast. Can Brother Hao really handle it?" Bai Yining held her breath, her eyes fixed on Wang Hao, fearing he might get hurt. While they were all worried to death, the only feeling Wang Hao had at that moment was slow. Too slow. Yamamoto Ichiro's movements were just too slow in his eyes, not a threat to him at all. Smack! A punch from Yamamoto Ichiro was slapped away. Smack! Another punch from Yamamoto Ichiro went flying. This kick is good, smack. And it was slapped away too. At this point, Yamamoto Ichiro's movements could be described as fast as a whirlwind, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break through Wang Hao's defenses. Wang Hao, who looked quite scholarly, actually possessed tremendous strength with each movement, easily neutralizing Yamamoto Ichiro's attacks. In the blink of an eye, another 20 or so rounds had passed, and Wang Hao felt he had seen enough. Suddenly, he found an opening in Yamamoto Ichiro's defense. Bending his left leg slightly and curving his right arm inward, he drew a circle with his right palm, and with a whoosh, he planted his palm on Yamamoto Ichiro's chest. Simultaneously, he shouted, "The dragon regrets." With the palm striking down, there was a loud thump, and Yamamoto Ichiro was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away, collapsing onto the stage with a thud. Holy shit! Witnessing this dramatic turn, everyone at the scene was shocked. What the hell, for real? A palm strike sending someone flying that far? What kind of move is this? What is the dragon regrets? Could that be the name of the move? Chris was completely dumbfounded. Were the 18 dragon subduing palms real? The power behind that palm had to be massive to send Yamamoto Ichiro flying so far. Bruce Smith exclaimed in astonishment, "Kung Fu! Heavenly martial arts!" Liao Chang'e and the 3 old men were nearly dropping their jaws. What kind of martial arts is this kid using? Is it really the 18 dragons subduing palms? Zhao Zhenhao, Fang Wenbin, and Bai Yining were all stupefied. Brother Hao was amazing. That one palm strike was enough to leave anyone dumbstruck. Wang Hao, having won with a single move, was nearly laughing his head off inside. He didn't actually know any martial arts. It was nothing more than the poses from Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, combined with his own superhuman physical quality. As for how strong his body was, Wang Hao certainly knew. In fact, he had a yearly membership at the closest gym and went there to exercise for an hour every day. Now, he could do over 100 pull-ups without breaking a sweat, and as for barbells, he could easily lift 200 kilograms. What a joke. Are you okay? Wang Hao walked up with a smile, his face full of embarrassment, and said, "My 18 dragon subduing palms aren't very pure yet. I hope I didn't hurt you." "No, I'm fine." Yamamoto Ichiro got up with Wang Hao's help, clutching his chest. That hit from Wang Hao was definitely enough for him, and he said gloomily, "It's just that your strike just now was way too powerful. It felt like I was hit by a car." "Well, isn't that obvious? I didn't even go all out just now, otherwise you wouldn't even be remembering this. Kung Fu. Heavenly Kung Fu." Just then, Smith excitedly ran over and exclaimed, "This Kung Fu is definitely amazing. Mr. Wang Hao, would you be willing to come to Hollywood as the martial arts instructor for the film we're making? I think with the Kung Fu you demonstrated just now, the real fight scenes would look absolutely fantastic. Isn't that stating the obvious? My martial arts are a perfect imitation of Bruce Lee's, and he's internationally recognized as a martial arts superstar. How could it be bad?" "Oh, about that?" Wang Hao said with a modest smile, shaking his head. "I'm afraid that won't work. I don't have the time. You see, it's pretty far." "Mr. Wang Hao," Chris pleaded, her eyes brimming with stars, Can you teach me that move, Dragon Sorrow? The kid was definitely curious, wanting to learn everything. That move has too much yang energy. It's not suitable for women to practice. Wang Hao started to boast again. After a few more years of practice, I might recommend you learn the 9-in scripture instead. That's more suitable for women, including moves like the 9-in white bone claw and such. Yes, if I end up making the Legend of the Condor Heroes, you'll play Mei Chaofeng. Chris really thought it was possible and nodded eagerly. Okay. Zhao Jinhao, Fang Wenbin, and Bai Yining all pursed their lips and chuckled. The old guy was fooling someone again. But to be fair, the move he showed earlier was indeed quite scary. How about this, Mr. Wang Hao? Smith thought for a while before speaking. I'll send our martial arts instructor to you after I get back, and you can teach him properly, all right? Please rest assured, the compensation will definitely be generous. Spreading Bruce Lee's martial arts would also be a great deed, and Wang Hao immediately nodded, agreeing. Sure, just have him look for me when he gets here. After this real combat drill, no one doubted Wang Hao's abilities anymore. In the following time, he explained the basic principles of Jeet Kune Do in detail to everyone. In essence, it was just the stuff from Bruce Lee's movies. Jeet Kune Do is about speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. You throw a punch at me, and while I dodge, my fist will reach you first. Hey, Johnson, your punch is too slow. You need to be quicker. Right like this. You throw a punch, then I block with my arm like this. See how your punch goes off course? And then I hit back with a counterpunch. As he spoke, he demonstrated, and his fists were as fast as lightning. Johnson hadn't even reacted yet, and Wang Hao's fist was already in front of him. Incredible! Smith exclaimed from the side. Jeet Kune Do is truly amazing. He hadn't even seen Wang Hao's punch. Jeet Kune Do really has its own system. Liao Chang'e and his companions exchanged looks and nodded together. This kid is truly a martial arts prodigy. Look at that speed. Now that's fast. Much better than those good-for-nothing apprentices of ours. Wang Hao lectured all morning, only wrapping up around 12 o'clock. When lunchtime arrived, Bai Yining, Zhao Jinhao, and Fang Wenbin sent the 3 tributors home, while Wang Hao casually strolled out of the clubhouse. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a sweet voice from behind. Mr. Wang Hao, please wait for me. It was Chris, that curious kid. What is it? Got something for me? Wang Hao asked curiously. You're not going to ask me to teach you martial arts again, are you? No. Chris laughed. I just have some questions I didn't understand earlier and wanted to ask you. Can I invite you to lunch? Being invited to lunch by a foreign girl, how could I say no? Sure. Wang Hao readily agreed. We'll just grab something casual. So the two of them went off in search of a restaurant. Along the way, Chris asked a few more questions about the Heavenly People's Republic's local customs and culture, and Wang Hao answered them one by one. As they walked, Chris's eyes suddenly lit up, and she ran off to a roadside stall to browse. The stall was the kind you would usually see at a night market, selling a mix of things like necklaces, military knives, RB combat knives, and trinkets. Wang Hao himself would never give such a stall a second look, but Chris seemed fascinated by it. This girl, definitely a curious one, Wang Hao sighed. But as he looked up at the stall owner, he froze and then exclaimed in surprise, Wang Wenjun, is that you? The stall owner turned out to be an acquaintance from the same village back in Wang Hao's hometown. Not a relative, but Wang Wenjun was a familiar face. Chapter 340. Wang Hao. Do I look that lecherous? No, just a normal friend. We met at Happy People Stage performing crosstalk, Wang Hao quickly explained. This girl really likes ancient culture, so I tell her about it when I have time. Happy People Stage? Hearing that's where Wang Hao had met her, Wang Wenjun suddenly asked, You perform crosstalk there now? I couldn't tell. You're really talented. Just helping out temporarily, Wang Hao smiled. A classmate of mine is now the mainstay there. His regular partner was sick, so he pulled me in to help. By the way, I heard you went to learn Arinzuan a couple of years ago. Are you performing now? Yes, Wang Wenjun said with a smile upon hearing this. I'm performing at Joy Forest Stage now. Every night at 8:30, 150 yuan a show, tips not included. Running this stall is just a side gig, earning some pocket money. Joy Forest? What's that? Wang Hao shook his head. I've never heard of it. But 150 isn't much. The boss of Happy People Stage has some clout. How about I recommend you there? My classmate closes the show there. You two would be a great match for sure. It's always good to help a fellow townsman when you have the resources. Wang Wenjun's eyes roved for a moment. Then he chuckled and nodded. Yes, yes, that'd be great. I'll thank you in advance. At this point, Chris had picked out an item, a wolf-tooth pendant, and Wang Hao directly pulled out his wallet. How much for this? Just take it for free, Wang Wenjun said. It's just a little trinket, 10 or 20 yuan. How can I take advantage of you? Wang Hao quickly took out 20 yuan and handed it over. Keep it, and let's have a drink sometime. And seriously, if you want to go to Happy People stage, just give me a call. Brother Hao is so considerate. The two then exchanged contact information. After watching Wang Hao and his companion leave, Wang Wenjun looked at the money in his hand and chuckled. Ah, money from acquaintances is easy to make. Costs 5 but sells for 20 without bargaining. Haha. He really can act, even claiming to know the boss of Happy People. That crappy place only pays 100 a show. Who'd want that? And his classmate closing the show? It's Zhou Dana who closes, an old guy, his classmate. The two wandered the streets a bit more, then found a neat-looking Chinese restaurant. Chris led Wang Hao inside, and they found a quiet spot to sit. Chris asked with a smile, "Was that man your fellow townsman? I heard you call him Wang Wenjun. I thought he was your brother." "He's from my hometown," Wang Hao smiled. "At home, almost everyone in our village shares the same surname. Wang Wenjun is a townsman, though not exactly a relative." Upon hearing this, Chris thought for a moment, then said, "So, you mean to say, almost everyone in your home village shares the surname Wang?" "Yes," Wang Hao nodded. Knowing Chris was curious, he explained, "For example, our village all have the surname Wang, and the neighboring village all have the surname Li. So, if there's a young couple from our village and Li village, the groom's village decides where the bride goes." "So you mean," Chris pondered for a moment, "like if Wang San from your village marries Li Si from Li village, if Wang San is the male, Li Si will move to your village. If Wang San is female, she will move to Li village. Then the children will take the surname of that village, right?" "Exactly. You're really smart for someone knowledgeable about the Heavenly People's Republic." Wang Hao smiled and nodded. "Many villages in our country are structured this way, maintaining the purity of the village. Thus, everyone is united as family, and it shields them from outsiders." Such interesting wisdom. Chris smiled demurely. "That's why I love the culture of the Heavenly People's Republic so much. I always feel that it possesses a civilization of 5,000 years. Many aspects handed down from ancient times are full of profound wisdom." The girl was quite attractive, had a strong desire for knowledge, and most importantly, she was genuinely likable. He enjoyed being with her. Soon the dishes arrived, and Chris, remembering Wang Hao's instruction on how to use chopsticks, refused to make a single mistake. She smiled as she ate. "Once I return home, I can show off to my friends, telling them that even something as simple as chopsticks in the Heavenly People's Republic are so exquisite." Wang Hao burst out laughing. "Haha, I think that will do." Inside the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Zhonghai City, Father, Miss Chris and Mr. Wang Hao have been out for such a long time. Could something have happened? Smith paced back and forth in the living room, occasionally glancing at his wristwatch, clearly very anxious. "Don't worry," Bruce laughed. "This is the Heavenly People's Republic, where private possession of firearms is not allowed. Even if they run into trouble, a mere scuffle with 3 or 5 people won't pose a threat to them." "That's true, but you know Chris's family," Smith said, shaking his head in frustration. "If something really were to happen to her, we would definitely be in big trouble." After thinking for a moment, Bruce said, "That's a fair point. Go ahead and call her to check in. Keep in touch at all times, and at least we'll have some peace of mind." "All right, I'll do that now." Smith promptly made the call and quickly returned, then shrugged his shoulders. "Ah, this Mr. Wang is something else. Chris said she's having a great time with Mr. Wang and doesn't want to come back yet. Father, do you think they could spark something?" "That's absolutely impossible." Bruce immediately shook his head and said, "If her family found out she was dating a man from the Heavenly People's Republic, especially one with no noble origins, her fate would be nearly predictable. Miss Chris is a smart person and wouldn't do such a foolish thing. You can be sure of that." Smith walked another couple of rounds in the room, fretting. Just hopefully nothing goes wrong, otherwise none of us will have an easy time. Bruce snorted and said, "Who told you to get so hot-headed and bring her here without thinking it through? Stop worrying and focus on your work." After waiting anxiously for another couple of hours, they finally heard the door open, and Chris bounced into the room, smiling. "I'm back." Clearly, after spending the afternoon with Wang Hao, Chris was in a very good mood. She fiddled with a modest wolf fang pendant in her hand. While it didn't look very valuable, from her expression, it was clear that she cherished it dearly. "My God, you're finally back." Smith finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were planning to spend the night out there with him. You scared me to death." "How could that be?" Chris sat on the sofa, looking at the wolf fang pendant. "He has a girlfriend, and they are very close. I'm actually quite envious. But honestly, Wang Hao's knowledge is really extensive. This afternoon, I asked him about the history of the Three Kingdoms, my favorite, and he talked for 3 hours straight. I was nearly dumbfounded. At one point I thought he was a history professor." Smith listened, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. "You spent the whole afternoon just listening to him talk about history?" "Yes," Chris replied, confused. "Is there a problem?" Smith covered his face with his hand. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. I can only admire Mr. Wang. Damn it, perfect conditions for some fiery moments. And these two actually spent it discussing the Three Kingdoms. If word of this got out, no one would believe it." "It's just a pity," Chris said, pouting a bit. "Professor Wang left after receiving a phone call. Otherwise, I had planned to invite him for dinner and listen to a few more hours of the Three Kingdoms history." Smith, all one can do is bow down to such scholarly prowess. "You, young lady, are going to have a hard time getting married someday." Chapter 341. The Wang family is also a big clan. He had just received a call from dad, uncle, aunt, and brother. Dewey's family of 3 had all arrived. Oh my, it had been such a long time since he had seen uncle and aunt. He had to hurry home to see them. After parking the car in the underground garage, Wang Hao headed straight for his house. As soon as he entered, he saw uncle and aunt sitting on the sofa, chatting with his parents. "Uncle, aunt." Wang Hao greeted them while taking off his shoes. "How long have you been here?" "Oh, little Hao, come here quickly." Uncle waved eagerly as soon as he saw Wang Hao. "Let uncle have a good look at you." As Wang Hao walked over, uncle grabbed his hand and laughed. "I heard from Dewey about how you helped him collect the debt." "Oh, our little Hao has really grown capable. Impressive indeed." These were indeed close relatives. Wang Hao hurriedly said, "It's what I should do. Helping a close brother in need is unquestionable. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief with that money recovered." Uncle pulled Wang Hao to sit down and said, "Otherwise, that was over $1 million. We would have had to sell our house to pay off the debt." "Look at how serious you make it sound." Dad laughed with a twinkle in his eyes as he listened. "Now that our Hauer has become capable, how could he not help out? But speaking of which, did our ancestor really plan to refurbish the family tree this year?" Dad was referring to Wang Hao's great-grandfather, who had just turned 100 this year. "Yes," Uncle nodded and said, "the old man has lived in the countryside all his life, self-sufficient and strong. Now that he's reached a ripe old age of 100, it's time for a grand celebration. The refurbishment of the family tree is just in passing. I heard from my father that the ancestor plans to call back everyone who's been away and properly organize the family tree. You know, under our ancestor, my generation of brothers and sisters only totals 5. Our branch is the second oldest, and now down to Hauer's generation. We are already about 20 people. I estimate there will be at least 100 people returning for this revision of the family tree. It's going to be a grand event, one that cannot be missed." Wang Hao. Holy cow! According to Uncle, our Wang family is really a large clan. Indeed, this is going to be a grand event. Dad nodded after hearing Uncle's words. It's been nearly 20 years since the Wang family got together, right? The last time was the ancestor's 80th birthday. Exactly, so everyone is really looking forward to this. Uncle took a sip of tea and continued. 20 years, how many 20s does one have in a lifetime? And with the ancestor turning 100 this year, we don't know how much longer he will live. So this might be the last grand reunion. That's why the ancestor wants everyone to come back, to properly update the family tree. And then each family could take a copy home. So in case of anything, We'll have something to refer to and not drift too far apart. Right, we definitely have to go, Dad pondered and then asked, have they set a date? I'd better arrange everything in advance. The date is set for the National Day holiday in October, Uncle smiled. That's about half a month away. I came today just to talk about this. We'll go together then. And now that little Hao has made a name for himself, it will be like returning home in triumph. Our branch now is all looking up to little Hao, haha. In Wang Hao's grandfather's generation, there were 3 sons and 1 daughter, with Wang Hao's dad being the second eldest. Speaking of which, Wang Hao really was doing the best now. In Uncle's mind, being able to collect a debt of $1 million was as good as being incredibly capable. It wasn't a joking matter. Actually, I'm doing all right, Wang Hao said, slightly embarrassed, the praise making his face turn red. Our Haoer is really doing well now. As soon as someone praised Wang Hao, his mom became the happiest, couldn't stop talking. Ever since he was a kid, he loved to play. Who would have thought that he could achieve so much now? Let me tell you, our Haoer now, he's really capable, bought his own car, even started a company, and the people he knows are all influential figures. You know the 4 big families, right? They are all good buddies with our Hao. This guy, haven't seen him for a few years, and he's become this incredible. Aunt knew that Wang Hao could casually gather more than 20 people now, chuckled and said, what can we say? I knew this kid had it in him from the start. Playing video games, he was always a master. Art Away is far behind him compared to that. Look at you, talking about Brother Dewey. Isn't he doing pretty well too? Wang Hao quickly spoke up for Brother Dewey. With this payment coming back, Brother Dewey should clear about 300,000, right? Who among ordinary folks could do that? Not bad, not bad. Your sister-in-law has been over the moon these past few days. Can't stop singing your praises. Brother Dewey's smile was so wide he couldn't close his mouth. With this money coming in, we can replace quite a few things around the house. And that guy, after you scared him, he's been very obedient. Just the day before yesterday, he found me another job. This one is a big project, totaling 1,600,000. After expenses, I should clear at least 500,000. And he even promised that he won't delay the payment. Really? Uncle was stunned. This project could net you about 500,000. That's right, Brother Dewey said proudly. When has my little brother ever been wrong? I've been keeping it a secret just to surprise you, The family burst into laughter. The brothers had been close since childhood, and now that Wang Hao was doing well, Brother Dewey wasn't doing badly either. Earning 500,000 from a single project, along with his previous earnings, the last 2 years nearly netted close to 1 million. It wasn't just for fun. Today we really need to drink and celebrate, haha. Seeing his own son doing well too, Uncle was thrilled. Come on, with such a big job Dewey has taken on, we need to celebrate properly. Let's not eat at home. Let's go out, my treat. Today, we won't sleep unless we're drunk. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Celebrating with such close relatives called for a good drink. Dad was quickly getting dressed, saying in a rush, it must have been a year since we brothers last drank together, right? Let's drink a lot today. We've got nothing else major. Order 2 more dishes. Today we won't return unless drunk. They then went downstairs and found a rather upscale restaurant. As the food and drink were being served, Uncle said, oh right, I almost forgot to mention, our great ancestor has another wish for this grand birthday celebration. Dad started pouring drinks, filling a cup for each of them, and asked, what wish? You know how the road to our village has always been in bad shape, Uncle said. The old man figured he's of such an old age and probably doesn't have many years left and wants to do some good deeds for peace of mind. So he thought about who in our family could pull in some sponsorship to fix the road in our village, to make it a virtuous deed. Fix the roads. Hearing this, Dad frowned. That won't be easy. Our hometown may be scenic, but it's also a mountain village. Constructing roads might require major excavation. Wang Hao's ancestors' home lay nestled deep in the mountains. Though surrounded by mountains and rivers, numerous larger mountains encircled the area, making road construction a formidable task. Great ancestor knows it's not easy, Uncle continued. But remember the mountain spring in our hills? Great ancestor has been drinking that water all his life. At 100 years old, he's still healthy and can even sweep the yard. If a road could be built, that spring could be developed too. So this project does have some hope. These past few days, several people from my uncle's branch have been planning to come here to discuss this. Wang Hao whispered to Brother Dewey. If it's about my uncle's uncle, what should I call him? Brother Dewey replied. You should call him great-granduncle, since he's our grandfather's brother. If it were our grandfather's younger brother, we would call him third. Granduncle, Wang Hao. And our grandfather's sister? Brother Dewey. You'd call her fourth grandma. Wang Hao. Indeed, the Wang family is a large clan. At that moment, Mom asked, can the people from Uncle's branch handle this? Pulling in sponsorship needs some influence, otherwise, they might not even get through the door. Uncle laughed. These folks are all quite capable. I heard they are doing pretty well too. One of them is a school headmaster, another is a master's graduate, quite influential. If they handle this, there might really be a chance. When the time comes, if Little Hao isn't too busy, he should join them, since they're all from the same clan. We shouldn't grow apart. Chapter 342, Numbness. I've been tricked. This is definitely good news. I don't see a problem with it. Wang Hao nodded eagerly, smiling. I'll take good care of them when they get here. How many people are coming, by the way? The uncle thought for a moment before responding. I guess around 5 or 6 people. They're taking it pretty seriously this time, considering it's our ancestors' wish, so everyone who can make it is coming. 5 or 6 people. Our car won't have enough seats. Wang Hao thought for a bit, then took out his phone. Then I'll make a call and borrow a car. Mine won't be big enough. Yeah, indeed, his father nodded. You have so many friends, just borrow a spacious one. I know. Wang Hao went out to make the call. He scrolled through his contacts quickly and found Ren Xing's number, then dialed it directly. Wang Hao. Fatty, what are you up to? Ren Xing. Brother Hao, what's going on? Man, you're awesome, going to my second uncle's film crew and blowing their minds with your talk. Huh. Wang Hao. Heh, that's nothing big. I need a favor from you. Ren Xing. We're brothers, just say what you need. Wang Hao. I have some relatives coming over to take care of some business in the next few days, and I'm planning to help them out. Do you have a more spacious car? Mine can only fit 5 people at most, and it's not enough. Ren Xing. No problem. I'll definitely sort it out for you, Brother Hao. Don't you worry. I'll get you a badass, top-class car, and I'll bring it over tomorrow. Wang Hao. Haha, then that's settled. Oh, I ran into your second uncle a couple of days ago, heh. Ren Xing. My second uncle? Isn't he busy with a TV drama lately? Wang Hao. Right, and I'm currently working as a scriptwriter on his set. I'm pretty lucky. My screenplay got picked up for a game adaptation, sold for 10 million. I'll pay you back for the house when I get a chance, and this time you better not refuse. I'm flush with cash now, so I can't just take advantage of you. Ren Xing. Ah, Brother Hao, look at you being all formal. All right, between us brothers, just let me know whenever you need money. Wang Hao. What else is there to say? After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao walked back in, all smiles, got the car. My friend says it's high class. Knew Little Hao had clout. Upon hearing that Wang Hao had managed to borrow a high-class car, the uncle slapped his thigh and laughed. Although we're all family here, it's still important to keep up appearances. All right, it's settled then. Come on, let's drink. Haha. Our Hauer is really standing on his own 2 feet now. His father was extremely pleased and immediately raised his glass. Drink up, drink up. Meanwhile, on the other side, having closed his stall for the day, Wang Wenjun went home for dinner. As they ate, he spoke to his wife. Guess who I ran into today? You spend all day meeting all sorts of oddballs, and you never think to replace our busted dining table, his wife said, not looking up from her phone. Who was it then? Wang Hao from the east end of our village. Wang Wenjun said, Geez, that guy was strutting around with a foreign girl on his arm, putting on airs. He says he does crosstalk at the Happy People stage and is chummy with the boss. Told me I could perform there and earn more than I do now. Oh, he also mentioned that Yu Peng is his classmate, which I almost laughed myself to death over. Huh. His wife suddenly looked up, intrigued. Is that what he said? Now it was Wang Wenjun's turn to be curious. Yeah, why? Are you stupid, or what? His wife said irritably. They say they can get you a gig. Why do you care if it's just bragging? Why not go and find out if it's true? What if it's real? Are you trying to avoid making money? That actually makes sense. Upon hearing his wife's words, Wang Wenjun suddenly slapped his thigh and got dressed. I'll go check it out right now. If he's really there, I can earn an extra 1,000 or 2 a month. That would be great. He hurriedly got dressed and left the house. Soon, he arrived at the Happy People stage. The show hadn't started yet, so Wang Wenjun went straight up to the doorman and asked, "Grandpa, do you have a show tonight? Can I see the program list? If it's something interesting, I might come to watch tonight." The doorman pointed to a poster on the wall and said, "Yes, it's right there. Take a look and see if there's anything you like." All right. Wang Wenjun went over to look and quickly found the comic dialogue section. Comic dialogue. Yu Peng, Su Bin. After looking around twice and not finding Wang Hao's name, Wang Wenjun angrily slapped his thigh. Damn it. I've been had. I should have known this guy was just bluffing. Talking about promoting me, a guy who graduated from a no-name university. I'm the one who should be promoting you. What a waste of time. To be the final act supporting act. Even if I wait another 3 to 5 years, it'll never happen. I must have been out of my mind to believe you. The round-trip fare is over $50. Just wasted. Damn it. The next morning, Wang Hao was woken up by a phone call. Wang Hao, hello, who is it? The person on the other side, speaking. Cautiously. Is this Brother Hao? Wang Hao all smiles. Ah, yes, it's me, you are. I'm Mingyu. The young voice on the phone said with a laugh. I'm a friend of Mr. Ren, and I've come to deliver a car to you. I'm downstairs in your complex right now. Ah, Mingyu, hello? Hello? Wang Hao jumped out of bed and said with a laugh. You've come to deliver a car to me? All right. Wait a moment for me to get ready, and I'll come downstairs. Mingyu. Sure. Take your time. I'll wait a bit longer. Wang Hao quickly got up, washed up, and got dressed. His mom asked from the kitchen, Hao, who was that? A friend of Ren Xing. They've brought the car down. Wang Hao replied as he hurriedly opened the door and went downstairs. You guys eat first. I'm going to check it out. Has it really been delivered? His mother walked out of the kitchen, her heart filled with joy, and said with a laugh, Our Hao is really something. A word from him and the company people deliver a car right to our doorstep. At this point, the old lady praised him. Little Hao is really going places now. Our family is counting on him. Impressive. By the time Wang Hao got downstairs, he saw a spirited young man waiting by the security guard, looking around. When he saw Wang Hao, he immediately greeted him. Is this Brother Hao? Are you Mingyu? Wang Hao gave him a quick once-over. A plain-looking guy around 25 or 26 years old, but clean and tidy, pleasing to the eyes. Wang.